I have awakened the divine level talent of mental manipulation, about to become the next Magneto, but the school expelled me because I could only control a ladle. At the moment I left school, I bound the strongest survival system. You will earn 1 survival point for every minute you survive. If you shock others using the system, you will also receive tens to thousands of times more survival points. Killing a higher level exotic beast boss can earn a basic survival point income of +1 per minute, with no limit. Survival points can be used to increase attributes, upgrade talents, and extract talents. I eagerly opened my own attribute panel. Host, Lose Eye. Level, LV1, 0%. Boundary, Transcendence. Life value, 100. Constitution, 10. Mental, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Survival point, 1. Growing. Talent, Mental Manipulation LV1, 0/100. The reason why I was weak before was because my mental strength was too low. As long as I elevate my spiritual power, I can become a human turret. After leaving school, I went to the internet cafe and surfed the internet for 6 hours. Then I went home and slept for 8 hours. Check survival point after waking up. Survival point, 845. Next, consider how to add some points. My talent does not require strength. The stronger the mental power, the amount and speed of manipulation are becoming more and more violent. So, I added 500 points to my mental power. Add 200 points to the constitution. Increasing talent to level 2 with a score of 100. In an instant, I feel an endless surge of power throughout my body. Significant increase in mental strength. I can't wait to try it out. A spatula looking at its own rental house. My heart moved. Bang! The spatula directly glides through the air, piercing through the wooden door as it passes through. Finally, it stopped after piercing into the cement wall. Another metal basin is suspended in the air, and 10 fingers clench tightly. Click! The iron basin in the air was crumpled into a metal ball. Then, a wave of the hand. The iron lump suddenly smashed into the tail of the spatula on the glass wall, completely nailed the spatula into the wall. I look at the scene in front of me, and I feel invincible. It's time to upgrade. So I arrived at the entrance of the training camp. Fuck, Brother Lou. I knew I could wait for you here. How are you? Did the school ask you to come back? Li Zhuangzhuang ran over. A strong arm suddenly rested on my shoulder. How do you know? I'm amazed. I had my dad call the college. So you can't go back. Otherwise, we will withdraw our sponsorship of the college. Li Zhuangzhuang proudly said. I said, it turns out to be the ability to print money. I laughed dumbfoundedly. I don't plan to go back. I'm going solo. I knew Brother Lou. You would definitely be able to do it. This is for you. I have to go to Kyoto once. Let's have a drink together next time. Li Zhuangzhuang handed over a very beautiful wooden box. The look in his eyes was eager, as if he couldn't wait to go to Kyoto. Your talent has become apparent, I guess. Li Zhuangzhuang put his mouth close to my ear. Talent, patron. This kind of talent requires very strict conditions to activate. My dad spent nearly 1 billion. Get me the awakening resources in Kyoto. The talent that only the wealthy can sustain. This talent requires the tempering of gold. The more one refines their body, the stronger they become exponentially. Young master, get in the car. It's time. A sharp-minded butler approached Li Zhuangzhuang and bowed down, saying, left, Brother Lou. Li Zhuangzhuang gave Lu Zai a huge bear hug, then left with a smile. After saying goodbye to Li Zhuangzhuang, I opened that box. Inside lay 13 blades as thin as cicada wings. Flying knife 13 purple, no level requirement. Mental +50. Physical constitution +50. Special attribute, mental recovery speed +5%. Market price 1 million. I smiled as I watched Li Zhuangzhuang leave. This dog owner is really wealthy. After entering the training camp, the staff introduced me. The trial camp has a daily leaderboard. The person with the highest score in killing alien creatures on the same day will receive a special reward. Today's reward is a level 10 purple quality armor. I have become interested. I don't have any equipment except for weapons right now. The quality of equipment is divided from low to high into white, blue, purple, orange, legendary gold, and colorful myth. White equipment only has one basic attribute. Blue too. From the beginning of purple, it has a special attribute. The purple quality equipment is very suitable for me now. I immediately rushed to the level 1 area. I will bring my middle finger and index finger together, and lightly swipe them in the air. 13 flying blades are suspended in front of me, revolving around me. The 3-headed, double-tailed scorpion in front surrounds the 3-person team in a shape structure. Double-tailed scorpion, level 1. Life, 230. Physical condition, 23. Mental, 20. Power, 30. Agile, 5. Talent LV1, toxin. Prepare for battle. Hold on tight. Second brother. The third one followed me and we focused our strength to solve one first. The captain's command was textbook level, probably a student from a certain college. And the next moment, they witnessed an unforgettable scene for a lifetime. 13 flying blades whizzed through the air with a piercing sound. The three-headed scorpion that was just roaring furiously was directly pierced through its body. Sure enough, a direct kill. I am very satisfied with this result. Kill 3 double-tailed scorpions. Gain experience points 3%. Occurred attribute injection 2 times. Gain spirit power +2. You completely shocked 3 passers-by. Based on the opponent's strength, reward 6 survival points. I ignored the fact that the mouths of the 3 people formed the shape of the letter O. Walk straight towards the depths. However, at this moment in school, the principal erupted in anger and interrogated the head teacher as to why they wanted to expel me. Li Meng explained. Dean, his talent is very good. However, the cost of cultivation is extremely high. His family conditions are not good. I am doing this for his own good. But do you know that you have offended the Li group? Dean Lin Wu angrily rebuked. We have already communicated and I have also asked Lu Zai to come back. People are unwilling, and the Li group will no longer pursue it. I will pay attention in the future. Li Meng wiped the sweat off his forehead. Li Meng, Lu Zai left. Your decision had better be correct. In the future, if he achieves something, I will be the first one not to let you off the hook. The principal said angrily. Li Meng targeted Lu Zai because his own son also has the ability to manipulate metal. Limited resources. Can only sacrifice Lu Zai. At this moment, I am crazily killing scorpions in the training camp. Survival point unknowingly has 112 points. I increased 100 points to the spirit. Spirit, 665. Just as I was excited about my own strength skyrocketing, a bear measuring over 3 meters tall and weighing 1 ton appeared ahead. Violent bear, level 2. Life, 350. Physical condition, 35. Mental, 20. Power, 90. Agile, 8. Talent LV1, berserk bear form. I point like a knife, pointing at the ferocious bear. 13 flying swords flew through the air, forming a straight line, pierced the brow of the raging bear like a laser. The head of the grizzly bear only had a thin red line appear. However, the back of the head is also pierced through. There was no time to gasp. The bear fell backwards and died violently. Ding! Kill the rampaging bears *3. Experience points progress 6%. You have obtained 1 explosion. Gain spirit +2. Feels great. I'm ecstatic in my heart. Continuously gain experience points and attribute points. Survival points are continuously accumulating in the system. Such development speed. It won't be long before I become invincible. Level 6 monster area at this time. A team of 3 elite individuals is battling against a dark giant snake. With textbook-like coordination, they took down the giant snake. Li Fan, big brother, your metal manipulation is really impressive. The final blow was because you manipulated the long spear and stabbed the giant snake's weak point. That's why we won. A female classmate's eyes are shining. Admiration for Li Fan's strength is extreme. That is, I, Li Ge, am the first metal manipulator at Binhai College. Take another look at that Lu Zai. The same talent, directly dismissed. Another classmate in charge of the front row also started to flatter along. Li Fan is Director Li's son. Is the focus of the school's training? The other side of me feels the surge of violent energy flowing into my body. Jumped directly to level 2 in just 30 minutes. Exploded more than 20 times during the process. Obtained 38 points of spiritual power. There are also 5 points of constitution and 6 points of agility. All automatically added. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to LV2. Your constitution +10. Spirit +10. Power +10. Agility +10. Free attribute points 10. Just now's battle. You have gained new insights into metal manipulation. Proficiency +3. I added the attribute of freedom to my spiritual power without hesitation. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV2, 1%. Boundary, Transcendent Realm, Breakable Boundary. Life value, 2750. Physical condition, 225 +50. Mental, 656 +50. Strength, 21. Agile, 45. Survival point, 42, increasing. Talent, Metal Manipulation LV2, 3/500. I was surprised to find that the total attribute points have exceeded 1000 points. I can break through the mortal realm myself. The realm of this world is divided into Mortal Realm, Transcendent Realm, Sovereign Realm, Legendary Realm, and Immortal Realm. And improving one's realm is not about looking at one's level, but rather, look at the total sum of attribute points, which is a person's combat power. Each time the mirror is broken, all attributes will gain a sublimation, and the level of power will become deeper. The control of one's own talents will enter a new level. Thinking of this, I immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. with 13 flying blades guarding the surroundings, and began to break through the barrier. As I mobilize my own strength, there is a blockage in my chest, just like a burning passion that is difficult to express, making one extremely uncomfortable. This is the realm of transcendence. Breaking this structure, I will embrace a new world. I start to gather strength, then charge forward towards my chest. During the process, I can clearly feel my heart beating faster, and my blood rushing. The force collided in my chest, and the powerful force of resistance pushed back my first charge. Damn it, I failed. I am furious. I don't have time to waste with you, but rather focus on my own system. There are still 50 survival points lying inside. Put everything into it. I gather all my strength once again to launch a charge. This time the efficiency is remarkably high. That extraordinary state begins to collapse. Successful breakthrough. Obtain physique 100. 100 spirit. Power 100. Agile 100. Your power has entered a new level. Just as I was immersed in the joy of a broken mirror. Whoosh! A breaking wind sound came from the sky. I instinctively waved my hand. A flying blade quickly shot towards the dark figure. A 5-meter tall wooden figure is swaying its branch-like arms, grinning at me. I am shaken in my heart. The distance between me and the other party is at least 30 meters. The attack range of the wooden dummy is up to a little over 20 meters. Unless, this is a wooden boss. I am ecstatic in my heart. I encountered a level 3 boss at level 2. If killing satisfies the condition of increasing the basic survival point income as stated by the system, can increase the basic income from 1 point per minute to 2 points per minute. Wooden man, level 3 boss. Life, 2,500. Physical condition, 250. Mental, 210. Strength, 57. Agile, 41. Talent LV3, Wood of Transmutation. I was horrified to find that the dozens of branches of the wooden boss turned black and swayed in the air. Black thorns keep growing on top of those tree trunks. In an instant, about 10 wooden thorns have already formed and are rushing towards me, ready to compete with me in firepower. I pointed my finger forward, and immediately 13 flying blades shot out. In the air, the flying blade and wooden spike collide continuously. My mental strength is several times that of the other party. The result of such resistance is clear at a glance. The old face of the wooden boss became even more gloomy. With its low intelligence, it is difficult to understand why a level 3 boss cannot defeat a level 2 awakened being. Just as the wooden boss was about to continue condensing wooden spikes to attack me, I didn't give it a chance. The flying blade twirled in the air and turned around, stabbing back towards the core of the wooden dummy. It seems like I can sense Luzai's intention. The wooden boss let out a wild roar, and the flying blade whistled towards. The wooden figure switched to close combat form, and the ends of more than 10 branches grew dry claws. They fiercely grabbed towards the knives in the air, thinking of intercepting it. You're overthinking it. I saw the actions of the wooden dummy boss. Not only did I sigh, but also realized that the opponent's mental strength was completely overwhelmed by myself. What can they use to catch me? Sure enough, the result is as I expected. Those withered claws were snapped off directly. The flying blade directly strikes the trunk of the wooden boss. Hit the wooden dummy boss. Cause 603 actual damage. Wooden boss's health points 603. Between the flashing of the sword, the wooden boss's arms began to weakly droop as it danced. Its face twisted. Its eyes became dull and lifeless. Ding! Successfully killed the wooden dummy boss. Gain experience points 10%. Success attribute infusion. Gain spirit plus 5. Gain plus 1 basic survival point income. Your survival point earnings have changed. Current earnings, 2 survival points per minute. Obtain level 5 purple equipment. Greenwood bracelet *1. Another purple equipment? I carefully put it into the system space. Currently, I am only at level 2 and cannot wear it yet. However, I understand in my heart that with the current upgrade speed, reaching level 5 is not a big deal. The thing that makes me the happiest is still the basic income plus 1 obtained after killing the boss. This means that starting now, my hourly survival point income has increased to 120 points, doubling directly. Took a glance at the awakening device and saw my kill score ranking, 118th. To stand out so quickly, it's still early. I added the 80 survival points accumulated in the system to the mental power again. Currently, I am leveling up. So naturally, the higher the spiritual power, the better. Current mental power, 891 plus 50. Mental power is about to exceed 1000. This speed is really exciting. My current plan is to always maintain overlevel monster killing. If you happen to encounter the boss, then you'll strike it rich. Give me a basic survival point plus 1. Blood money. Brother, run quickly, don't just stand there. Ahead. A 3-person team runs desperately, willing to sacrifice their lives. I have no reaction when I see it. One of the support members in the team with healing abilities increased the volume. Classmate, run quickly. The Treant is rampaging. I don't know who killed their leader. It's really infuriating. I nodded and thanked the 3 people. After all, they were also well-intentioned. Thank you for the reminder. You go first. That assistant team member became anxious and wanted to persuade again, but he was stopped by their captain. The captain gave a look. The assistant only saw the blue radiance on Lu Zai's body, and 13 flying blades advancing in front of the steps underfoot. Oh my goodness, this is extraordinary, but he's only at level 2. The assistant team member covers their mouth. Ding, you have successfully amazed 3 passers-by. Obtain 18 survival points. There is such a good thing. Almost forgot. Showing off also has its benefits. They 3 have already forgotten to escape and instead stood still, watching Lu Zai step by step towards the front. Lu Ziyue leaped down from the flying blade. A handsome 3-piece suit landed, and 15 tree people rushed over, babbling. Dozens of wooden thorns came whistling like a rain of bullets. At the same time, Lu Zai landed. Move your finger forward a little bit. Zoom, zoom, zoom. 13 flying blades are consecutively sacrificed, as if shuttles flying through the air. The sound of wood being cut by sharp blades resounds one after another. The 3-person team widened their eyes when they saw the scene. They don't understand. First they saw a level 2 extraordinary, then this extraordinary person needs to fight alone against 15 level 2 tree people. The captain suddenly realized. He shook his head and smiled. No wonder he doesn't run, because that wooden boss is the one he killed. Ding, you have given 3 passers-by a little shock. Survival points plus 24. In the future, give others a little more surprise. Isn't this beneficial for him? I manipulate the flying blade and engage in a battle with the wooden man. The entire battlefield is filled with flashing blades and shining swords. The flying blade that shuttles back and forth emits a piercing sound of breaking wind. Every time he strikes, he takes the life of a wooden man. You successfully killed 15 wooden dummies. Obtain experience points 30%. Current experience progress LV2, 68%. You have successfully infused the attribute 6 times. Obtain spirit plus 12. Strength plus 2. Agility plus 2. Physical constitution plus 4. I headed towards the level 4 area amidst the astonishment of 3 passers-by. At this moment, Director Lee from the Coastal City War College also arrived at the training camp. He asked his assistant to tally up. How many seats do students from the Coastal War College occupy in the current ranking? The person in charge of the training camp and Director Lee are also old acquaintances. They started chatting. Old Lee, I heard that your war college is going to evaluate excellence. No wonder the frequency of people coming for trials has increased so much this year. Director Lee smiled slightly. Yes, my son is also honing his skills inside. Hope that the War College will make some breakthroughs this year. I heard that the nobleman has a rare talent for manipulating metals. The future looks promising. Director Lin, you are too kind. I wonder how the results turned out. Director Lee, among the top 100, there are a total of 11 people in our college. Li Fan is ranked 48th. Upon hearing the assistant's report, Li Meng nodded in satisfaction. Director, I'm sorry, I made a mistake in the count. It should be 10 people. The assistant frowned. The complexion looks a bit unpleasant, because he found out that Lu Zai, who was ranked 88th, had already been expelled. What's the situation? Li Meng took the list and carefully examined it, greatly shocked. What does he rely on? You keep a close eye on the changes in his ranking. There must be a problem. Director Lee absolutely cannot tolerate someone he fired actually standing out. I am about to start searching for monsters in level 4 area when I received a system prompt. You have caused Director G's great dissatisfaction and shock. Survival point plus 50. I fuck. People sit at home, while their reputation comes from heaven. What's going on? Definitely the school checked the training camp. I discovered that I am on the leaderboard. Director Lee, please continue to keep up. There are still big surprises ahead. When I was pondering, 2 level 4 fire eyes appeared in front of me. I don't know how much experience a level 2 awakened person can gain by killing a level 4 monster. I can't wait any longer. The Flying Blade 13 has already killed its way out. Fire Eye, level 4. Life points, 2200. Physical condition, 220. Mental, 250. Strength, 50. Agile, 82. Talent LV2, Flame. 2 fire pupils saw the flying blade in the sky. Without hesitation, they spewed out flames from their vertical pupils. 2 flames swept across the battlefield like lasers. They intertwined with each other, leaving almost no blind spots. Lu Zai encountered a skill with such immense power for the first time. The body spins in the air, avoided the attack of one of the flames. However, the body was still struck by another flame. The raging flames, mixed with scorching heat waves, blasted me away 7 to 8 meters. You have been attacked. Health points, 375. Fortunately, I have meat. Now the opponent is in skill cooldown. which is the best time to attack. The flying blade is like 13 streams of light piercing towards the fire eyes, and while Fire Eye no longer has any skills, it still possesses a regular attack method. Their regular attack is to shoot small fireballs from their vertical pupils, cause 100% mental damage. In an instant, several fireballs appeared in the sky and began intercepting the flying blades. Boom! The flying blade pierces through the fireball. The fireball burst in the air, turning into a brilliant shower of sparks falling to the ground. And the flying blade was also roasted until it turned bright red, piercing through the vertical pupil in the next moment. 13 blades fly through the body one after another. 2 fire-eyed ones ran in circles in place. Then they collided and exploded with a bang. Ding! Congratulations on killing Fire Pupil *2. Gaining 8% progress in experience value. 1 attribute infusion. And gaining spirit +4. Ding! Your understanding of the talent metal manipulation is further advanced. Proficiency +3. Current proficiency LV2, 3/500. Holy shit! This proficiency is too hard to obtain, isn't it? Luzino had been killing monsters since he entered this place, but gaining the talent's comprehension to increase his proficiency had only happened 2 times, adding a total of 5 points of proficiency. If there were no survival points, Luzino really didn't know how long it would take for the talent to rise to level 3 at this rate. Moreover, this was only if he was extremely efficient at killing monsters and using his talent with great frequency. Wouldn't an ordinary person be even slower? Luzai glanced at his survival points. Good lord! Another 110 plus points. There were 50 points that were a friendly gift from Directorly, and the rest were natural growth. And now at 2 points/minute. It's a lot faster than it was. With only 500 points, my metal manipulation can be leveled up to 3. Lu Ziyi was secretly happy in his heart and headed deeper into the level 4 area. After consecutively killing a few fire pupils, Luzai managed to attribute imbue his body 3 times while leveling up to level 3. A warm yet solid power filled his body. Ding! Congratulations on raising your level to LV3, 2%, physique +10, spirit +10, strength +10, agility +10, and free attribute +10. It's fine. It's fine. Luzino allocated free attribute points over spirit, and with a rough calculation, his total body attributes had actually reached 1240 plus? This speed of getting stronger was exactly 666 knowing that when the attribute value reached 10,000, one could advance to the Juggernaut realm. While the Sovereign Realm was the passport to enter the external dangerous world, the Sovereign Realm Awakened was already the sign of a strong person in this world, and was able to participate in more and more affairs. Boom! While Luzino's thoughts were fluttering, a forest ahead was completely engulfed by flames. In the woods, an Awakened was lifted off by the heat wave. His entire body was blown away by more than 20 meters, and with a bang, he collapsed in front of Luzai, spitting out blood and grimacing in pain. Friend, what happened? Luzino asked curiously. Level 4 boss. The Eye of the Void has appeared. 5, 6 squads are hunting it ahead. If we don't kill it, none of us will be able to upgrade in peace. The person who fell on the ground explained the situation and was about to get up when he was pressed back by Luzino. Rest well. I'm going to Kong Kong. Luzino rushed into the smoke-filled sea of fire in a puff of smoke. His heart was even more incomparably nervous. You guys mustn't kill it. Let go of that boss. Let me do it. Just kidding. The temptation of +1 base survival point. No one can resist. Fix this one. My base gain will become 3 survival points/minute. Ha ha ha. Luzino's feet generated wind, and the 13 wind blades surrounded his body, like a phantom rushing in. Coming to the front of the formation, Luzino saw a thrilling scene. A dozen Awakened were surrounding a huge big-eyed monster. This big-eye monster was different from the fire pupil. It even had legs left. It was a huge eye that hovered in the air, could fly in the air, and reached a diameter of 3 meters. Eye of the Void level 4 boss. Life value, 5200. Physique, 520, 53%. Spirit, 400. Strength, 150. Agility, 182. Talent LV3, Fiery Flame, within a range of 30 plus 5. 2 meters. You can destroy your opponents by firing raging flames from your vertical pupils, dealing 500% mental damage with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Good lord. Level 3 Flaming Flame? The cooldown was also lowered to 8 seconds, and the increase of this skill actually reached 500%. In other words, 400 points of spiritual power from the Eye of the Void could deal 2000 points of damage. Of course this didn't take into account the Awakened's damage reduction. Luzino instantly wondered how these mediocre level 4 Awakened ones were able to resist its damage. As he said this, Luzino had just forgotten that he was only level 3. As he spoke, a pillar of blazing fire swept across the battlefield, and Luzai hastily jumped back and out of the range of the attack. At the front of the battlefield, a level 4 awakened gave an explosive cry, and a dozen or so white threads of nothingness spread out from his body, linking up all the front row awakened present. This person seemed to be a member of another academy by the look of his costume. Could this talent be the rumored Equilibrium? Talent Sequence 9, Equilibrium LV2. Equilibrium LV2 can unleash up to 20 plus 1 energy bonds to connect to friendly units. The connected friend gains an additional 12 plus 1% damage reduction, calculated twice separately from the original damage reduction, and the damage they take is shared equally. Cooldown 360 seconds. Skill lasts 120 seconds. No wonder they dared to fight a level 4 boss. So they had such an excellent support type talent. This talent was simply a divine skill for group battles, allowing everyone in the link to enjoy an additional 13% damage reduction at the same time, as well as equalizing the damage taken by this team. The benefit of this was that attrition wouldn't occur easily, keeping the Legion's fighting strength until the end. Luzino saw the flames sweeping across the group, and the group remained standing, the damage from the Eye of the Void being equalized again after 2 damage reductions. The awakened who were linked by the Nexus were all holding on, and at this moment, the group was in a frenzy, worthy of being a top 10 ranked talent sequence. Bullish, Luzino knew that he couldn't wait any longer. There was no chance that this group of people could really swarm and kill this big eye. With a thought, the flying blade had already hummed, and 1000s of mental power instantly erupted, blasting away at the most furious speed. Let me come and relieve everyone, Lu Zai thought in his heart. The 13 flying blades were like 13 cruise missiles, and after continuously evading dozens of fireballs from the big-eyed monster in the air, they drove in. What's that? An awakened exclaimed. He had never seen an attack with such a furious speed. It's a transcendent powerhouse. Someone even spotted the long blue shimmering light trailing behind the flying blade. With these dozen awakened in front to hold them back, Luzino's attack was like a fish out of water, facing the big eyes monster proper straight on. Just when Lu Zai's flying blade was about to pierce into the giant pupil, the big-eyed monster let out a hiss. Newbie. The ear-piercing sound was deafening, like a demon hissing. Its body also trembled, and a pillar of fire with unrivaled power erupted, wrapping the 13 flying blades in it, sharply reducing its speed. Although the big-eyed monster only had 400 mental power, when the cooldown time of this forcing talent arrived, its power increased by as much as 500%, so it was reasonable to be able to face off against Luzino's flying blades. Luzino once again focused his mind to maintain the flying blades attack, while he thought of the ultimate use of flying blade 13 Supanishad. That was the 13 flying blades returning to 1. After the 13 flying blades merged together, they exploded with the total damage of the 13 flying blades, and at the same time, due to the fact that the kinetic energy of the flying blades was even stronger after merging together, they were even more effective against a single target. Previously, Luzino did not use it because his spiritual power could not reach this level. Moreover, with this type of manipulation, it wasn't like, if you change a 50 flying blade to it, is it 50 times more powerful? The first sentence of the metal manipulation talent is, manipulate the energy that corresponds to the spiritual power. The first statement of the metal manipulation talent is, to manipulate the energy of the corresponding spiritual power. Luzino can indeed use his spiritual power to lift metal objects over 100 kilograms, thousands of times heavier than the 13 flying blades, but that doesn't mean he can exert a power thousands of times more powerful than the flying blades, and just lifting them up doesn't mean that they'll do any damage. Lu Zai's spiritual power at the moment gave him a feeling that he could just exert the power of the combined attack of the 13 flying blades. At the next moment, Lu Zai put his palms together, and the 13 flying blades in the sky synchronized with Lu Zai's movements began to gather, and the 13 20-centimeter long flying blades, like transformers, combined in the air to form a 3-foot-long sword. At this moment, Luzino was already drenched in sweat, and he used all of his strength to make the movement of pushing forward. Boom! The 3-foot-long sword went against the current, forcing, breaking through in the column of fire, speeding up, and speeding up again. The sharp blade touched the eyeball of the big eye monster, cut out a wound. The big eye monster was afraid, but the force made it impossible to get out. As long as it slightly retracted, lost the fire column-bound flying sword will be extremely violent speed to zap at a penetrating cold. Roar! Big eye monster angry hissing, as if to enhance the power of the fire column, blocking the tragedy. But it didn't have much use. In the eyes of the dozens of awakened people below who were horrified, the long sword pierced the giant pupil inch by inch, and then penetrated the body from the rear. Boom! The Eye of the Void then exploded, and a stream of crimson plasma sprayed the sky, like a scarlet blood rain spreading. After the long sword killed the Eye of the Void, it instantly split into 13 flying blades to return to Luzino's side, tightly encircling. Ding! You have successfully killed the Eye of the Void, gaining 10% experience value. Current experience value progress 13%. Base survival points gain +1. Current gain 3 survival points per point. Ding, you have successfully attribute infused your body. Mental strength +8. Ding, your operation has successfully shocked the crowd. Survival points +31, +28, +33, +28. A dozen or so messages of increased survival points came in a row, and Lu Zeno was excited. This group of people were much stronger, and after being shocked, the feedback of survival points was as high as around 30. In this wave alone, Lu Zeno had harvested 510 survival points, and with the previous inventory, it was already 680 points. Wouldn't it be that his level 3 metal manipulation was directly taken care of? Captain, is this considered robbing monsters? An awakened looked at the captain who had a balanced talent. The teenager shook his head. Not really. The crowd was shocked. Wasn't this a blatant monster snatching? Why doesn't it count? The teenager smiled. Because we can't beat him. It's called relief. The crowd took a deep breath and felt that the captain's words, TSK, were just philosophical. The teenager walked towards Lu Zeno and clasped his hands. Marina Gale Academy Jia Swen. Brother good hands. Thanks for relieving the siege. You hear, cultured people speak is good. Lu Zai looked at this Ziwan, courteous teenager in front of him and thought in his heart. Scattered man Lu Zai. Brother Jia overpraised. I'm really rude to strike like this. I have a reason to have to strike. Let's say I owe you a favor. Forgive me, Lu Zai frankly replied back. Jia Swen waved his hand. All but unconcerned. It's just a fey beast. Being able to know Brother Lu is the biggest gain. I hope that in the coming days I will have the opportunity to fight side by side with Brother Lu. We won't bother Brother Lu anymore. Both sides clasped each other's fists and then went their separate ways. Interesting people. Lu Zai didn't think much about it, so he continued on his way. At the same time, he opened his panel to check the various gains. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV3, 13%. Realm, Transcendent Realm. Life value, 3910. Physique, 341 plus 50, 51% damage reduction. Spirit, 939 plus 50. Strength, 135. Agility, 139, 1. 39% bludgeoning rate. Survival points, 685, growing. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV2, 3/500. Equipment, flying blade 13. System, raise metal manipulation to level LV3. Consuming 497 metal manipulation upgraded to LV3 level. Already done. Metal manipulation LV3, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 30 plus 9 meters, inflicting 130% plus 9% spiritual damage. No cooldown. Ding. Metal manipulation upgraded to LV3. Gain special attribute, armor breaking 10%. Ding. Armor breaking attribute can effectively reduce the opponent's physical damage reduction attribute, calculated as a direct deduction. For example, the opponent's physical damage reduction is 50%. Then the effect of your armor breaking 10% is to directly weaken the opponent's physical damage reduction value to 50 to 10% equals 40% damage reduction. Crap. A trait out of a level 3 talent? The attribute, armor breaking, was simple and crude, rather very useful and directly formed a combat force. However, Lu Zeno also considered one thing. The armor breaking trait was given by metal manipulation. Is it true that this armor-breaking attribute won't be available when I use other means of attack? After all, I will definitely have other talents in the future. I asked if I didn't understand, and the system quickly gave an answer. Although the armor-breaking attribute is granted by metal manipulation, this attribute is the host's passive attribute, and works in all battles, all attack methods. Even if the host uses normal attacks, it is still in effect. That's a relief. Lu Zai was delighted in his heart. There were still 180 attribute points. Lu Zai directly had spirit plus 100, physique plus 80, and now he was meaty as hell while still doing high damage. At this moment, Lu Zai had only been in the trial camp for 3 hours. Lu Zai had a lot of time to upgrade and rush to the top of the list. The battle just now allowed Lu Zai to force the 13 flying blades to merge, consuming 3 layers of his spiritual power. Lu Zai was not in a hurry to continue to seek monsters, but sat down to meditate to recover to full state. On the road to invincibility, stability first. Maintaining a full state at all times was a necessary quality for a protagonist. If with the increase in mental power just now, Lu Zeno felt that his current self would probably consume only 20% of his mental power if he used that move again just now, and the process would definitely be more silky smooth. Binhai City War College. Dean Lin Wu called in Li Mang, opened the screen to Storm, and directly inquired, "You just went to the trial camp? Tell us about the current situation." Li Mang. This? How the hell can this be? In the face of Dean Lin's inquiry, Li Mang's chrysanthemums tightened, but he didn't dare to withhold information. Thus, he could only hand over the current real-time updated list of the top 100 of the trial camp with a tablet computer. Dean Lin checked them one by one and couldn't help but smile and nod every time he saw someone from his own academy listed among them, while Li Mang prayed that Dean Lin would never find the 3 words Luzino. Not bad, not bad. This year's grades have improved. The hope of evaluating excellence is greater. Luzino, 31 ST place? Dean Lin lengthened his tone. His tone was a bit surprised, with a hint of huffing. What? Impossible. Just now when I saw it was only 71st place. How is it? Li Mang is also doubly surprised. How is it so outrageous? Ding! You have successfully shocked Li Mang and Lin Wu, and have gained 68 survival points. In the trial camp level 5 area has risen to level 4 more than half of Lu's eye. All body spirit revitalization. Crap. What is the situation? And this side of the office had completely exploded. Dean Lin slapped the table. Li Mang, look at what you've done. Do you know how much the War Academy needs such a superior student this year? You actually dismissed him. Didn't you say that you have a unique vision? Didn't you say that Luzino couldn't make any waves? Then explain to me how he killed his way to 31st place with the talent of metal manipulation? Lin Wu was very agitated. The Academy's merit assessment was already very reluctant. Maybe one more merit student would affect the result. But as a result, this Li Mang even expelled a top student who ranked 31st in the trial camp? You have to know that the best result of the Academy's trial camp right now is only ranked 29th in 24 hours. So Lu Zai is already the top existence among the Academy's graduates. Just as Lin Wu was slapping the table and cursing, the assistant at the side gulped. Dean. Correction. Lu Zai is already ranked 29 and has just refreshed. Broke the Academy's best record. Lin Wu and Li Mang looked at the tablet at the same time. Both of their eyes were about to fall off. It's quite literally 29th place. In just a moment, it directly climbed 2 places? 24 hours of trial camp time is still early? By then, this kid will not be ranked in the first few to go? This student is really like his name, Lu Zai. This road can be really fucking wild. Li Mang saw Lu Zai's name behind the ranking is written 29. Feel breathing is difficult. How can this be possible? He just randomly expelled a student. How to become so evil? I hadn't seen how awesome this person was before. Dean Lin? I don't know what's going on. How did he suddenly become so powerful? Li Mang stammered, not knowing how to explain. Dean Lin tapped the tablet and pointed to the ranking on the computer and seriously said, if Lu Zai enters the top 10, you immediately get out of my way. I have to fire you. Li Mang was shocked. Why do you want to fire me, Dean Lin? At most I am just derelict in my work. It's not so bad that I'll be fired. I've been working in the War Academy for more than 10 years. Li Mang didn't understand why Dean Lin was usually quite protective of himself. Why did he change his face this time? Lin Wu looked at Li Mang with a look of hatred. The top 10 of every trial camp activity. Their information will be lifted by the Marina Awakening Authority, and they will be given quite favorable enlistment conditions. So guess when the time comes for people to find out that a top 10 seedling was expelled? Then will I, the dean, be held accountable? So, you fired me first, so you can dump the blame on me at that time? Li Mang came to a sudden realization. Get out. Lin Wu was already too lazy to say one more word to him. Not enough to make things happen, but he felt that he also had a problem. For the sake of a tiny bit of favor, letting Li Mang expel a student at will. Li Mang, who had exited the door of the dean's office, went straight back to his personal office. The door of his room closed tightly, his eyes staring at the refreshing of the rankings, hoping that the next time he saw Lu Zai's name, it wouldn't be a rise, but a fall. Finally, he waited for the leaderboard to refresh again. On tenterhooks he no longer dared to look at the list directly. He covered the leaderboard with his hand and unveiled the list names bit by bit, like the way Lu Zai checked his test scores before he crossed over. 27th place, Wang Battle. 26th place, Li Kuan. 25th place, Chen Xiaojiang. 24th place, Wu Yong. After looking at several names in a row without Luzino, Li Mang's hanging heart finally fell. Fortunately, this kid didn't continue to raise his ranking. As long as he doesn't reach the top 10, he won't be noticed by the authority and I won't be expelled. A relieved Li Mang moved his hands away, and the next moment, he saw a breathtaking image. No. 22, Lu Zai. F***CK, up 5 places in one go? Li Mang's heart pounded and he felt like the world had dimmed. It didn't matter if he was expelled at that time. The top would definitely investigate why such an outstanding student would be expelled. Then he wouldn't be able to hide his own false publicity. Right. There is also Lu Ru teacher because Lu Zino also left the job. By then will not be counted together on their own head. Maybe to wear a forced away colleague's hat. This damn will be arrested. Because this world, persecution of the future of the awakened is a felony. Lu Zeno achievements the greater their own crime. Please, don't fucking rise, Li Mang desperately begged in his heart. Phew, level 5 now. Ha ha ha. Lu Zeno, who had arrived at the level 6 area, was in a soothing mood as he heard the system's beep. In the last 2 hours, he had harvested 361 basic survival points, shocking others to gain 149 points, plus killing 67 monsters over the level. He had gained 23 attribute infusions, spirit plus 105, strength plus 11, physique plus 21, agility plus 13, metal manipulation proficiency gained plus 3 once. Metal manipulation LV3, March 2000. Lu Zeno didn't hesitate to increase another 510 survival points to spirit power, and his current spirit power had come to an exaggerated 756. This meant that Lu Zeno's metal manipulation distance came to 30 plus 17, 5 meters, and the bonus of the talent skill was as high as 130 plus 17, 5%. With this kind of mental strength, Lu Zeno's damage from a single shot of flying blade came to 1756 by 147. 5% equals 2590. Not daring to say it was invincible, but below level 15, it was as terrifying as it was. This is simply not the spiritual power that a level 5 awakened should have. Not to mention Binhai City. It is estimated that there is no level 5 awakened in the whole world that is as terrifying as this. In an instant, Lu Zai felt his mind leaping like a wave. The mysterious area in his mind became more and more vast, and his spiritual power became even more profound and solid. Unfortunately, Lu Zai never encountered any more bosses. Originally, he had been fighting monsters at a higher level, with the aim of preferably bumping into bosses of a higher level than his own, in which case he would be able to make the base gain rise again. Unfortunately, the trial area is under human control. The beasts are already difficult to naturally produce bosses. If in the wild, there will be a specialized team to hunt and kill the beast bosses in each area. Although the risk is high, but the gain is also high. This was because the chances of the bosses of each level and region dropping special props and equipment were much higher than ordinary fey beasts. When I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely go and hunt more bosses, Lu Zai thought to himself. While thinking about his future, Lu Zai stepped into the level 6 area. Not long after entering, he saw an old acquaintance. The other party was a 3-man squad that had also spotted him, and the captain was none other than Li Fan. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Lu Zeno for the first time. Lu Zeno, it's you? How did you appear in the trial camp level 6 area? Are you alone? Captain, look at his feet. Li Fan's teammates were even more surprised to find out that this person was walking in a really strange posture, almost like a ghost panning. As a result, when he fixed his eyes, he actually stepped on the flying blades under his feet and walked forward in sequence, stepping on one blade at a time, while the flying blades were very obediently opening the way for him. Such a bizarre operation, their captain Li Fan was never able to do, although the same metal manipulation. Captain, he's in the Transcendent realm, another team member, on the other hand, noticed a blue glow flickering on Lu Zeno's flying blade, and his eyes glared like bronze bells. Ding, you have successfully shocked 3 people and gained survival points 47. In the face of Li Fan's question, Lu Zai didn't even bother to answer and walked forward on his own. Li Fan lowered his head so low that he could only see his toes, embarrassed as hell. He had just been bragging with his teammates about how awesome he was and using Lu Zai as a negative example, but now it seemed that he was just like a fucking clown. The clown is actually myself? Right at this moment, 2 level 6 stone men peeled out of the cliff wall. They usually attached themselves to the rocks, completely blending in with the environment. It was hard to notice them. Stone men were a type of rock life that moved slowly and did not have high attack power, but possessed a strong defensive talent. If this kind of creature were to be killed by Li Fan's squad, the 3 of them would have to grind for at least 10 minutes. Seeing the staggering stone men running towards them, Li Fan immediately took a battle stance. Prepare for battle. Stone man, level 6. Life value, 5000. Physique, 500, 55% damage reduction. Spirit, 80. Strength, 150. Agility, 30. Talent LV2, Stone Armor. Petrified Skin gives the stoneman 12% secondary damage absorption as well as 12% damage rebound. Talent LV2, Stone Bomb. The stoneman's body can constantly proliferate stone balls as a weapon, and the woodman can throw them to deal 20 plus 1. 5% physical damage within a range of 20 plus 1. 5 meters. The good guy has 55% damage reduction on his own, and a talent that gives him 12% secondary damage absorption and damage rebound. Many talents possess secondary effects, such as the secondary damage absorption, meaning that after calculating the physical damage reduction, the remaining damage is cut by 12% again. For example, if a stoner suffers 100 points of attack, first of all, the 100 points of damage will be reduced by 55 points by the Constitution, leaving 45 points of damage. The 45 points of damage are again absorbed by 12%, which means that 4 points are absorbed, leaving 6 points, which is the final damage that the stone man takes, and it bounced back with 4 damage. The damage really wasn't high, but this pussy was really needy. Just when Li Fan and the others were ready to fight, Li Fan suddenly realized that the stone man was running towards Lu Zino. Just at this time, Li Fan's awakening instrument sent a string of voice messages from his dad. Voice message 60 seconds. A total of several. Li Fan look head big. He hates this kind of send long voice. Change into the usual, he will start to curse. Unable to help as his own old man's, or a line to listen to. Afterwards, he got a shocking news. As long as Lu Zai entered the top 10, their family would be finished. And what his father meant was for Li Fan to make things difficult for Lu Zino at the trial camp, preferably to stop him. In another situation just now, when Li Fan received such a message, he would never dare to make a wrong move. But now, a stone man with 5,000 lives and extremely strong defense was besieging Lu Zino, which was equal to having an extra super strong front row of his own, right? Li Fan suddenly felt that the sky had cleared up, the rain had stopped. Maybe he would be able to do it? He whispered to his teammates on his left and right, "Help me sneak attack Lu Zino. Let's take him down in one fell swoop." The two teammates were shocked and quickly waved their hands. No. We are at least classmates, and we have no grudges against him. Why sneak attack people? The two are not stupid, although you are the captain, but it is only a temporary practice team, and it is not a battle squad within any organization, and we have brains, to get on you. Seeing the two rejecting themselves, Li Fan was enraged, but there was nothing he could do about it. Scram, don't let me see you guys in the future. Sorry, brother Fan, we can't do it. Take care of yourself then. The two of them backed up and left the place of wrongdoing, hiding in the distance to peek at the situation here. They were also curious as to whether or not Li Fan could take down Lu Zai, and they didn't understand why Li Fan had to lay hands on his classmates. In the trial camp it was not allowed to kill people, but it didn't stop normal sparring and grabbing monsters. Li Fan was thinking the same thing. I just need to make Lu Zino get injured and not be able to have a normal trial today. That way my old man won't get expelled, and my own treatment as a special honor student can be preserved. Evil to the core, Li Fan's spiritual energy had begun to coalesce, and a long spear was suspended in the air. This lance was specially made. Only the head of the lance was metal and the handle was the lightest wood, so Li Fan could use his limited spiritual power to make the lance show some attack power. On the other side, Lu Zino was circling with the two stone men. A stone ball was thrown by the stone men, and Lu Zino commanded his flying blade to break through several stone balls in a row. With more than 1700 spiritual power, Lu Zino's control of the flying blades was more fluid, and the frequency of attacks was greatly increased. After some of the flying blades broke through the stone balls, there was hardly any pause and they flew directly towards the stone man in the shortest path. Boom! The sharp flying blades pierced the stone armor of the stone man, lifting up a sky of stone chips. Ow! The stone men that were hit staggered back and looked at Lu Zino with horrified eyes. Their limited intelligence could hardly believe that the teenager in front of them was attacking so furiously. Ding! Hits target. Deals 1253 damage. Stoneman life value minus 1253. Ding! You suffer a damage bounce of 82 points of damage. Lu Zino now possessed 756 points of spiritual power, and the increase in metal manipulation talent had now reached 130 plus 17. 5%, bringing the total damage to 590. The actual damage taken by the stone man after the two damage reductions ended up being 1253. Here, it was thanks to Lu Zino's talent being upgraded to level 3. He had 10% armor break, which reduced the stoneman's body damage reduction from 55% to 45%. Otherwise the actual damage would have been even lower. And Lu Zino suffered 170 points of damage rebound at the same time. And after being reduced by his own constitution, he actually suffered 82 points of damage. Not bad, Lu Zino pondered in his heart when he saw the battle report in the system. This damage value was more ideal than he had imagined, and he had thought how hard this stone man was. With 253 points of actual damage, it would only take 4 hits from his own flying blade to hiccup. It was more than enough to deal with 2 heads by himself. The flying blade once again roamed the battlefield, and after making sure that those stone balls attacking Lu Zino were intercepted, it launched its most biting offense towards the stone man. A different perception came from more than 20 meters behind Lu Zino. The gold content of 756 points of spiritual power instantly manifested itself. Lu Zino now possessed an extremely sensitive perception of the metal within 30 plus 17, 5 meters around him. To put it in layman's terms, He was definitely at the expert level when he stopped fighting now and went to work for a mineral exploration company. Just a moment ago, he sensed that 20 meters away, there were metal objects moving rapidly towards him, and in that direction, if he remembered correctly, there was only one person, Li Fan. Ha, you're playing dead. Lu Zai was upset in his heart and his violent temper was instantly ignited. Li Fan saw that the two angry stone men instantly inspired their maximum energy. A dozen or so stones exploded. The sound of breaking wind was like the cries of ghosts and wolves. Li Fan saw this opportunity, and he thought that Lu Zino was absolutely incapable of resisting the additional attack. Die! Li Fan was ruthless in his heart as his long spear broke through the air. The spot where he launched his attack was only about 21 meters away from Lu Zino, and he was completely unable to comprehend how much of a gap there was between 1700 more spiritual power in this field of metal manipulation and him. The long spear was aimed at Lu Zino's back heart position. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meters. A shocking scene occurred. The lance hovered in Lu Zino's back, hovering as if time and space had stood still. Li Fan was horrified in his heart. This, and Lu Zino was fighting the stone man. How could this happen? In the next moment, Lu Zino slowly turned around and sneered at Li Fan. It's not fatal that you underestimated me. What's fatal is that you overestimated yourself at the same time. Lu Zai drew a small circle in the air with one finger, and Li Fan's long spear immediately followed this gesture and reversed its direction. In the next scene, the spear came out like a dragon. Its momentum was like a rainbow, and it went straight at Li Fan. Boom! The lance issued a detonation in the air, piercing Li Fan through his chest at supersonic speed. For the first time, the trial camp had made a scene. Lu Zino struck down Li Fan and honestly really panicked. As a traveler, the first day he had such a raging power, he had no cognizance of such power at all. He was just trying to counterattack at that time. He didn't expect the opposite side to be directly killed in seconds, and he was more or less uncomfortable with his first kill. It is not that I am cruel, it is that you are really too hot chicken you damn well resist Lu Ziyi complained in his heart. Lu Zai didn't have a clue about the mess in front of him. Even the fact that he had just eliminated 2 stone men and gained 1 infusion and 4% experience didn't make him happy. But a movement 30 meters away caught his attention. 2 people were preparing to quietly leave the scene. Stop! As Lu Zino's words fell, 2 flying blades came after him. Just kidding. Flying blades were supersonic. It was normal for them to arrive before the sound. The 2 people were none other than Li Fan's teammates. Seeing the flying blades hanging in front of their eyebrows, they were so scared that they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Lu, we didn't see anything. We didn't see you kill Li Fan. Don't silence him. Yes, we were not involved. Lu Zai was speechless in his heart. Lying doesn't even have any gold. Silence is impossible. If you say that you kill Li Fan, still have a reason. A little bit of self-defense. But kill these 2 people cannot be justified. And killed Li Fan, this matter cannot be hidden. Every awakened person has awakening instrument. There are vital signs detection function. Wearer death. Almost all his contacts will receive information. Lu Zai only hoped that he would face the scrutiny from above with a little more cards. I won't kill you. I only hope that after you go out, you can take the initiative to report what happened here to the trial camp management truthfully. That's enough. The 2 men were like amnesties. Don't worry, brother Lu. We saw clearly what happened today. Li Fan provoked first, sneak attacked later, invited us to join. After we refused, he still didn't die. I believe that the awakened administrations won't wrongly accuse a good person. Moreover, brother Lu, your power is far above Li Fan, which is even more the most important bargaining chip. Yes, brother Lu, and his father expelled you, targeting you. This matter we are also aware of. You are the victim. At first glance is an honest person, afraid of school violence kind of thing. Today out of the blue, completely compelled. Crap, excuses are all damn good for me. Lu Zai felt that his lines had been robbed by the duo. Fear of school violence is okay? Full marks. From the duo's conversation, Lu Zai realized a new thought. The stronger he is now, the smaller his responsibility will be, and the fairer the authority will be in dealing with this matter. The more they will attach importance to their existence. Thinking of this, Lu Zai directly plunged headlong into the level 7 area. People are ruthless, killing monsters to take the blame. Right at this moment, a message that shocked him personally came. Ding! Li Fan's death has caused a great shock to Li Mang in the depths of his psyche. Shocked and angry. Survival points plus 188. Lu Zino. This? How presumptuous is this? Lu Zai also had a clearer plan for the use of survival points now. Upgrading a level 3 talent to level 4 requires 2000 survival points, which Lu Zai demonstrated not to consider first. Currently, he needed to upgrade his 3-dimensional attributes to a more powerful dimension, and it was said that when the total attributes were raised to 10,000, he would be able to advance to the Dominator realm. 10,000 attribute points strength was also made into 10,000 combat power in the outside world. Of course, this standard for evaluating combat power was only worth the basic attributes, and was not accurate, as combat experience and talent sequence level would also affect combat power. And the Mastery Realm was a pass to enter the alienated world outside of the city and a standard for the strong. So Lu Xino planned to break through 10,000 combat power first. When his basic survival point gain increased in the future, then he would consider raising his talent level. Currently level 3 metal manipulation was already very sufficient. Knowing that many Juggernaut level powerhouses' talents were only at level 3, there were several types of alien beasts in the level 7 area, and one of the toughest was called the Altered Wing. A flying alien beast. The shape was similar to a vulture, but all the feathers were as sharp blades, and could constantly breed feathers to attack targets from the sky. Fast and accurate. New. A hissing sound in the sky. 7 alienated wings formed a human formation. Just like a bomber formation swept through the air. The leader was a boss, and each of its left and right flanks were accompanied by 3 alienated wings. A luxurious lineup. The alienated wings had excellent eyesight and quickly spotted the weak human on the ground. In the next moment, under the order of the leader, the wings were ready to shoot towards the ground. A rain of arrows flew across the sky, covering the sky. There were as many as 200 of them. Lu Xino looked up in ecstasy. Crap, boss. Glancing at the system's survival points. 318 points. System, add 118 points to physique. 200 points to spirit. Prepare for battle. At the same time, Lu Xino also pulled out the greenwood bracelet in the system space. He was already level 5 and could wear it. He almost forgot about it. Greenwood bracelet, level 5 purple. Physique plus 50. Spirit plus 50. Characteristics, plus 5% damage. This bracelet was also considered to be a superb piece of equipment, with all the attributes that one needed. At the same time, the feedback from the system's adding points echoed. Adding points completed. Current physique, 580 plus 100, 54% damage reduction. Current spirit, 1911 plus 100. Bullish. Spirit power had broken through the 2000 mark. Facing the hundreds of feathered flying vectors in the sky, Lu Zai waved his hands and the 13 flying blades were like a stream of light lined up to charge forward. Dots of starbursts instantly exploded in the sky, accompanied by the collision sound of gold and iron intertwining. The feathers were cut and severed in turn, and the sky was dotted with starbursts, glittering under the setting sun. Lu Xino's 13 flying blades had unexpectedly resisted the attack of more than 200 feathered flying vectors in the sky. This was the power of 2000 spiritual power, giving Lu Ziyi a powerful control. The efficiency of the attack was greatly increased. Lu Ziyi released flying blades and even a few of them knocked down dozens of flying feathers. The energy level between the two was no longer on the same level. At the same time, Lu Xino looked at the attributes of the level 7 leader to gain insight into its weaknesses. Wings of Alienation, level 7 boss. Life value, 7,000. Physique, 700, 55% damage reduction. Mental power, 100. Strength, 700. Agility, 300. Talent LV3, roaming feather, can condense 30 plus 7 flying feathers at a time, each dealing equal damage to its own body strength attribute, attacking all targets within a range of 300 plus 7 meters. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Good lord. This skill was comparable to a bomber, with a long distance, covering 300 meters at level 3, although the natural skill had no bonus to damage, dealing damage equal to one's own strength attribute. But the number of feathers created by this skill is horrible. Once is 30 plus 7 pieces, equal to amplify their own attack power by 37 times. If all 37 hit the target, it could cause 700 by 37 total damage. Terrifying to the extreme. What kind of concept is this? This natural skill was envied even by Lu Xino. However, this skill also had its drawbacks. Even if it was already level 3, the cooldown time was at 60 seconds. Next to the 6 normal alienated wings, the talent skill level was level 2 and the cooldown was 90 seconds. After this wave of attacks was neutralized by Lu Xino, these alienated wings could only launch normal attacks during the cooldown period, which meant launching one flying feather at a time. The time to counterattack had arrived. At the trial camp management office, Li Fan's 2 former teammates were reporting everything they had just seen one by one, and sitting next to them were people from the Awakened One administration, as well as the victim's family member, Li Mang, and even Lin Wu, who had arrived in person. This matter, there had to be a result. Inside the office of the trial camp administration, Li Mang denounced Lu Xino's brutality, heartlessness, and heinous crimes. Dean, leaders of the administration, this is not a trivial matter. If such a brutal person is not punished, Who will dare to come to the trial in the future? This is our Dragon Kingdom's trial camp, not a killing field. It must be severely punished as a warning to others. Li Mang was very agitated. You guys back off first. Hong Yu, a certain head of the authority, waved his hand at the two witnesses. He was a Dominator-level powerhouse. Originally, Hong Yu was in command of an extremely strong squad conquering the alienated land, but on this mission, he was sneak attacked by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, losing one of his teammates who was the main attacker, and himself and his other teammates were injured, resulting in heavy losses. Therefore, the above sent him to the trial camp to select a few reserve talents into the training base, to be grown up later can be added to the expeditionary force. This is every year the authority has to do things. Digging reserve talents. Originally, this kind of small matter is not Hong Yu's turn to do, but who let his squad suffered a serious injury, and his own injury, the above let him come. There is a let him take a good rest, relieve the pressure of the meaning. After the two witnesses retired, Hong Yu scrutinized Lu Ziyi and Li Fan's information, then slammed the table, taking so many resources and still can't beat an expelled one. What a shame. Li Mang, you are so presumptuous. No, are we talking about this now? We're talking about Lu Zeno's illegal behavior. Li Mang was depressed in his heart, but he didn't dare to talk back. After all, this bit of his status wasn't something that could compete with the authority. The Dragon Kingdom's Awakened One administration is similar to the largest official force institution, with the strongest team of Awakened Ones, even forming an army of Awakened Ones to expedition to the alienated land. Li Mang used his eyes to ask Lin Wu on the side for help, but the latter didn't dare to utter a single breath, let alone put in a good word for Li Mang. The two could only silently wait for the other's sentence. As for Hong Yu, after looking at Lu Ziyi's personal treatment, he then retrieved his ranking record in the trial camp, and his expression slowly turned from calm at the beginning, to surprise, and finally to glowing eyes. He fell in love with this good seedling. He actually used a few hours to rush his trial camp points ranking to 17th place, and he was only at level 1 when he entered. Ding! You have successfully shocked a certain big guy and gained plus 210 survival points. Lu Zai, who was fighting with the alienated wings, was suddenly smashed in the face by the benefits, and was also confused, but he was already used to this kind of unexpected surprises. These people, they were really polite. As for Hong Yu's side, he also had his own judgment. He put aside the facts for now, and instead started questioning Li Mang and Lin Wu. I'm curious, why did the Marina War College expel Lu Zeno? Give me a reason. Lin Wu hurriedly waved his hands. I was busy with the Academy's merit rating. I wasn't involved in the whole thing, and authorized directly to be running the show. Lin Wu perfectly dumped the blame on Li Mang. The latter, on the other hand, stammered for half a day, unable to say anything. Since Li Mang was unwilling to speak, Hong Yu was nonchalant. Let me guess. Li Fan and Lu Zai have the same talent, and in the academy, resources are limited, especially with the same talent. It will be cultivated on merit. Li Fan may not necessarily be better than Lu Zai, but with you as the father, Lu Zai was naturally expelled on the grounds that, to ensure that the academy evaluates merits. Hong Yu's words made Lin Wu and Li Mang listen to a head full of sweat, and it didn't end there. Hong Yu continued, but why did Li Fan make a sneak attack on Lu Zeno? Who authorized it? Lin Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead. I really don't know. Li Mang also tried to play dumb. I don't know either. Before he could finish his words, Hong Yu slammed the table. Your communication records with Li Fan are in the awakening instrument. I'll know as soon as I check. It's me, but I didn't let Li Fan kill Lu Ziyi. I just let Li Fan interfere with Lu Ziyi's trial progress. I didn't expect. Hong Yu revealed a smile. You just didn't expect that Lu Ziyi would be so much stronger than the higher level Li Fan. But instead you buried your own life. Well, the ins and outs of the matter are very clear. Li Mang authorized Li Fan to sneak attack Lu Ziyi in the first place. There are 2 eyewitnesses to the matter. And even more so there is the awakening instrument as the physical evidence. The evidence is overwhelming. Lu Zai justified defense in the aftermath. Just out of human life. There is a suspicion of over-defense. But life and death. Lu Zai's standard of defense can be raised to unlimited defense. This matter is dealt with the opinion. I will communicate with my superiors to announce. As for you two, favoritism, stop the work at hand first, waiting to be dealt with. Captain Hong, you can't be like this. Lu Ziyi is the murderer. Li Mang exclaimed. Captain Hong, there are things to talk about. Why don't you go to my office and talk slowly? Compared to Li Mang's loss of temper, Lin Wu was much more sophisticated. He knew that arguing here would only be detrimental to himself. And Hong Yu slowly got up. Your office? It doesn't belong to you anymore. By the way, that teacher Lu Ru who was expelled by you guys, I think it's reasonable to let her take the position of director of instruction. Hongyu no longer lingers with the two. He needs to report what happened here. And just at this time, his assistant pulled him back in surprise and handed Hongyu the just refreshed trial camp rankings in front of his eyes. Lu Zeno, 8th place. Hongyu took a deep breath and accelerated his pace to leave. This seedling, he wanted it. Cough cough cough. Exhausted and out of breath, Lu Zai sat on his butt. Gory's birds of alienation. So damn difficult. Looking at the 7 corpses of the birds of alienation in front of him, Lu Zeno said indignantly. Being surrounded by alien beasts that were 2 levels above him was enough for Lu Ziyi to drink a pot of water even though he had entered the skill cooldown. Luckily, the result was good. Lu Ziyi had lost half of his wildlife value and was now recovering after getting out of the battle. However, the gain of 7 Fey beasts made Lu Ziyi excited. It was all worth it. Ding! You have killed the alienated wings boss. Gained 15% experience value. Gained base survival points gain +1. Current base gain 4 survival points/minute. Bullshit. Now a 1 hour can gain 240 points. That's 4,800 points in a day. This speed. It's too fascinating. Ding! You have killed the alienated wing *6. Gain 24% experience value. Achievement advancement to LV6. Physique +10. Spirit +10. Strength +10. Agility +10. Free attribute +10. Gained attribute infusion 2 times. Spirit +8. Strength +2. Agility +2. In this battle, your sense of metal manipulation has deepened. Gaining proficiency +3. Current proficiency. Talent sequence -20. Metal manipulation LV3, June 2000. Regrettably, there was actually no explosive equipment. This world's equipment explosion rate was too low. No wonder it was so expensive. So getting the first place in the trial camp, you can get a level 10 purple equipment. You must grasp it. The trial camp life has only passed 6 hours. Lu Zeno has more time. Lu Zai couldn't have imagined that at this moment, a group of Dominator-level bigwigs were studying his profile and keeping an eye on the changes in his points ranking at all times. This group of people was Hongyu's Shura squad, a total of 5 people, but unfortunately sacrificed 1 person. This squad at the Juggernaut level, used to make enemy countries scared, but also became a target, and ultimately failed to escape the vicious sneak attack. Captain, this kid is something. Recruit him. A long-legged sister beside Hongyu had 2 eyes. Don't you crave for people's body? We are official. We want to see people's strength. Hongyu blankly glanced at the flamboyant Shuya. Captain is right. Actually what I fancy is his talent. Body manipulation. Shuya had a serious face. Goddamn body manipulation. That's called metal manipulation. You stay away from me. I'm afraid it'll affect my IQ. Knowing that she was in the wrong, Shuya took a long stride and skimmed her mouth, squatting to the side in aggravation and clasping her hands on her knees. On the other hand, another member of Hongyu's team was surprised to see that Lu Zai's ranking had risen by another place. Ding! You've managed to slightly shock 4 big names who are paying attention to you. Survival points +388. Lu Zai, who had just rushed into the level 8 area, was delighted in his heart. These people are still weirdly good. In just a short while, Lu Zai had already received a few waves of shocking gains, and his survival points had soared by more than 600. Together with his own base gain, the survival points came to 781 points again. This Nima is also too fast. System, add spiritual power to all of them. Adding points completed. Current mental strength, 2709 plus 100. Good lord, it's pushing the 3000 mark. Lu Zai also calculated his total attribute points, more than 3600 points. He himself was no longer considered an ordinary Transcendent now, and amongst the Transcendents, they all belonged to the middle tier of power. I just graduated from high school ascension. Was this reasonable? Lu Zeno was now in a level 8 area, and he would keep moving towards a level 10 area. And now that he had this strength, the trial camp monsters could no longer stop his own 6-parent pace. The greater the gap in monster levels, the greater the gains. Lu Zeno didn't want to waste time in the lower level areas. For the next 16 hours, Lu Zeno was prepared to brush until the end of time in the level 10 area. The trial camp also had an unwritten rule that every time the team that topped the first place, they would be given the option to choose whether or not to enter the trial forbidden area, because the most powerful creature in the trial camp resided there, the level 11 ultimate boss, the ultimate nightmare. It was also the only monster in the trial camp that had broken through level 10. However, the previous champions had all given up on this opportunity because the Forbidden Land had no means of security and was somewhat life-threatening. Judging from the only few records of challenges, they were all crushing defeats, and were completely out of step with level 10 creatures. Since no one had challenged it for too long, even people were on the verge of forgetting that there was a level 11 boss in the trial camp, and the rewards for winning challenges were cumulative. By this year, The prize pool had accumulated to 5 million dragon coins, which was enough to purchase a decent orange equipment. Orange equipment possessed attribute values that were 2 times higher in strength than purple equipment. Generally speaking, the special attribute and base attribute values of purple equipment were level X 1%. For example, Lu Xeno's level 5 Greenwood bracelet had a base attribute of plus 50, and a special attribute of 5% damage increase, but if it was orange equipment, this value would become plus 100 for each of the basic attributes and 10% for the special attributes. Lu Xi killed all the way and eventually entered the level 10 area, taking 1 hour. He had risen to level 7 with 15 attribute infusions, killing monsters in a level 10 area with a level 7. A single monster would grant 8% experience value, but such an advantage would gradually be lost when he leveled up. Lu Xeno's total attributes had already broken through the 4,000 mark. Looking at the 7, 8 level 10 beasts rushing towards him in the distance, the two-headed snake, Lu Xeno once again went into battle. His figure and flying blades killed in unison. Instantly a blur of swords and shadows. There are almost no people here. Lu Xi can kill enough. Wait until the end of the trial. We'll be able to capture a lot. The Shura team in the trial camp realized that Lu Xeno had already ranked 4th at this moment. The 4 members of the Xiu Luo squad were excited to see this result. The 4 members of the squad were Captain Hong Yu LV40, level 6 talent, sequence 29 stone armor, level 6 talent, sequence 57 berserk, taking on the front row of the team, and also the backbone of the team. Auxiliary Chuya LV31, level 5 talent, sequence 9 equilibrium, level 4 talent, sequence 22 recovery. Field control Lu De Vicious LV35, level 5 talent, sequence 30 drawing the ground, level 3 talent, sequence 91 wither. Subattacker Gao 2 LV36, level 6 talent, sequence 11 blade frenzy. Main attacker Zhao Xiaotian has been killed in action. Lu De Ruthless rubbed his hands. Captain, you're saying that this person actually killed his way to 4th place with the talent metal manipulation? It's unbelievable. This talent should be a late bloomer. It looks like we'll spend a year or so to focus on him, and the team will be rebuilt in a year. Lu is ruthless at 37, and he's already a decade ahead of everyone else with a Mediterranean haircut that wouldn't be appropriate for his age. His mantra, I'm bald, but I'm also stronger. His personal hobby is to read small yellow books, but also like to participate in the Comic-Con to see those cost performances. Deputy attacker Gao 2 also nodded. 1 year. Already very short. Many teams have attrition and even have to wait 3-5 years to find the right candidate. 1 year, just 1 year. I look favorably on this young man. In his opinion, to grow up in a year was already a heaven-defying performance. If Lu Xi heard this, he would not be happy. Beyond a month, are looking down on me Lu Xi. There is no doubt that the team lacks a main attacker, and the main attacker must be a long-distance attacker, and the secondary attacker is responsible for breaking through the inner perimeter, and Lu Xi perfectly meets this standard, just in their opinion. Although Lu Xi is gifted, but want to become an official team member, at least 1 year's time is needed before he can take up the burden of the main attacker. After all, on the team, of the 4 of them, the worst was at the mid-mastery level, which meant that the total attribute points were around 50,000 or so. The secondary attacker, Blade Frenzy Gao 2, was a cultivation maniac who focused on his talent, Blade Frenzy, and was the only team member other than the captain who had raised his talent to a level 6 level. Maybe it's also because he's so focused that at the age of 35, he doesn't even have a girlfriend, and so far there's no sign of opening his second talent. Maybe a woman would affect the speed of his sword drawing. Right. I'm also optimistic about this little handsome guy. Let's hold the initiation ceremony today? Shuya leaped at the side. For her, she had long since been unable to stand the atmosphere of this team. All old men in their 30s to 40s, and she was only 23 years old. Being able to join a young fresh meat would do a lot to improve her aesthetics, because Chuya found it dangerous to be with this group of men who were all going bald every day, and found that they were actually quite eyebrow-raising, with their aesthetics on a slippery slope. Her hobbies are simple, looking at handsome men, shopping, catching up on dramas, and eating food. Shuya was the support in the team and was exceptionally talented, which could be seen from the fact that she was 25 years old and was able to join the sovereign-level Shura squad. Seeing that his teammates were excited, while they were in a good mood, Hongyu hurriedly told them the bad news. Everyone, the annual Land of Extreme Bliss opens in 10 days, but our qualification for this year has been cancelled, and the higher-ups have told us to recuperate and focus on cultivating our reserves. At these words, the 3 team members stood up in unison. Chuya, was it that grandson who made the decision with his rear butt? Old me will go and seek justice. It's your eldest uncle, Chu Xiong. Hongyu spread his hands. The family is unfortunate. Shuya sat back down again. Captain, you didn't struggle? Didn't retort? The reason why the land of ultimate bliss is called ultimate bliss, that's because the explosion rate is extremely high, the earnings inside are extremely lucrative, and it's also the main source of extra earnings for our squad. Without this opportunity, we're going to drink the northwest wind this year. Lou de Ruthless is very upset. This is a heavy blow for everyone, especially for the development of the squad is very unfavorable. Originally, everyone had said before, this year into the land of extreme happiness, strive to replace a high-quality equipment for everyone. This is good. No way. Even Gao too, who was usually naive and honest, with few words, couldn't sit still. If you're embarrassed, I'll go. I retorted being kicked out of the office by the boss. You think you can beat the legendary realm's Chu Xiong? You can go and try. A few people had sat back down. The official's greatness crushed people However, Boss Chu also said that before entering, if we feel qualified to take a shot, we can go and challenge the other master teams, and if we win, we can enter. Han Yu skimmed his lips and said, the three of them were silent. The juggernaut teams were strong. Usually the gap between everyone was already small. Without the main attacker, a hammer, you can't expect Lu Zeno, a newcomer, to grow up in 9 days, right? It's not even that fast to pluck up a seedling. Shura squad felt like there was no hope for them this year. Their biggest source of income was gone. Although the basic benefits given by the officials were very high for ordinary people, with a basic salary of 100,000 plus, for awakened, especially in the Dominator realm, most of the income relied on oneself to fight for it. The official welfare given is just to maintain the basic daily expenses, and there are subsidies for missions. The four of them were in a bad mood, so they set up a table in the trial camp cafeteria and drank wine. Drunk as boring sleep, they are waiting for Lu Zeno trial end. From the end of more than 10 hours, enough to sleep well. The long fight had left Lu Zeno covered in the blood of the alien beasts. The density of foreign beasts in the level 10 area was amazing. At first, Lu Zai hardly needed to move, and there were foreign beasts that kept coming when they heard the noise of their fight. After more than 10 hours of killing, Lu Zai saw the beasts' corpses piled up into a small mountain in front of him, and the surrounding area quieted down. The beasts here were almost slaughtered by him. With 25 minutes to go before the end, Lu Zeno dragged his tired body to a pool of water and cleaned the bloodstains on his body. In this battle, he had killed hundreds of level 10 Fey beasts, and his level had directly increased by 11 levels. Obtaining 2 pieces of level 10 blue equipment, he had equipped himself. Bracelet of the Giant Serpent, blue level 10. Physical strength plus 100. Mental strength plus 100. Giant Snake Boots. Agility plus 100. Mental strength plus 100. White equipment 6 pieces. Ready to sell off. Attribute infusion 131 times. Gain 941 points of spiritual strength. 81 points of strength. 101 points of agility. And 203 points of physique. Lu Zeno looked at his attribute list and surprised himself. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV11, 23%. Realm, Transcendent Realm. Life value, 9900. Physique, 840 plus 150, 59% damage reduction. Spirit, 3801 plus 300. Strength, 284. Agility, 301 plus 100, 4. 1% strike rate. Survival points, 4012, growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV3, December 2000. Equipment, Flying Blade 13. Greenwood Bracelet. Bracelet of the Giant Serpent. Boots of the Giant Serpent. Total attribute points 5600 plus now, but one's gain of 4 survival points per minute. After these more than 10 hours of fighting, one has actually saved 4000 survival points. In other words, if these 4000 attribute points were all added up, he was only one step away from the mastery realm? Terrifying. Terrifying. I've only been in the trial camp for a day, and it's directly equivalent to others struggling for several years, waiting for a few more hours. I'll be a juggernaut, big brother? Ha 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 ha. Lu Zai stood in a puddle of blood and water, laughing so hard that his body trembled, and if anyone beside him saw this scene, they would definitely think that this person had gone killing mad. At the trial camp, the 4 people of Xiao Luo's squad were awakened by the alarm clock on the awakening meter. The captain Han Yu was the first to jump up and yell to the next few rooms. Time is almost up. That kid is coming out. Work. Soon. The remaining 3 people quickly assembled. Chuya first glanced at the points leaderboard and then froze. Sleepy-eyed, she suspected that she had misread it, rubbed her big, good-looking eyes, blinked hard to confirm that she hadn't misread it, and the whole person was like being electrocuted. The half-steps taken by the 2 long legs froze in the air. What's wrong? Captain Han Yu sensed that Chuya was not right. Team, Captain. He took first place. Shuya couldn't even speak properly. The remaining 3 weren't too shocked because according to Lu Zai's rate of ranking rise, this result wasn't unexpected. But after Chuya added the next 2 pieces of information, everyone stiffened. Not only is he number 1, he's even risen to level 11. You know how many foreign beasts do you have to kill to upgrade from a level 10 area to level 11? His points of 10,980 broke the Marina trial camp record. No. It's the highest record in the Dragon Kingdom, exceeding the second place by more than 2 times. The 4 people froze together, but Hongyu was the first to react. Chuya, Ludivicious immediately enter the trial camp level 10 area to grab someone. Don't let this kid be pulled away by other teams. If anyone messes up, give me a beating. Chuya, Ludivicious, yes. Although violating the rules to enter the trial camp was not allowed, but compared to Luzino being snatched away by others, they couldn't care less. The duo disappeared from sight in a flash. Gao 2, let's go. Go with me to the award ceremony site. Cancel the awards and disperse all the irrelevant people. We have to be quick about this. If we're slow, we won't even be able to drink the soup. The 4 of them did as they said, and immediately took action. And Luzino's side had just finished washing the bloodstains on his body when he received a shocking message. You have greatly shocked the 4 bigwigs and gained plus 888 survival points. Crap, never had so much shocking income. What the hell did I do? Luzino was dumbfounded. But what was even more confusing was that a lewd man and a long-legged beauty arrived in front of his eyes at an extremely fast speed. And after probing his basic information, they just went straight for it. Ludivicious, brother Lu. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Shura squad. Come. Let's find a place to talk about our life ideals. The 2 men directly set him up left and right and walked outside. Lu Zai had wanted to resist, but his spiritual power couldn't coalesce no matter what. What the hell is the strength of these 2 people? Who is your brother? Who the hell are you guys? Broad daylight. Clear sky. Am I being kidnapped? Little brother is so cute. Good boy. Go with sister. Let you see the leg in a while, okay? Shuya frowned a bit and added, it's okay to touch it. Lu de ruthless, crap. You're really down for it. Lu Zai was speechless. This speech. This operation. Also damn not like serious bandits. Who the hell are these people? They seem to have mentioned the Shura squad? What the hell is this unit? And the trial camp has been a big mess. The crowd was directly Gao 2 and Hongyu directly dispersed. The award ceremony was postponed to the next day to carry out. The trial personnel were directly driven away. In a certain office in the trial camp, the 4 people from the Xiu Luo squad stared at Lu Ziyi with eager and greedy eyes for 10 long minutes. Lu Zai felt chills running down his back as he encountered this strange thing for the first time. After Hongyu's reminder, the 4 finally regained a bit of normality before Hongyu told Lu Zai about their identities and the causes and consequences, including the fact that they had helped Lu Zai to solve the case of Li Mang's father and son. Then that means that the matter of the murder case is over? I don't have to be responsible? Lu Zai reconfirmed. Are you kidding me? You are the victim. What are you responsible for? If it wasn't for the fact that he had a dead son, you could even apply for moral damages. Ludivicious patted his chest and assured, this world is really magical. Lu Zai sighed. His own strength has come up. Not only is he highly valued, even the trouble has someone taking the initiative to help me solve it. However, Lu Zai was still apprehensive about joining the cultivator squad. He didn't know what benefits he would get from joining such a squad. Going solo on his own was also quite good. After he told a few people about this argument, he was immediately met with a fierce rebuttal. Chuya, little brother is really joking. If you don't join the master team, you will even have a problem entering many of the alienation land's exploration sites. While us, we can go there whenever we want. The point is still free. Lu de Ruthless, you are the smallest. In the future, the benefits of exploration, we will favor you, and you are the lowest level. What you need, for us are not useful. Resources, you can rest assured. Gao 2, I don't know about other benefits, but there is one thing, by joining us, you will be able to obtain unprecedented rights to explore resources, and those foreign beasts are a rate of return you can't imagine. Hongyu, I don't dare to say anything else, but by joining us, you will be absolutely safe. Our Shura squad will not abandon any of our teammates, even if the whole army is wiped out. We will die together. Captain, but you just told me that you guys sacrificed Xiao Tian. This doesn't match with what you said about absolute safety. Hongyu sighed. The one who was supposed to be sacrificed was Ludivicious. Xiao Tian took the initiative to block the enemy's pursuit. His talent is sacrifice. He sacrificed himself and gained a strong power, preserving our entire team. So, if you join us, we'll protect you like that too. The 4 people in front of them all had a minimum of mid-dominator level strength. Lu Zai looked at the resource advantage, but valued the harmony of this team even more. I'll join, but not until I go challenge the ultimate nightmare in the Forbidden Zone first and advance to Juggernaut. Okay? It'll only take a while. The four people looked at Lu Zino with a show like looking at a fool. You're going to advance to Juggernaut? The four people looked at Lu Zai's appearance as if he was not telling a lie. And there was no need to tell a lie. Hong Yu was even more shocked in his heart. If what this kid said was true, wouldn't it be that there was still hope for his team to enter the land of extreme bliss? The four members of the Shura squad didn't feel the aura of the mastery realm from Lu Zino's body at all, and even felt that he was still far from the mastery realm. They couldn't understand why Lu Zino was confident that he would be able to advance to Juggernaut after the trial, because at the moment, Lu Zino gave them the feeling that his combat power was only about 5,000. How could they know that there was something like about 5,000 survival points lying in someone's system? But that was no longer the point. The point was that they had successfully recruited Lu Zino. With Hong Yu's help, Lu Zai quickly received the prize for first place in the trial camp, a purple level 10 equipment. The trial camp had provided an inventory list with 651 pieces of level 10 purple equipment for Lu Zino to pick from. Lu Zino selected a level 10 purple helmet after 1,000 choices. Helmet of Radiance, purple level 10. Physique plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Characteristics, strike rate plus 10%. This piece of equipment was determined at the suggestion of the four people in the squad, because the attribute of Blitz is very rare, and the Blitz attribute is not suitable for everyone. For example, a talent with a single attack method and a very low attack frequency would find it difficult to utilize the attribute Blitz, and Lu Zino was different. His talent had no cooldown, and the flying blades he could control would increase in the future. Even with this current strength, a 10% blitz rate could be triggered frequently. This world's blitz rate was only provided by equipment attributes and one's own agility attribute. 10 points of agility equals 1% blitz rate, and the base blitz damage was 200%. After the blitz rate reached 100%, the overflow blitz rate would be converted into blitz damage. For example, 150% blitz rate will be converted to 100% blitz rate and 250% blitz damage. Of course, of all the attributes, the most difficult to obtain is the armor-breaking attribute. Rumor has it that only in the orange above the equipment has a very small chance of appearing, and armor-breaking value is only half of the equipment's normal attributes. For example, one piece of level 10 orange equipment, the special attribute is armor-breaking, only 5% armor-breaking, replaced with other attributes. It should be about 10%, such as damage increase, such as the blitz chance. There was also the possibility of some talents gaining armor-breaking attributes after reaching a certain level, such as Lu Zino's metal manipulation, which also gained 10% armor breaking when it was raised to level 3. Lu Zino put on his new equipment and smiled at the four members of the squad. I'll go then. He was ready to directly enter the restricted area and challenge the level 11 ultimate nightmare. Go for it. Wild Road. Shuya's showy fists clenched as she nuzzled. People's name is Lu Zai. It's scary to be uneducated. Lu de Ruthless stroked what little hair was left and corrected, immediately attracting a burst of punches and kicks from Chuya, and the two chased and ran away. Go, we'll be waiting for your triumph. Captain Hong Yu revealed a trusting smile, and Gao too, who was ruthless and didn't talk much, just waved the battle knife in his hand. Chop it up and let's drink. Lu Zai nodded, and the 13 flying blades condensed into a short sword to support him as he swooped down towards the cliff behind him. Below the cliff was the forbidden area of the trial camp, which had gone unchallenged for many years, and today finally ushered in a new challenger. Lu Zai, who was flying in the air, opened his awakening instrument and accessed the Ultimate Nightmare's information. Ultimate Nightmare, a creature that exists as a spirit. It can parasitize in the dreams of humans, or it can completely control the host to mingle in the human society. The Ultimate Nightmare grows extremely fast and relies on devouring the fear in human dreams to increase its strength. The stronger the spirit, the more effective a human can resist the nightmare. Ultimate nightmares are categorized into young age, level 1 to 10, growing age, level 11 to 20, prime age, level 21 to 40, and peak age, level 41 onwards. Ultimate nightmare's main talent is nightmare. It can invade the target's dreamscape, and even directly force hypnosis on targets with low strength, devouring the fear in their dreamscape. In the dreamscape, the nightmare can create all sorts of illusions to give fear to the enemy, and it can gain insights into the target's mind to discover your weaknesses. Lu Zai read it word by word, doubly surprised. Why would this creature be placed in the trial camp? What a strange operation. The people in the trial camp were all newcomers, and this kind of creature was still too weird for newcomers. It was good that after so many years, not many people came to challenge it. Beneath the cliff, there was a deep cliff low ground cave, and outside the cave stood a stone monument with the inscription, Land of Nightmares. Lu Zino added all 5 000 survival points to his mental strength. Let's play a safe game. We should know that the bonus after killing Nightmare is 5 million dragon coins. Ding, points added successfully. Current spirit, 8901 plus 300. Good guy. Just spiritual power or damn 9201. Plus other attribute points. Has long broken 10,000. The realm column in Lu Zeno's personal panel also shows, Transcendent realm, breakable. After slaughtering the Nightmare, he will break the realm in place and advance to the master level. And then he will be able to shock his teammates and gain some survival points. Lu Zai thought to himself. 5,000 survival points turned into spiritual power. Lu Zai obtained an unprecedented spiritual increase. The whole world became clearer and clearer in front of his eyes. He even felt that his spiritual power was on the verge of materializing, and was able to interfere with reality. This feeling was just marvelous. Using 9,000 spiritual power to harness the 13 flying blades with ease, Lu Zai felt that he could change to a more powerful weapon. He was now fully capable of maneuvering a greater quality and quantity of weapons to fight. When he got his bonus, he could consider changing to an orange weapon. Lu Zeno entered the cave, which was completely dark. It was rumored that one of the most important reasons why creatures like nightmares couldn't expand their population was that they couldn't see sunlight. They didn't have strength. They were a spiritual force, and this kind of spiritual creature feared sunlight. Unless they succeed in controlling the host and have a shell. Buzz. A ringing in the ears made Lu Zeno's feet stagnate, and in the next second, a signaling murmur like the inside of an old-fashioned radio appeared in his mind again, causing his spirit to collapse and wither. Lu Zeno knew that it was the nightmare that had struck, and if his mental power was too weak, he was afraid that he would have been pulled directly into the dream world. However, Lu Zeno was only disturbed to a certain extent. He held his breath and expelled the murmur in his mind. The nightmare's talent could invade other people's dreams, and it could also forcefully force hypnosis directly on weak targets. Obviously, as long as Lu Zai wasn't actively sleeping, the nightmare in this cave couldn't invade his dreamscape. A cloudy wind blew, and Lu Zeno saw a gray mist, and within the gray mist was a human face, which was none other than Lu Zeno himself. This was the nightmare that had been visualized with its spiritual power. Lu Zeno checked the nightmare's attributes, and his entire body instantly froze. Nightmare, level 10. Life, 6,000. Physique, 600, 56% damage reduction. Spirit, 610. Strength, 153. Agility, 114. Talent sequence 15, Nightmare LV3, within a range of 300 plus 61 meters. Can invade the dreams of a target whose level is no greater than your own by 3 levels, creating great terror and using the emotion of fear as sustenance to nourish yourself. Talent sequence 55, Disorder LV3, within a range of 30 plus 6. 1. Creates mental pollution, causing the target to fall into anxiety, suspicion, or even madness. Targets affected by the disorder are more likely to be pulled into the dreamscape. What Lu Zeno was shocked about wasn't the strength of the nightmare. He was shocked that this nightmare wasn't a boss, and the narrow range of this forbidden zone was already at the end. Then where did the nightmare boss go? No one has entered this place for many years. Could. Lu Zeno thought of a terrifying speculation. The nightmare had already taken over the challenger and entered the human society of Binhai City? Level 16, $10 million in prize money. Shura hunts down Nightmare. For the first time, Lu Zeno felt that this world was full of conspiracy and calculation. I'm just a fresh graduate. This kind of thing, it's better to go back and report to the captain. The nightmare monster in front of me. The probability is that it's the next generation created by the ultimate nightmare in the past few years. Facing Lu Zeno, who had 9,000 spiritual power. This kind of beast had no power to fight back at all. Lu Zeno's 13 flying blades drove straight into the gray mist, and the illusory face became distorted, and after one round of attacks, it turned into nothingness and completely dissipated. Successfully killed Nightmare, gained plus 0.5% experience value. Right now, the level 11 Lu Zeno's experience value was already ridiculously low when he killed a level 10 normal Fey beast. As for level 10 and above Fey beasts, there were none within the Marina City, and the only way to enter the alienated lands was to enter the alienated lands. The past qualifications for the alienation land were strictly scrutinized, and if one entered or exited as an individual, the price was not expensive, so joining the Shura squad was still quite convenient. Lu Zai solved this ordinary nightmare as sitting on the spot on his knees, began to break the mirror, glanced at his own attribute list. The total attributes have reached 10976. Host, Lu Zeno. Level, LV11, 23. 5%. Realm, Transcendent Realm. Life value, 10900. Physique, 940 plus 150, 60. 5% damage reduction. Spirit, 8901 plus 300. Strength, 284. Agility, 301 plus 100, 4. 01 plus 10% strike rate. Survival points, 4012, growing. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV3, December 2000. Equipment, flying blade 13. Aoki bracelet, bracelet of the giant serpent. Boots of the giant serpent. Helm of glow. Is he himself a juggernaut powerhouse with a combat strength of 10,000 now? Lu Zai was secretly happy in his heart and began to channel his spiritual power into his liver. The last time he broke the Transcendent realm, the location of the bottleneck he impacted was in the heart, while this time it was in the liver. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys corresponded to 5 bottlenecks, and after breaking through it would be a different world, but they were all legends, and no one said exactly what they looked like. This time, the breaking of the mirror became smoother, supposedly because Lu Zeno's attribute points totaled almost close to 11,000, and his spiritual power was strong enough. The barrier at the liver was solved, and Lu Zeno felt his power level rise once more. Is this the mastery realm? Lu Zai slowly got up, and the 13 flying blades spiraled and climbed with its intention, taking him away from the forbidden land at a speed that was several times faster than before. Mastery realm? Trial camp. The squad of 4 people at the same time exclaimed in shock. They were full of reckoning. Only half an hour did not see Lu Zai, this kid. How the blink of an eye on the fucking master realm. People are all impressed when they are away for 3 days. How long have you been away for? What? 30 minutes? Let people's eyes are going to fall out. Ding! You have greatly shocked the members of the Shura squad, and have gained 888 survival points. Ha ha, it's fine. When I save up 2,000 points, I'll be able to upgrade my metal manipulation to level 4. Lu Zeno was satisfied with everyone's surprised expressions and stole a wave of joy in his heart. Brat! Welcome back! Hongyu slapped on Lu Ziye's shoulder. It was hard to hide the joy in his heart. This young man gave him too many surprises. After Xiao Tian's death, it was the first time Hongyu was so happy, and Lu Zai brought the squad not only surprise, there is a brand new opportunity. They can once again set off to the land of bliss, and all the members of the team are longing for the revenge of the Cherry Blossom Country awakened person. There is also hope. After everyone's surprise had passed, Lu Zeno also informed the squad about the experience of the Forbidden Land one by one. What? Are you sure? Hongyu, who had always been relatively calm, was also shocked after hearing Lu Zeno's experience. He didn't expect such a crisis to be lurking in the tiny trial camp. The remaining few people also realized the importance of the matter, and Chuya changed her usual carelessness and said in a rare serious manner, Captain, do you want me to inform my eldest uncle? Chuya's elder uncle was Chu Xiong, one of the high-level figures. The awakened in this part of Binhai City were under his management. You go and communicate. By the way, Chuya, you'd better fight for the right to investigate this incident. We can use this opportunity to get a license to enter the land of extreme bliss, Hongyu said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll go and do it. Lu Dai saw that everyone did not mention the matter of the bonus, and instantly became anxious. Captain, do you think that because I did not kill the ultimate nightmare, this bonus will go down the drain again? Facing Lu Zai's doubt, Lu De ruthlessly patted Lu Zai's shoulder with a surprisingly strong hand. Older brother, you've made a great achievement. Let's not talk about doubling the bonus. Just think of how you're going to spend it. Crap, double? Isn't that $10 million? It was possible to scout for a very powerful orange weapon. Soon, Chuya took the right to investigate the ultimate nightmare by virtue of her own advantage. And if the water falls out within 9 days, the cultivation squad would be able to have the entrance qualification to the land of ultimate bliss. The 4 members of the squad were exceptionally excited. Lu Zeno had not been in the land of ultimate bliss, so he did not feel it, although he did not understand it, but judging by their reaction, it should be very powerful. Unknown. The captain, Hongyu, immediately started to work on starting to investigate this matter. He looked at Lu Zai with a scrutinizing gaze. Little Lu, as an awakened person, not only do you need to be full of martial virtues, you also need to be thoughtful. What direction do you think this matter should start from? Tell us. I think we should investigate who approved the dropping of a creature like the ultimate nightmare in the trial camp as the final test in the first place. This person might have a problem. Also, we can access the challenge records to see which one was the final challenger. This person might be the one who was parasitized by the nightmare. Pa. Captain Hongyu led the applause, and the other team members followed suit. Lu Zai was a bit sweaty. This dam is not just about having a brain. It seems that this team is usually not too smart looking. It is estimated that the whole team is reckless. Lu De Very, you go to investigate the challenge record and get the information of the last challenger. Chuya, you use your eldest uncle's authority to check who approved the nightmare drop in the trial camp in the first place. Gao Tu, Lu Ziyi, follow me to the martial arts field. You two fight and I'll take a look at it. It's just as an entry test. Lu Zai froze. Hell, Who is Gao Tu? Knife Frenzy level 6. People's profile says, 60,000 combat power. The crowd left individually, leaving Lu Zai alone and frozen. He pulled Chuya, who was about to leave. Sister, yeah. Your usual sparring sessions won't be taken seriously, right? It won't hurt, right? Chuya nodded seriously. Won't get hurt. Lu Zai put his heart down, but will be beaten half to death. Especially Gao Tu. Chuya playfully winked. Her long legs interlocked and swung in style, and she leapt away. Damn. I'm just a kid. Can you not make me fight with a psychopath who survived all the way to the tip of a sword? Lu Zai grumbled all the way into the trial camp's martial arts arena. Standing opposite him was none other than the playful Gao Tu. A 1.5-meter long battle knife in his hand glowing with a cold, chilling light. Little Lu, I've automatically constrained my strength to the 15,000 battle power. Come on, let me have a good time. Ha ha ha, Gao Tu said as he pointed to a metal chain around his waist. That was a prop that could constrain a person's strength and could be automatically adjusted. A special prop often used by human awakened people for teaching. With 15,000 battle power, it was possible to give it a try, although there was not much hope, because the other party was a level 6 Blade Frenzy talent. After both sides put on protective props to ensure that no one would be killed, Hong Yu excitedly shouted, "Begin!" With Hong Yu's order, both sides exploded all their power out. Knife Frenzy Gao Tu flicked his wrist, long knife in hand along with his rapidly approaching figure. A long knife swung out a sheet of blade light. In this instant, Lu Zai felt that the other party was using a battle knife. It felt as if he was in the middle of a mountain of swords, feeling that the harsh blade was everywhere. Is this the style of a level 6 Knife Frenzy? Lu Zai's fighting spirit soared when he saw such an expert, and his flying blade 13 flashed with streams of light and swept through the air in a long snake. Clang clang clang. Blades and flying blades clashed 13 times within a second, and Lu Zeno's mental power was not lost. This was because although Gao Tu maintained his combat power at 15,000, his addition ratio was not as extreme as Lu Zeno's. As a secondary attacker, he needed the ability to approach the enemy quickly, requiring quite a bit of agility, while as a character fighting on the inside, his physique had to be strong as well. Therefore, for 15,000 combat power, his strength bonus was at most 6,000, while Lu Zeno's mental power was a full 9,000 plus. The lack of strength, Gao Tu could make up for it with his level 6 talent, Blade Frenzy, so the first exchange was even. However, Lu Zeno knew that his opponent's physique and agility were far higher than his own, and this berserk burst speed allowed Gao Tu to get close with unimaginable consequences. Thus, after flying blade 13 was knocked away, Lu Zai, with his strong spiritual power, condensed it into a short sword, made a U-turn, and stabbed straight at Gao Tu. Gao Tu bowed forward and crossed his long sword, blocking the short sword with the face of the blade. Boom! The air exploded under the huge interweaving of power. A white shockwave swept across the entire martial arts arena. Gao Tu's hair instantly flipped backward, his sleeves bulging. The scene was powerful and explosive. Good boy. Something. I would like to call you the strongest mental manipulator of the young generation. Gao Tu did not spare words of praise, but the will to fight in his eyes grew stronger. The long blade surged upwards, causing the direction of the short sword's thrust to be deflected, piercing through the shoulder and skimming through the air. In just such an instant, Gao Tu's foot violently stepped on the ground. The ground instantly sunk down, and fine cracks spread in all directions like a spider web. Berserk approaching speed, so that Lu Ziyi cannot avoid. Gao Tu wrist flipping time. A piece of knife light like a shadow. Good ferocious battle method. Lu Ziyi heart admiration. Gao Tu surprisingly to their own injury in exchange for an opportunity to get close. On the battlefield, this kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. Since you're exchanging your injuries for a battle chance, then I can only exchange my life for my life. Lu Zai made up his mind in his heart. With Gao Tu's speed and talent level, he would not be able to dodge the full force strike himself this time. Thus, a bizarre scene came out. Faced with Gao Tu's all-out sprinting strike, Lu Ziyi directly spread out his arms and gave up resisting, instead focusing all his spirit, and in the next moment, his hands fiercely closed together, and the short sword that had just pierced Gao Tu's shoulder in the distance instantly turned around, and whistled towards Gao Tu's back heart position at an even more furious speed. At this moment, the battle situation became very interesting. Gao Tu's sword would definitely take Lu Zeno's life straight away, but the short sword behind Gao Tu's back would almost kill Lu Zeno with a single blow as well at the instant Gao Tu hit him. Clang! Gao Tu turned around and slashed with all his might, splitting away the short sword that was stabbing at his back, and then looked at Lu Zai with admiration. After all, it was a sparring match, and he chose to stop his attack. A tie. If it was a real battle, the result of the battle would be death for both. Hong Yu, who was on the side, applauded while drawing a conclusion. Ding! You have greatly shocked the duo with your combat prowess and have gained 400 survival points. Gao Tu's long sword was held backwards as he cupped his fists at Lu Zai, Junior Lu. Old brother. I'm impressed. You are the first person of your age that I have seen who has practiced mental manipulation to such a level. I am truly surprised that your mental manipulation is already at level 3. The younger generation is formidable. Hong Yu was also in awe, although he couldn't probe Lu Ziye's detailed combat attributes. But something like talent level. He could tell at a glance from the battle just now. That's all because Big Brother Gao suppressed most of his strength. Otherwise I'm this little sculpture. You'll just cut it off with a knife. Lu Zino is not polite. This is the truth. Gao 260, 000 or so battle strength, is not something he can fight against now. Gao 2 waved his hand. I'm progressing very slowly now. But it's you. Everything is possible. Hong Yu on the side threw Lu Zai a sign. Congratulations on becoming the 5th member of the Shura squad. Our Shura squad is once again full. Your duty in the team is to be the main attacker. Although the battle power is still lacking, but it has already surprised me enough to be barely competent. Lu Zai took the card. It was equivalent to an official ID card, but the title column below it read, Temporary Worker? This lost memory revived all of a sudden, before Lu Zai crossed over. In his world, Temporary Worker was a very weird status. Captain, why is it a temporary worker? Lu Zai was puzzled, not waiting for Hong Yu to open his mouth to explain. Gao Tu was a hee smile. Temporary workers can be too cool. You want to change anytime you can, but the formal members of the constraints are too much. You'll know later. You love to mess around so much, but also killed someone. The team we are inconvenient to do the black work, dirty work, so let you do this temporary workers. Really out of the ordinary. It is not a big deal, a dismissal, and then we get you from other channels. Convenient and very convenient. We'll get you in through other channels. It's very convenient. Lu Zai suddenly realized, really so. Lu Zai carefully put away his identity card. From today onwards, he was also a person with a backer and a team. Captain, we've found out. Lu Devicious and Shuya entered the martial arts arena at the same time. However, when they saw that Lu Zino was standing, not lying down, and was not injured in any way, their eyes were filled with disbelief. By all rights, a newcomer and a Gao Tu sparring should have come in upright and gone out lying down. Facing the duo's doubts, Hong Yu explained, 15,000 battle power. A tie. Ding, you have shocked Chuya and Lu Devicious once again, gaining 288 survival points. These two people probably didn't see the exciting process of the sparring match. The shock level was not as good as the captain and Gao Tua. Lu Ziyi regretted in his heart. Awesome. Lu Devicious and Chuya gave a thumbs up. Let's get down to business. Hong Yu brought the topic back on track. Let me say it. On my side, I found out that 11 years ago, Zhang Jun, the head of the trial camp, approved the introduction of the ultimate nightmare as the final challenge. After that, no one succeeded in the challenge. The most amazing thing is that Lu Devicious found out that the last challenger was a high school graduate named Zhang Feng 5 years ago, and no one has challenged him since then. And Zhang Feng is Zhang Jun's only son. Shuya introduced with furrowed brows. So that's how it was. The rest of the people had a look of realization. It was obvious that Zhang Jun had used his position to create facilities for his son. But why did Zhang Feng need a creature like Nightmare? It was too difficult to speculate. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Shuya was satisfied. Her face was close to writing, beg me quickly. I'll tell you if you have a fart, don't sell it. It was obvious that Captain Hong Yu didn't give her a chance to pretend. Oh, Shuya was like a deflated balloon as she honestly continued. Zhang Feng's grades are extremely outstanding, and he has only one talent, disorder. Isn't that familiar? That's right. It's one of the talents that Nightmare possesses. After he graduated, he was even more outrageous. He didn't take part in any combat missions, and didn't enter any official or civil organizations. He directly entered Binhai City's largest psychiatric hospital under his father's arrangement, engaging in the topic of disorder talents treatment research on mental illness. Hong Yu directly stood up. He concealed the main talent Nightmare. This person even used weak psychiatric patients, invaded their dreams and devoured their fear to enhance their strength. This is a capital offense. In this world, the talents of humans and foreign beasts were common, such as the captain's stone armor, which many foreign beasts also possessed. And this Zhang Feng actually possessed both of the Nightmare's talents, which was very rare. Mental patients. Their spirit is inherently abnormal, so even if they are very fearful, no one feels anything wrong. This person is too despicable. Shuya ducked her feet, unable to hide her anger. Captain, what do we do? Gao Tu couldn't wait. Early tomorrow morning, visit the mental hospital and wait for an opportunity. Hong Yu's eyes revealed killing intent. Not informing and not reporting was the only way to have a chance to kill the villains on the spot. And Lu Zai glanced at the survival points. After a few rounds of shocking harvests, together with natural growth, there are still 170 points short of upgrading the talent to level 4. Wait for a few minutes. By then the distance of metal manipulation, the power will see a huge increase. Lu Zai just joined the squad to go on a mission. This must not be a good wave of enhancement before going? Moreover, this Zhangfeng had developed for a few years without any hindrance in the mental hospital, and it was simply unknown to what realm his current strength had reached. It was right to be cautious. So Lu Zai tentatively asked, "Captain, when will my bonus come down? I want to replace my weapons, and there are also some equipment in my hands that I can't use that I also need to sell. Can I start?" "Ha ha ha, I know what you mean. 10 million dragon coins. I'll allocate it to you right here. Give it to you from the squad treasury, and when the above approves your bonus, the more refunded, the less made up for it. Do you think it's okay?" Hanyu was very quick to agree to Lu Zai's matter. "Thank you, Captain." Lu Zai didn't expect the captain to be so dry. "Alright, I'll go with Gao Tu and Lu Divicious to prepare for the battle. Let Chuya accompany you to the official exchange in Binhai to complete the transaction you want. She hasn't gone shopping for a long time either, so I guess she's suffocating." Hanyu's arrangement made Chuya on the side of the room's two eyes light up. "Then I'll be grateful to Sister Ya." Lu Zai readily accepted. It was about time for himself to get a bird's eye view. This flying blade 13 gifted to him by Li Zhuangzhuang was a good thing. It was just that his own promotion was too fast, and he would have to phase it out in a day. However, this world's equipment, especially good quality equipment, is very valuable. Lu Zai hand flying blade 13 also did not intend to sell. After all, it is a gift from the brother. Wait for him to return to Binhai City after 7 days. Return to people? If Li Zhuangzhuang does not accept, he will keep it as a souvenir. Thinking of Li Zhuangzhuang, Lu Zeno's face cannot help but emerge a smile. This naive brother, really too much care for himself. There were still 6 days to go before they met. He would be very surprised by then. The squad of 5 split up and agreed to head to the Binhai City Mental Hospital at 8 p.m. sharp. Chuya and Lu Ziyi took the city rail train into the city center. As soon as they arrived in the city center, Chuya became a runaway wild horse, going to look at everything on the roadside. "Boss, is the mango sweet?" Chuya had her hands behind her back, holding out her breasts and leaning forward. Her big eyes were mesmerized as they stared at the peeled big mango on the fruit stand. "Beauty, it's very sweet. Let your boyfriend buy you one." The boss was a middle-aged man. His attitude was very enthusiastic. He also peeled a small mango and handed it to Chuya. "Taste one. Don't pay if it's not sweet." Chuya readily accepted. Women have no resistance to free things. She seemed to not care at all about the boss calling herself Lu Zai's girlfriend. Presumably her attention wasn't even focused on this kind of thing. Lu Zeno could only surrender in order to be able to quickly go and purchase equipment, and also in order not to delay the mission. "Boss, come 2 pounds. Okay." The boss neatly picked 2 pounds of mangoes and handed them to Chuya. "How about it? I said it's sweet, right?" Chuya licked the mango juice water at the corner of her mouth with her tongue, and said in a serious manner, "Boss, it's not sweet. Shouldn't these 2 pounds be free?" "Boss, Lu Zeno?" The surrounding passers-by also cast a strange look. Mangoes belong to the local fruits in Binhai City, with superior quality, and they are also sold to the neighboring cities. It is impossible that they are not sweet. Is it interesting for you, a middle-stage dominator powerhouse, to snub someone's boss for 2 pounds of mango? She's joking. Lu Zeno hurriedly paid and pulled Chuya to quickly flee the scene. "What are you doing?" He said himself that if it's not sweet, don't pay for it. Business should be honest. Chuya spoke crooked reasoning. "You say alright, let's say I'm treating you. It's not easy for people's bosses." Lu Zai didn't want to dwell on it. "It's not easy for us either. The basic salary for a month is only 100,000 dragon coins, plus attendance allowance, year-end bonus, and high-temperature subsidy." Chuya broke her fingers and carefully calculated. Lu Zai was enduring Chuya's mental pollution all the way. He felt that he must have saved a lot of trouble if he came out with Gao Tu. Marina City Dragon Exchange, affiliated with the official, fair prices, and as an official member here can enjoy 10% discount. Here are all open and transparent prices, so the 10% discount is real, not the discounts of private exchanges, which are all watered down. First raise the price and then discount it, which is equal to nothing. Showed their documents. The two entered smoothly. The exchange is divided into several large areas according to the parts of the equipment. Lu Zai went directly towards the weapons area. His purpose today was clear. At the same time, he handed over all the white equipment in his system's warehouse, as well as some equipment he couldn't use, to the consignors, allowing them to estimate the price and sell it. Arriving at the weapons area, the wide array of equipment made Lu Zeno's eyes light up. There were swords and axes, spears and lances, and even firearms, such as pistols and the like. Lu Zino remembered that the pistol type of weapon, which was used by the gifted gun god, fired bullets that were not chemically driven warheads, but rather streams of air coalesced by spiritual energy, which were powerful. There were just too many commodities. Lu Zai directly turned to the salesperson for help. Hello, I need a mental manipulation tired weapon around level 11. The salesperson was a middle-aged uncle with eyes, and seeing that he was a member of the official squad, his attitude was much more enthusiastic. Welcome. May I ask what quality you need and what is your budget? You are an official member enjoying a 10% discount. Orange quality. Price of 20 million up or down is fine. Shuya's voice was loud and clear. Sitting on a high stool on the counter, a pair of long legs bucking and bucking, holding a mango in her hand. Timidly, I only have 10 million. Lu Zino leaned close to Chuya's ear and whispered a reminder. I still have 10 million pocket money here. If you want to buy the best. Anyway, the equipment retains its value. You owe me money. You are my person. In the future, you have to listen to Sister Ya. Know it? Shuya had a serious face. How is it that there is a feeling of selling one's body? Alright. Thank you, Sister Ya. Alright, the two of you wait a moment. I'll pull up the equipment list. The middle-aged man quickly retrieved the corresponding equipment that met the customer's needs from the tablet. Soon he handed the tablet to Lu Zino. Have a look. There are a total of 131 pieces of orange equipment that meet your conditions. Lu Zai was very shocked. The official strength is just magnificent. Just level 11 this level of orange equipment. It must also be a mental manipulation type. So many? But once you think about the 20 million population of Marina City and 10 million awakened, it makes sense. Night Rain, level 11 orange. Physique plus 110. Agility plus 110. Spirit plus 110. Special attribute, Toxin, attack with Toxin effect. Lasts for 10 seconds. Reduces the opponent's max life value by 1% per second. Cannot be stacked. Within 100 seconds of the same target. Can only be poisoned once. During the period of poisoning, the effective healing class is halved. This toxin is a bit tough. Dealing with high life value target damage can be considerable. Reduce the effect of healing. This effect is also very good. But at present, Lu Zino dealt with the target's life value is not high. Can be directly violent strong kill. Toxin effect is not as increased attack or storm to direct. Even if the target's life value is 10,000, 10 seconds will only be able to cause 1000 damage. Not very meaningful. However, in the future, when one's level was high, one could consider this kind of equipment. Lu Zino's eyes quickly scanned the list on top of the notebook, and Chuya, who was nibbling on a mango, also brought her head over, her 3000 green silk resting on Lu Zino's shoulders. Since she was sitting on a very high stool, she simply leaned her chin on Lu Zino's shoulder so that she could eat the mango with less effort. This person's laziness had already reached a certain realm. Wild Luzi. This one suits you, yeah. Shuya slid her pink finger on the tablet and pointed to a piece of equipment called Dragon's Tooth. This piece of equipment was labeled with the word Extreme. Dragon's Tooth, level 11 orange. Physique plus 110. Agility plus 110. Spirit plus 110. Special attribute Extreme, armor breaking plus 5. The Dragon's Tooth possesses an armor breaking effect. Has a total of 32 dragon's teeth, each of which can inflict independent damage. And carries Dragon Might, which inflicts an additional 50% damage on psychic creatures. And possesses a certain amount of resistance toughness to mind control tactics. This equipment was really good. The armor breaking attribute alone was extremely rare. Lu Zino currently had the 10% armor break granted by his talent. And with this 5% it was 5%, which wasn't low anymore. Moreover, the Dragon Might effect also had the effect of resisting mind control and increasing damage to spirit-type creatures, which was perfect for himself. Boss, how much is this? Lu Zino inquired. 15 million after discount. Lu Zai thought to himself that it was so expensive, but a voice next to him had already sounded. Boss, pack it up. We'll take it. Shuya contentedly wiped her little mouth full of juice, then aimed the awakening instrument at the counter to scan the code for payment. How luxurious. At the same time, Lu Zino also realized that his survival points had come to 2,041 points, so it was time to raise his talent level to level 4. This wave, a two-pronged attack. After coming out of the exchange, Lu Zino equipped the Dragon's Tooth, replacing the original Flying Blade 13, and his attributes went up a bit. The Dragon's Tooth was a very domineering piece of equipment, shaped like a dragon's head that could be equipped on top of the arm, and there were 32 dragon teeth in the dragon's mouth, driven by spiritual power. With a great intimidating power, The length of each dragon's tooth was approximately equal to the length of a chopstick and was very sharp. Lu Zai was very satisfied with this new equipment, and then he consumed another one. 988 survival points to raise his talent metal manipulation to level 4. In his mind, the understanding of metal manipulation flowed through his mind like a stream of data. The host, Lu Zeno. Level, LV11, 23. 5%. Realm, Juggernaut Realm. Life value, 11400. Physique, 940 plus 200, 61. 5% damage reduction. Spirit, 8900 plus 350. Strength, 284. Agility, 301 plus 100, 4. 01 plus 10% strike rate. Survival points, 67, growing. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV4, 0/5000. Equipment, Dragon's Tooth. Greenwood bracelet. Bracelet of the Giant Serpent. Boots of the Giant Serpent. Helm of Glow. Metal manipulation LV4. Manipulate metal of the appropriate energy level to launch any attack within a range of 40 plus 114 meters, dealing 140% plus 114% spiritual damage with no cooldown. The current Lu Zeno had a powerful mental power. The range of manipulation reached a full 154 meters, and the mental damage increase reached 254%, which was equivalent to dealing 5 times the damage. What kind of concept was this? Lu Zai now spiritual power up to 9,300. 254% increase in damage up to 23,622 points. Although the opposite side of the body damage reduction, but Lu Zai also has 15.5% of the broken armor. The damage is still considerable. The 15 million selling price makes Lu Zeno directly bankrupt. His own equipment that do not want to sell only 70,000 dragon coins. Indeed, the quality is low, and the level is not high, so it can sell so much money. Or because of the official personnel status added. Lu Zeno now 10 million bonus is gone. Also owes Chuya this little rich woman 5 million. Think about it all bad. On the way back, Lu Zeno was squeezed another bag of potato chips with ice lemonade. Finally arrived at the headquarters. This is Lu Zai into their own squad headquarters. Unexpectedly, this place was situated in the city center office building with a floor of 39, while their headquarters was on the 11th floor, and it was a sole floor exclusive. An exclusive elevator went straight to the 11th floor, making Lu Zi's jaw drop in shock. The elevator door opened, and in front of him was a luxurious decor, with practice rooms, entertainment halls, conference rooms, lounges, and bedrooms, all in one place. This floor area is at least tens of thousands of square meters. 5 people really need such a large area? What the hell kind of family is this? Captain Hong Yu and Lu De Ruthless. Hai Tu has been armed. Saw Lu Zi 2 people back is to welcome up. Need things are ready? Lu Zai nodded, still unable to hold back his curiosity. Captain, are the conditions of all the squads this luxurious? Not waiting for the captain to answer, Lu De Vicious next to him was interjecting. Thinking about farts to eat the squad's living expenses. Office conditions are all their own way. The official welfare is already enough to cope with these expenditures. We're so posh. It's not because of that rich woman behind you. Lu De Ruthless raised his chin in Chuya's direction. This floor is your family's? Lu Zai was shocked. Chuya shook her head, and Lu Ziya's mind was more or less balanced. So it was rented. Who knows that Chuya's next sentence made Lu Ziyi directly dumbfounded. This building is all my family's, not this floor. Ha ha ha. The 4 members of the squad entered the elevator one after another, preparing to head to the mental hospital. Only Lu Zeno was the only one who froze in place, as if he had been hit by the petrification skill. Gao Tu patted Lu Zai's shoulder as he passed by. Let's go. We were just as shocked as you were at first. Binhai City Psychiatric Hospital is located in the suburbs, 31 kilometers in a straight line from the squad's headquarters, and the group is driving themselves there. The car is a SUV with good performance, and it is also a small rich woman's. Captain Han Yu has already taken care of the Department of Health documents. A line of people pretending to raid the Department of Health personnel. Documents complete. Line of people get out of the car after walking is also a tiger. Door guards were about to block. By Han Yu bright identity directly scared back, and notified the relevant leaders. After entering the hospital interior, the head of the hospital is Huang Chang. Before coming here, the team has long been clear about the situation of this public hospital. Huang Chang no big problem, just some bad style, not much control of hospital affairs, like to roam in the Department of Health. Running relations, this position he has been sitting for 11 years, close to 60 years old. He is also ready to retire peacefully in this position. Yo, what wind blew the leaders of the Department of Health? But extremely good face. Why don't we go outside and find a place to eat and talk? Hospitals, whenever you can check, it will not grow legs and run away, is not it? Huang Chang is a very shrewd person. welcome at the same time, but also ready to probe the team and his entourage of the truth. Is really check or fishing for oil to go through the motions. And Hongyu didn't give him a chance, directly flashed out the documents and identification. You don't need to know us, it's enough that you know these. Where is your office? We have something to ask you. Huang Chang saw that Hongyu was not the kind of character who was good at fooling around, so he immediately led the way in front. This way please. Let's talk about Zheng Feng's situation. After the group entered the office and drove away the people around them, Hongyu then revealed his other identity, the official sovereign-level awakened captain. This identity was even more oppressive than the DH's, which was just not to spook the snakes. I told you why a few of you look so unfamiliar. I'm familiar with the Department of Health. It turns out that you guys are awakened, or are still in the Juggernaut realm. Huang Chang was shocked. Answer the question positively. You have a lot of small problems on you. If you want to retire peacefully, be honest. Hongyu did not want to talk nonsense with Huang Chang. Yes. You guys said this Zhang Feng. In fact, I have long suspected him, but his father has the power and influence, and he came here to do research, and did not give me any trouble. We are considered to be well-watered. Meeting is also a nodding acquaintance. He is still respectable to me, and I don't bother about some of the problems on him. Huang Chang opened his mouth, implying that he had long felt that Zhang Feng was not right. Elaborate on your findings. Hongyu sipped a mouthful of strong tea and assumed a posture of listening. He has been here for 5 years, without any research results. His claimed research direction of treating patients with the gift of mental disorders has never been reported on the subject, nor is there any detailed program, but, instead, those patients who have gone through his treatment have become even more bizarre. Huang Chang seems to think of a lot of the past. Some patients are only mild depression, or mild other mental illnesses. It is reasonable to say that the medication, the effect will also be good, but after being treated by him, these patients as if they lost their souls. See, Zhang Feng are extremely fearful. At first I was worried that Zhang Feng has abusive behavior of the patient, which I do not allow. Something happened. I also have the responsibility of but the back I investigated in detail. Zhang Feng seldom had contact with these patients at all, which is even more strange. Don't you need a detailed treatment process for your research? Huang Chang seemed puzzled, and several people in the squad had it in their minds that Zhang Feng did not need to contact these patients. He only needed to arrange the patients within a certain range of himself and forcefully pull them into the dream world. Where do others usually stay at night? Hongyu went straight to the point. He, is in our dreams at night? My lord! A hideous smile appeared on Huang Chang's face. Huang Chang's dissimilarity caused everyone except Captain Hongyu to jump up from their seats, each flashing their weapons. Hongyu, on the other hand, pressed down with one hand, telling everyone to take it easy. He's already been pulled into the dream realm. I guess he's already taken over the entire spirit courtyard during the night, and the gifted nightmare can already cover this place. Then he already knows we're here? Lu Zino asked. Well, he already knows now. He can decipher Huang Chang's dreams and know everything that just happened in his dreams, but it doesn't matter anymore. They all have to die. Hongyu's eyes looked sharply at Huang Chang, filled with killing intent. Huang Chang smiled wryly. Really? Then I'll be waiting for a few of you. Ha ha ha. Huang Chang had been manipulated by Zhang Feng at the moment and was laughing wildly. Hongyu pulled out a porcelain bottle containing a transparent liquid, and after forcibly pouring it to Huang Chang, the latter fell into unconsciousness. Captain, what kind of magical treasure is this? Surprisingly, it can shield the nightmare's control? Lu Zino sked in wonder, and Shuya slapped her head with a look of looking at a fool. Munchkins can be so easy to fool. This is rat poison. After Huang Chang took it he went directly into shock. Isn't that the same as being out of control? Lu Zino was shocked. It can still be played like this? Although the rat poison is powerful, for an awakened person like Shuya, a resuscitation can be saved. The team of 5 people are very important to this action, which affects the ability to enter the land of bliss of the big event. Huang Chang fell into a coma. The team cut off his contact with Zhang Feng. Otherwise Huang Chang in the side, just like a live camera. The team's all moves are under the monitoring of Zhang Feng. Only after fixing Huang Chang did Lu Devicious retrieve 4 ribbons from the 4 corners of the room, which was a special prop. After entering Huang Chang's office just now, Lu Devicious had quietly set it up. Hongyu expected that during the conversation with Huang Chang, Zhang Feng will use the talent ability to intervene. This kind of ribbon is still retrieved from the superior warehouse, can detect the clues of spiritual talent, at the same time, can memorize the person's spiritual power, can follow the map. Northeast, the ribbon fluttered gently in a certain direction, and Lu Devicious drew his conclusion accordingly. The small team of 5 quickly chased towards the northeast direction. After running out for some distance, Lu Devicious made a fist-clenching motion towards the sky, and the group immediately stopped. Spread out, Hong Yu bellowed. His body directly exploded. His body was immediately wrapped in a layer of stone armor that looked like granite. The whole process took less than half a second, which showed his strong control over the stone armor talent. At the same time, the squad of several people fled away. The ground suddenly sprang out a few spikes. Wooden spikes, as if some kind of plant life means of attack. Hong Yu's fists frequently blasted out, and a sweeping leg was used to shatter all the protruding wooden spikes. The remaining 4 members of the squad fled with a backward jump, and Gao Tu even pulled out his battle knife from his back during the backward jump. Shuya moved gracefully and drew a long whip from her waist, which swung out in the air with a crunching sound. Snap! Between the swings of the long whip, 5 threads of purple energy bound no one. Purple energy was the sign of a master level. The talent equilibrium quickly completed the setup, binding the 5 people together and spreading the damage evenly. Talent sequence 9 equilibrium LV5 can release up to 50 plus 10 energy ties connecting friendly units. The connected friend gains an additional secondary damage reduction of 20 plus 10%, counted in 2 separate times from the insta damage reduction, while the damage they take is shared equally. Level 5 equalization is extremely powerful, and Lu De Vicious was more romantic, rolling on the ground and running to the edge of the corner, purple energy surging to be offered. Talent sequence 30, drawing a fence LV5, creates a 250 plus 50 meter diameter spatial confinement. Battles occurring in the confinement will not affect the surrounding area. The outside world will not be able to see everything that happens in the confined space. 2 silhouettes slowly appeared on the roof of the northeast corner of the spiritual courtyard. It was Zhang Feng, Zhang Jun's father and son. All 4 of the squad made a handsome battle response. Lu Zai felt awkward for a moment. He had to do something, right? So he could only bellow at the 2 black shadows in the northeast to give the squad a boost. Come over here. Hong Yu's brows clustered and he realized that the other team members were also looking at Lu Zai, his new teammate. And everyone's thoughts were unanimous. This wild wayfarer wasn't too smart looking. Zhang Jun's father and son were not nervous when they saw the slowly falling ban enveloping them, as if everything was under control. Zhang Jun looked at the 5 people in the arena with a morose gaze, applauding while coldly saying, Captain Hong is a good fighter, but it's a pity that such a fighter can't save Xiao Tian. And you can't save yourself today either. When Hong Yu said Xiao Tian's name, the 5 people in the squad except Lu Ziyi had shock and anger on their faces. The anger was that Xiao Tian's death was a hard wound in their hearts, and Zhang Jun had used this to irritate them. The shock was that Zhang Jun seemed to know more inside information about Xiao Tian's death. Lu Zai couldn't understand what they were saying at all, and Hong Yu's next sentence made him even more confused. He only saw Hong Yu turn around to face Lu Zai and said with a very serious yet polite cupped fist, Little Lu, on behalf of all the members of Shura Squad, I thank you. After saying that, he cupped his fists and saluted. And the other 3 similarly cupped their fists and saluted Lu Zino. Captain, Sister Ya, Brother Gao, Brother Lu, what are you guys? Lu Zai was a bit bewildered. You helped us find Xiao Tian's enemy. I've always felt strange about our sneak attack by the Sakura Nation Awakened. Our movements in the alienation land have always been secretive, and we've never made any mistakes over the years. Last time, it felt like someone had insight into our movements in advance, and we were caught in a siege. And now I know. Ha ha ha, Captain Hong is smart but it's a pity that it's too late. You guys can tell how sweet Xiao Tian's dream was? After we learned of your whereabouts in his dream state, you guys were already destined to not be able to escape. It's a pity that those Cherry Blossom Awakened people were too useless. They didn't have a regiment to exterminate you guys. But what's interesting is that we intentionally told Xiao Tian through his dream state at the last minute. We only sneak attacked and won the attack through his dream state. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Tian's remorse at that time. Chagrin, guilt, tsk, too wonderful. So, he had the chance to walk away, but high-minded and ashamed he chose to break his back suicidally and sacrificed himself. Although Lu Zai did not recognize Xiao Tian, but when he heard such a result, his body shivered uncontrollably. The 2 people in front of him were too evil. They completely plunged Xiao Tian into fear and self-loathing, and slowly died. Hong Yu clenched his hands into fists, and his body erupted with a powerful purple ability. Talent sequence 57, Berserk LV6, the body enters a berserk state. Consumption of energy intensifies. Combat power increases by 60% for 120 seconds. Shura Squad, kill. Completely mad Hong Yu took the lead. His feet stepped on the ground. The ground collapsed to piece. Completely stone armored he was like a cannonball rushing towards the duo. The roof of the building, where Zhang Jun's father and son were located, exploded with a bang. And the powerful explosion energy made the 3 silhouettes retreat rapidly in 3 directions. The remaining 4 people have also followed. This battle, destined to be immortal. Zhang Jun snorted coldly. The ground was like an earthquake, and in the next second, a 50-meter tall giant tree sprang out of the ground. Countless wooden thorns coalesced on top of the giant tree, and they attacked furiously towards the 5 members of the Shiol Luo squad. At the same time, the branches on the giant tree transformed into roaming waving arms with sharp wooden claws at the end, attempting to attack the squad. Wasn't this the talent that Lu Zeno had seen in the Wooden Man back then? This talent that Lu Zeno had seen back then was the Woodman boss's talent LV3. Talent LV3, Wood of Alienation. The Woodman enters a state of alienation that lasts for 120 seconds, during which time it possesses the ability to grow savagely, and sharp wooden thorns can be constantly shot out from above its branches, each dealing 130% plus 2, 1% spiritual damage, with an attack range of 30 plus 2, 1 meters. In melee form it can have berserk strength in its branch arms and attack the target. Cooldown, 360 seconds. Obviously, this talent that Zhang Jun was using was at least above level 6, with an even more terrifying power. Seeing this scene, Hong Yu, whose figure had settled down, suddenly realized, you guys weren't parasitized by the nightmare. You're spirit stealers? Peak Juggernaut. Ha ha ha, you know too late. In the next second, thousands of wooden thorns stormed in. As for Zhang Jun's son, Zhang Feng, his body transformed into a spirit, floating illusorily in the air emitting a piercing hiss. He had unleashed a nightmare to forcefully pull the 5 people into the dream realm, and although his strength could not do this, he could definitely cause mental interference to the 5 people. And with this interference, it became even more difficult to dodge the attack of Zhang Jun, a peak sovereign. At the time of crisis, a dragon roar appeared. Roar! 32 dragon teeth swooped straight at Zhang Feng's illusory spirit body. Lu Zai, a budding newcomer, was the first to mangled up. The so-called Spirit Eater was a taboo existence that was banned in all countries, and could only be engaged in ordinary work and could not be cultivated. There are 100 registered Spirit Devourers in the Dragon Kingdom, and for a scale of over 1 billion people, this group is not huge and very rare. Spirit Eaters were born without the ability to awaken, nor would they awaken their talents, but they possessed a forbidden ability, the talent to devour foreign beasts. This sounded like something that should be vigorously cultivated, but when they broke through the realm, they also needed to devour the energy of humans with similar bloodlines in order to break through the realm. The bloodline mentioned here was not a relative, but a species. For example, if you were from the Dragon Kingdom, you would need to find a similar awakened in that group to devour to break the mirror. It's as if their abilities are designed to destroy the world, along with the Fae and humans. How they escaped the scrutiny of the Dragon Kingdom was unknown to the Shura team. While one thing was certain, they had become spies for the enemy country in order to survive. Relying on betraying the Dragon Kingdom to obtain better resources, the enemy country used them to sabotage the Dragon Kingdom's awakened camp internally, each getting what they wanted. One of the talents that Zhang Jun had devoured was that of a woodman, the Wood of Alteration, and it was unknown what other cards he had, so I believed that he would be able to see them in a while. And what Zhang Feng had devoured was none other than the 2 talents of the trial camp boss, Ultimate Nightmare. Therefore, at first, everyone thought that Zhang Feng had been parasitized by the nightmare, but in fact, it was not. It was Zhang Feng who had swallowed the nightmare, and since the Ultimate Nightmare's prestige had left the trial camp unchallenged, the secret had remained undiscovered for a long time. It wasn't until Lu Zeno's appearance that the water came out, and it was he who discovered that there was no nightmare boss at all in the restricted area of the trial camp. The battle had already started, and on Lu Zeno's arm, the dragon's head opened its mouth wide, and 32 dragon teeth gushed out. Little Lu, be careful. He's all yours. Early mastery strength. After Hong Yu instructed Lu Zai, he, along with the other 3, was concentrating on dealing with Zhang Jun. Zhang Feng was at the early stage of sovereign strength. However, the strength range of the early stage of the Juggernaut is also very large. Generally speaking, attribute points of 10 to 30. 000 is called the early stage. 40 to 60. 000 is called the middle stage. 60 to 90. 000 is called the late stage. And less than 100. 000 above 90. 000 is called the pinnacle. The captain was a mid-late stage powerhouse with a combat strength of over 70. 000 points. The other teammates were all mid-stage strength. Lu Zai couldn't care less about how strong Zhang Feng was at the moment, and directly exploded all of his spiritual power to combine with the effect of the dragon's whistle to weaken the interference of the nightmare on his teammates. At the same time, the 32 metal dragon teeth were like streams of light and had already reached Zhang Feng's face. Zhang Feng had already transformed into an illusory spiritual body, which was one of the specialties of the beast nightmare, and he looked at the 32 dragon teeth flying towards him, and smiled coldly, a mere mental manipulation. At the next moment, the violent dragon teeth pierced through his spiritual body, and a sharp pain shot through his body. Crap! Father, save me! A batch of wooden spikes arrived one after another. knocking away most of Lu Zeno's dragon teeth, but Zhang Feng was still injured. Ding! Your attack shocked Zhang Feng's father and son, gaining 588 survival points. Lu Zeno's mental strength was now around 10,000, and with the various increases and armor breaks, it was quite powerful. Ding! You have inflicted damage on Zhang Feng. Life value minus 6,900. Just now, a few dragon teeth had pierced through the spirit body, causing some damage. However, Zhang Feng, who was at the Juggernaut realm's strength, had clearly underestimated Lu Zeno's strength just now, and by the time he felt the terror of the dragon teeth, it was too late again. The battle situation had changed because of Lu Zeno's addition. Zhang Jun had originally fought 1 against 4, and was having a hard time, but he didn't expect to be distracted from taking care of his son, which he hadn't anticipated. Zhang Jun stood proudly at the top of the giant tree. The purple energy in his body continuously surged to the giant tree. Lu Zai found that the color of his purple energy had somewhat transformed into orange. This was the omen of breaking through the master to enter the legend? However, what made Lu Zeno even more curious was, how could this kind of strong person have only one talent, the wood of alienation? What exactly was he waiting for? On top of the giant wood, a wooden thorn was more than 2 meters long, just like a spear being thrown out by those wooden claws. The sky was like a raging rain of arrows. Hong Yu turned on berserk and stone armor. At this moment, like a stone statue, crazy bombarded those wooden thorns. Every collision led to broken loud noise. The powerful force made every punch he blasted out. His fist directly punched out an astral wind, and the wooden thorns along the piece of the path were all reduced to pieces. Knife crazy Gao Tu will be a war knife will dance out a piece of knife on. The whole person is like sealing the devil generally in the rain like with thorns back and forth to kill. Lu De ruthless double fists violently hit the ground. A hot purple aura rose up from the ground. Wither. These branches and vines rose up flat, rising higher and higher, completely enveloping the giant tree. Withering could reduce the target's speed, attack power, and mental power. Although the exact effect of this talent would be affected by the difference in strength between the two sides, but Lu Zeno could still see that the speed of those wooden arms throwing wooden spikes eased a bit, and the speed of the wooden spikes bombarding them slowed down. But there were too many wooden spikes, and several attempts by several people to break through the wooden spikes to attack Zhang Jun's main body failed several times. As the spikes fell, the bodies of several people were traumatized one after another, and they retreated one after another. With the effect of equalization, the damage of these wooden spikes was spread evenly. Under the equalization effect, the rules for calculating injuries are, if Hong Yu is hit by the wooden thorns, then it will be calculated according to Hong Yu's defense damage reduction, and then deduct the secondary damage reduction of the equalization effect, and finally the actual damage. If the actual damage is 5,000, then everyone suffers 1,000 damage. Just now, Lu Zeno's mind flashed through a string of information. You have taken 687 damage, 713 damage, 851 damage under the equalization talent. The same damage from the wooden thorns. When different people were hit, the damage inflicted was different, and the equalized damage was also different. Shuya threw out her long whip, and an aura enveloped everyone. Revival LV4. Lu Zai felt the flowing life value being restored. The speed was not fast to say the least, but the effect was obvious. Neither side had a good way to break through the other's defense for a while, presenting a stalemate. As for Lu Zeno and Zhang Feng, the two of them went toe-to-toe. With the special enchantment of the dragon's teeth, Lu Zai had extra damage to the spirit, although the other party's combat strength was a bit stronger than his own. However, the dragon's whistle effect clearly mitigated the opponent's mental interference, which was much less effective for spirit-type talents. There was no doubt that if he was in the dream world, Lu Zai was by no means the opponent's opponent, but under reality, the dragon's teeth hitting his body really hurt. 32 columns split in the air and bombarded Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's two talents, one nightmare and one disorder, were unable to deal with this kind of battle in front of him. He could only awkwardly reveal his true body and condense his spiritual energy on top of his human fists and feet to fight against these dragon teeth, dominating powerhouses, suffocating as they were. Zhang Feng's father and son's original plan was not like this at all. Originally thinking that Zhang Feng's nightmare would cause no small amount of mental interference to the Shura squad, who would have thought that out would come a main attacker with extreme additions, almost all of which were added to spiritual power. They had previously thought that with Xiao Tian dead, the Shura squad should be crippled. What was even more outrageous was that this main attacker was also an old six, equipped with a dragon's tooth that restrained spiritual body and spiritual talents. Although Lu Zai was an early-stage master combatant, he was rather biased, and most of his mental power was added to his spiritual power, so it was estimated that even people with 30,000 combatants didn't have as high a spiritual power as he did. between Zhang Feng's fists and feet. Purple energy was constantly erupting, and he was facing the bombardment of 32 dragon teeth by himself, showing his fatigue. He was the breakthrough in this battle. As long as Lu Zino took down Zhang Feng, he could rush to the captain and the others. A few dragon teeth penetrated Zhang Feng's palms and knees. Zhang Feng's body knelt down. This battle, he was incomparably suffocated. He couldn't utilize his own strengths, and let a kid who had just entered the juggernaut restrain him. Just when the Shura squad thought that victory was in sight, Zhang Feng's body was grabbed by the wooden arm, and Zhang Feng's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at his father. Zhang Jun. No, father, you wouldn't do this to me. I'm your own son. Zhang Jun's face had lost its blood color and was as pale as a white sheet of paper. The fate of our spirit devourer clan has never been under the control of others. You should have the awareness of sacrifice. In the next moment, the claws of the giant wood under Zhang Jun's control directly pinched and burst Zhang Feng. Countless blood and flesh were absorbed by the giant wood as soon as they were finished. The giant wood's aura skyrocketed, and Zhang Jun's pale face regained its aura. Sacrifice. You have devoured Xiao Tian's sacrifice. Han Yu looked at Zhang Jun incredulously. He had actually sacrificed his own son. No one would have expected that after Xiao Tian was killed last time, Zhang Jun had devoured his sacrifice. Sacrifice. By sacrificing a manipulated target, one obtains a status boost. The effect of the boost is related to the quality of the sacrificed object and one's own sacrifice level. Zhang Jun of the Peak Dominator realm presumptuously fought 1 against 5 after devouring his own son. From a combat perspective, his decision was correct. On the one hand, he strengthened himself. On the other hand, if he didn't do so, Zhang Feng would have been suppressed by Lu Zai, and the father and son duo would only become more and more passive. The wood of alteration grew rapidly and madly after obtaining the injection of new energy. Those wooden thorns, those wooden arms grew even stronger and denser. Suffer death. Zhang Jun was furious, and under his maneuvering, thousands of wooden thorns burst out under the swing of those terrifying wooden arms. Captain, it's your turn. Chuyi injected a recovery light alone into Hong Yu in his stone armor state, allowing him to withstand more damage and recover more in the upcoming battle. Since he had the strongest defense in the team, it would be more cost-effective if the damage was left for him to carry. The whole team deducted the least amount of blood. Kill. Hong Yu pulled his berserk state to its peak. His feet stomped on the ground, and his entire body was like a cannonball rushing towards those wooden thorns that fell like a torrential downpour. Blade Frenzy Gao Tu revealed a hideous smile. A battle sword moved along with his figure and followed closely behind the captain. Chuya and Lu Divicious destroyed as many wooden thorns as possible with their normal attacks, and Lu Zino aimed his gaze at the arms of those giant trees. If he could cut off more arms, the attack power of the giant trees would drop significantly. Wooden arms weren't like wooden thorns that could grow out instantly, and the energy consumed to restore them was much more massive. And since the captain and Gao Tu were both melee fighters, only he had a chance to do this. With that thought, the battle between the two sides opened up. Lu Zai glanced at the survival points in his system and accumulated another 890 points. Without any hesitation, he added all of them to his spiritual power. Ding! Points added successfully. Current spirit, 9791 plus 350. More than 10,000 spiritual power combined with a level 4 talent was extremely terrifying. Generally, only awakened people in the middle stages of the mastery would have such a powerful spiritual strength, as their additions would take into account both agility and physique. Lu Zino was more extreme. 90% was added to spirit, and his shortcomings, low constitution and low agility, were just compensated for by the team. With a balanced talent, he didn't worry about being seconded. With the captain and Gao Tu at the front, Lu Zai doesn't need to move around too much, and can just stand on piles for output. At the moment, Lu Zino's role was more like a turret. Output was his duty. Lu Zino's arms, giant dragon's teeth, blasted out as much as they could. They whistled away in the sky, emitting a sonic boom, aiming at the arms of those investing in wooden thorns. Chopping, and Zhang Jun seemed to realize Lu Ziya's attempt. Dozens of wooden arms swung towards those dragon's teeth in the sky, slapping them back one after another, and the dragon's teeth landed with a single blow. Lu Zino still remembered that when he dealt with the level 3 wooden man in the past, the wooden man also used this way to resist his own flying blade 13. At that time, Lu Zino directly crushed the opponent, and the wooden man was directly pierced through, and was unable to resist his own flying blade at all. But today, these giant wooden arms under Zhang Jun's control were obviously much too powerful, directly causing the dragon's teeth to fly several hundred meters backwards, unable to get close. But the next moment, the dragon tooth swung back 180 degrees in the air and blasted away once again. This was the benefit of having strong spiritual power. The intensity of control was significantly increased. More and more wooden arms were involved in fending off Lu Zino's dragon's teeth. which provided a heavenly opportunity for the captain and Gao Tu, who were in close combat. Well done, Wild Lucy. Seeing this scene from afar, Shuya couldn't help but praise it. In the next moment, Hong Yu's petrified arm slammed into the arms of the two giant trees, and a pair of gloves on Hong Yu's arm erupted with a powerful purple light. This was his weapon, a level 30 orange equipment, the Desert Fist. Ka-ching! The giant wooden arm instantly crumbled, and green sap swept down from the break like splashing ink. Blade Frenzy Gao Tu also gained a chance for a melee attack, and one of the giant wooden arms was chopped off by the battle sword. Damn it! Zhang Jun looked viciously at Lu Zino. Everything was calculated today, except for this kid who ran away from nowhere. If it wasn't for him, the secrets of the trial camp wouldn't have been revealed. If it wasn't for him, his son Zhang Feng wouldn't have been caught in a passive situation. If it wasn't for him, his son wouldn't have been sacrificed. Die for me. Zhang Jun directly didn't care about Gao Tu and Hong Yu, as dozens of giant wooden arms gripping wooden spikes simultaneously stabbed at Lu Zai. Although protected by the balanced talent, Lu Zino's defense was the lowest. Hitting him, the team's life value loss was the greatest, and his place was likely to become a breakthrough. Without any hesitation, Hong Yu and Gao Tu gave up their chance to attack and returned to support Lu Zino. All of them used their best techniques. Hong Yu's double fists condensed the hottest purple light, and his entire figure was like a cannonball discharging, flying towards those wooden arms. Both fists raised high, and then slammed down, boom. The fierce fist wind directly shattered 7 or 8 wooden arms, and he himself was also pierced through the abdomen by one of the wooden arms. Falling from the height, Blade Frenzy Gao Tu's figure was pulled up hundreds of meters. His hands held the sword, and his battle knife chopped straight down. Chop! Bang 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 bang. Above the battle knife, the blade exploded, and those wooden arms that tried to stop Gao Tu were chopped off one by one. Gao Tu's speed is also getting slower and slower. The momentum is getting weaker and weaker. In the chopping off the 6th wooden arm, the whole person was 2 wooden arms swept hit. The figure flew backward for hundreds of meters, smashed in the drawing for the prison of the Forbidden Wall, before falling to the ground, spitting out more than blood. Even the sword was seized by one of the wooden arms, holding it in his hand and swinging it towards Lu Zino. In these two exchanges, the giant wood was also hit by more than a dozen wooden arms, and its momentum was greatly reduced. Lu Devicious also quickly leapt over. His talent was not good at fighting, ready to fight side by side with his spiritual power attached to his physical body. And Chuya quickly treats the injured teammates, but in the face of this kind of injury, saving lives can be, wanting to recover quickly is difficult. Both sides entered a critical duel. Lu Zai looked at the giant wood high in the sky, spread his hands, and those 32 dragon teeth returned to the head of the dragon. Brat, what are you doing? Hong Yu was shocked. Is this brat crazy, giving up the fight? Wild Road, don't be like this. You still owe me money. I forbid you to die. Chuya was also anxious. The remaining dozen or so arms of the giant wood attacked in unison. After Lu Devicious chopped off one of the wooden arms, he was directly slapped down to the ground from a high altitude. His body smashed a dirt pit on the ground, unable to move. The wooden thorn hangs above Lu Zino's head, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10. Lu Zino held his breath and even closed his eyes. All of his spiritual power was fully energized by him, and a layer of purple flame was formed burning on the surface of Lu Zino's body. With this strike, Lu Zai sacrificed all of his strength, and the gold content of 10,000 spiritual power was about to be presented. The wooden arm stabbed down fiercely. Lu Zino's body was hit hard one after another, and the balanced energy lines linking him began to flicker madly, mitigating his wounds and spreading the damage evenly. And the battle opportunity was in a flash. The wooden arm that was holding the Gao Tu battle blade suddenly stabbed the battle blade into the chest cavity of the giant wood. The battle blade pierced through the chest, and a green sap gushed out like a flood that had opened the floodgates. Zhang Jun, who was standing at the top of the giant wood, violently covered his chest, spat a few mouthfuls of blood, and fell from the height. This was Lu Zino's tactic to make Zhang Jun think that he was winning. Zhang Jun was very powerful, with more than 90,000 combat power and at least 60,000 spiritual power. However, his mental power had to be distracted on top of defending and commanding dozens of wooden arms and thousands of wooden spikes. Moreover, in the previous battle, the team had already hit his strength hard. Lu Zai wouldn't have to be distracted. He gave up on defense, and he poured all of his 10,000 mental energy into that battle sword. Who would have thought that the battle sword held in his hand would suddenly rebel? The moment Zhang Jun fell, Gao Tu took the battle knife that fell from the sky and stabbed it into his body. And Zhang Jun, who was at the peak of the mastery realm, pawn, Captain Hongyu rushed over like mad, and picked up Lu Zai. Brat, wake up, I forbid you to die. Tomorrow, I will take you to the land of alienation. We have all discussed. Let you go inside to practice and kill monsters. You are our most optimistic. Shuya and Lu de Ruthless High 2 all ran over. The pulse of the pulse. Treatment of treatment. Shuya, remember the tears bar cannot stay. You don't die, okay? Big deal in the future shopping. I don't pester you. Money I don't want. You wake up. Confused. Lu Zai opened his eyes. This is true? Hongyu directly threw Lu Zai on the ground. If you're not dead, get up and go back to headquarters. He turned around and quietly wiped away a drop of old tears from the corner of his eyes. You're really going to the land of alienation tomorrow? Lu Zai could look forward to it too much. Where he could kill monsters like crazy and his battle power would soar. The land of alienation. The place that every awakened person is afraid of and yearns for. I, Lu Zai, have finally gained the qualification to enter. You don't have to pay back the money. Happiness is so sudden. The big battle came to an end, and all 5 members of the squad returned to the headquarters to heal their wounds. Lu Zai was instrumental in that battle just now, but the role of everyone in the team was perfectly reflected. Without Hongyu's powerful front row, the rest of the team would have been destroyed long ago. The battle wouldn't have gone so smoothly without Lu de vicious drawing of the ground, and his withering eased the other team's offense at a crucial time. Shuya's equilibrium kept the team standing, locking down life values, and revival gave the team a lasting fighting force. Gao Tu's output was amazing, and as the only level 6 talent besides the captain, he was fierce in this battle. With ice cola in hand, the 4 members of the squad lay down in the medical pod, feeling the rapid recovery of their physical state. This medical capsule combined the dual effects of modern medicine and awakened one's potion, and was very effective for post-battle recovery. Xiao Lu showed me off this time. That last strike was really handsome. How did you think of using that battle knife in the hands of the alienated wood to kill back? Lying inside the medical cabin, holding a cosplayer photo book, Lu de Vicious said lazily. This ability of metal manipulation makes me extremely sensitive to the location of all the metals on the scene, almost instinctive in general. So when Brother Gao's battle knife was in its hands, I had the idea in the first place. Lu Zeno said after smothering a large mouthful of iced cola. Doesn't the captain need to recover? Where is he? He went to the bureau to record the war credit. This operation. We got 5 points of war credit at least. Counting like this, our squad can be promoted to a 3-star squad, and get a 3-star pass qualification. Shuya counted with her fingers. Battle merit? A 3-star squad? Lu Zeno got a new point of knowledge. All official Awakened 1 squads have ratings. Our squad is currently a 2-star team and has accumulated 46 points of battle merit, but after this mission, we should be able to break through 50 battle merit. Then we'll be a 3-star team, and 100 battle merit to advance to a 4-star team. The higher the team rating, the higher the authority in the land of alienation. Most of the teams are 1 to 2 stars. Our team is considered relatively outstanding. Gao Tu, who was out of his meditative state at the side, explained for Lu Zeno. He was a battle maniac who would meditate, summarize, and break through after every battle. Therefore, it wasn't unreasonable for his talent to advance to level 6. Lu Zai was also exposed to the rules of the Awaken's internal management for the first time, and was curious, what is the exact difference in the permissions of the teams of each star level to enter the land of alienation? Gao Tu was satisfied with Lu Zai's attitude of asking questions when he didn't understand, and enthusiastically said, the land of alienation is also divided into a number of star level areas, and 1-star teams can only move around in 1-star areas, with 1 opportunity a week. 2-star teams can operate in 1 to 2-star areas, 2 times a week. We fell into this category before, and we've already used up our 2 chances for this week, but this time, if the war credit allows us to upgrade to a level 3 team, we'll have 3 chances for a week, and we can enter 1 to 3-star areas. Don't mislead the newcomers. We wouldn't dare to go to the 3-star region. It's too dangerous. Lu de Ruthless corrected. If Xiao Tian is still around, maybe we can give it a try. Xiao Lu still needs a little time now. A few people from the team also nodded their heads to recognize this statement. The 3-star region. None of them had ever been there. Big brothers and sisters, how is the density of the alien beasts in the land of alienation? Lu Zai asked after him. Density? There's no density. There's a constant stream of them. They can't be chopped up and killed, even in a 1-star region. That's why the officials have set such strict entry conditions in order to protect the various teams. Shuya explained. But Lu Zeno had been completely infatuated when he heard this statement. Endless killing of foreign beasts? That was an endless amount of experience value and attribute infusion opportunities to kill. For a talent like himself, the land of alienation was the true paradise. Just at this time, the gate of the headquarters slowly opened and Hongyu returned with a smile on his face. Looks like the captain has good news. Lou Vicious threw away the small yellow book in his hand and sat up. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Hongyu pulled out a sign with 3 red stars embroidered on it. For tonight's battle, we gain 7 battle points. I announce that Shura squad is promoted to a 3-star squad, and there will be another opportunity to practice in the alienation land this week. Crap. Awesome. Lou Vicious applauded vigorously. The others also hugged each other excitedly. Shuya hugged Lu Zeno and shook him vigorously, and Gao Tu shook Lou Vicious into a rattle. Everyone take a good rest. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., we will enter the 2nd-star alienation land and try to hold on for 1 hour. Hong Yu said solemnly. Lu Zai was shocked. So the time to be stranded in the alienation land was based on the strength of the squad? When their squad went to the 1-star area, the gain was too low, and they could hold out for 1 hour before going to the 2-star. What if it was a 3-star land? It was estimated that they would be killed in seconds? Listening to his teammates discussing the divinity of the alienation land, Lu Zai was yearning for this place more and more. It was late at night. The 5 people in the squad had finished healing and opened up a wild mode. 5 people ordered a table of takeout, a case of bottled wine for each person, celebrating the hard-won victory. In the midst of the cups of light, Lu Zai had perfectly integrated into the team, and the Shura squad was once again complete. Early the next morning, Hong Yu assembled the squad on time, and the 5 of them boarded the official transporter out of the city. The transport plane took off and landed vertically, and with a mechanical roar, it left the coastal city defense zone. And this was the first time Lu Zai had left the coastal safety zone. Overlooking the city he lived in from a high altitude was a different flavor. At this moment, Lu Zai suddenly felt that it was so small. Everyone, we will arrive at our destination in 1 hour. 2-star alienation area, the Dark Swamp. Everyone get ready for battle. Hong Yu on the transporter reminded in his usual loud voice. Lu Zeno immediately checked the survival points in the system. And after 1 night, the survival points reached 451 points. Without any hesitation, Lu Zeno added 1,000 spiritual strength and 451 physique points. Adding points completed. Current spiritual strength, 10791 plus 350. Constitution, 1391 plus 200, 62% damage reduction. Life 15,910. Can. Mental strength 11,000 more. This time go to the alienated land. If according to the team, resist 1 hour. 1 hour team's crazy killing. One can attribute infused many times. Level up naturally not small. Although the experience value was divided equally among 5 people, Lu Zeno knew that in this endless area of alien beasts, a team of 5 people could survive with higher efficiency. Moreover, the level of the monsters being challenged today was between level 28 to 31, as the rest of the team was around level 30. He himself was a level 11 kid, directly challenging such a high-level Fey beast. The experience value would be terrifying even if it was shared equally among 5 people. Moreover, according to the captain's words during last night's drinking, there were bosses all over the place, and Lu Zeno was very much looking forward to the exhilarating feeling of killing a boss, because that would mean that one's base survival point gain would be +1, +1, +1 again, and that was the most exciting. As for equipment and experience, they all had to take a back seat in front of the basic survival point gain. The transporter slowly hovered in mid-air. Hong Yu waved his hand. Jump with me. He pulled open the hatch. Lu Zai looked at the ground in horror. There was a sea of beasts. The foreign beasts saved up like boiling water. Hong Yu leaped down, completing his stone armor and berserk transformation in mid-air. Gao Tu also jumped down, drawing his battle sword in mid-air and chopping down in the air. Lu Zeno was a different story. With the 32 metal dragon teeth acting as stepping stones in mid-air, Lu Zeno took a step from the hatch to the ground, seeing that there was a ready-made path for them to follow. Lu Vicious and Shuya followed Lu Ziyi and stepped on the dragon's teeth to the ground. You should never forget elegance. Lu Vicious scat at Lu Ziyi's magical appearance. TSK. It's really a heifer sitting on a slide and pretending to be a pussy around the corner. Lu Zai in midair almost didn't stand still when he heard this. His teammates are really talented, talking in a set way. And below, Gao Tu and Hong Yu have already started killing. The big battle started. After the entire Shura squad landed, they all showed their abilities. The drawing of a dungeon rose, which can effectively shield the hatred of the beasts outside the ban, and fight for a small range of killing time for their own squad. Equilibrium. Wither. Revive all kinds of effects directly pull full. Within the range of Lu Vicious drawing the ground, hundreds of foreign beasts were captured. Everyone, the drawing ground firmament can't hold for too long. We must kill these bastards and leave, Hong Yu exhorted. Originally, Lu Zeno thought that he could use the drawing ground firmament to infinitely circle the foreign beasts and kill them in waves. It was only after a deeper understanding that he realized it was impossible. The more targets the drawing firmament trapped, the more it consumed mental power. And the current Ludovicius had already taken a mental recovery potion and was doing his best to support the effects of the drawing firmament. If he couldn't withstand it, the alien beasts outside would swarm and crush the team's defenses. On the contrary, the faster and more the squad killed the foreign beasts within the confinement, the less pressure Ludovicius would be under. With the tactics determined, the next step was the slaughter. Even Shuya, who was in a supporting role, wielded a long whip to roll away a level 29 Fey beast and threw it at Gao Tu. Gao Tu's hand rose and fell on several important parts of the beast's head, chest, and neck, and swung continuously to kill it. Ding! You have gained squad battle experience. Distribution mode, equal sharing. Experience value progress plus 20%. Current level LV11, 35%. Luzino exclaimed in shock, crap, a normal monster plus 20%? And that was still the experience value after 5 people shared it equally. However, Luzino also knew that the 20% was due to his own low level, and the other teammates' experience value progress didn't increase that much because they were all around level 30, and it would be good to increase their upgrade progress by 0.5%. 30 meters away, a level 30 boss beast roared. Luzai spiritual power burst. Directly lock the target. I will specialize in killing these bosses. After all, a head will add a little basic survival point gain it. At this moment, Luzino could not hide the excitement in his heart, because inside this ban, there were at least a dozen bosses. The land of alienation. It's simply paradise. Swamp giant crocodile level 30 boss. Life value, 200,000. Physique, 20,000, 80% damage reduction. Spirit, 4,000. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 5,000, 50% strike rate. Talent, Berserk LV5. Talent, Thick Armor LV5. Good lord, this was the first time Luzino had seen a Fey with such a high life value, worthy of being a level 30 boss. Moreover, this guy's damage reduction was as high as 80%. Fortunately, he had Armor Breaker 5%. Otherwise, he could barely hit this guy. The 32 dragon teeth were like bullets from a Gatling machine gun, and all of them were blasted out in one go. The giant crocodile let out a hissing roar after being hit, and the thick scales on its body surface were oozing blood. With its powerful physique and agility, it dodged the majority of the dragon's teeth, and only 4 managed to hit. If he wanted to increase the effectiveness of his hits, Luzino would have to have more powerful mental strength or raise the level of his natural skill, both of which could increase the strength of his attacks. Ding! Dragon Tooth hits the target. Target's life value minus 12, 600, 12, 600, 12, 600. With 11,000 spiritual strength, combined with the 140 plus 114% increase effect of the level 4 talent, Luzino was able to deal 28,000 damage with each shot of Dragon Tooth. The opponent had 80% defense damage reduction, but Luzino had 15.5% armor break, which actually reduced the damage by 64.5%. So the actual damage dealt by each shot of Dragon's Teeth was 12,600 points. A total of 4 hits together dealt almost 50,000 points of damage, which was already terrifying. After all, Lu Zai was only level 11, and directly challenging a level 30 boss was counterintuitive to the extreme. However, this had to be attributed to the team. Without a front row, without equalization, and without drawing a blank, Lu Zai would have been directly torn to shreds if he had entered this place solo. The giant crocodile roared in, and Luzino turned his dragon's teeth to blast away again. And Luzino's surroundings were far more than just this one alien beast. Some of them were held back by their teammates, while some directly hit Luzino. Relying on the effects of equalization and recovery, Luzino wasn't seriously injured and was recovering. No wonder the captain said to see if he could hold out for 1 hour. It wasn't unreasonable. The alienated land. It was too scary. Luzino's dragon's teeth blasted a total of 5 rounds, and the level 30 giant crocodile boss finally fell. The pleasant sound also sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on killing the boss giant crocodile. You have gained a base survival point gain of +1, and a current gain of 5 survival points/minute. Ding! You have successfully attribute imbued your body, mental strength +5, constitution +4, agility +2. Beautiful. The monster level was high. All kinds of gains became terrifying. And this was still the case of 5 people sharing equally. If a person came here to fight alone, how awesome would that be? Unfortunately, no one could do it. That would require the attributes of a wave of alien beasts to be completely crushed. Let's just say that in this dungeon, the 5 people in the team worked so well together, but they could still support themselves for up to 1 hour. If you replace it with someone at the peak of mastery, if you were to fight alone, you wouldn't be able to survive for more than 5 minutes. Unless your combat power is heaven-defying and you can directly kill any foreign beasts close to you in groups in seconds, it is possible to survive. Wild Lucy, what are you waiting for? The right side can't hold out any longer. Kill that wind wolf boss, Shuya shouted anxiously. As soon as Lu Zai heard that there was a boss, he immediately came into the spirit and once again focused his mental energy to join the battle. The grueling battle lasted for an hour and 11 minutes. Lu Devicious was flushed as if he was drunk. He was riveted on supporting the effect of the drawing firmament. The mental power recovery potion never stopped. Everyone, I can't hold it anymore. Kill a few more heads. We're retreating. The stone armor on Captain Hong Yu's body also shattered a large part of it. Last kill wave. As for Lu Zeno, he had completely fallen into a frenzy. His entire body was covered in beast blood, his dragon teeth weaving back and forth in the sky with sonic booms. One more boss. Lu Zeno gritted his teeth and held on. The squad had already killed 7 bosses, which meant for Lu Zeno that after killing this last one, the base gain had increased to 12 survival points per minute. The current Lu Zeno could gain 720 survival points an hour. A day would be more than 10,000 survival points. He had completely taken off. The last boss fell, and there were no more faces standing in the drawing ground forbidden system. The equalization effect became dim, and the forbidden barrier began to be illusory. Lu Devicious began to wobble when he walked. The captain crushed the alienation token, and the 5 people in the squad instantly left the spot. When they reappeared again, the 5 of them had arrived at the official camp outside the city, from where they could take transportation back to Binhai City. Hong Yu was satisfied with today's battle. It far exceeded his 1-hour prediction. Kid, very good. Before when Xiao Tian was around, we could only last 2 hours. Today we lasted 1 hour and 29 minutes. You are also level 18. Today is week 6. Next week 1 we will try to support 1 hour and 50 minutes. Lu Zai humbly too. There is still a gap between my strength and that of Senior Xiao Tian, making everyone's gain less. I will work harder in the future. However, what Lu Zai was thinking in his mind was to wait until next week 1 to enter here again. I have accumulated at least 30,000 attribute points, all of which are added to my spiritual power. I'm afraid I will be able to kill many waves of monsters? Gao Tu waved his hand. We are all family. What do we say this for? If not for you, our squad is still crippled by 1 person so far. Xiao Tian's revenge. Gao Tu did not continue. The 5 people began to return, and on the way back, Lu Zeno opened the system box and began to count his gains. It seemed like it was time to upgrade the talent to level 5. Returning to the Shura headquarters building, the group instantly relaxed. It was as if this place was a haven for everyone. No matter how tense their minds and bodies were, they could be soothed here. Lu Zai was lying on a massage chair. The headquarters was equipped with many professional masseurs to recover from the physical exhaustion after the battle. The others were discussing the details of today's battle, praising Lu Zai's performance. They thought that with a few more battles like this in the alienated land, Lu Zai would be able to equal the team's previous combat power in 2 months at most. Looking down on who? 2 months? How about 2 days at most? Today is Saturday. Next Monday our squad's entry into the alienated land will be refreshed. The team will enter again. That time will already be 1.5 days later. Now can we gain 720 survival points in an hour? Then we can gain 720 times 36 is equal to 45. 360 survival points in 36 hours by ourselves. If this doesn't fucking take off, the heavens won't tolerate it. Lu Zai planned to upgrade mental manipulation to level 5 at the first opportunity, which would cost 5,000 survival points. Level 5 upgrading to level 6 would cost 20,000 points, which was too huge. Although Lu Zai had enough wild survival points to upgrade to level 6, it wasn't cost effective, because only need 10,000 survival points can cultivate the second talent to level 5 is still more than enough. Have 2 level 5 talent. Certainly then have 1 level 6 talent to be much more comprehensive. The means of combat is also much richer. One system was equipped with a lottery function, and the lottery rule for the second talent was 100 survival points a time. If the lucky draw fails, 1 lucky point will be gained. 10 lucky points can be 100% successful in the lucky draw, which means that 10 draws will be won once. After winning, the lucky points will be cleared. If you are not satisfied with the talent you have won, you cannot learn it and empty it, and the survival points consumed in the lottery will not be returned. However, you can immediately draw again until you find a talent you are satisfied with. Lu Zai planned to upgrade mental manipulation to level 5, then train a new talent sequence to level 5. And pile the vast majority of the remaining survival points on mental strength, with a small portion added to physique. Little Lu, This battle gained a total of 11 pieces of equipment. Only one piece of purple quality, allocated to Lu the Ruthless. Our squad has already commuted. You should share 310,000 dragon coins. In a moment it will be credited to your awakening card. Captain Hong Yu, lying on the massage chair, said lazily. The squad's distribution rules are very fair. Whoever is suitable for the equipment, whoever uses it, but it has to be converted into dragon coins. You take the equipment. It's the same as taking a share of the profit. More return, less compensation. This time, the equipment were all above 28. None of them were suitable for Lu Zai. So Lu Zai was directly allocated 310,000 dragon coins. Alright, Captain. Just arrange it. Lu Zeno had no opinion. Captain, are there any recent war merit missions? There's still more than one day left until Monday. We can take some war merit missions off, and upgrade the squad to a 4-star squad earlier. Lu the Ruthless, holding a small book, interjected. Recently, the war merit missions delegated by the higher-ups are all of a very high level, basically requiring an average of mid to late master strength. Our squad is still a little short. For safety's sake, it's better not to take it for now. Hong Yu did not want to take the risk. The last time he beheaded Zhang Jun's father and son almost flipped. He wanted to give Lu Zai more time to develop. I think the captain is right. When Lu Ziya's strength reaches the middle stage of the mastery, we can try out the 3-star alienation land. I heard that the monsters there have higher experience value, greater chances of attribute infusion, and a better explosion rate. Chuya sat by the artificial hot spring, a pair of long legs paddling in the water. Well, Xiao Lu's talent is extremely good. This kid must have something he's hiding from us. He's getting too strong too fast, but everyone has their own secrets. I just hope that his manipulation talent reaches level 5 soon. As a long-range main attacker, his attacks aren't powerful enough. Gao Tu, who was usually a man of few words, was also involved today. Not only did he not relax at the end of the battle, but he continued to meditate on the details of the battle to improve his blade technique. Ah, right. Gao Tu slapped his head as if he had remembered something particularly important. Last time when Zhang Jun died, I was the one who made up for the last slash. He said a word at that time, which I heard in the clouds and kept forgetting to tell you guys about it later. What words? Hong Yu pursued. He muttered something in his mouth. Why the gold brick talent is not me to devour. Hateful and then died. Lu Ziyi sat up from the massage chair with a bang. What did you say? Talent golden brick? Talent sequence 2. Gold brick. His own good brother Li Zhuangzhuang is this talent. Li Zhuangzhuang is now in Kyoto for a breakthrough. Could it be? Is this a scam? Everyone, farewell. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Lu Zai rushed out of the headquarters in a puff of smoke and went straight to Li's group. In the Li's group president's office, Lu Zeno met Li Zhuangzhuang's father, Li Chao. Li Chao knew Lu Zai, knew that Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang was a child, and now Lu Zai has an official identity. Li Chao was more polite. Little Lu I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days. You are already in the master realm and have even joined the official team. Uncle Li congratulates you. Lu Zeno didn't say anything polite, but things were urgent and straight to the point. Uncle Li, Li Zhuangzhuang is in danger. Lu Zai told Li Transcendence the process one by one. The latter's face was written with incredulity. If not for Lu Zai's official identity, he really wouldn't believe it. The Spirit Eater has infiltrated so deeply? Little Lu thanks you for the information. Li Chao immediately picked up the phone and began to set up. Hello, Mr. Zhu. It's me, Xiao Li. You know about my son Li Zhuangzhuang. Now there may be a situation. He may have stepped into a trap. I need your team to set off immediately to bring my son back to Binhai. The talent thing? Arrange it later. Safety first. The remuneration is 100 million. I will pay half of it first. Li Transcendence is very urgent. The telephone only after listening to the words of Li Transcendence. Silently is hung up the phone. Li Chao's face also relaxed a little. Made a phone call to Li Zhuangzhuang. No one answered. And then frowned sadly. It should be fine. Mr. Zhu never misses. Xiao Lu, you go back first. Thanks a lot. Good. Uncle Li, if there is any news about Li Zhuangzhuang, remember to tell me first. Good. Lu Zai left the Li group. This matter, it was beyond the scope of his own strength. The Li group was powerful. If they didn't have a way to solve it, his current strength, he definitely couldn't solve it either. Therefore, it is correct to tell Li Transcendence and let him handle it. But Lu Zai is now really worried about Li Zhuangzhuang, and there is always a wave of uneasy worry in his heart. This is his best brother, one of his few friends. Strength Once again, Lu Zai felt a sense of urgency about improving his strength. If he was now a legendary big brother, or an immortal realm existence, this small matter would be solved with the move of a finger. For the next 36 hours, Lu Zai spent them in worry. And after a few phone calls with Li Beyond, Li Zhuangzhuang was nowhere to be found. Today was Monday, and at 8 a.m., the squad was ready to enter the land of alienation, the 2-star area. Once again, there was still an hour to go before entering. Lu Zino opened the system and saw that the survival points column showed 46, 131 points. Phew, it's time to give Shura squad a billion-point little shock. System, consume 5,000 survival points to upgrade metal manipulation to level 5. Then start the lottery. Ding, upgrading is complete. Your talent metal manipulation is upgraded to level LV5, 0/20,000. Consume 100 survival points. Lottery begins. Lucky draw failed. Survival points minus 100. Lucky points, 1. Consume 100 survival points. Lottery starts. Lottery fails. Survival points minus 100. Luck points, 2. Consume 100 survival points. Lottery starts. Lottery fails. Survival points minus 100. Lucky points, 3. Consume 100 survival points. Draw start. Draw successful. Acquire talent sequence 94th name, Combo Strike. Cancel study. Redraw. Lu Zai frowned. Combo Strike was a strength-based talent. He took the spiritual route. And this talent ranked 94. It was too trashy. Cancelled learning talent successfully. Restarting the draw. Lucky points have been emptied. Consumed 100 survival points. Lottery started. Lucky draw failed. Survival points minus 100. Lucky points, 1. Consume 100 survival points. Lottery start. Lucky draw failed. Survival point minus 100. Lucky point, 10. Failed 10 times in a row. So the next one is bound to be successful. Consume 100 survival points. Draw start. Lucky points attribute triggered. Draw successful. Gain rule class talent sequence 5 breakdown. Lu Zino was shocked in his heart. Rule class? This kind of talent automatically adapts to one's power type. Whether it's a spirit system, or a power system, awakened person can perfectly learn this kind of talent. Broken Bloom? The name sounded awesome, alright. Lu Zino couldn't wait to look at his new talent. Lu Zino couldn't wait to look at his new talent. Breach LV1, 0/100 gain insight into the target's breach and mark 1 layer of breach. Your attacks that hit the breach deal 100% plus 114% extra damage per layer of breach. No cooldown. Crap. This talent deserved to be a rule class. It was just so ridiculously strong and unreasonable. To put it simply, it will mark the enemy with a breach. And hitting that breach increases the damage by an additional 214%. This is only a level 1 effect. Lu Zino couldn't wait to upgrade breaking points to LV5, consuming about 8,000 survival points to complete this upgrade. Together with the 5,000 survival points previously spent on upgrading metal manipulation to level 5, Lu Zino now has 33,000 survival points remaining. Ding! Upgrading the talent Broken Blossom to LV5 level 0/20,000 is successful. Lu Zino looked at the talent again. It had become completely different, and Lu Zino's entire being was confused. Breach LV5 0/20,000 gain insight into the target's breaches and mark 5 layers of breaches. Your attacks that hit the breaches deal 150% plus 114% extra damage per layer of breaches. No cooldown. The first 150% is the fixed increase in damage from the skill level, and the second 114% is the increase in damage from Lu Zino's current 11,400 points of spiritual power. This is simply outrageous, and the effect in actual combat is unbelievable. For example, a certain monster, Lu Zino can cause 10,000 attack damage to it. But with this broken talent, each attack causes an additional 264% damage. That is, an additional 26,400 damage, plus the original 10,000 damage. That is 36,400 And there are 5 such brokenness. 5 attacks down originally can only cause 50,000 damage. But with this brokenness after 5 attacks can cause 182,000. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Lu Zai felt that if he went to the land of alienation this time, he would be able to hack that group of stupid beasts to death in minutes. No, the calculations just now were not right. The calculation just now was that he only had an increase of 11,400 spiritual power points, and he still has 33,000 survival points. A moment later the increase is even more horrifying, and the damage is even higher. Come on, system, give me an increase of 30,000 spiritual strength, 3,000 physique. Hurry up. Ding, adding points completed. Lu Zai looked at his brand new attribute list and revealed an ant-like smile. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV17, 23. 5%. Realm, Mastery Realm. Life value, 46910. Physique, 4491 plus 200, 63% damage reduction. Spirit, 41091 plus 350. Strength, 344. Agility, 411 plus 100, 4. 11 plus 10% strike rate. Survival points, 4012, growing. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV5, 0/20,000. Talent sequence 05, breaking LV5, 0/20,000. Equipment, Dragon's Tooth. Greenwood Bracelet. Giant Serpent's Bracelet. Giant Serpent's Boots. Helm of Glow. 41. 400 plus Spirit Power. 47. 000 Blood. Needy and Output. What was even more outrageous was that his two talents had completely changed because of the 30,000 Spirit Edition. Metal Manipulation LV5, manipulate metal of the appropriate energy level to launch any attack within a range of 50 plus 314 meters, dealing 150% plus 314% spirit damage with no cooldown. Armor break plus 10%. Breach LV5, insight into target's breach and mark 5 layers of breach. Your attack hits the breach and deals 150% plus 314% extra damage per layer of breach. Ha 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 ha. Invincible. Invincible. Luzino was now able to deal 464% damage with a single dragon tooth, and he was more than 40,000 spiritual power, which meant that he could deal around 180,000 damage in a single attack. This has not yet calculated the broken effect. Broken effect so that Luzai each attack can increase 464% additional damage. What the hell is the concept In other words, Luzai's basic attack could deal 41,400 by 464% x 464% plus 41. 400 is equal to 932,000 damage. One attack. Damage more than 930,000. Which fucking family can stand? These two talents paired together were simply too damn violent. After completing this series of enhancements, Luzino walked with a six-fold pace towards the conference room of the squad headquarters, where the team would complete their final battle deployment. Inside the conference room, everyone was checking their equipment, potions, and other supplies. Seeing Luzino walk in with his head held high, Captain Hong Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. What, feeling like you're good again? Luzino nodded silently. Captain, I feel like we can go to the 3-star area. The rest of them were greatly shocked. Chuya even touched Lu Ziya's forehead, not flaring up. Lu Zai, your Longwa dialect is not standardized at all. It's a fever, not a tart. Oh, a master spirit guy to break into the 3 stars. Really grave bouncing and spitting. Slutty broken legs. Say you're really right to be slutty. Lu Divicious on the side also helped. Lu Ziyi is really want to go to the 3 stars to see. But see, everyone is not happy. Then forget it. When he shows himself, a main attacker should have the strength. They will be shocked. Anyway, his goal was to kill bosses and gain base gains to take off faster. The experience value provided by the level of monsters in the 2-star area was more than enough. 2 stars was 2 stars. The squad of 5 was ready for battle. And just like the last time, they took the official tool out of the city and traveled to the dark swamp where they were last time. Captain Han Yu leapt down. Gao Tu followed closely behind. Then Lu De Ruthless. Chu Ye. Lu Ziyi. Everything was the same as last time. The only difference was that after everyone landed, a rolling tide of beasts surged in. The captain and Gao Tu were all ready to fight. The front row identity buying time for the subsequent captains to set up for battle. However, in the next second, 32 dragon teeth emitted supersonic sonic booms, directly piercing the monsters in front of Hongyu and Gao Tu through their chests. The 32 monsters died violently on the spot. Crap, Captain. You damn look at the wild way to kill in seconds. Lu De Vicious, who was preparing to set up the drawing fence, was stunned in place. Chu Ye, who was preparing to set up equilibrium, also froze in place. Holy shit, am I seeing God? The captain, who had finished his stone armor, raised his fists and prepared to kill the enemy, but found that the monsters had already fallen down, and the whole person was a bit bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? Ding, you have greatly shocked 4 people in your team, and have gained +1, 998 survival points. Lu Zai smiled slightly. It was hard to predict the life and death of the beasts in the distance. He directly rushed out, and the 32 dragon teeth followed him like a shadow. Lu Zai went out. Not an inch of grass. Today, kill a lot of pain, rise to 10 level 8 and then say, and Li Zhuang, you hold on, oh brother, I will definitely find you. At this moment, Lu Zeno's killing intent is storming. Everywhere the 32 dragon teeth went was a bloody mess. A level 31 boss, Storm Wolf, came swooping in from the distance, a bizarre creature that stood 7 meters tall. The huge figure approached quickly, Xiao Lu, be careful. Being hit by the storm wolf's sharp claws will put you into drowsy control. Lu De Ruthless on the side reminded, laughing to death. I can't even control myself. You a beast still want to control me? In the next moment, a dragon's tooth directly passed through a broken mark on the storm wolf's brow. The mark shattered, and the storm wolf was directly killed in seconds. A shot of 923,000 total damage. Also comes with 15.5% broken armor. Who the hell can withstand? Even if those berserk beast bosses have more than 70% damage reduction, they can't withstand Lu Xino's life-snatching dragon's tooth. Occasionally, some bosses with 2 damage reductions can hold on for 1 round without falling down. And if 1 round doesn't work, then 2 rounds. Anyway, now Lu Xino's spiritual power has reached a terrifying 40,000 plus. Maintaining strong control over the 32 dragon teeth with plenty of range, Lu Xino felt that he could maintain this state of full firepower for a few hours without any problem. However, Lu Xino's furious attack drew the attention of the neighboring beast tides, and tens of thousands of them swarmed around. Lu Xi had to sigh. Even if I can kill fey beasts in seconds, my killing efficiency is still not enough to fight the beast tide in this area, because the numbers were too terrifying. However, Lu Xino knew that although he couldn't resist the wave of beasts, he still had no problem killing a few times, or even 10 times, more fey beasts than last time. Moreover, due to the increased efficiency of their kills, the team would be able to support themselves for a longer period of time, and their attrition would be lower. Lu De Vicious started working even after being shocked. The drawing ground dungeon rose up from the ground, sealing off this area. Thousands of fey beasts were trapped inside, while the other fey beasts were temporarily isolated outside, unable to notice the battle in the forbidden area. Lu De Vicious shouted excitedly, "Crap! You guys killed too fast today. I feel the pressure plummeting. I feel like I can hold on for a few hours." Chu Ye, who had successfully set up the equalization on the side, also had a relaxed face. "We were hardly attacked by the foreign beasts today. These foreign beasts were directly decimated just as they approached." Wild Road, sister recognizes you. You're our strongest main attacker. Gao Tu waved his battle sword and rushed in front. He also had an excited face. Today he was under too little pressure as a front row. In the past, most of these foreign beasts relied on themselves and their captains to carry them, and some of them could only eat the damage the hard way. But today, Lu Xi alone cleared the beasts in the north and south directions inside the dungeon, and he and the captain easily dealt with the east and west directions, just like taking a vacation. "Captain, this kid is too weird. How did he manage to be so outrageous?" Gao Tu looked at his captain. "You're asking me? Who am I going to ask? This kid's current burst of combat power is at least mid-juggernaut stage, but his 2 talents belong to the perfect match type, bursting out several times stronger than an ordinary mid-juggernaut awakened person. His second talent, it should be broken." Hongyu stated that he was also shocked, but he also immediately instructed, "No one is allowed to reveal Xiao Lu's information. This is our team's bottom card." "Yes, that's for sure." The team members expressed their approval of the captain's decision. There was a mysterious strong person in the team. Keeping a hand of cards would be an excellent thing. If the team had been sneak attack last time, and the main attacker in the team was Lu Xino, perhaps they wouldn't have been afraid of those Sakura Nation master teams at all. At this moment, the team members were also thinking of that past in their hearts. Lu Xino stared at those bosses to focus on them, and in just 10 minutes, he had already identified 3 bosses to kill. This was too damn exciting, and the base gain came to 15 points/minute. Today's alienated land incursion. The task was to kill more bosses, allowing his earnings to directly soar to an exaggerated level. And the next step was for Lu Xino to break through 100,000 combat power and advance to the legendary realm, becoming the youngest legendary powerhouse in Marina City. There were a total of 10 legendary powerhouses in the entire Marina City, guarding Marina City, and they were known as the 10 Guardians. And the figure leading these 10 legendary powerhouses was the Commander-in-Chief of Marina City, and the only immortal powerhouse in Marina City. These were far away from Lu Xi, but Lu Xi himself knew clearly that in the future, his minute-by-minute gains would become more and more exaggerated, and the speed of becoming stronger would also become faster and faster. Whether it was a legend, or an immortal, everything was within reach. An hour of fighting quickly passed, and Lu Xino's squad had killed a total of 11 bosses and 210 ordinary alien beasts. Ding! You have successfully advanced to level 23, 4%. Successfully attribute imbued your body 59 times, gaining spiritual strength plus 413, strength plus 55, physique plus 77, and agility plus 44. Ding! Your survival point base gain has increased to 23 survival points per minute. Ding! Your understanding of the talent breach has deepened to plus 6 proficiency. And your understanding of the talent metal manipulation has deepened to +7 proficiency. Crap, Lu Ziyi was ecstatic in his heart. Those gains in front of him, he didn't care much about them. The main thing was that the base gain had increased to 23 survival points per minute. This was too good. So now he can have 380 survival points an hour while lying down? What the hell is this concept? 24 hours a day is more than 30,000 points? The so-called legend needs 100,000 attribute points. I start from 0 is also 3 days of work? This isn't heaven-defying anymore. This is really heaven-defying. Lu Zai thought of this, filled with motivation. Direct mental power pull full. Continue to bravely kill monsters. Who would be 2 survival point gain more? After 4 hours, someone in the team finally couldn't stand it anymore. Crap, you guys are too fierce. Captain, I can't take it anymore. Lu Devicious looked at the corpses all over the place. His heart was both shocked and happy. In this hunt, his drawing firmament consumption was extremely low, so before and after, he had unleashed the drawing firmament a total of 3 times. After his teammates emptied the monsters inside, he redrew a new forbidden zone and unlimitedly set up the nest. Unfortunately, although his teammates were much more efficient in killing the enemies and their mental energy consumption was lower than before, after 4 hours, he still couldn't top it. Han Yu nodded. Prepare to leave. We won big today. Yeah, although Chuya in the distance had a haggard face, she still let out an excited cheer, because today's 4 hours of killing had at least killed 8 times more monsters than their previous highest record of supporting 2 hours. Although today's 4 hours of support was only twice as long as the previous 2 hours of support when they were teamed up with Xiao Tian. However, the amount of monsters killed could be more than 2 times, due to Lu Zeno's berserk spiritual attack. The monsters they killed today exceeded the previous highest record by 8 times. Everyone was deeply impressed by Lu Zeno's attack methods, and Lu Zeno glanced at his experience value, level 27, 41%. Cowardly. He had risen 10 levels today, and it was still difficult to upgrade from level 17 to level 27. And today he had killed a total of 48 boss creatures. The base gain came to 60 points per minute. That is to say, he gained 1 survival point in 1 second by himself, and with 4 small handfuls of fights, he had saved up 10,000 survival points. Han Yu led the team to leave the challenge of the alienated land, and the team returned together to the Marina's city headquarters. And inside the room there was someone waiting for them early. This person was none other than Chuya's eldest uncle, Chu Xiong. Chuya, who was in a good mood, was the first to welcome them and wrapped his arms around Chu Xiong. Eldest uncle, are you here to rub your nose in it? Chu Xiong didn't heckle with Chuya as he did in the past days, but had a serious face. Okamoto Squad's trail was found to have appeared in the 3-star alienation land. I suggest you guys restrain your emotions for now. The team has just been heavily replaced. You guys need time and patience. The faces of the 5 people in the squad suddenly changed. Okamoto Squad was the Sakura Nation Awakened team that had sneak attacked Shura and killed Xiao Tian. Chu Xiong directly revealed the root of the Sakura Nation's master level squad. There must be an afterthought. People like him don't have anything to say. Han Yu was not stupid and directly stated that the Shura squad would definitely take revenge. Commander Chu, you are aware of the Shura squad's purpose. Xiao Tian's death. We will never give in. This time, Okamoto must stay in the alienated land. God came and didn't even keep it. We Lu Zai said so. Han Yu was filled with righteous indignation. Lu Zai, what's it to do with me? Hey, Captain, can you pretend to be a bully without bringing me along? Lu Zeno, is that you? Chu Xiong looked at the only new face in the whole team. Lu Zeno was helpless, but as a member of the squad, he must cooperate with the captain. It's me. Are you so confident that you can decimate Okamoto Squad? Chu Xiong asked rhetorically. It has nothing to do with confidence. It's Shura Squad's belief. Lu Zeno answered beautifully. The other people in the squad all gave thumbs up towards Lu Zeno. Chu Xiong smiled faintly. It's not impossible for you guys to want to go for revenge, but as your direct leader, I can't watch you guys get killed. You have to prove that the current Shura Squad has the strength to do so. Sure enough, there was something in the words. How to prove? Han Yu pursued. Your squad has just been promoted to a 3-star squad. The Land of Extreme Bliss in 4 days attracts many awakened from various countries. The Land of Extreme Bliss belongs to the international public area. So every country's awakened squad is fighting for a quota to enter this place. And for those who don't get a quota, they will think of crooked ideas. You guys get it. Han Yu nodded. They will show up in groups and then wait for the opportunity to kill those teams that have obtained the quota, leaving the quota of the Land of Ultimate Bliss vacant. So the cities around the Land of Ultimate Bliss are in chaos at this time of the year. And this time, the intelligence we intercepted shows that the awakened from Sakura and Eagle Sauce countries have made another move. A large number of awakened who did not obtain the qualification for the Land of Extreme Bliss are converging at the border of Marina. According to the handling of strife between awakened from our countries, we use the principle of leveling up against each other. So in order to safeguard the Dragon Kingdom's interests, all the Dominator-level squads of the city of Marina triggered with the task of blocking these unqualified awakened enter. We have issued 20 battle merit missions, corresponding to 20 levels of blocking missions. Are you willing to go? I'll arrange for you to go to level 018, where Okamoto must also pass through. Your mission is to hold out with the other Marina squads for 1 hour, and a colleague will take over from you later. Show of hands. Hongyu looked at the crowd while being the first to raise his hand to agree to go. Finish off Okamoto. Gao Tu also raised his hand. There's nothing to say. For Xiao Tian, Lu Devicious raised his hand. It's time for revenge. Shuya also raised her hand in agreement. Lu Zai also raised his hand in agreement. Anyway, it was already passed by 4 votes, so there was no use opposing it himself. The war merit mission was still important. It allowed the squad to advance to the star level and gain more qualifications to pass through the resource land. Okay, you guys prepare. We will leave at 3 p.m. Your mission is to work shifts, from 4 p.m. duty to 5 p.m. After the mission is completed, 10 points will be credited for war merit. Chu Xiong got up and summarized. After Chu Xiong left, the squad began to prepare for battle. No one knew what kind of enemies they would encounter at the 018 barrier. That was a border defense barrier that was extremely important and affected the security of Binhai City. The 10 guardians sat in Marina City. Naturally, no one dared to cause trouble in the center of the city, but the outskirts of the city were vast. These people would definitely not be at peace after entering. If left unchecked, it would inevitably cause conflicts between the native awakened in them. Anticipating conflict within the territory was better than blocking them right at the barrier. When the control of power becomes more and more concentrated in a few, then order is already at stake and the world is bound to go into chaos. Everyone in the squad was nervous and excited because Okamoto's squad would also be entering the marina from past 018. The other party was in possession of the qualifications for the land of ultimate bliss, and by all accounts, Lu Zeno and his party were not qualified to stop them. However, reasoning with this fucked up world was a stupid thing in itself. Captain Hongyu lit a cigarette in the combat command room as he thought for a moment before looking at the crowd. What do we do if Okamoto squad enters Marina City normally according to the rules? If they enter according to the law, we, as the garrison at the barrier, theoretically can't take the initiative to pick a fight. Lu Devicious had a difficult look on his face. This is indeed not good. Although the contradiction between the Dragon Kingdom and these countries is already deep, but everyone's contradiction is still mainly focused on the competition for the resources of the alienated land. Without the outbreak of a large-scale conflict in the human turf, it is indeed not good to start a fight. If we go to war with Okamoto squad, no matter whether it is victorious or not, the Dragon Kingdom will have a lot of external pressure. Even Gao Tu, who had always been the main battle don't push if you can do it, was sensible at the moment. I don't have any opinion. Fight if you guys say so. Facing everyone's eyes, Chuya spread her hands. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Zeno. Lu Zai thought for a moment. I think we can kill. The 4 of them took a deep breath and looked at Lu Zeno with unblinking eyes. This newcomer was getting more and more tigerish, and everyone was liking it more and more. Reason, Hongyu succinctly pursued. As long as we kill fast enough, or even kill hard enough and enough, the Dragon Kingdom won't pursue. Because we are strong enough, they will inevitably be on our side, while those master teams in foreign countries will only be scared. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom's purpose to deter enemy countries? The worst outcome is that instead, we can't defeat the other side and let them catch us, which is the most pathetic. Makes sense. Shuya was the first to agree. Then, let's. Lu De Ruthless made a neck-wiping motion. Hongyu slapped his thigh. Kill. Everyone get ready to go. Remember, be ruthless, be brutal. No reason, just kill. The 4 of them nodded in unison. Yes. This time, the squad harvested quite a lot of equipment from the battle in the alienated land. Lu Zai still wasn't leveled up enough to use it, and was given a share of 1.9 million dragon coins. Regrettably, no orange equipment had exploded, only a few purple pieces, so the share wasn't particularly large. But a few more times of saving money will be enough to return the debt owed by the little rich girl. On the way to level 018, another 5 hours had passed. Lu Zeno clicked on his system and saw 28,000 survival points lying inside. Without any hesitation, he directly added 25,000 spirit and 3,000 physique. Lu Zeno looked at his brand new panel attributes and was extraordinarily satisfied. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 27, 4, 5%. Realm, Mastery Realm. Life value, 77, 500. Physique, 7550 plus 200, 67% damage reduction. Spirit, 66491 plus 350, Strength, 454. Agility, 461 plus 100, 5. 61 plus 10% strike rate. Survival points, 112, growing. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV5, 70/20,000. Talent sequence 05, breach LV5, 6/20,000. Equipment, dragon's tooth. Greenwood bracelet. Giant serpent's bracelet. Giant serpent's boots. Helm of glow. Below the transporter, a heavily guarded barrier came into view. Arrived. Prepare for battle. Hong Yu gave the order. The 5 members of the squad took a deep breath before jumping down in the air. The entry channel of the 018 barrier was already noisy at this moment. The foreign awakened were noisily clearing the barrier, and a portion of them were being expelled because of their lack of qualifications and were cursing. The scene was about to get out of control. There were a total of 20 passes in Binhai City for this clearance, and the one that Shura squad had come to change the defense was the 018 pass, and the awakened 1 squads on duty for each round were 10 or 50 people. However, Lu Zai realized that this number of people was obviously insufficient, because at this moment, the awakened from various countries who had passed through the barrier were already crowding outside the barrier, amounting to more than 200 people. There were still 20 minutes before the Shura squad of awakened ones would be on duty for their turn. The previous round's duty team was trying to maintain order as they carefully checked each team's qualifications for clearing the barrier. Can you hurry up? Will you? Is Dragon Kingdom so inefficient now? Laughing my ass off. Isn't it a self-proclaimed great nation? Can't you open a few more levels? It's so hot. Is there any tea? Bring it to me. Oi oi oi. Smile service understand ah. Face to whom to see ah. Really fucking bad luck. Passing through the crowd. The mood is getting more and more agitated. Please step back. Do not step into the yellow line until you have checked your clearance credentials. A member of the duty squad condensed a flame to force the foreign awakened who was about to cross the security cordon backward. This action immediately caused a commotion. Crap. Expelling us by force? You're the only one who can do it, aren't you? What does the Dragon Kingdom mean? If you're not welcome, just say so. There were even some foreign awakened who had flashed their innate skills, a ball of lightning blooming in their hands as they tried repeatedly near the safety line. This person's appearance caused the eyes of the Shura squad to turn abhorrent. Talent sequence 11, lightning. Sakura Nation Master late awakener Okamoto. Only to see Okamoto rubbing 2 balls of thunderbolt on top of his palms, he approached the safety line step by step. Provocation written all over his face. A single yellow line separates the Dragon Country people from the foreigners. Isn't this fucking discrimination? Everyone, this yellow line really can't be crossed? That's right. That's right. What's the point? I don't believe it. How can you stop so many of us? You customs officers are here to serve us. So why don't you just go ahead and do it together? Under Okamoto's encouragement, more and more people approached the cordon. The original 10 teams of awakened ones on guard began to get nervous. They were outnumbered, and with so many people pouring in, it would really get out of hand. Only to see the captains of all 10 teams stand out, using their physical bodies to maintain the cordon, and shouted, "Do not cross." Both sides were frozen at the cordon while Okamoto pushed from behind and a few foreign awakened crossed the yellow line. Seeing the scene from behind, Okamoto immediately shouted, "Everyone cross over. What kind of inspection do you need? What qualifications do you need? Charge through together and enter the land of extreme bliss together." The temptation of these words was too great for the teams of awakened ones who were already unqualified, and the scene immediately spiraled out of control. The 10 teams that were originally on guard duty immediately began to block the crowd. But there was a disparity in numbers. Both sides were at the stage of using brute force and had yet to utilize their talents. Right at this time, in the sky, 32 sonic booms came from the sky, while the drawing ground fell at the same time, encircling the Dragon Kingdom awakened team in it and blocking the others out. The dragon teeth swept across the battlefield, and many of the foreign awakened also lit up their talent sequences to start fending off these raging dragon teeth. Some braced up sturdy earth-based stone walls, others condensed spiritual shields, and still others' bodies soared to transform into giant beasts, blocking the swords with their physical bodies. But the next moment, the sound of dragon teeth piercing into their bodies came from the scene. Several foreign awakened people who had crossed the cordon instantly fell to the ground. Some died, while those who were tougher and protected by multiple means were seriously injured. Hongyu slowly stood out. Dragon Kingdom ahead. Pass according to the law. Violators, behead. Voices of fear erupted from the crowd. Even those on duty teams from the Dragon Kingdom cast unbelievable looks. It's the cultivation squad, aren't they? In recess? The one who made a move just now is the new main attacker of Shura squad? So strong. A mid-juggernaut was directly killed in seconds. My goodness. Lu Zeno, on the other hand, directly reaped a wonderful system beep. Ding. Your battle performance has shocked the 295 people present, gaining 18,613 survival points. Good fellow. This wave, blood money. Lu Zai was ecstatic in his heart. This gain, it was too greedy. The awakened in the middle stage of the mastery realm usually had a life value above 200,000, and also possessed a damage reduction of around 75%. Lu Ziyi naturally had his reasons for being able to kill in seconds, because he now possessed a full 66,900 points of mental power, and now the mental power bonus of his 2 talent sequences reached a terrifying point. For example, Metal Manipulation LV5, manipulate metal of the appropriate energy level to launch any attack within a range of 50 plus 669 meters, dealing 150% plus 669% mental damage with no cooldown. For example, Breach LV5, insight into the target's breaches and mark 5 layers of breaches. After your attack hits a breach, each layer of breach deals 150% plus 669% extra damage. Then the calculation of Lu Zeno's single damage after a single dragon tooth hits a breach becomes 66,900 by 669% x 669% equals 3 million. 3 million base damage. That family could withstand it? Those who were seriously injured and didn't die just now were all late-stage juggernauts with main plus constitution, possessing more than 500,000 blood and around 80% damage reduction, while they also used the talent sequence that had secondary damage reduction to be spared. Lu Zai's current total combat power attributes also reached the strength of a late master, and with 2 more counterintuitive talent pairings, it was reasonable to have a mid-second. In the crowd of foreign awakened ones, although they were still cursing and angrily spraying the Dragon Kingdom, but their bodies were honest. No one dared to step over the cordon again, and among the foreign awakened, Okamoto was still egging it on. Look everyone, the Dragon Kingdom is just so overbearing. Isn't this a stark and indiscriminate killing of innocents? Putting aside the fact that we crossed the border, aren't you Dragon Kingdom awakened too bullying? And in the next second, Hongyu directly stone-armored and turned on berserk mode, directly leaping into the crowd. Okamoto, you provoked the order of the Dragon Kingdom's border and plotted to riot. Damn you! Gao Tu drew his battle sword and charged up as well. The conflict between the two sides directly detonated. Those foreign awakened people all erupted their talent sequence energy, and they all shouted, "Marred! Charge them!" On the Dragon countryside, the 10 teams that were preparing to come for defense, and the 10 teams that were originally on duty also joined the battle, regardless of whether Hongyu's behavior was in line with the rules, whether it was illegal or not. Putting that aside, the point of one's own people helping one's own people is the iron law of the Dragon Kingdom awakened. First fuck the opposite side. 100 people of the Dragon Kingdom awakened ones versus 200 plus foreign awakened ones who are preparing to pass. Pass 018 became the first location where a large-scale conflict erupted in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was also the first time that the Dragon Kingdom fought head-on with a foreign power in the land of alienation. And no one expected that this conflict would change the pattern of the competition between the great powers. Okamoto sneered. How dare a defeated general show off? Okamoto's wild thunder fell in his hands like a thunder prison, directly locking onto Hongyu. Hundreds of thunder snakes like white scorching pizzas blasted towards Hongyu. The latter's thoroughly stone-armored body and amazing battle power after berserking erupted with terrifying speed and defense, blasting those thunder snakes apart inch by inch. However, in the next second, those shattered thunder snakes recoalesced in the air, evolving an even more berserk secondary attack. Reckless, have you ever heard of Under Legend? Okamoto is invincible? Seeing the defeated Hongyu, Okamoto could not help but mock. The configuration of Okamoto's team was very peculiar. Only one person, Okamoto, was an attack-type talent, with his talent level reaching a staggering level 7, and he hadn't comprehended any other talents in his life, which was a bit similar to Gao Tu. The other 4 members of Okamoto's team are all powerful defense-type awakened people. When they fight, Okamoto is responsible for attacking alone. The power is amazing. And the other 4 people are responsible for protecting Okamoto's safety. Under the 4 layers of protection, let this dominate the strange team to win repeatedly, and even the outside world has a rumor. Under the legend, Okamoto is invincible. But, this time, facing Okamoto's taunts, Hongyu revealed a smile. Okamoto, there are good and bad reputations. Before was before, now is now. Wild Lucy, give me the chance to hack this fool to death. In the next second, 32 dragon teeth came blasting wildly in the sky. Okamoto sneered. That's it? His body was surrounded by 4 defenses that no one could break under a legend. The news of the massive disturbance that erupted at level 018 reached Chu Xiong's ears in the first place. When he heard that it was the cultivation squad that took the initiative despite the fact that the other side was several times stronger than him, he was so angry that he slammed the table. Hongyu the pest, I just really shouldn't have let him go. This is good. The Dragon Kingdom is definitely going to be pointed at by all sorts of others, saying all sorts of bad things about us, and even teaming up to squeeze our resource quota inside the land of alienation next time. We're passive. Then what should we do now? The correspondent asked for instructions. What else can we do? We've already been passive in the situation anyway. We can't suffer any more losses in the fight. Send the City Defense Army 200 over. Commander Chu. The City Defense Forces must not leave their posts without permission. It's a matter of coastal security. Take my warrant to mobilize the troops. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Chu Xiong didn't have any hesitation. In public, he couldn't let the Dragon Kingdom awake and suffer. As for the responsibility behind it, naturally it was his own superior to take the blame. In private, Shuya was in the cultivation squad. If something happened to her, his own uncle would be scolded to death. Yes, the correspondent immediately executed, and the battle at level 018 had already entered a white-hot stage. In Okamoto's confident smile, Lu Zeno's Dragon Tooth attack directly broke through Okamoto's squad's first line of defense, the Granite Giant Shield. This was the natural sequence of an elemental system awakened in the team, capable of condensing granite to form a powerful shield that was extremely sturdy. But when Dragon Tooth broke through this layer of shield, it was like a knife slicing through tofu, directly penetrating through several meters of granite and driving straight through. Until this time, Okamoto's smile only converged. He immediately condensed to dozens of meters long. Volthic Thunder Snake blasted at Lu Zeno. The next second was when Hongyu directly pinched the snake head of the Thunder Snake and wrapped it around himself, stopping his plot. Hongyu sneered. What? Scared? Ha ha ha. Okamoto, you think your team configuration is perfect, but actually the method to break your squad is very simple. Is it? So confident? Okamoto was surprised. Your squad. The attack all depends on you. The other team members can only passively defend and protect you. The capital that you can be rampant until now is because no one is more powerful than your attack. So once your squad meets an awakened person who is more aggressive than you, it will surely lose. You and Okamoto, in order to strengthen your attack power, almost all of your strength has been increased to mental power above. Your physique is weak. When the defense breaks down, you will surely die. Okamoto was shocked in his heart. He had never thought about this. He thought to himself that under Legend, who else could have a more furious attack power than his level 7 Thunderbolt? Both his attributes and equipment were all skewed towards extreme additions, concentrating on mental power, even more so than Lu Zeno. At this moment, the 32 dragon teeth of the young man in front of him was piercing through the team's defenses little by little, as well as his mental defenses. The second defense, the wind barrier, a powerful means of defense that creates a violent tornado to counteract the opponent's attack. In the case of an ordinary awakened attack, under the turbulence of the tornado, even if it couldn't disintegrate the attack, it could at least slow it down greatly. However, Lu Zai's dragon tooth was like a stream of light that directly penetrated the tornado. The damage content of 3 million. Who understands? The third course, 1,000-mile ice seal, the water defense in the elemental system, was blasted into broken ice. The fourth course, unbreakable golden body, a life-based defense talent, a powerful body double that a team member had condensed with his own chi and blood to protect Okamoto. It was equivalent to letting Okamoto have the powerful physical body of this team member. After breaking through 3 defenses in a row, the dragon's teeth attacked a little slower, and the last indestructible golden body was also the strongest. Those dragon's teeth bombarded on Okamoto's body, piercing into 3 centimeters and then did not continue to break through. In the distance, the Okamoto team member with the undying golden body talent had blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth, as he was burning his own blood to resist the dragon teeth's attack. Seeing this, Okamoto let out a sigh of relief. So close. It's a pity. Hongyu. This is fate. Okamoto's hands were raised high in the air and the sky was filled with dark clouds as he prepared to unleash his supreme strike. However, in the next second, Lu Zeno urged all of his spiritual power, and 32 dragon teeth were pulled out of his flesh, coalescing in the sky to form a golden glittering thorn of dragon teeth, 2 meters long, and stabbing at Okamoto's chest at 10 times the speed of sound. Put! Okamoto's raised hand slowly fell, and he lowered his lofty head to look at his pierced chest. Put! Okamoto fell to the ground with a loud thud. Hongyu's feet slammed on the ground, rushed up to the sky and leaped into the enemy group and shouted, Okamoto is dead. Those who resist the law, die. Okamoto was the spiritual leader of this group of people. Everyone knew that he was the strongest existence under the legends, and when he led the trouble, everyone would follow his lead. But now that Okamoto was dead, the group immediately panicked, because if Okamoto couldn't stand up to them, how could they? Some even suspected that the Dragon Kingdom had sent out legendary guardians to suppress them, which was a serious violation of the use of force. For a while, Hongyu became the leader of the Dragon Kingdom Awakened team present. And as everyone saw that Hongyu had gone up and Okamoto was dead, they had no qualms about getting up. This group of foreign awakened people had let the Dragon Country awakened people have enough of this period of time. Now there is a chance to take revenge. Everyone is very happy. The balance of victory began to favor the Dragon Kingdom. Shura squad rushed at the front and pushed all the way to the front. More than 200 foreign awakened had no survivors after more than 1 hour of fighting. The event immediately spread throughout the entire awakened world. It was just that the outside world had a different version. They thought that the Dragon Kingdom had sent out legendary powerhouses. When the 200 city defense soldiers arrived at the scene, they found that the Dragon Kingdom Awakened were already cleaning up the battlefield. They were shocked. When had the Dragon Kingdom Awakened been so strong? At the beginning when they received the mission, they were shocked because they had heard that the Dragon Kingdom Awakened one's team had fought with fewer and still took the initiative. For this kind of warrior behavior, when they received the order, they rushed to help at fire speed. But, they actually came late, already taken care of? City Defense Force Headquarters. Chu Xiong paced back and forth in his office, his heart anxious. Soon, the correspondent pushed the door in. Chu Xiong couldn't wait to ask, how is the situation? Did the City Defense Force save the Dragon Kingdom Awakened? And what are the casualties? The correspondent first drank a large cup of water and panted. Commander Chu, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry first. The news is a bit shocking. So hold steady. You damn well say it quickly. Chu Xiong was even more anxious. 018 pass. All the foreign awakened who were causing trouble, all of them were beheaded. You heard it right. Not a single one was left alive. Now all the countries are protesting against our behavior, thinking that we violated the law by sending out legendary power to slaughter the awakened of the sovereign realm. They threatened to retaliate as well. Chu Xiong was shocked. How did it turn out like this? There were only 10 legendary powerhouses Marina. No one had deployed them all? This was a big taboo. What the hell is going on? This is not scientific. It's Shura squad. That new main attacker. He alone decimated 78 foreign awakened. This is a replay of the security camera footage from Gate 018. The correspondent took out his tablet and pulled up the security footage of the incident. Chu Xiong was initially sitting down to watch it, and as he watched, he stood up, and in the end, he even jumped up. This sun is against the heavens. Against the heavens. Go, pass the video to the representatives of the various countries. Tell them that it was their people who were too rookie. We didn't send out the legendary guardians. Remember to blur this person's face, and at the same time issue a gag order to all the Dragon Kingdom awakened present. Yes, the correspondent's heart was invigorated and excited. How long had it been since he had punched those arrogant foreign awakened in the face? This time it was really cool. Come back. Chu Xiong seemed to have thought of something. Process this video footage and transmit it to the other gates. Put it in the clearance hall and play it on a rolling basis. I'll see who else dares to make trouble. Call the Shura squad to my office as well. Just say that the battle merit will be recalculated. And the commendation order. Wonderful. Ah, Commander Chu. The correspondent immediately went to do it. But in his heart, he spat. At the very beginning, you said that the Shura squad was a pest. But now how come it's war merit and commendation orders again? Fickle ah. At level 018, a group of people surrounded Lu Zeno and Sked. Crap. Old Hong. Where did you get such a big treasure? An old friend of Hong, you said enviously. Young man, our squad is 4 short of 1. 4 beauties. Want to join us? A female captain ruffled her hair and squeezed her eyebrows. Not the captain? Our squad is clearly 5 ah. How come it's 4? A team member expressed his aggravation. It's fine. You can fire at any time, the female captain calmly said. The scene was filled with loud laughter. Everyone knew it was a joke. Shura squad. Commander Chu has summoned you all to report back to the City Defense Army headquarters immediately to be recorded as a battle merit and receive a commendation. A correspondent came to report. Hong Yu politely returned the salute. Thanks for the briefing. We will go back now. Lu Zai, on the other hand, looked at his system. These few hours had passed, and with the 1.8 shocking converted survival points from before, he now had 33,000 survival points. Should I advance to legend first, or should I save up to 40,000 first and upgrade both talents to level 6? Because I've heard that upgrading talents from level 5 to level 6 will have qualitatively different attributes. Ouch, what a worry. Lu Zeno fell into deep thought. The battle video of level 018 was quickly distributed to the clearance halls of the various levels in Binhai City, and was played in rotation. Even the interstitial advertisements were cancelled, and the main focus was an obsession. And those foreign awakened ones who saw the scene were already shocked into incoherence. That was more than 200 people who were alive, and they were killed just by saying so? From this moment onwards, all the entry channels in Binhai City were in order. not to mention any troublemakers. Even the phenomenon of queue jumping was gone. And those who do not have the qualification to enter the Awakened no longer dare to come to muddle through. They chose to give up. After all, there is only one life. Okamoto was dead. Their heads weren't that iron. At first, everyone suspected that the Dragon Country had violated the rules by sending out legendary power. But as a result, after their careful analysis of the video, they came to a unified conclusion that the Dragon Country Awakened person in the video was indeed in the Master Realm, which made the nature different and belonged to the normal conflict between awakened people. But this breath, for an awakened person senior, is no way to swallow. They awakened in a few days later in the Land of Extreme Happiness copy, also reasonable against the Dragon Country's awakened person team, to retrieve the scene. For this reason, they also became 20 teams, totaling 100 people, all of whom were at the late mastery stage of strength. These teams came from multiple countries, and they decided to make it impossible for the Dragon Kingdom team to get resources in the Land of Extreme Bliss, and even sneak attack the Dragon Kingdom team. Why are you so tigerish, Head Iron Wa? Just say you're going to do it and you're not worried about not being able to beat them? At the City Defense Army headquarters, Chu Xiong asked with a smile. It's all my dereliction of duty. It's all because I gave the order. Commander Chu, this matter Lu Zai only carried out my order. Hong Yu as the captain was the first to step forward to take the responsibility. He felt handsome and responsible. Didn't ask you. Back off. I'm asking Lu Zai. Hong Yu was ruthlessly ignored by Chu Xiong. Lu Zai smiled back. I didn't think about it that much, but I've joined the Shura squad, and their enemies are my enemies. Awakened people are supposed to go against the sky, and it's normal for them to die halfway through the journey. Lu Zai's reply made the people at the scene freeze for a few seconds. Then they nodded their heads. Indeed, the path of awakening was inherently traveling against the heavens, and there were countless numbers of awakened people who died everywhere every day. All in all, this time, your performance really surprised the upper echelons of Marina City. It was risky, but the effect was very remarkable. The prestige of the Dragon Kingdom was upheld, in the most extreme way. I have to say, these enemy countries fear prestige but not virtue. Your way has given us new hints. Chu Xiong looked at Lu Zai with eyes that were almost drawn. His face was close to writing. I appreciate you, Commander Chu overpraised. We're just maintaining the order of the marina. It's also one of the contents of our war merit mission. Lu Zino said modestly. The war merit mission didn't let you rush all the people. Chu Xiong teased inwardly, but didn't say it out loud. For this war merit mission, we will give you double rewards, and the squad will be credited with 20 points of war merit. And at the same time, due to this unexpected incident at level 018, the Guardians of the Marina City have decided to give you a new mission. A mission that has both risk and opportunity. What mission? Chuya had an excited look on her face. As we all know, in the Land of Ultimate Bliss, there is a barrier called the Peak of Ultimate Bliss. This mountain is the necessary place for the foreign beasts and awakened people to pass through the various routes to the Land of Ultimate Bliss. In the past, it was all about the negotiation of the various countries, and each of them would send out some teams of delegates to station themselves, and this place has become the most lucrative location. However, this year is different. Due to your behavior in 018, they have developed a hatred for the Dragon Kingdom, and voted jointly to cancel the previous rule of jointly stationing at the top of the Land of Extreme Bliss, and changed it to voluntary stationing. To put it bluntly, it's up to each one of them to do what they can, and they want to target the Dragon Kingdom, so that the teams of awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom can't pass through here. Chu Xiong's brows furrowed. It was obvious that this matter had become a heartache for the higher-ups. I remember that the Land of Extreme Bliss doesn't start until 3 days from now. I have a question. Commander Chu, Lu Zai knew that the Land of Extreme Bliss was a mastery-level benefit copy with extremely high benefits. So would he still be able to enter it in case he advanced to the legendary realm? What doubt, you say? If someone enrolls in the Land of Extreme Bliss as a juggernaut but enters and is at the legendary realm, how can they be dealt with? Lu Zai's words caused everyone to freeze. It was obvious that the possibility of Lu Zai saying this was extremely small, but Lu Zai was inquiring about this, so it was obvious that he was about to make a breakthrough himself. This is really a bug question. It hasn't come up before. After all, the time of signing up was only 7 days away from entering the Land of Extreme Bliss. 7 days to break through to legend. The chances of that are too small. Even if you are at the peak of the sovereign, it's still difficult because breaking through to the legendary realm doesn't just require 100,000 combat power, but also a long process of breaking through the realm. The higher the realm, the harder the breakthrough is, and a lot of legendary awakened are only succeeded in breaking the realm at 110,000 combat power. Are you sure you can reach 110,000 combat power in 3 days? Chu Xiong looked at this young before him, feeling that suddenly, He was so strange and perverted. Commander Chu said this. I now have 3,600 survival points in an hour. In one day that's more than 80,000 attribute points boost. 3 days must not be 250,000? Cough cough. I'm not sure. I'm just asking. Lu Zai's tone was low, as if he wasn't too confident. He felt that he should keep a low profile, even though his strength was a bit disallowed. Since there is no such official rule restriction, then you can boldly give it a try, and I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Your task is to lead the Dragon Kingdom team, seize the top of the ultimate bliss, and hold on for more than an hour. Do you have confidence? Chu Xiong directly told Lu Zai to let go. No confidence, but we will do our best, Hong Yu said frankly. After all, the peak of extreme bliss was the key passage. Awakened people all over the world had to pass through here in order to enter the land of extreme bliss for lucrative gains. Stopping others from going in here was tantamount to plotting to kill people, and would be attacked by the group. The land of ultimate bliss was open for 3 hours. Letting them hold on for 1 hour was a bit difficult. Chu Xiong nodded. You are very frank. This matter, just do your best. After all, there are things that have to be paid for. We can accept it. You guys go prepare for these 3 days. If you guys complete the mission this time, the battle merit reward will be 30 points. You guys will be directly promoted to a 4-star squad. And you guys will also become the first 4-star team in the Sovereign Realm. Chu Xiong was referring to 018's matter, which made the Dragon Kingdom's reputation great, but they were also prepared for a backlash. Yes, the entire Shura squad retired. On the way back, Hong Yu said thoughtfully, I feel that it is necessary for us to try out the 3-star alienation land tomorrow. Gao Tu's eyes lit up. I agree. Just wait for this day. Lu De ruthlessly rubbed his hands together with an excited face. Awesome. Shuya was also looking forward to it. Her fists clenched. The 4 of them looked towards Lu Zino. They dared to go to the 3-star alienation land because of Lu Zino, the perverted main attacker. Feeling everyone's eager eyes, Lu Zino lightly said, May, TSK, 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 this kid's look is so beat up, obviously ridiculously strong, but still purposely puts on a low profile like a piece of shit. Hong Yu shook his head and looked at Lu Zai, cursing with a smile in his heart. The cultivation squad discussed in detail that night a wave of strategies for the next day's march into the 3-star alienated land. This included coordinated combat, cover, disposition after encountering a crisis, and the prerequisites for the use of various special props. In Lu Zino's opinion, all these strategies were useless. In front of absolute power, all techniques were just fancy, chopping and done. After all, wait until the next day. Their own survival points at least tens of thousands. Panic what? The next day Lu Zai slept until 11:30 and was awakened by the alarm of the awakening meter. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. After all, in the past, you needed to worry about upgrading and getting stronger every day. Now, no need to worry at all. I'm getting stronger even when I sleep. 12 o'clock was the appointed time for the squad to enter the 3-star alienation land. Lu Zino looked at his system. Survival points, 75. 310 points. Wonderful. From yesterday afternoon to this morning, together with the close to 20,000 points saved on top of that, Lu Zai now possessed more than 70,000 survival points. Before still worrying about whether to advance to legendary or to promote the talent first, Lu Zino now realizes that children only make choices. I want all of them. The 2 talents needed 40,000 survival points to advance to level 6, and the remaining 35,000 survival points were enough for him to advance to legend. System, increase 30,000 attributes to spirit, increase 5,000 attributes to physique. Ding, adding points successfully. Current spirit, 96550 plus 350 points. Current constitution 12550 plus 200, 71% damage reduction. Corresponding life value, 127,500. Nearly 100,000 spirit power. More than 10,000 physique allowed his damage reduction to break through 70%. And his life value also came to 120,000, which could be described as meaty as hell while still having a huge damage. Lu Zai's total attribute points had now broken through 110,000 plus, which officially meant that his combat power had broken through 110,000. There were 3 more words behind the description of his mastery realm, breakable realm. Lu Zino quieted his mind and held his breath to start breaking the realm. With the experience from the previous 2 times, plus the fact that his attributes far exceeded the 100,000 demand needed to break the realm, Lu Zai felt the process become easy and natural. Raging purple energies surged towards the spleen, heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, Corresponding to the order of the realm breaking, Lu Zai felt that the purple energies in his body were becoming thicker and more abundant at the moment, and these energies were beginning to change qualitatively. The surface of Lu Zai's body began to fill with purple mist, as if he had turned on his domineering energy. These purple mists became thinner and thinner, and after breaking through the shackles of the spleen position, Lu Zai's body surface rose with an orange-colored energy mist. A mouthful of black mist was spat out from Lu Zeno's mouth, which was impurities. It's done! Lu Zeno clenched his fists, and the dragon teeth Miso killed instantly, hovering around him. This power, it was too abundant. Lu Zeno felt like he was as strong as a pile driver, able to poke his enemies to death with his dragon teeth 24 hours a day without stopping. System, upgrade talent to level 6. Congratulations on the completion of your promotion. Talent sequence 20, Mental Manipulation LV6, 0/50, 000. Congratulations on the completion of your upgrade. Talent sequence 05, Breaking LV6, 0/50, 000. Level 6 talent has a qualitative change. Please check the detailed description for the effect. A stream of information for the two talents poured into Lu Zeno's mind like a flood, and the two talents were both upgraded to level 6. What kind of concept is this? His own captain had struggled for 20 years to reach level 6, and he had used less than 20 days. An openly strong person. As terrifying as this, Lu Zai farted towards the transportation point outside the city, which was the agreed-upon meeting point for his teammates. Halfway there, Lu Zai made an assessment of his skills and total skill damage. Currently, his two talents and the corresponding mental power bonus had reached a terrifying level. Among them, Metal Manipulation LV6, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 60 plus 969 meters, dealing 160% plus 969% mental damage. No cooldown. And armor breaking plus 15%. Breaking LV6, insight into targets breaking and mark 6 layers of breaking. After your attack hits breaking, each layer of breaking deals 160% plus 969% extra damage. New effect Bloodlust. Gain 6% back healing effect after breaking. This effect prioritizes healing of the main body, and can be fed back to the squad members if they are under a team such as Equilibrium. Lu Zeno was stunned. The various additions were very scary, and the distance of metal manipulation broke through 1,000 meters. What was even better was that armor breaking had increased by 5%, and now Lu Zeno added the 5% armor breaking effect from his equipment for a total of 25%. And after the broken bloom level 6 added a bloodthirsty effect, equivalent to an additional means of healing. 6%. It does not seem high, but in fact very practical. This blood return was not calculated according to one spiritual attack, but according to the value of the damage received by the actual enemy, and then multiplied by 6%. For example, if he killed a 100,000 blood volume alien beast, then the bloodlust effect is 100,000 x 6% equals 6,000, which is very considerable. After all, Lu Zeno has 32 dragon teeth, which can constantly return to the blood, and under the balanced effect, he himself returns to the full, and can also heal his teammates. And at this moment, the damage caused by Lu Zeno's dragon teeth after hitting the breakers is very exaggerated, equal to 96900 x 1129% x 1129% equals 12.35 million. Not much, just 10 million damage. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zeno laughed so hard that his legs couldn't even close. Lu Zai looked towards the dragon tooth's thorn floating under his feet. Now he could fly with his sword. At this moment, Lu Zai felt a sense that he could go up to the sky in seconds, down to the ground in seconds, and in the middle of the air in seconds. It was just very strong. However, there was a huge gap in the legendary realm. From 100,000-990, 000 combat power were all in the legendary realm. Those big brothers with 990,000 combat power could be imagined how outrageous they were, because their base attributes were all close to 1,000,000. Along with the various enhancements of their talents, it wasn't impossible to deal tens of millions of damage. After all, it wasn't like Lu Zeno was the only one who possessed such a thing as a talent sequence. Lu Zeno had also heard that there were some legendary powerhouses that majored in physical body, and with the enhancements of their talents, they were able to reach tens of millions of blood, more than 75% of defense damage reduction, and 2 damage reductions from their talents. So, Lu Zai can't do the strength to kill a peak legendary powerhouse in seconds, while his own 120,000 blood volume is possible to be killed by someone else. So keep a low profile and keep a low profile. Indecent development don't make waves. In another 10 days or so, he would be able to reach the peak of legend. No, entering the 3-star alienation land today and killing more bosses. There's no chance of progressing faster. Their own equipment is also obviously behind. The 3-star alienation land can burst out many good level 30 equipment. Today they can also make a few pieces. The 4 members of the Xiu Luo squad were waiting at the meeting point early. Suddenly a sword came from the west. It was Lu Ziye's dragon's tooth thorn, which was formed by using 32 dragon's teeth, and now it had become his means of transportation. The 4 members of the squad looked at the orange stream of light above Lu Ziye's dragon spike in surprise. That was the standard of a legendary big brother. And the 4 of them stared in amazement. You're fucking legendary? Yesterday you were acting like you weren't confident in front of Chu Xiong, and then today you broke through? Ding! You have successfully shocked 4 of your co-workers, gaining plus 3,888 survival points. Lu Ziye was satisfied with everyone's expressions. I like how you all look like you've never seen the world. Everyone in the Shura squad wouldn't have thought that this newcomer, who had only joined the team for a few days, would be the first person to step into the legendary realm. What was the concept of a legend? In the entire Dragon Kingdom, the youngest legendary powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom Kyoto was 31 years old. It took him a full 14 years from awakening to stepping into the legendary, and he was already the most outstanding existence in the Dragon Kingdom. In Marina, there were a total of 10 legendary powerhouses, known as the Marina Top 10 Guardians, and the 56-year-old Chu Xiong was one of them. And such a supreme existence, their Shura squad had one right in front of them, right in front of their eyes, still playfully smiling. All of this seemed so unreal to a few people, as if it was a hallucination. Han Yu looked at Lu Ziye and smiled bitterly. I really don't know if I'm a success or a failure as a captain. Lu Zino froze. Why so much? If you say he succeeded, his strength isn't as good as a new team member, and if you say he failed, there's a legendary realm presence on his team. It's really embarrassing. Lu de Ruthless on the side summarized eloquently. I want you to talk too much. A flying leg precisely hits Lu de Vicious back butt. Hong Yu laughs and scolds, while Lu de Vicious covers his back butt and runs away, giggling non-stop. The team of 5 people talking and laughing towards the 3-star alienation land. As for the danger of the 3-star alienation land, they have already left behind. What a joke. There is a legend sitting in the town. Casually kill a few hours no problem. The 3-star alienation land's alien beast level is between 30 to 40, spanning a wide range, and there are quite a few bosses, which perfectly meets Lu Zino's needs. The experience is high, and you can also cross the level to kill bosses to get a boost in base earnings. In the 3-star area, the team was still operating in the same old way, setting up the drawing fence and then pulling up the equilibrium chain. Right at this moment, a different aura erupted from Lu de Vicious as he incredulously yelled, "Crap! My drawing firmament is finally level 6. Ha ha ha, my talent is also level 6. Lu Ziye saw that the drawn dungeon prohibition that had risen from the ground was indeed even thicker than before, and the range space had expanded by quite a bit as well. Congratulations! The rest of the squad sent their blessings one after another. Only Chuya had an embarrassed look on her face. Currently she was the only one whose main talent was still level 5 balanced. Even the newcomer Lu Ziye had a double level 6 talent. People are more angry than people. An enjoyable killing session began. Lu Zino's dragon's tooth traveled through the battlefield, and those berserk beasts were all marked with 6 breaks on their bodies. After the dragon's teeth broke through the cracks, there was a mist of blood. No beast can resist tens of millions of damage. This is not the damage they can withstand at this age. Completely unable to grasp, Gao Tu rushed in front and looked at his sword with a helpless face. What kind of world is this? I'm a knife madman, unexpectedly no monster to kill. As the main attacker Lu Ziye, the efficiency is extremely high. Less than 30 minutes is to draw the dungeon in the confinement of the monster clear. Lu de Vicious continued to circle a new batch of beasts to kill. Today, it was destined to be a fruitful day. Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. Sakura Kingdom's official residence in Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. An underground mysterious altar with a teenager bound to a towering stone pillar. If Lu Zino was present, he would definitely be able to recognize that it was his only good brother, Li Zhuangzhuang. At this moment, Li Zhuangzhuang was already bound by iron chains. A long silver needle pierced his chest cavity, and blood kept flowing into a bizarre vessel. You, guys, what are you going to do? Li Zhuangzhuang was dying. He was unwilling in his heart. He had paid a heavy amount of money and entrusted a high-level person to open up a talent for him to advance to the next level. And his talent sequence was ranked No. 2, Golden Brick. In front of him stood a dozen people. This group of people were not dressed as official awakened. There were even foreigners. The leader of them picked up the vessel filled with Li Zhuangzhuang's blood and looked at the bystanders. Do it. Li Chao has already commissioned Mr. Zhu to come and quell this matter. We have to hurry. Ha ha ha, boss. He probably didn't think that Mr. Zhu is also one of us, right? Alright, let's do it everyone. A dead puppet with talent 2 is extremely rare. Dead puppet. Talent sequence 3. A manipulation-type talent that could sacrifice foreign beasts or awaken people to become one's puppets. The powerful thing about this talent was that the stronger one's spiritual power was, the stronger the dead puppet would be, and the talent dead puppet could increase by 1 manipulation unit every 2 levels, and a level 6 dead puppet could manipulate 3 combat dead puppets, which was very powerful. And dead puppets also possessed their own natural skills. It was just that the natural skill enhancement of dead puppets was a bit slower than that of awakened people. The way of refining dead puppets required many props and materials, and this plot against Li Zhuangzhuang had been planned for a long time. The initiator was none other than the military attaché of Sakura Country in Kyoto, Dragon Country, Matsushita Wildseed, a rare legendary expert of Sakura Country. As a foreign military attaché, he possessed quite a few conveniences for his actions in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was through such conveniences that he colluded with quite a number of awakened within the Dragon Kingdom, who did not join the official government and were self-reliant, while some of them were willing to go to any lengths for the sake of profit. For example, Mr. Zhu, whom Li Chao trusts, is one of them, with the peak strength of Juggernaut, ready to cross into the legendary realm. It is the critical juncture where he needs resources, and his responsibility was originally to collect Li Chao's money and protect Li Zhuangzhuang. However, he ate benefits from both ends and sold information to Matsushita Wild Breed, which led to Li Zhuangzhuang's trip to Kyoto being in crisis. As night falls, a beam of moonlight shines from the reflecting mirror into the gloomy underground altar, and Matsushita Wild Seed's ceremony is officially opened. He swallowed Li Stronghold's blood, and then injected his spiritual energy into Li Stronghold's body along the silver needle. It's done. 6 more such rituals are needed and I will have the 4th dead puppet. Ha ha ha. Matsushita Wild Seed was so exuberant that the horizontal flesh on his face trembled when he laughed. His dead puppet talent had been refined to level 8, allowing him to possess 4 dead puppets, and his strength had even reached the terrifying mid to late legendary stage, possessing over 600,000 combat power. Congratulations Mr. Matsushita. After 6 days, you will have accomplished your great feat and your status in the Sakura Kingdom will be as high as the sky. Xu Qiangu had a fawning face. Well, you've done a good job this time. I've already notified someone to transfer the 100 million dragon coins to you. Check it yourself later. Many thanks Mr. Matsushita. Xu Qiangu felt that this money was too good to be true, raking in benefits at both ends. After leaving the door of Sakura residence, Xu Qiangu sent a message to Li Chao. No clue for now. Li Zhuangzhuang's matter. Some tricky. Have to add money. In the office of the Li Group in Binhai City, Li Chao passed Zhu Changwu's message to Chu Xiong who was at the side. He wrote back. It's almost the same as what I expected. This person has a problem. My son's disappearance is very likely to be related to him. There are not many people who knew my son's whereabouts in the first place. If this matter is resolved, I am willing to contribute 1 billion dragon coins to the official as military expenses. Li Chao was able to sit in this position. No matter his intelligence or emotional intelligence was not low. He did not care about money. He only cared about Li Zhuangzhuang's safety, and Zhu Changwu's performance caused him to be wary. So it was to notify the official awakened person. I heard that Li Zhuangzhuang is Lu Zeno's hairy little brother? Chu Xiong ignored Li Chao's words and instead asked about a topic that made Li Chao feel uninvolved. That's right, but what does this have to do with Li Zhuangzhuang's disappearance? This matter is tricky. If it wasn't because of Lu Zai, I probably wouldn't have interfered. But since it's Lu Zai's matter, I'll have to get involved. Write more about this brat later. Chu Xiong got up and left. This matter, we are in charge of it. The 1 billion military expenses will be waived. Looking at the distant Chu Xiong, Li Chao was bewildered. How could Lu Zai make the 10 great guardians pull down their faces to do this? Even they thought Lu Zai was more important than 1 billion military expenses? Li Beyond pondered over it. Alienated land. 3-star region. The Shura squad, which had already fought for 3 hours and 41 minutes, was in full exuberance. Lu Zeno's orange spiritual power filled the entire battlefield, and those dragons' teeth were like soul-stealing streams of light, stabbing at whoever would turn into a mist of blood. Thanks to Lu Tihu's level 6 drawing firmament boost, he had simply repeated the arrangement 7 times, and Lu Zai had killed all 7 pieces of foreign beasts. At this moment, Lu Devicious was sweating profusely. Everyone, I'm going to be fucking drained. We're going to retreat after this wave. Good. Hong Yu immediately agreed. He was already very satisfied with the results of today's battle, because including him, Xu Ye, Gao Tu, and Lu Devicious had all raised an average of more than 4 levels, because the level of the monsters here was too high, and they were just over 30 levels. With Lu Zeno's efficiency in killing monsters, they naturally leveled up very quickly. Lu Zeno was even more outrageous, upgrading from level 27 to level 35. However, there was a downside to upgrading, and that was that some bosses were no longer considered to be overlevel kills. As a result, Lu Zeno wouldn't be able to get a boost in his base survival points, which was the most regrettable thing. Therefore, Lu Zeno needed to keep going to find higher-leveled alienated lands to use to boost his base gains, which was fundamental to becoming stronger. Lu de Vicious proposed to retreat, but Lu Zeno didn't think so. He said something that shocked everyone. "Captain, why don't you let me try it without drawing the ground, and see how long I can withstand it, and if it doesn't work, I'll notify you and you can retreat again?" What kind of strange request is this? The alien beasts in the land of alienation were endless and could never be killed, and had always been an unsolved mystery. The reason why the awakened who entered here were all in the form of teams was because they all needed a character like Lu de Vicious. Lu Techen used a dungeon, so that the outside beasts could not see the situation inside the team, and circled the beasts and killed them in batches. On the other hand, some teams were using other means, all with the same purpose, to provide the squad with the opportunity to kill the alien beasts. It had never been heard of anyone who dared to face the alien beast frenzy head-on in the land of alienation. However, considering Lu Zeno's current strength, the other 4 members of the squad had a look at me and me at you, and in the end, they all nodded unanimously. The teammates all held the mentality of crazy for you, bam bam banging on the wall for you, so they accompanied Lu Zai in his madness. Ready or not, Lu de Vicious was about to lose his grip. The painted land was about to shatter. Originally, according to past experience, at this time, it should be Hong Yu leading the team to leave. Chuya nodded and rearranged the equalization effect, while giving the crowd a healing spell. Boom! The forbidden system of the painted land instantly shattered. Shura squad's current location was in the middle of a wilderness, and they were completely exposed to the tide of thousands of beasts. As far as Lu Zeno's line of sight could see, there were blackened beasts. Ow! Roar! Previously, with the shielding of the forbidden system, the foreign beasts in the outside world were unable to discover the Xiao Luo squad. But now, they were all exposed, and they were instantly surrounded on all sides. Lu Zai stepped on a dragon's tooth and rose up in the air, high in the air. His hands closed a circle in the sky. The dragon's teeth appeared in turn. They drew a circular orbit around the Xiao Luo squad. In this orbit the dragon's teeth penetrated through it more than a dozen times the speed of sound. Week after week, this scene was like the moon revolving around the earth. Except that the speed of these dragons' teeth was so furious that they even formed an orange storm. All the foreign beasts that touched the storm instantly died violently. Lu Zai wasn't satisfied with this effect yet, and directly made a move with one hand, and Gaotu's battle sword shot up into the sky, then killed the outer alien beast's frenzy at an extremely terrifying speed. The dragon's tooth served as a means of defense to protect the squad members, while Lu Zeno's current spiritual power still had room to manipulate other metals for offense. In an instant, the sky was darkened with blood mist. The land under the squad's feet became wet. It was all the blood of the alien beasts. This is still human? Lu de Vicious looked at Lu Zeno in a daze. On the other hand, Hong Yu was not happy. He felt that Lu Zai was not far away from leaving them. Shura squad could not keep him. No. Binhai could not keep him. He should wander into a wider world. There was even a moment when Hong Yu thought that Lu Zai might be the so-called savior, the one who could break through the truth of the beasts and calm down the crisis. Lu Zai's attack was so furious that for 20 minutes, the beast frenzy did not come close to him. But Lu Zai himself knew clearly how huge the consumption of spiritual energy was. Such a beast tide was indeed not something that one could resist, and for himself to resist it for 20 minutes was already heaven-defying. Captain, prepare to leave. Lu Zai looked towards Hong Yu, increasing the strength in his hands, and froze the dragon teeth to push the encirclement of the beasts backward a few tens of meters outwards, creating a complete environment for Hong Yu to retreat. Good. Hong Yu followed the regular process and led the team to leave safely. Ding! Your act of solo blocking the 3-star beast tide has shocked the squad, earning you plus 3,888 survival points. Returning to the squad headquarters, Lu Zeno began to count his gains. For this battle, he had upgraded himself to level 36, and his base survival point gain had increased from the previous 60 points/minute to 150 points/minute. This was awesome. An hour was 9,000 survival points, more than 200,000 in a day. There were 2 pieces of level 35 purple equipment, but Lu Zeno wasn't really interested in purple equipment right now because the little bit of attributes that were raised weren't enough to look at. Lu Zeno is now more concerned about the high-quality special attributes that come with orange equipment, such as armor breaking. Lu Zeno had exploded his body 396 times in this battle, with plus 444 points in mental strength, plus 1,313 points in physique, plus 313 points in strength, and plus 331 points in agility. Tomorrow was the last day. and a few people in the squad plan to recuperate and then prepare for the mission at the Peak of Ultimate Bliss the day after tomorrow. The mission given to me by the higher-ups is to hold on to the Peak of Extreme Bliss for 1 hour, so that the Dragon Kingdoms Awakened can make some gains and minimize the losses of the Dragon Kingdoms Awakened as much as possible within 1 hour. For the remaining 2 hours, the idea of the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom is to let the foreign awakened be a bit arrogant. This time they are destined to suffer a bit of a loss, because based on the strength of the enrollment, it was unlikely that the Dragon Kingdom Awakened 1 team would be able to occupy the Peak of Ultimate Bliss for too long. But Lu Zeno didn't think so now. If I were to directly occupy the Peak of Ultimate Bliss, so that all the foreign awakened ones couldn't even enter for 3 hours, there would be no harvest. Ha ha ha, that would be too good. If this operated, it would shock the entire land of extreme bliss by then. How much shocking revenue would be gained? Lu Zeno suddenly became expectant of the land of extreme bliss. After the battle in the 3-star alienation land ended, Shura squad arranged for the entire squad to rest the next day to prepare for the battle at the Peak of Extreme Bliss. The squad also received a notice that tomorrow, the Dragon Kingdom's Awakened team would be prioritized to enter the land of extreme bliss, since it just so happened to be the Dragon Kingdom's turn to maintain order in this exploration of the land of extreme bliss. This kind of hand-raising convenience would definitely be given to the Dragon Kingdom's native Awakened teams. By entering the land of extreme bliss first, the team would be able to take a step faster in guarding the barrier of the Peak of Extreme Bliss. However, the foreign teams didn't take this matter seriously because they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, and they didn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom's Awakened 1 teams would dare to start a provocation on the Peak of Extreme Bliss. If the Dragon Country really do that, they are happy on the contrary, directly start the war. Anyway, out of the division, the Dragon Country provocation in the first place, directly destroy the Dragon Country Awakened person team. The advantage is in my after all, the number of superiority. In the Marina City Guardian Hall, 10 legendary guardians gathered together. They had some questions about the program Chu Xiong proposed. The other guardians did not all agree with Chu Xiong going to investigate Li Zhuangzhuang for Lu Zeno. Chu Xiong, is it really necessary to take this risk for a newcomer? Codename Guardian 03, masked and robed. His voice was rough and long. All 9 of you have been living behind the scenes for a long time. You don't know the crisis of the Dragon Kingdom right now. The infiltration of the Dragon Kingdom by various countries is getting more and more serious. Some traitors have appeared within the Dragon Kingdom. If this matter of Li Zhuangzhuang is not dealt with, in the future, this kind of thing will only grow more and more, and the awakened people in the Dragon Kingdom will create a consensus that the official government of the Dragon Kingdom doesn't care about the deaths and lives of the awakened people. Chu Xiong argued with reason from the big picture. Guardian 04 shook his head. Chu Xiong, you are representing us legendary guardians to handle daily affairs in Binhai. You have labored hard and made a lot of achievements. Reasonably speaking, we should agree to the request you made, but you also know why the 9 of us have been acting more and more conservatively lately. We have even retreated behind the scenes to enhance our strength and no longer show up. 04 Guardian was a female. Under her silver white hair was a face that was vicissified but not too majestic. Chu Xiong nodded. 3 years ago when the Gate of the End opened, that battle, our commander-in-chief was seriously injured. Could it be? Chu Xiong thought of a terrible speculation. Guardian 04 nodded silently. Lord Commander-in-Chief is about to fall. Marina will lose its only immortal realm powerhouse. Once this news spreads, whether it's the enemy country's awakened people or the Gate of the End opens again this year, Marina will meet its doom. Did the Dragon Kingdom not give birth to a new immortal this year? Can't it save our Marina? Chu Xiong's eyes were as wide as bronze bells. Marina was his homeland and the driving force he had been fighting for. The Dragon Kingdom has a total of hundreds of large cities. Marina is just one of them. Over the years, the situation in the Dragon Kingdom is critical. The number of immortal powerhouses is decreasing instead of increasing. Marina may usher in a great migration. Millions of people will be dispersed into the other large cities. Kyoto's top management has decided to give up on Marina. So at the critical time, we simply don't have the energy to care about the matter of Li Zhuangzhuang, even though we know that there's bound to be a conspiracy behind it. After all, Gold Brick is the second existence in the talent sequence. Guardian 04 said helplessly. Chu Xiong pondered for a moment. You guys are right. But I have a self-consciousness that this Lu Zai's appearance in Binhai, his appearance in our Dragon Kingdom has an extraordinary significance. It is naturally right for the 9 guardians to lurk for the sake of the greater good, but I am willing to end this matter alone. Chu Xiong, with the strength of a legend, can you really handle the lord of the conspiracy behind this? You should know very well that the matter of Li Zhuangzhuang is by no means simple. Guardian 03 exhorted. No, I still have a legend realm helper. Besides you guys, I'm not the only legend. A smile suddenly bloomed on Chu Xiong's face, a smile that was filled with hope. The 9 guardians looked at each other in dismay. In Marina's statistics last week, there was no peak sovereign existence that could advance to the legend realm. Are you mistaken? Just today, Luzino has advanced to the legend realm. He is the youngest legend powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom and the 11th legend in Marina. The 9 Guardians didn't know how many great storms they had seen. They had even seen the apocalyptic sight of the end gate opening. Those giants that were 100 meters tall. Those unnameable and terrifying existences. Guardian 01, as the head of the 10 Guardians, spoke up, "Let Chu Xiong go. We trust his judgment. Remember to go according to your strength and conserve your strength." Chu Xiong arched his hand. "Many thanks. Keep a useful body and offer it to the Marina in the future." The 9 Guardians disappeared in unison. Chu Xiong was shocked in his heart. He understood the meaning in Guardian 01's words. The 10 Guardians would never withdraw. They would rather live and die with Marina. Luzino, who was resting at the squad headquarters, was suddenly awakened by a message. "Ding, you have successfully shocked the 10 Great Guardians, and you have gained 10,888 survival points. Crap, what's the situation?" The 10 Great Guardians were shocked, directly giving over 10,000 survival points? Luzino stood up with a cart from the massage bed. Luzino still had great admiration for the 10 Great Guardians and the Marina Grand Commander, who had repelled the attack of the final gate and preserved Marina 3 years ago. That battle could only be described as tragic. Half of the original 18 Guardians fell, leaving 9. In the 3 years, Marinas gave birth to Chu Xiong, a rising legend, barely making up the 10 Guardians, and the Grand Commander is rumored to have been seriously injured in the battle with the Beast Sentinel. The gate of the end was sealed again. Sentinel was pulled back to the gate of the end. Luzino looked at his system. Survival points, 81,051 points. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon, the land of extreme bliss would open. He still had 15 hours left. According to the current gain of 150 points per minute, he would still be able to gain 135,000 survival points in 15 hours. Altogether, he had 216,000 points at the time he entered the land of ultimate bliss, which meant that by that time, his total attributes could reach 300,000 plus, stepping into mid-legendary strength. Just as Luzino was happily thinking about tomorrow's exciting battle, a head came up to Luzino. "Hey, Wild Luzi, the captain is about to have a meeting." Chuya waved her hand in front of Luzino's face, interrupting his thoughts. "Okay, let's go." Luzino had paid off his debts after settling his rewards at the 3-star alienation land, and was now debt-free. And at this moment in the combat office, everyone was gathered around a wooden box, their eyes filled with eagerness. "Captain, this is bought for $100 million. Xiao Lu will definitely be stunned." Lu De Vicious eyes never left the wooden box. Hong Yu nodded, his weapon is lagging behind. "During this period of time, we have gotten quite a lot of benefits from this newcomer. Our level and strength have increased quite a bit. We should give him a gift." Gao Tu also nodded. "The main thing is that Chuya is rich. One person contributed 70 million. Captain, they are here." Gao Tu pointed to Chuya Lu Ziyi Duo outside the glass door. Lu Zai pushed the door and entered. The few people inside the conference room immediately began to applaud. Behind them, Chuya also followed the applause, making Lu Zai a fool. The most outrageous thing was that what was placed on top of the conference table was not a tactical map or a pile of battle information, but fruits, snacks, and drinks. "Does anyone have a birthday today?" Luzino thought for half a day before coming up with this possibility. Several people were shaking their heads, and Hong Yu opened the wooden box on top of the conference table. "Little Lu, this is a gift from Shura Squad to thank you for joining us and recognizing us." After the wooden box was opened, an orange stream of light lingered within it, and Lu Zai was surprised to find that it was actually a level 35 orange weapon, or a spirit manipulation type weapon that perfectly matched his own. Devouring Sky, level 35 orange quality. Physique plus 350. Agility plus 350. Spirit plus 350. Special attribute, armor breaking plus 17. 5%. Devouring Sky is made up of 108 pieces of special metal. It has multiple morphing structures that allow it to attack and defend. Only in the wooden box, there were 108 grooves neatly arranged, and each groove was inlaid with a shiny orange triangular metal sequin. Lu Zai's finger gently curved, and a heaven-devouring shard fell into his hand. The material was smooth, very dense, the hardness was terrifying, and it was also very heavy, and such a fragment possessed 108 pieces, which could be arranged to form lances, shields, or spread out to attack. Lu Zai was now mentally powerful, and indeed the dragon's tooth could no longer fulfill the needs of such a furious mental attack. 32 dragon's teeth were still too few, and Devouring Sky perfectly fit the current Luzino's needs. This This is too expensive. Luzai felt a bit ashamed of himself and prepared to close the wooden box. Take it. Everything you've done is priceless to Shura. Hongyu re-pushed the wooden box in front of Luzai, joining the squad, killing Zhang Jun's father and son, raising the Shura squad to 3-star and even about to enter 4-star, and giving us the qualification to enter the peak of extreme bliss, all because of you. Although we all know that after the peak of extreme bliss, you might have to leave us. Shura can't leave behind a legendary powerhouse. Marina needs you even more, Shuya also added. But, you have written the most glorious chapter in the history of our Shura squad. Gao Tu nodded heavily at Luzino. Thank you to the newcomers of our Shura squad. And thank you to our Wild Road. Lu de Ruthless brought a few cups of fruit wine and distributed them to everyone. And with Hongyu's cheers, the 5 of them drank it all in one go. On this day, the Shura team all knew that the peak of ultimate bliss might be the last time Luzai acted with them. And Luzai's strength was bound to enter a wider world. Shura squad drank until late at night. Luzai drank so much for the first time, and it was also the first time he felt that there was a group of lovely people who needed him so much. Whether it was the Shura squad or the peddlers of the marina, they were all trying to play their roles, and they needed to be guarded. The following day, at noon, the Shura squad departed on time. When they passed through the Dragon Country's customs clearance port inspection, not only did they not go through the tedious inspection process, those Dragon Country's city guards also saluted them one after another. This was because the city guards knew that this year's land of extreme bliss was not a good place to break into and was extremely treacherous. The conflict between the Dragon Country and the enemy country was almost singled out, and they were bound to retaliate if they suffered a loss at the 018 barrier. There were a total of 100 teams from the Dragon Kingdom awakened to enter this land of extreme bliss, while there were a total of 750 foreign teams, of which there were more than 300 teams from the unfriendly enemy countries of Cherry Blossom, Eagle Sauce, and the 3 Kingdoms. The Dragon Kingdom teams were prioritized for clearance, but the foreign teams were always at the back of the line. At this moment, these foreign teams were up in arms again. Yo, engaging in privileges? However, it doesn't help. So what if we just let you guys go in first? This year's top of the ultimate bliss isn't a rotation anymore. Those who can do it. Interesting, haha, a mere 100 Dragon Kingdom awakened teams. What big waves can they make? Amidst the taunts of the enemy awakened one teams, the 100 teams from the Dragon Kingdom were prioritized to enter. Through a spatial leaping passage, Luzino and the others arrived at an empty valley. 60 kilometers to the northeast is the peak of extreme bliss. Warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, charge. Even if we all fall today, let those foreign bugbears who meet out the sun show the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. I don't know which team's captain landed on the ground and then made a battle declaration. Their squad rose up in the air and charged up. However, in the next second, a voice shook everyone. Why are we the ones to fall, but not them? Today, no dragon nation will be sacrificed. The one who spoke was Luzai. 108 heaven-devouring fragments coalesced into a lance. Luzai stepped on it and swept through the air, extremely fast. And what shocked the crowd was not Luzino's words, but the orange energy fluctuations that blossomed from Luzino's body. Ding! You have successfully shocked all the Dragon Kingdom awakened teams, gaining 18,888 survival points. The crowd below collectively exclaimed. A legendary powerhouse? Our team actually has a legendary powerhouse? Ha ha ha. The 11th legend of Marina City has been born. The 100 teams of Dragon Kingdom awakened ones utilized various means to rise up in the air and follow Luzino. And today, Luzino was the spiritual leader of the Dragon Kingdom awakened ones. Arriving at the top of the land of ultimate bliss, Luzino landed smoothly. The view from here was excellent. In front was a canyon. In the back was a plain also called the land of ultimate bliss. And those foreign awakened people who wanted to enter the land of extreme bliss had to pass through Luzino. Luzai looked at the system, which showed survival points, 244000. System, mental strength plus 200, 000 points. Physical fitness plus 44, 000 points. Ding, adding points is complete. Please check. Luzai looked at his brand new attribute panel and was appalled. Equipment attributes are no longer displayed with a plus sign and are directly incorporated into the total. Host, Luzai. Level, LV 35, 4. 5%. Realm, Legendary Realm. Life value, 580010. Physique, 58001, 75% damage reduction. Spirit, 313,080. Strength, 984. Agility, 1,190. Strike rate, 21. 9%. Armor break, 32. 5%. Survival points, 10, growing. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV6, 14/50ths, 000. Talent sequence 05, breaking LV6, 1550, 000. Equipment, Devouring Sky, Aoki Bracelet, Bracelet of the Giant Serpent, Boots of the Giant Serpent, Helm of Glow. Looking at the enemy awakened ones coming in the distance in the dark, the Dragon Kingdom awakened ones all looked towards Luzino. They were getting closer and closer and were about to reach the top of the mountain. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Both sides maintained this distance to face each other, and a great battle was imminent. The distance between the two armies was only 1,000 meters. The awakened ones from the Dragon Country camp stood proudly on the top of the mountain, overlooking the legions of foreign awakened ones in front of them. Although these people belonged to different countries, but at this moment their actions were so neatly organized, to say that there was no premeditation, the ghosts wouldn't believe it. The distance of 1,000 meters had long been within the range of Luzino's metal manipulation strike. The current Luzino's two talents had been increased to an extremely terrifying level by 313,000 mental power. Metal manipulation LV6, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 60 plus 3130 meters, causing 160% plus 3130% mental damage. No cooldown. Armor breaking plus 15%. Breaking LV6, insight into the target's breaking point and mark 6 layers of breaking point. After your attack hits the breaking point, each layer of breaking point deals 160% plus 3130% extra damage, bloodlust plus 6%. Not to mention 1,000 meters. Luzino was now able to manipulate metal within a 3 kilometers range to launch an attack. The enemy legion stopped marching under the raised hand movement of an Eagle Sauce Nation awakened, and it was evident that this awakened from the Eagle Sauce Nation was the leader of this operation. Hongyu stood at the front. After all, he was the captain. Lu Ziyi was willing to raise his captain to the height of the commander of this operation. As for the other Dragon Kingdom awakened ones, they naturally followed Lu Zeno's footsteps and were willing to follow Hongyu's command. This person is called Johnson, a strong person who will soon ascend to the legendary realm. It is estimated that he will be promoted after this land of extreme bliss. His strength is very strong. It is estimated that he will also be the commanding officer of the allied forces for this operation. Shuya, who was on the side, popularized in Lu Zeno's ear. Just your damn name is Johnson? Lu Zai felt like he had a prime target now. Kill this person and the enemy army would disorganize themselves. Johnson was surrounded by the crowd at the moment, and his face was filled with the arrogant look of a must-win. His level 6 talent, Cracked Earth, was instantly activated, and the ground under his feet suddenly raised a stone pillar, which continued to rise in height, and Johnson was sent high into the air, appearing in a forceful manner. Johnson pointed a single finger at Hongyu. Hongyu, a late-stage juggernaut who doesn't even have the qualifications to lift his shoes in front of us, can also become the leader of the Dragon Alliance Awakened team? Ha ha, does the Dragon Kingdom have no one? Johnson's words drew some laughter from the fans behind him. Indeed, Johnson hadn't even paid much attention to this person Hongyu before, and there was still a huge gap between him and him. Johnson himself couldn't figure out why Hongyu could become the commanding captain of this top of the ultimate bliss, standing so high. What a fucking eyesore. Xiao Lu, tell him to roll down. Hongyu's tone was flat. He didn't look Johnson in the eye at all. Just kidding. I have a legendary little brother. I mustn't pretend to be a good one? If I don't pretend to be a pussy, Wild Lu will leave the team, and I won't have a chance in the future. The words just fell. 3 heaven-devouring fragments flew out furiously at 10 times the speed of sound. Almost at the time when Hongyu's words just fell, it was blasted on top of the stone pillar. Boom. The opponent was prepared, and the various defensive means created by several late-stage sovereigns of the Defense Department were blown to pieces. The dazzling orange light announced the mighty descent of the Legend Realm bigwigs. The stone pillar was sliced into 4 pieces, and Johnson landed on the ground in response. His face was filled with shock. A legendary powerhouse? The enemy troops were all shocked. It's a legend. Marina has sent out a legendary powerhouse. Cheating. No, he's not a top 10 guardian. Isn't this person's technique the same as the one in the 018 video? Metal manipulation? It's him, it's him, it's him. The allied forces panicked. Ding! You have successfully shocked thousands of foreign allied forces and gained 38,888 survival points. Good lord! Lu Zeno was also overjoyed to have gained close to 40,000 survival points from this wave. But Johnson was, after all, also an upcoming legendary, and with their numbers holding an absolute advantage, he was prepared to put up a fight. Fighters of the Free Kingdom, charge up to me. Take the top of extreme bliss. The glory belongs to us. Charge. Kill. Thousands of Dominator Realm Awakened charged, and all sorts of innate divine abilities were revealed. The Dragon Kingdom Awakened ones standing at the top of the extreme bliss were also excited at the sight of this scene. One by one, they were all ready to launch an offensive. Anyway, there was a legendary big brother, So what's the point of wimping out? In the next second, Hong Yu waved his hand. Today's land of ultimate bliss belongs to the Dragon Kingdom awakened ones. Give me the chance to cut down this group of fools. Kill. A great battle erupted between the two sides as Lu Xeno's 108 heaven-devouring fragments bombarded out furiously. The current Lu Xeno could deal 310,000 x 3130% x 3130% equals 300 million with just one heaven-devouring fragment. The damage wasn't low. 300 million in front of him. Lu Ziye's heart snickered. Who the hell can top this? Legendary level peak million attributes of the big man combined with their horrible defense talent. I wonder if they can block it. The best defense is offense. As long as you cannot block me, then I am invincible. Lu Zai towards a wild way to attack his defense. Sure enough, after Lu Zai's means of attack descended upon the enemy camp, whether it was the forbidden barriers erected, the earth barriers that appeared out of nowhere, or the elemental shields, they all shattered in response. The people Lu Zai wanted to kill couldn't be protected even if God came. What was even more outrageous was that there were several enemy awakened people with life system talents who were prepared to strengthen their flesh and animalize their flesh to resist those fragments. And the consequences were predictable. They died violently on the spot. This was what happens when a dog bites a slipper, not understanding science. Lu Zai's attack was in the front, and the 100 teams of Dragon Kingdom awakened ones were in the back, and both sides went on a killing spree at the peak of ultimate bliss. However, those in the sky that were blasted into a bloody mist were all enemy awakened ones at a glance. Johnson was furious. You guys surround me and go in. I'll meet him. Hundreds of meters high stone pillars rose under Johnson's feet, sending him into the battlefield. On the ground, hundreds of stone protrusions rose from the ground as they gathered their strength and prepared to launch an onslaught on the Dragon Kingdom awakened one team. But in the next second, orange light flashed by. Just a few heaven-devouring fragments crossed the battlefield like meteors in a matter of moments, twisting all of those stone protrusions into pieces. It was only at this moment that Johnson realized how great the power gap between the two sides was. Lu Zai wasn't the kind of legend that he thought had just been promoted. He was actually a mid-legend spiritual power? He was beginning to regret his risky move. But it was all too late. A heaven-devouring fragment broke through his defense and pierced through his eyebrow. And Johnson fell backward from the 100-meter high stone pillar backwards. The leader of the enemy army died. How valuable was a character who was about to advance to legendary status to be killed with just one blow? Johnson's death brought a great shock to the enemy camp. They had progressed from hesitation to retreat, finally evolving into a great escape. However, the Shura squad had long since discussed that since they had already made their move and had already offended the entire world, they would kill them cleanly so that they would turn from anger to afterthought. A massacre was quietly staged as the 100 awakened squads of the Dragon Kingdom rushed forward under Lu Xeno's leadership. The 108 heaven-devouring fragments were like harvesters, crazily harvesting enemy lives. Outside the field rest area, the team leaders of the representative teams of each country were anxious, because one by one, their players' awakening meter signals disappeared, displaying no vital signs. They collectively questioned the Dragon Kingdom. What the hell did you guys do? What's going on here? What conspiracy is the Dragon Kingdom pulling again? We must be given an explanation as to what exactly happened. They really couldn't figure out why the promised occupation of the peak of ultimate bliss had turned into inexplicable deaths after several thousand people had gone in. As of now, the number of casualties 598, 603, 609, was rising every second. Facing the furious and angry questioning of these people from the enemy country, Chu Xiong pressed down the urge to laugh and had a serious face. The rules of this time were jointly decided by you guys. The people who entered the land of extreme bliss were all finalized a week ago. Clear of the sovereign realm, the fight for the top of the land of extreme bliss gave up the previous rotation sharing and changed to a free fight, which was also suggested by you guys. What exactly do you guys want? Chu Xiong's two hands were spread out. His face was helpless. It looked as if he was the victim, but really shameless. Chu Xiong, what kind of tricks did you guys play? Why are our people so heavily killed or injured? If you don't give me a statement today, don't blame us for turning the other cheek, the leader of the Eagle Jam country said angrily. He was in a hurry. The city defense force personnel on the Dragon country's side forced themselves to hold back their laughter. It was hard to hold back their laughter. On the other hand, Chu Xiong's eyes faced the other party, stared directly and asked rhetorically. It's really strange. Does it have to be the case that our Dragon Kingdom's awakened people show up dead in order for it to be considered reasonable? Could it be that your lives are lives and our Dragon Kingdom people are not human? What logic? You say you want to turn the other cheek? Then be my guest. The 10 great guardians of Binhai City also want to see how you guys flip out. Chu Xiong also directly showed his cards. You, the Eagle Sauce country leader, was dumbfounded by his dislike. The other countries' leaders were also anxious, and one of them exclaimed, 1, 041 deaths now. At this rate, it's all over. The leader of the Eagle Sauce country was also unable to sit still when he heard this number and yelled, "There is something abnormal in the land of ultimate bliss this time. We demand that the exploration be terminated immediately. We want to go in and check out what's going on." After saying that, this group of leaders were all agreeing with each other, pretending that they were going to break into the entrance space teleportation place. Xu Xiong was not accustomed to it, and directly utilized his legendary might, an energy fluctuation forcing the crowd back. "I am the commander of the city defense force, and also the guardian of the order of this land of ultimate bliss, but I am also one of the top 10 guardians of Binhai City. Whoever breaks the rules will be killed without amnesty." Xu Xiong's words were loud and clear, and everyone consciously retreated a few steps back, watching their team members continue to die inside and disappear. They weren't afraid of Xu Xiong, but they were afraid of the 10 guardians behind Marina City and that immortal commander who hadn't been seen for many years. They were the last barrier of Marina City. At the top of the extreme bliss, looking at the enemy awakened in front of them who kept falling, there was no one left standing on the ground. This one-sided slaughter had finally come to an end. Many awakened ones ran towards Lu Zeno and abandoned him high. "Brother Lu is mighty! Brother Lu is mighty!" The cheers resounded throughout the entire canyon. This battle, the total annihilation of 500 awakened squads from the enemy country. This was an absolutely heavy blow. What was even more outrageous was that for the Dragon Kingdom awakened ones, there were only 31 people who were lightly injured, one person who was seriously injured, and none of them died, because Lu Zai, who rushed in front, attacked too powerfully. The other party only had to run for their lives, and simply did not have much power to counterattack. And Hong Yu waved his hand. "Today's land of ultimate bliss belongs to us. Everyone sees the time to explore the interior. The opportunity is rare. Charge!" Oh, it was the first time that the Dragon Kingdom Awakened had the entire land of extreme bliss all to themselves. Today's exploration was destined to be lucrative. All squads swarmed in, and Shura squad was no exception. The land of extreme bliss was different from other alienated lands in that there was only one season per year where there was a beast tide, but the beasts here were of extremely high quality and had a very high burst rate, while the difficulty wasn't terribly high. Such a treasure land naturally became the object of everyone's competition to enter, which was why the joint development of multiple countries resulted. "Xiao Lu, today we can try to go to the forbidden land of extreme bliss. That area is rumored to have extremely lucrative returns. Previously a multinational joint team entered it. All of their strengths were at the peak of the sovereign level, and they came close to breaking the forbidden system. But today, your strength is far superior to that team's, so we can try," Hong Yu suggested. "Great to try." Lu Devicious was also excited. "I just like a bit of challenge." Gao Tu also waved his battle sword and said, "As long as you guys are happy." Shu Ye winked. "Then it's happily decided." Lu Zeno agreed in a single breath. And he also hoped to encounter more high-level bosses to boost his base earnings. A group of people killing their way into the Forbidden Zone. Such a move seemed heaven-defying to the other teams. No one had entered the Forbidden Zone to explore it since the failed exploration of the Internationally United Column. However, once they thought of Lu Zeno's monstrous battle power, it felt reasonable again. The alien beasts in the Forbidden Zone really did have a ridiculous burst rate, and Lu Zeno's squad had just killed a level 38 alien beast, which had unexpectedly burst out a basket and a purple piece of equipment. In a normal place like the alienated land, it would be nice to see 10 of them popping out a piece of equipment. The surface of the corpse of the beast on the ground was haunted by a strange black mist that did not dissipate for a long time. Shu Ye, Hong Yu and the others on the side were all frozen in place with shocked faces. How is this possible? Hong Yu couldn't believe what he was seeing. Impossible. This is the land of extreme bliss. How could this appear? Shu Ye was filled with horror after carefully examining those black mists. Lu Zai asked when he didn't understand. "Captain, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Hong Yu gulped and explained. "After the death of ordinary foreign beasts, they will also haunt all kinds of luster, which you know. Generally speaking, the luster that haunts them is the energy in their body that has not been dispersed yet, which corresponds to the realm of the foreign beasts. As with us humans, the foreign beasts with master strength should haunt the purple color luster, but the foreign beasts here have a strange luster, which means that they are not regular foreign beasts, but are from the..." Hong Yu didn't dare to make a judgment. He simply couldn't believe the result. "From where?" Lu Zai asked after him. "The gate of the end." Shu Ye, who was on the side, still said it. "A few years ago, in the final war, this mysterious black energy surged in the bodies of all the foreign beasts, but the gate of the final war has long been sealed. Even if there is a strange movement, it should not appear here." Hong Yu could not figure it out. Unless it's man-made. Shu Ye came to a terrifying conclusion. The Gate of the End was sealed by the Grand Commander in conjunction with the 10 Great Guardians. Therefore, the only people who could break the prohibition and release this kind of power were them. Or maybe the samsara had lost control, broken open on its own? But if it was samsara who broke the prohibition on her own, the location shouldn't be here. It should be in the original sealed place. Who is controlling all this? What's the purpose? What are they going to do? The cultivation team suddenly felt that they had discovered secrets that they shouldn't have. Everyone's backs went cold. But one thing was certain. The Gate of the End was about to open. And the location was surprisingly in the land of ultimate bliss. It was even clearer in Lu Zai's mind that he had to raise his strength immediately. The crisis in front of him couldn't be solved by a single legend. The sight in front of them left everyone at a loss for words. Captain, what should we do? Shuya and the others looked towards Hongyu. After pondering for a while, Hongyu made a decision. Continue exploring towards the interior. No matter if it's man-made or a natural disaster. We must figure it out and then report this news back to the Grand Commander and the 10 Great Guardians. No. Hongyu quickly dismissed his thoughts. Lu Devicious also instantly sobered up and muttered under his breath. The 10 Great Guardians and the Great Commander have all experienced the last final battle. They are not to be trusted. This is something that we can't tell people about. But we can't face the endgame ourselves. The team fell into deep thought. Take one step, do your best and listen to the fate of heaven. Lu Zeno's voice echoed in his teammates' ears. Hongyu nodded at his words. This is the only way. The squad of 5 continued to head towards the interior. They were surprised to find that all the other areas of the land of extreme bliss were normal. Only the Forbidden Zone's foreign beasts were contaminated by the power of finality. And in the middle of the Forbidden Zone, the Shura squad cut down the Fey beasts along the way and approached the front. There were more and more foreign beasts. And as the Forbidden Zone went deeper and deeper, the foreign beasts here became more and more seriously contaminated by the power of the final fantasy. Even Lu Zai, who had the strength of a mid-legend, had to ask Lu Dexter to set up the drawing fence and kill them in batches. The land of ultimate bliss was open for a total of 3 hours. And Shura team's idea was to get as close as possible to the depths of the Forbidden Zone to see if they could make any new discoveries. Close to 3 hours of killing, Lu Zeno stepped over the corpses of a batch of alien beasts. Black mists rose up in front of them. These mists were the realization of the power of the end. This area had been completely controlled by the end. There wasn't enough time to continue forward. All of his teammates were appalled by Lu Zeno's combat prowess. Their squad had reached the deepest part of the Forbidden Zone, and if it wasn't for Lu Zeno, it was estimated that no squad would have been able to reach this place. No wonder the requirements to enter the land of ultimate bliss were restricted to below legends. Was this the reason? Leaving this secret undiscovered? In the midst of the mists, the Shou Luo squad saw the scene that their hearts had guessed. A wall of energy that covered the sky rose up from the ground and towered into the clouds, as if it had cut off heaven and earth. On top of the wall, there were energy runes that flowed like phantom colors, constantly flowing and changing shape on the surface of the wall. These runes should be the means to seal off this place. The Door of the End. Hongyu marveled incredulously. The Door of the End really appeared in the land of ultimate bliss, and the next end battle would take place here, and then humans would not be able to detect it. With the onslaught of foreign beasts, they would eventually break through the spatial limitations of the land of extreme bliss and enter Marina City. The real-life version of The Fall of Marina was about to take place. As he spoke, a rune engraved on the door of ultimatum instantly burst, and a black ability broke through the door. And as if the other runes around it couldn't tolerate this behavior, they immediately converged together and sealed the crack. The black energy was once again sealed within. So that's how it was. Everyone in the squad witnessed this and figured out why only the Fae in the Forbidden Zone were contaminated. The prohibitions of the Gate of the End were loosening, but they hadn't reached the point of collapsing yet, so the contamination was limited. However, looking at the situation, sooner or later, these prohibitions would be completely out of control. In as short a time as 3 to 5 days, or as long as 10 or so days, there wasn't much time left for Lu Zeno. The awakening instruments of several people in the squad lit up with red alert signals. This was the time of the land of ultimate bliss. The energy of the space channel outside was about to run out. If they didn't go out, it would be closed soon. The next time, the land of extreme bliss would open, requiring a reboot of the spatial energy, would already be next year. Let's go! Hongyu waved his hand, and the crowd left the land of extreme bliss through the spatial channel. This battle, a few people were not happy though. The coastal city was in crisis, but the harvest was bountiful. In less than 3 hours of killing in the Forbidden Zone, Lu Zai killed 110 bosses that were above his level. His base gain had also risen from 150 points/minute to 260 points/minute now, and his level had risen to level 40, and at the current time in Marina City, he could no longer find any bosses higher than his level. This meant that Lu Zeno could now harvest 15 600 survival points per hour. A full 374. 400 survival points in a day. There were a total of 159 attribute infusions in the battle, and the total attribute points of all types gave a full 12,041 points. The higher the level of the monster killed, the more attributes the attribute infusion fed back. After this period of killing, the strength of the Shura squad had also grown by leaps and bounds, mainly because Lu Xino's monster killing efficiency was so high. The attribute points given by his teammates from attribute infusion alone were very considerable. The team's worst Chuya was now at the late mastery stage, and the captain and Gao too had entered the peak mastery stage. The Xiao Luo team that had just returned to Marina City had not yet had time to organize the loot, when they received a message that shook the entire marina. A message on the awakening meters of all awakened people was topped. Marina City's Grand Commander, 88-year-old immortal realm powerhouse, the sealer of the door of the end of days, Marina City's pillar of the heavens, Zhao Changhe, passed away at 15:05 today due to an illness. So let's mourn this honorable old man who dedicated his life to the Dragon Kingdom and Marina City. Shura squad was shocked. Why did he pass away at this time? The door of the end is about to open and Marina City has lost its only barrier. To say that this is a coincidence is simply an insult to one's intelligence. There must be some mystery in the middle. The 5 members of the squad fell into deep thought. Just at this time, Lu Zai's awakening instrument rang, and a call came over. It was Chu Xiong's. Commander Chu. Hello, Lu Xino said respectfully after connecting. Come to the capital quickly. I've sent you the location. I need your help. Chu Xiong's tone was anxious. Can you reveal what it is? Lu Zai was confused. And after the opposite party only said 3 words, Lu Zai ran out of the house. Li Zhuangzhuang. Lu Zai thanked his teammates for coming to help, because Chu Xiong did not notify all of the Shura squad to go, so naturally he had his considerations. From Marina to Kyoto, spending 10,000 dragon coins to use the spatial channel would take 1 minute. Lu Zai arrived at the place Chu Xiong had designated and met Chu Xiong, and he was alone. What the hell is going on? Lu Zai couldn't wait to ask. Chu Xiong told Lu Zai the results of his investigation one by one, and informed that in this matter, the 10 great guardians had no way to help Li Zhuangzhuang, but allowed Chu Xiong to dispose of this matter himself. However, Chu Xiong was caught in a dilemma after learning that Matsushita Wild Seed was the Sakura country's military attaché in Kyoto. On the one hand, the military attaché's official residence was in a foreign country, but it was equivalent to Sakura's territory. The same was true for the official residences of the Dragon Kingdom in foreign countries. Even if they were in foreign countries, other countries did not have the right to enter. On the other hand, the information Chu Xiong possessed could not yet determine the behavior of the Matsushita wild breed with some speculation. Therefore, the final solution could only be for Chu Xiong and Lu Zai, the 2 legendary realms, to join forces to break into the night, and if something happened, they would bear the responsibility themselves. Regarding Chu Xiong's proposal, Lu Zai nodded. Yes, when will we do it? Tonight at 11 o'clock. The current time was only 16:30 p.m. During the long waiting time, Chu Xiong and Lu Zai talked about the situation in Binhai. Zhao Changhe's death had caused Marina to falter. All the forces were moving, and the power of the Dragon Kingdom was somewhat stretched. The Chancellor can't defeat time after all. With him gone, we're in a precarious situation. Chu Xiong got up and paced. His face showed regret, but his eyes were incomparably determined. Perhaps, as the 10 great guardians, dying in a great war that surrounds Marina is also the best place for us to go. Will you fight for Marina? Lu Zai didn't answer and didn't comment. He also thought of telling Chu Xiong about the Forbidden Zone, but he couldn't do so. This matter was too involved. The 10 guardians in Zhao Changhe were all suspected. He didn't dare to take the risk. After all, he was only a mid-legend. Thinking of this, Lu Zai glanced at the time, 22:51. It was almost time to leave, and Lu Zai glanced at the survival points in the system, 145,001 points. This was today's gain as of today, and without any hesitation, Lu Xino added 100,000 spiritual strength and then 45,000 physique. Then he looked at his attribute list, which was already quite luxurious. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 40, 14. 5%. Realm, Legendary Realm. Life value, 930010. Physique, 93,001, 79% damage reduction. Spirit, 413,080. Strength, 984. Agility, 1,190. Strike rate, 21.9%. Armor break, 32.5%. Survival points, 310, growing. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV6, 14/50. 000. Talent sequence 05, breaking LV6, 1550. 000. Equipment, devouring sky. Aoki bracelet, bracelet of the giant serpent. Boots of the giant serpent. Helm of glow. He himself now possesses over 90,000 physique, which is over 900,000 life value. 410,000 spirit power. And his total attribute points have already exceeded 500,000. A genuine mid-legendary strength. Maybe I can also become an immortal in Binhai City. Lu Xino's mind suddenly popped up such a thought. Become immortal. This is how many awakened people do not even dare to think of things. But now this matter is so real in front of oneself. If one possessed true immortal strength, then the day the marina's final gate opened, one could fight. When he thought of the black mist army that covered the sky and the battlefield of alien beasts with millions of ambushed corpses, Lu's eyes heart surged. Let's go. Little Lu. Let's go and meet that Matsushita wild breed. Chu Xiong, who was on the side, interrupted Lu's eyes thoughts. It was time to depart. Lu's eye nodded and disappeared into the night along with Chu Xiong. Sakura Kingdom's official residence in Kyoto. Dragon Kingdom. Underground altar. Matsushita Wildseed looked at Li Zhuangzhuang, who was firmly controlled on the altar, with an excited face. There was only one last ceremony left. He would have his 6th dead puppet. And it was also a dead puppet that possessed the talent sequence 2 gold brick. He would do his best to cultivate this dead puppet. For him it was an incomparably wonderful thing. At this moment, the greed of a great success was written all over his face. And the 5 dead puppets beside him were escorting him. Of these 5 dead puppets, 2 were early legends and 3 were peak juggernauts with strong strength. The growth of a dead puppet was slower than an awakened person, and it needed to give up its 2nd or 3rd talent, and could only have 1 talent. But despite this, Matsushita Wildseed's dead puppet team was already very powerful, and given enough time, his strength would become more and more terrifying. Outside the official residence, 100 meters away, Lu Xino and Chu Xiong watched from afar in the night. Chu Xiong's arm lit up with a faint orange light, which then wrapped around the two of them. Talent, concealment, allowing multiple targets to achieve invisibility. This kind of invisibility was from visual interference. The power originated from mental power. So as long as the other party's mental power wasn't higher than the one who cast the talent, it was undetectable. Of course, some high-level special props and detection means were not included here. Just like this, Lu Zai and Chu Xiong entered the official residence with a big grin. There were more than a dozen guards of the sovereign realm here, and without the cover of concealment, it was very difficult to enter silently. The two of them saw an expressionless legend realm awakened at the entrance of a passageway carrying a silver container towards the basement. Lu Zai's brows clustered. This person was so strange, without any expression. And Chu Xiong told Lu Zai in text in the awakening instrument, this is one of the dead puppets of the Matsushita wild breed. And not surprisingly, they are in the basement. The two of them followed the dead puppets into a secret passageway. The passageway's people automatically closed. Lu Xino and Chu Xiong saw a large altar, and the dying Li Zhuangzhuang who was bound by chains. Li Zhuangzhuang's surroundings were also filled with silver needles, all kinds of strange sacrificial props, and a silver container filled with blood. While the two entered, Matsushita wild breed was concentrating his mental power on absorbing Li Stronghold's blood through the silver needles, while at the same time scrubbing Li Stronghold's will by using his mental power until he was completely in control. This process was similar to taking over the body, but it was more high-end than taking over the body. He didn't need to take over Strong Li's body. He only needed to wash away Strong Li's consciousness and control him. The sudden intrusion of uninvited guests made Matsushita Wildseed startled. Now entering the critical moment, there was no room for error. Kill them. Matsushita Wildseed's spiritual power was higher than Chu Xiong's. Under his spiritual power's influence, the concealment failed, and his 5 dead puppets also discovered the two. Lu Zai was about to make his move. Kill these dead puppets, and then save Li Zhuangzhuang, but he was pulled back by Chu Xiong. Can your spiritual power surpass this person? Chu Xiong's entire arm burned with raging flames as he spoke, hammering away a dead puppet with a single punch, while the other dead puppet was sliced into pieces by Lu Zai's heaven devouring. But the pieces of these dead puppets were slowly coalescing. Dead puppets were immortal and indestructible, and although their strength was lower than awakened people of the same realm, they were extremely difficult to deal with, and could be reborn indefinitely by virtue of their controller's spiritual power, unless the main body was killed, or their spiritual power was exhausted. Why are you asking this? It should be, maybe a little higher. Lu Xino wasn't sure, but Matsushita Wildseed gave him the feeling that his spiritual power was inferior to his own. After all, what legendary mid-strength awakened had 400,000 spiritual power? That was too extreme. I also feel that your spiritual power is stronger than him. Li Zhuangzhuang has been blessed by misfortune. If you provide Li Zhuangzhuang with spiritual resistance now, You can make Li Zhuangzhuang spiritually rebel against Matsushita Wild Seed and gain his full strength. This is the drawback of the gifted dead puppet. He can only control an object with a weaker spiritual power than his own, which is also why Matsushita performs the rituals in such a secluded place. Lu Zai was shocked. It could still be played like this? But as exaggerated as it sounds, it's actually too hard to backfire. Li Zhuangzhuang is as lucky as it gets. First of all, there must be a powerful person to provide you with spiritual power. And secondly, you must also intervene when someone else's ritual is in progress. You can't have one without the other. Lu Zai looked at Li Zhuangzhuang, and a raging spiritual power was injected into his body, initiating a spiritual confrontation with the Matsushita wild breed. During the spiritual confrontation, the consciousness of both parties would have some intermingling, and could see some fragments of each other's thoughts. When the Matsushita wild seed saw that Lu Zino had achieved mid-legendary strength in a week's time, he was so shocked that he was incoherent. Lu Zino, on the other hand, saw an even more horrifying picture. In a small dark room, Zhao Chunha was critically ill, and his surroundings were filled with Legend Realm powerhouses, including the Matsushita wild breed, the awakened from the Eagle Jam country, and many foreigners that Lu Zino had never seen before. Among them, there was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner with an extremely terrifying aura, who should be an immortal powerhouse. The foreign powerhouse with a terrifying aura had gloomy eyes. He looked down at Zhao Chunha. Old friend, you have truly exceeded our expectations by sealing samsara in the extreme bliss forbidden zone. So let's borrow your last energy to break through the restraints that you have laid down will become more and more fragile with your death. Zhao Chunha sat up trembling. You guys want to annex Marina? I'll be the first to say no. Afterwards, Zhao Chunha used his last strength to seal his physical body. The purpose of this was to temporarily enhance the sealing of the final gate, but he himself would lose all his energy and die with it, which was the only thing he could do. Asshole. Lu Zai was burning with rage. So this was the truth behind Zhao Chunha's death. He hadn't betrayed Marina, but had died a heroic death. That little black room was the gift of an immortal powerhouse, confined space. Directly forcefully pulling people weaker than themselves into a space of their own creation is many times more powerful than a dream, because this space is real, and everything that happens in it is real. The illusory images passed one by one. Lu Zai also saw the gathering of multinational forces, and they were all preparing for the annexation of Binhai. They had deliberately set off competition with the Dragon Kingdom and multiple alienated lands in order to cooperate with this operation, so that the Dragon Kingdom would have no time to divert its attention to the crisis in Marina. This was also the reason why Marina City had been abandoned, as the Dragon Kingdom was now being targeted by a large group of enemy countries that wanted to carve up the Dragon Kingdom cities. In the next moment, Lu Zai catalyzed his spiritual power and furiously surged into Li Zhuangzhuang's body, while the opposite side of Matsushita Wild Seed's eyes were filled with shock and fear. He felt that his spiritual power was flowing backwards and was entering Strong Li's body, and he simply couldn't resist this trend. No, don't! With a splitting headache, Matsushita Wild Seed couldn't believe that he would die in such a way. Those dead puppets of his were all being held back by Chu Xiong, and for a while, he was simply unable to defeat Chu Xiong. And this young man in front of him was not any of the 10 great guardians, but his spiritual power was terrifying to this extent. The Matsushita Wild Seed who had read a part of Lu Zino's memories knew that this young man, his killing intent was determined. Li Zhuangzhuang on the iron lock began to twitch. His body was experiencing revival. Backfiring. Half an hour of confrontation. Matsushita Wild Seed lost the battle. His mouth and nose bleeding, his face pale, the whole body is powerless and limp. The surrounding dead puppets are also like mud people, like limp. No longer move. Lost the support of the spiritual power. They are a pile of dead corpses. His raging legendary power was directly absorbed by Li Zhuangzhuang, who slowly woke up. And his first words were, "Crap, brother Lu. I knew you would come to save me." The exhausted Lu Zai, with a smile on his face, nodded at Li Zhuangzhuang. Almost came too late. The two of them hugged each other, and Li Zhuangzhuang felt the powerful strength of his body and was confused. What's this swelling? Chu Xiong on the side said enviously. You're luckier than winning the $5 million lottery. By multiple coincidences, you have the strength of the Panasonic wild breed. Ha! If it wasn't for the raging power that was flowing through his body, Li Zhuangzhuang wouldn't have believed to death that he had become a legendary powerhouse after being trafficked. Crap, brother Lu. I'm a fucking legend. I'll take you flying from now on. Li Zhuangzhuang had a face of surprise. Don't fly. He's a mid-legendary strength. He's more powerful than Matsushita's wild breed. Otherwise how do you think he could backfire on the original owner? Cultivate well and prepare to guard the marina. Chu Xiong explained from the side. The three of them quickly returned to Marina City. And then, Chu Xiong gave Li Zhuangzhuang the situation of Marina again. and invited Lu Zino and Li Zhuangzhuang to join the Guardian camp. With Zhao Changhe gone, having 2 more legends was considered to give Marina an extra bit of solace. Although it was far from enough, Li Zhuangzhuang agreed in one gulp. My life is what you guys give me. I have no reason to refuse. And Lu Zai shook his head. I temporarily need to enter the alienation land to make a breakthrough for a while. I won't join in guarding, but when Marina is in danger, I, Lu Zai, will definitely be there. Chu Xiong nodded. He knew that this young man in front of him had too many unanswered questions. With your words, that's enough. Lu Zai had his own plans. He was going to search for alienated lands above level 40. Such places were extremely rare and dangerous, but he had to do it in order to boost his base earnings and gain survival points at the fastest speed. Lu Zai's idea of wanting to go out to the field to search for high-level alienation lands was recognized by Chu Xiong. I will utilize the authority of the 10 Great Guardians to provide you with the necessary assistance. So let go of it. Chu Xiong gave his promise. As for the information about the enemy's incoming attack, Lu Zai was not prepared to disclose it, as it would add fear to the city defense force and cause the Marina Guardian force to lose more faith. The great battle was imminent. Lu Zino needed to be the conviction for everyone to fight on, and such conviction came from strength. I must advance to immortality. This was Lu Zino's only thought. After Lu Zino left, Li Zhuangzhuang joined the Shura squad, replacing Lu Zino's role and continuing to make his way through the 3-star alienation land. When Lu Zai left, Li Zhuangzhuang told Lu Zai a secret. His talent was strange, born with double talent, which was extremely rare. One was a gold brick with talent sequence 2. The other one is the last place in the talent ranking, lucky. This ghost talent, extremely rare, lack of research, no one knows his exact use. That is, randomly ranked him in the last place. Marina City declared a state of war after Zhao Changhe's death. The city defense forces maintained all of the city's defense equipment. On the huge city walls, brand new energy cannons were installed, which had a powerful killing ability for ordinary beasts. The entire coastal city, all the media, and all the social media platforms were filled with propaganda about preparing for war. This scene was familiar. It was exactly the same as 3 years ago. But 3 years ago, they had the immortal powerhouse Zhao Changhe. What about this year? The social atmosphere of Marina was still very depressing. The people in the city defense forces were actively preparing for war. Everyone possessed the determination to live and die with Marina. But more or less, they didn't hold much hope. But more or less, they don't hold much hope. They just hold the thought of dying together with a few more beasts. Lu Zai left Marina through spatial teleportation early the next morning. When he was leaving, the entire Xiao Luo squad came to see Lu Ziyi off, and Li Zhuangzhuang even showed the charm of his talent golden brick on the spot. Level 2 talent, surprisingly, could manipulate a 1-ton gold brick and turn it into a giant sword or a giant shield. This sounded too damn unfair. Why should he be able to manipulate such a heavy object at level 2? But then Lu Zino also learned the difference between the gold brick and his own metal manipulation. Lu Zino's metal manipulation was effective on all metals, and the power of its might was related to his own spiritual power. The gold brick talent, on the other hand, was an oddball that could only manipulate gold, and there was no upper limit to the weight. Depending on how much money you had to buy gold, the power is correlated to both the weight of the gold manipulated and the mental power. Ranked second in the talent sequence. There's literally a billion points of stuff out there. It just so happens that this guy's family is not short of money, and he got a ton of gold in a minute, and is continuing to open up for purchase. Could it be that this is the role of talent luck? Lu Zino began to suspect that Li Zhuangzhuang was the protagonist. In front of the teleportation door, Lu Zino was holding the recommendation letter that Chu Xiong had prepared for him, which came from the top 10 guardians, with the hope of entering the land of the extreme north, where there were alien beasts between level 35 to 45. It was an alienated land that was difficult to enter and needed recommendations from all over the world. Lu Zai clasped his fists towards the crowd. 3 days later, I will return. The crowd clasped their fists. See you at the marina in 3 days. After Lu Zai learned through the memories of the Matsushita wild seed that the final gate of the land of ultimate bliss had nothing to do with Zhao Changhe and the 10 great guardians, he was the one who told Chu Xiong the secret of the forbidden area of the land of ultimate bliss. The gate of ultimate bliss was about to open in the forbidden zone of the land of ultimate bliss. At the same time, the awakened ones from Sakura, San, Eagle Sauce, Sunset, Kangaroo, and other countries had also formed an alliance of 8 countries to start creating conflicts for the awakened ones in the land of alienation, purposely causing the dragon country to be exhausted. The 8 countries' awakened people joint army even flowed out some information. 018 Barrier of Revenge. They will not forget. Binhai the city, must pay the price. On the day Lu Zino left, in the center of Marina City, above the war square, the war clock was opened. The opening authority of the war clock is in the hands of the 10 guardians of Marina. Only when Marina City encounters a major crisis, the guardians will assess the crisis countdown and then open. At this moment, the most prosperous war square in Binhai City. On weekdays, people come and go here. The electronic screen is broadcasting all kinds of entertainment information, commercial advertisements. At this moment, the huge electronic screen above the serious black and white color records a countdown, 71 hours, 51 minutes and 11 seconds. This was the countdown to war after the Guardians had traveled to the Forbidden Zone to check the seal of the final gate. All social resources were poured towards the Great War. All city defense gates in Marina City are closed. Only in, not out. 35% of wartime funds were levied on everyone, rich or poor. A large number of giant cannons and tactical props were transported to the coastal city defense in bulk. The streets were filled with troop carriers, and the skies were filled with military transport planes. Except for the food, clothing, housing and transportation-related industries that were still operating, all other industries were closed, waiting to open again after the war. Everyone was notified not to go out unless necessary, waiting for the end of the Great War at home. All the awakened, the city defense forces were all drafted rank. Those who avoided the draft, a capital offense. At the time of the Great War, only when the order is enforced will there be a chance of survival. But everyone knows, how will the final battle end? Perhaps the end is the history of the city of Marina. Li Zhuangzhuang joined the Guardians under Chu Xiong's introduction, and Marina has had 11 Guardians since then. And this news was broadcasted loudly to appease the public and boost Marina's confidence. Guardian Council Hall. 11 Guardians gathered together. Guardian 01 had a gloomy face. Guardian 01 was also made the Grand Guardian. The Grand Commander has left. According to the wartime guidelines of Marina City, I am temporarily in charge of Marina's defense. And in this battle, I believe everyone knows my attitude. The rest of the Guardians nodded at his words. Fight to the death. The Great Guardian looked to every corner of the council chamber with reluctant eyes, as well as to everyone present who was a fellow Guardian, as if missing a glance would be regrettable. Now, let's discuss the matter of Lu Zino and Li Zhuangzhuang. I propose that we send Li Zhuangzhuang away, and at the same time prohibit Lu Zino from returning to the marina. The Great Guardian stated the topic of the day. Li Zhuangzhuang was shocked. He didn't even know about this matter. I protest. Great Guardian, you can't decide whether we stay or go. It's our own choice. The Great Guardian smiled kindly at his words. Protest is invalid. You have the intention to guard Marina, but we also have the responsibility to leave the last spark for Marina. You and Lu Zai have extraordinary talent. You are the youngest legendary awakened. It's too much of a pity to die here with a bunch of old things like us. Chu Xiong, I unify. Guardian 02, seconded. Seconded. With hardly any thought, this topic was quickly passed amongst the 10 Guardians. Men, escort the last Guardian of our marina to Kyoto for refuge. The Great Guardian had a determined look on his face. Li Zhuangzhuang growled. Great Guardian, this is my home. With my home gone, where else can I go? At the same time, Li Zhuangzhuang unleashed his talent Golden Brick, which transformed into a golden spear in the air and hung above his head. What's the harm in dying? Don't reduce the arrogance, but don't let me suffocate. Today either I die here or in the final battlefield. I am so. Lu is even more so than me. The Great Guardian, please make your own decision. On the scene, there was silence. The 10 Great Guardians understood one thing at this moment. In fact, this group of young people's determination to guard Marina was not a tiny bit less than theirs. The land of the far north. The characters who were able to enter this place were all heavenly prides from all over the Dragon Kingdom. Either juggernauts who were less than 20 years old or legends in their 30s. They enjoyed the topmost resources and professional guidance in their cities, and usually had professional mentors accompanying them into this place to hone their combat skills and improve their personal strength. Only Lu Zino was single and alone in this place. 20 only. Lu Zai read silently in his heart. He had come here for 2 hours and killed 20 alien beasts that were higher in level than his own. He was already level 40, and the monsters here ranged from level 35 to 45, so it wasn't easy to quickly find bosses that were above him. Lu Zai was now not killing normal monsters, only killing bosses, controlling the growth rate of his experience and trying to gain some more base survival point boosts. These 2 hours of fighting had raised his base gain from 260 survival points/minute to 280 survival points/minute. There wasn't much time left for him, and he had to raise his strength as fast as possible. Lu Zino's frantic killing drew the attention of the people around him. Is this person crazy? What kind of person kills monsters like this? Even though he is indeed very strong. Isn't this showing off? Is this the pattern of the youngest legend of the Dragon Kingdom? Shoo, keep it down. I heard that Marina has turned on the war clock. Ha, Then isn't he a deserter? He's not even guarding his hometown anymore? Run here? What? Now that large and small conflicts of alienated lands have erupted all over the Dragon Kingdom, the most hateful thing is this kind of deserter. He obviously has the ability to surround his hometown. Why did he leave? No wonder he's killing mad. So he's venting out his guilt. Let's all get out of the way. Be careful of getting caught in the wave. Don't go messing with him. Right. Deserters are not welcome in the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Zai heard the surrounding chatter clearly, but he didn't care to ask. He himself would only prove with his actions that there was still an immortal in Marina. The first day's battle ended with the fall of a level 43 inverse armor dragon. Lu Zai wasn't going to return to the campsite to rest. Instead, he was going to rest on the ice field. And when his mental strength recovered to its peak state, he would continue killing. Happily, having killed 110 bosses that surpassed his level today, the base survival point gain reached 370 points per minute. The depressing thing was that having upgraded to level 43 today, it would be much more difficult to find Fey bosses of a higher level than his own tomorrow. With only level 44 and 45 level bosses left, Lu Zai glanced at his system, and the survival points in it showed 451,000. There was also the fact that when he killed the boss, he gained more than 7,000 spiritual power from various attribute infusions, and more than 3,000 points from other attributes. Since all the kills today were boss creatures, Lu Zino obtained 2 level 40 purple equipment, which he used to replace the previous greenwood bracelet and giant snake boots, and gained 2 special attributes, damage plus 40%, and bludgeoning plus 40%, and with level 40 equipment, the traits increase by 40%, which is the power of high-level equipment. This is the first day's gain, because the beginning gain is only 260 points/minute, so the whole day's gain is fluctuating. Tomorrow's gain are on top of the 370 points/minute this base, plus there will be some bosses to kill. The gain is definitely far more than this number. Lu Zino's attributes are now close to 1 million, one step away from immortality. As usual, Lu Zai added 400,000 spiritual strength and 50,000 physique. This Lu Zai, he was steadfast. He was hard enough to do huge damage at the same time. Looking at his attribute list, Lu Zino was excited. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 43, 24. 5%. Realm, Legendary Realm. Life value, 143,010. Physique, 143,001, 81% damage reduction. Spirit, 813,080. Strength, 1,684. Agility, 1,790. Strike rate, 57.9%. Armor break, 32.5%. Damage increase, 40%. Survival points, 1310, growing. Talent sequence 20, Mental Manipulation LV6, 24/50ths. 000. Talent sequence 05, Breach LV6, 25/50,000. Equipment, Devouring Sky. Bracelet of the Reverse Armor Dragon. Bracelet of the Giant Serpent. Boots of the Reverse Armor Dragon. Helm of Glow. Total attribute points, around 960,000 now. One was now at the peak of a true legend, or if placed in certain novels, one could become a half-step immortal. With a life value of 1.4 million, the damage reduction came to 81%, very resistant to being beaten. What was even better was that the equipment also provided a 40% increase in damage, and a 57.9% bludgeon rate, and the armor break came to 32.5% with the combination of the equipment and talent, so it could be said that the current Lu Zai, the panel attributes were very luxurious. Rest for a while, kill some more bosses, and you'll be able to impact immortality. Lu Zino's heart surged as he thought of this. He had already begun to fantasize about the scene where he would visit the bottom of Marina City as an immortal at a time when Marina was in danger. The appearance of an immortal would bring great confidence to the defense battle of Marina. Lu Zai relaxed his body and mind and entered a state of arcane rest as he floated in midair. The 108 heaven-devouring fragments around him floating slowly like streaming clouds, guarding its owner. The 2 hours of rest made Lu Zai refreshed. He now consumed less than 60% of his spiritual energy from a day of continuous fighting. In fact, he could continue to fight without resting, but Lu Zai had a good habit of periodically restoring himself to his peak state, just in case something untoward happened. 2 hours of rest and a yield of 370 points/minute allowed Lu Zino to save another 45,000 survival points in his system, and Lu Zino added all of them to his spiritual power. Behind the description of his realm, the hint that he could break the realm had already appeared. It proved that his total attributes had come to the requirement for breaking the realm, 1 million combat power. However, Lu Zino didn't intend to break the realm. Based on previous experience, the more attribute points exceeded the base requirement, the more efficient it would be to break the realm. Lu Xino naturally chose to kill monsters first in order to save time. The number of monsters killed today was not destined to exceed that of yesterday, because Lu Xino was now level 43, and his target beasts were only level 44 and 45 beast bosses. All other monsters were avoided or dispersed, and would not be killed. Lu Xino ran through all corners of the far north, ice fields, abysses, mountain tops, canyons. Many people saw a strange figure who swept through the air with his feet on the orange glowing heaven devouring fragments. The bosses that were in his sights were all killed in one hit. Regarding Lu Xino, rumors of him were circulating throughout the Dragon Kingdom camp. Some sympathized with him for losing his hometown, while others criticized him for being a deserter. After 24 hours of consecutive kills, Lu Xino heard a voice from the system that worried him the most. Ding! Congratulations on your leveling up to LV 45, 1%. Lu Xino sighed helplessly. Level 45 meant that there were no more bosses of his level in the far north. However, there was also something delightful. Lu Xino's hourly earnings had now increased from 370 survival points/minute to 500 survival points/minute. This meant that Lu Xino was gaining 30,000 survival points every hour. In the past 24 hours of killing, Lu Xino had accumulated 550,000 attribute points, and it was time to advance to Immortal. It was now 2300 hours at night. Lu Xino planned to advance to Immortal now and return to Binhai City early tomorrow morning. According to the Guardian's calculations, tomorrow night, the forbidden system of the Door of the End wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. System, increase 500,000 spiritual power, increase 50,000 physique. Ding, adding points completed. Current mental strength 131,3080. Current physique 193,001. Life value 193,0010. Hint, you are full of power and can break the realm of immortality. More than 1.5 million total attributes now. I'm a genuine immortal powerhouse. At this moment, Lu Zai was thrilled in his heart. He held his breath and began to break the mirror. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. This time, the powerful orange energy began to impact the lungs. Lu Zai's breath surged like a mountainous roar. The streams of orange energy around his body began to diverge into multicolored colors. Magnificent and divine. Outside of the Dragon Kingdom camp in the extreme north, under the cover of an immortal-level mysterious prop, 30 late legendary powerhouses slowly revealed their figures. Lord James, we are ready. When will we launch the strike against the awakened people of the Dragon Kingdom of the far north? The Eagle Jam Nation man named James had a ferocious light in his eyes. They killed my brothers at the peak of extreme bliss. Today we want them to pay for their blood. 1 hour, while they are resting, launch a surprise attack. Yes, remember everyone, this action will not be recognized by the country behind us. If we fail, we will be abandoned without rescue, and the country will claim that it was our personal act and will not shelter us, so we can only succeed and not fail. Understood. James and the others dared to launch a sneak attack here after a strict calculation. The Dragon Kingdom was now being targeted by multiple countries, and its defense force here had dropped. The Dragon Kingdom's information tracking of the top powerhouses of the world's countries had only been able to focus on the immortal realm because there were too many people in the legendary realm, and they couldn't keep an eye on the whereabouts of all their legendary realm enemies. And James and the others had done their research. Most of the Dragon Kingdom awakened in the far north were Dragon Kingdom Heaven's Pride figures, with their strengths ranging from peak juggernaut to early legendary mostly. So for 30 late legends to sneak up on this group of Dragon Kingdom awakened, it was almost a crushing posture. The entire operation seemed extremely rigorous, with sufficient preliminary work done, and the only loophole was that their intelligence was 3 days old, and Lu Xino's arrival was not included in the risk assessment of the operation. The assassination mission accepted by these 30 legends in the late stages was extremely rewarding, and was one of the key operations funded by various countries against the Dragon Kingdom, aiming to strike at the Dragon Kingdom's reserve forces. In a word, take your life while you're sick. They didn't want to let the Dragon Kingdom get any respite. An hour later, James waved his hand. Attack the Dragon Kingdom camp. 30 legendary powerhouses each showed their abilities and rushed in, and the camp's alarms sounded loudly. All the Dragon Kingdom awakened are quickly preparing for battle. There is an enemy attack. The 30 legendary powerhouses directly utilized their most furious attack power, shattering the forbidden barrier of the Dragon Kingdom's camp and rushing in. Lu Zai, who had just been promoted to immortal, listened to the hissing, explosions, and alarms in the camp. What's the forced movement? The strength of the assault regiment led by James was certainly not bad, and they had a clear understanding of the defense of the Dragon Kingdom camp, and the distribution location of the awakened. 30 late legend powerhouses raided the Dragon Kingdom camp under the cover of the Eye of the Sky prop, and at this moment, The first group of people who encountered James' raiding battalion were the camp guards. The camp guards were divided into the City Defense Force and the City Defense Band. The ban had been broken through. The strength of the City Defense Force was mostly at the Legend realm. There were early, middle and late stage, but there were only 6 of them. Learning that the camp had been raided, not a single one of all the Dragon Kingdom awakened who had been training in the far north escaped, because everyone knew that running was not an option, and the only way to survive was to cooperate with the City Defense Forces to counterattack. More than 90 awakened quickly assembled at the usual gathering place in the camp. This group was not a large number of people. They were all very young, but apart from Lu Zai, the highest strength was only in the middle stage of legend. Jiang Wu, the head of the camp's City Defense Force, was a late legendary, and he looked towards the Dragon Kingdom awakened around himself. His brows furrowed as he understood that these hopes of the Dragon Kingdom, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to keep them. James's surprise attack was too sudden, and he had also cast a spatial restriction similar to drawing a dungeon, shielding all the fluctuations here, including the awakening meter signals, were all obscured. The current Dragon Kingdom camp was a desperate situation. Jiang Wu's feet slammed into the ground. His body quickly animalized into a tyrannical bear. Talent sequence 69, Bear's Strength. Talent sequence level 7. Jiang Wu. The transformed tyrant bear possessed a height of 7 meters, prostrated on all 4 feet, and was filled with surging power. He looked angrily at James and the others in front of him, and without any hesitation, he roared and was the first to charge up. Kill! He knew that he couldn't come back, but, in the entire Dragon Nation camp, he was the person in charge and the person with the highest realm. If he didn't take the lead in charging, this group of Dragon Nation awakened could probably not even raise their will to fight. With Jiang Wu leading the charge, the other guards of the City Defense Army and all the awakened ones, even the Master Realm awakened ones whose strengths were vastly different, also charged up. All sorts of elemental attack methods and all sorts of innate divine abilities were unleashed. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness and sound, as well as all sorts of alienated forms and forbidden seals instantly illuminated the Dragon Kingdom campsite in a colorful manner. The tyrannical bear incarnated by Jiang Wu leapt up, and with a single swing of his bare paw in the air, he slapped a granite stone shield created by the enemy into pieces. James smiled faintly, his aura soared. His entire body instantly completed metallization. His life form changed from human flesh to metal life. This was talent sequence 28, Body of Steel. James possessed a level 7 Body of Steel, and collided with Jiang Wu's level 7 Storm Bear in an extremely powerful collision. The single palm of the tyrant bear slapped, and the Body of Steel raised its fist to strike, directly hard, where the two sides fought. Sand flew and rocks were thrown, and the ground was sunken into multiple deep pits. In the end, due to the James Raiders fighting too easily in the other directions, Jiang Wu immediately fell into a disadvantage with the intervention of the other 2 late legends. Boom! A knee bump from the Body of Steel directly sent the top of the Storm Bears flying out over 40 meters, and the 7-meter-tall Storm Bear fell to the ground spitting out blood. James sneered. Where's the scenery of 018 Pass? Where is your arrogance at the top of the extreme bliss? The Dragon Kingdom is about to fall. You are nothing but ants. If you beg for forgiveness, I can leave a whole body for you. What are you? A voice floated in, and a handsome and impressive man strolled through the air. 108 heaven-devouring fragments under his feet paved the way for him in turn, just like a heavenly god descending from the earth. James' transformed steel body was about to seize up, wanting to raise his fist to blast Lu Zino. However, the man in the sky let out an explosive cry. Kneel! As the voice fell, the titular Body of Steel, level 7 talent, late legendary, in the crowd's horrified gaze, his steel body let out a clicking sound as his body bent his knees a little bit, prostrating and kneeling down to the man in the sky. Throughout the entire process, the steel muscles on James' face were trembling, and it was evident that he was desperately trying to control his body, but it was useless. The metal manipulation of an immortal powerhouse could not be resisted by a mere late legend. James' talent coincidentally upgraded his life form to metal life, and Lu Zeno's talent was metal manipulation again. When he was told to kneel down, he really did. And this scene was like a father teaching his son a lesson. Just at this time, quite a few people from James' assault group recognized Lu Zeno. He is the one who went on a killing spree at level 018. That's him. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Although Lu Zeno's feat at the 018 pass was coded, other countries used various means to analyze Lu Zeno's general characteristics, and he had long since become the hate of many countries. James was lying on the ground like a dog, and the scene shook even the awakened celestials of the Dragon Kingdom. He's so strong. A late legendary stage is defenseless in front of him? But he was only declared the youngest legend realm by the Dragon Kingdom a few days ago. so why is he able to suppress a late legend so quickly? He has refreshed my perception of awakened ones. Ding! You have shocked both the awakened in the Dragon Kingdom's camp and the enemy country's awakened, gaining survival points plus 68,888. Looking at Lu Xino's terrifying power, the members of the James Raiders felt a great pressure. Originally, this mission would not be recognized by the country behind it if they failed, and they had dared to take this job only after a precise plan that they thought was foolproof. Now they were no longer thinking about the generous reward. They only had one idea now: to quickly escape from this place. It was too damned dangerous. Blind, James was suppressed like a pug on the ground. He couldn't even speak, let alone give orders. The second in command of the commando group immediately yelled out, "All hands, gather and prepare to break out." He was glad that his assault group had 30 people, even if the other side was stronger. Breaking out shouldn't be much of a problem. However, the second in command's order didn't get much response. There were still 7-8 team members on the spot around him, and the others were nowhere to be seen. Lu Xino smiled. "Don't shout. They can't come back anymore." That's right. The reason why Lu Zai was a few minutes late was that he had gone to take care of the 20 or so members of the assault corps in the periphery. Those people didn't have any chance of surviving under Devouring Sky's attack, and they all ended up being turned into blood mist. No, you can't be in the immortal realm? The second in command was horrified. He thought of killing more than 20 late legends within a few minutes. The only way to do that was to be immortal, but he really didn't dare to believe it. How old was this person? Immortal? Old me is immortal. Angry or not, Lu Zai fell from a high altitude. His body erupted with multicolored energy flares, and a single heaven-devouring fragment pierced into the bodies of the group of raiding corps members at the same time, instantly bursting apart. The 30-member assault group was instantly annihilated. Looking at the blood mist flying in the sky and dispersing with the wind, the eyes of the 100 or so people in the Dragon Kingdom camp stared in disbelief. This was 30 legendary powerhouses. How heartbroken would the enemy country be if they knew about it? And they were just raised by this person? Jiang Wu resumed his human form. He had a few wounds on his chest, but they were not fatal. Jiang Wu cupped his fists at Lu Ziyi, City Defense Army Jiang Wu. Thanks to the big brother for saving my life. In the future, this life of Jiang Wu belongs to the benefactor. Jiang Wu can go up the mountain of swords and go down the sea of fire at any time, and will never frown. Jiang Wu was a man of nature. Lu Zai could see that the other party was full of enthusiasm. Commander Jiang is overstating it. We are all Dragon Kingdom awakened. There is no way I can see death and save a life. This is what I should do. The other city defense force members and awakened ones, including which awakened ones who had previously criticized Lu Xino for being a deserter, all clasped their fists in gratitude at this moment. With the lifting of the assault corps' spatial prohibition and the awakening instrument restoring its access, Jiang Wu, who had high authority in the city defense force, received an internal message, and after he read it, his entire body was shocked. After hesitating for a second, he slapped his thighs and walked over to Lu Zai. "Benefactor, this is supposed to be top secret information, but I couldn't care less. I have to tell you." Lu Zai clasped his fists. "Please tell." Marina City's ultimate seal of the land of ultimate bliss was broken through in advance, and Samsara led the ultimate beasts to break through the barrier at the top of the land of ultimate bliss and visit Marina City once again. And the Dragon Kingdom issued a corresponding strategy to give up on Marina. And all of the citizens of Marina refuse to be evacuated and are prepared to live and die together with Marina. Lu Zai glanced at his awakening instrument. There was no message. He instantly understood. This is the Guardians are deliberately hiding themselves. Do not want to go back to risk. Lu Zai clasped his fists at the crowd. "I'm going to return to Marina immediately. Farewell everyone." Lu Zai rose up in the air, preparing to return immediately through the spatial channel. Slow, Lu Zai was stopped by Jiang Wu. "The spatial passage to Marina has been blocked." Lu Zai frowned. "Then I'll fly back, if Benefactor doesn't mind. A few of my brothers and I are willing to kill our way back to the Marina with Benefactor and be at your disposal." Not waiting for Lu Xino to refuse, the 90+ Dragon Kingdom Trial Celestials neatly clasped their fists. "We are also willing to go with you and kill our way back to the Marina." What else was there to say? Lu Zai gratefully said, "Thank you all, even though the long night is hard to see. Then we will kill the dawn." A group of people rose up in the air and swept away towards the Marina. Lu Zai didn't even know that there was already a crisis in Marina on the first day after he left. The seal of the door of the end was even more fragile than imagined, and it became more and more fragile with the death of the spellcaster, Zhao Changhe. Coupled with the deliberate channeling of the power of the final gate by multiple enemy nations, the final gate Fae led by Samsonite was dumbfounded and was about to break the seal. The 11 guardians of Marina's more than 600 masters were already stationed at the first line of defense, which was the peak of ultimate bliss. Lu Zai had once repelled hundreds of teams from the enemy country here, and now, they were going to carry out their first blocking mission here as well, eliminating as many terminal Fey beasts as possible and allowing as few as possible to leave the land of ultimate bliss. That night, the gate of the endless shattered. Patches of cracks appeared in the giant gate that held up the sky. The seal left behind by Zhao Changhe dimmed. A giant hand blasted open the restriction with a single punch, and all sorts of bizarre foreign beasts broke through the gate amidst the rolling black mist. Hundreds of thousands of terminal beasts rushed out of the gate of terminal beasts and headed towards the top of extreme bliss. This was the only barrier in the land of extreme bliss. Breaking through here, the beasts would break through the spatial passageway into the marina. The great guardian's eyes were firm and his tone was flat. Gentlemen, prepare for the duel. The hundreds of huge cannons of astonishing caliber erected on the top of the land of ultimate bliss fired in unison at the sound of Chu Xion's explosive shout. A scorching hot cannonball traced an absolutely beautiful trajectory in the sky and fell into the group of alien beasts, exploding with a loud bang. Boom 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 boom. The ground trembled, and the broken limbs and arms of the alien beasts flew across the sky. These giant cannons were the product of human technological power combined with talent and various props, possessing a large area killing effect on the alien beasts, but the cost was extremely high and the number was limited. In the black fog, there was a beast that was extremely horrifying. It was more than 100 meters tall, and its arms were extremely long and slender, hanging down to the ground. From afar, it looked like a gibbon, but it didn't have a head, and its two huge eyes were on its chest, looking angrily at those Dragon Kingdom awakened ones on the peak of ultimate bliss. At the pass of the peak of ultimate bliss, a war reporter was broadcasting the battle live, because for the entire marina, apart from the tens of thousands of awakened ones of all realms, there were also millions of ordinary people. They were following the battle at home. On the various projection screens in the streets and shopping malls of Marina City, there was a flurry of battle flames. The timing had already started on the battle clock. The battle had been fought for 11 minutes and 31 seconds. As they watched the raging wave of beasts continue to charge against the peak of ultimate bliss, they sometimes shrieked in shock and sometimes clenched their fists. Every encounter between the awakened and the alien beasts caused their hearts to fluctuate violently, and as ordinary people, all they could do was pray. A little girl, holding an apple in her hand, looked at the Fae on the big screen with a horrified face and hid behind her mom as she asked in disbelief, "Mom, will the monsters come to our house?" The mom was silent, touching her daughter's head, and answered only after a long time, "No, we have the Marina City Guardians, the City Defense Force. They are all heroes." The battle at the peak of extreme bliss was a direct stalemate from the first night to the late night of the second day. Both sides suffered extremely heavy casualties, and at this time, Lu Zai was still in the extreme north for the second day's battle. The 11 guardians sacrificed 3 of their number, and all the awakened who were guarding the peak of ultimate bliss retreated back to the second line of defense in Binhai City. At the same time, the great guardian made a live speech. "Fathers and mothers of Marina City, brothers and sisters, the gate of the end has opened. We in Marina have lost our only immortal. The Grand Commander has left us. The final beasts will be attacking Marina in 1 hour. I am very sorry that we failed to stop them from advancing from the peak of extreme happiness. As a guardian of Marina City, we are ashamed, and we can only make the only guarantee right now, the guardians of Marina City, including the entire members of the City Guard. As long as there is a breath, we will fight to the death. As long as we have a breath, we will fight to the end. Maybe we will meet our doom. Maybe the history of Marina will come to an end, but how this history will end will be written by us. I am willing to write a sad and unyielding history of Marina, and when the future generations read about Marina City, they will at least respect us for what we have done today. Now, please accompany your own family, make a dinner, and cherish your last company." A mournful speech cast a sad color over Marina City. In fact, at first, everyone had guessed this outcome. After all, with the only immortal gone, how could it possibly withstand the final alien beast? But the history of mankind is a history of struggling with hope. Everyone in Binhai City is still holding on to a sliver of hope. Now that hope was getting slimmer and slimmer, countless citizens flooded the streets. They played signs and shouted slogans, shouting and cheering for the city's defense forces. The alien beasts could destroy the defenses of Marina City, but they did not destroy the city's will to resist. The Marina City City Defense Force soldiers stepped onto the city wall after saying goodbye to their families. Everyone knew that this goodbye was eternity. Knock, 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 knock. Outside the city of Marina City, the heavy roar accompanied by the beast's roar was getting closer and clearer. The earth was trembling as the army of foreign beasts broke through the spatial passage of the land of extreme bliss and descended on Marina City. Marina City was a giant human city, where it had successfully defended itself against many endbringers. The speckled battle marks on the city walls corroborated everything in the past. The 50, 000 strong city defense force ranged from legends to transcendence, and everyone was on standby. The frontal defense line was the first to usher in the attack of the alien beasts. In the sky, alienated griffins with a wingspan of tens of meters glided in, and there were also stone-winged beasts with human eagle wings that coordinated to launch a surprise attack in the air. News! They hissed, either spitting flames or firing stone spikes in the sky. The city defense army opened the guard of the end, a defensive barrier that guarded the entire coastal city defense that was held up by the combined defensive talents of several thousand awakened ones. The flames and stone spikes bombarded the barrier, causing ripples, while the thousands of defense system awakened on the city wall were consuming their strength to support themselves. At the same time, the Great Guardian waved one hand. Kill! The defense cannons on the city wall blasted out in unison, and the ground was instantly ablaze with fire, while streaming bullets fired into the air shot up into the sky, tracking those airborne alien beasts. An apocalyptic scene was unfolding as Li Zhuangzhuang summoned a pile of 2-ton gold bricks to fall from the sky, smashing and injuring dozens of foreign beasts. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and the Great Guardian led the entire city defense army into battle. Xiao Lu, don't ever come back. Chu Xion looked at the foreign beasts that covered the sky and lamented in his heart. The entire Shura squad joined the battle. At this moment, they missed that newcomer so much. That wild rotor. They were conflicted, both wanting him to be there and not wanting him to be there. Boom! A huge fist blasted into the defense barrier. Cracks immediately ran through the entire barrier. Thousands of defensively gifted awakened immediately began to burn their own energy to support the barrier. The Great Guardian looked to all the guardians around him, and everyone nodded in silent agreement. The alien beasts had already surged under the city walls. It was time for a physical battle. At this moment it is 2 o'clock in the morning. The marina moonlight has changed its brightness, and under the black fog cover, it has become dim, just like the hope in the hearts of the people of Marina City. Outside the city walls of Marina City, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The awakened and the alien beasts launched a final physical battle. The awakened on the city walls with a low realm are still manipulating all kinds of city defense weapons to support the battle below the city. At this time, if no one stepped forward to engage in a physical fight with the alien beasts, the city walls would be lost immediately, without even a chance for a standoff. It was because the Great Guardian and the others went out of the city to meet the enemy that an opportunity was created for the city defense forces on the city walls to continue their output. But such opportunities were also being lost little by little. 11 guardians, more than half of them had been sacrificed so far. The fall of these battles, the big guardian face expressionless. The heart has long mourned 1,000 times, once fought side by side for how many years of brothers. Just like this is gone. Li Zhuangzhuang completely crazy. 2 tons of gold bricks like a meteor from the sky constantly smashed into the battlefield, harvesting the lives of foreign beasts. After the gold bricks landed, they immediately transformed into a golden lance and pierced through the chests of the beasts. What's even more bizarre is that the various means of attack of the foreign beasts around those Li Zhuangzhuang's side always brushed past, as if this person had opened a hang-up. The blessing of natural luck allowed him to avoid many fatal attacks. Suddenly, a pair of vicious eyes locked him. Sharp claws swung. Li Zhuangzhuang immediately put the golden brick across his body to resist this strike. Unfortunately, in front of absolute power, all skills are in vain. The gold brick flew directly across the body, impacted on Li Zhuangzhuang. The whole person flew backward out of hundreds of meters. After landing, Li Zhuangzhuang cannot move. His limbs are fractured. Bizarrely, the vital organs are indeed intact. However, there was no doubt about the fact that he had lost his fighting strength. The Great Guardian brought a few other legendary guardians to block in front of Samsonite, preventing him from continuing to harm strongly. Sinful beast, we meet again. The Great Guardian's eyes looked straight at Samsonite. This was the second time he had fought him. Last time, there was Lord Commander leading him, but this time, he could only face him on his own. Samsara's nostrils were thick and heavy, and the black mist spewing from its mouth and nose scorched the earth. It walked towards the Great Guardian step by step. The eyes on its chest scorned everything in front of it, as if those standing in front of it were nothing more than a bunch of ants. Boom! Samsonite launched an attack. Talent Sequence 14, Giant Poison. This was a fire-type talent that allowed Genshin to be wrapped in a poisonous mist, with toxins attached to every attack. These toxins could reduce the enemy's resistance, with the exact amount of reduction being affected by the difference in strength between the two sides. In addition to that, they also had the effect of slowing down and causing a certain percentage of the opposite side's maximum life value damage. The berserk black mist wrapped in the sky blasted towards the Great Guardian and the others. A few people's legendary strength resisted the immortal alien beast, which was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. Several people were sent storming back, and the poisonous mist continued to erode their bodies. PFF. 2 legendary guards spat out blood from their mouths and fell straight down from the heights without moving. On the city wall, the city defense guards saw the crisis on this side and immediately aimed their giant cannons at Samsonite to cover the retreat of the Great Guardian and the others. Dozens of shells whistled away, and the next moment, Sentian used his fist to harden the cannonballs and shattered them one by one. The huge explosion shockwave spread out in front of it, but failed to hurt it in the slightest. Immortal foreign beast, powerful to suffocating. Huffing, 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 Sentinel took a step towards the city defense, and the black mist spewed out from his thick nostrils began to erode the guards on the city defense. At this moment, 4 words came to everyone's mind: the Great Guardian is gone. The Great Guardian spelled out his last strength to send the wounded Li Zhuangzhuang and the bodies of his comrades back on top of the city walls. I'm not even afraid of death. Why should I be afraid of you? A beast. The Great Guardian rushed towards Genshin, preparing to blow itself up. Sentian let out a hiss. It hated that these low-strength ants possessed unyielding character. Ants should be submissive. Genshin's arms slammed down angrily. With this strike, it could completely end this battle, and Marina City would become its territory. Bang! A colorful light quickly fell. The storm set off by the 2 heaven-devouring fragments knocked back the heaven-devouring. Everyone saw that familiar figure, that genius teenager of Marina City, the youngest legend. The man who killed countless enemy awakened in 018 and angrily cut down the enemy army at the top of the extreme bliss to write the name of the Dragon Kingdoms awakened. Now, he has returned. Samsara's backed up dozens of meters before it stood still. It looked at the man in front of it in surprise, then looked at its own fists, on which a large chunk of blood and flesh had been lifted off. There were reinforcements standing on all 108 heaven-devouring fragments. Lu Zai had maneuvered the heaven-devouring fragments all the way, flying with a large army of elites. What kind of powerful maneuvering ability was this? The few surviving legendary guardians on the city walls watched the bizarre scene in horror. The war reporter in charge of the live broadcast of the battlefield on the side didn't understand what was happening, but he instinctively aimed his camera at where Lu Zino was and asked the legendary guardian next to him, "Lord Guardian, can you tell us what happened? Are we saved in Marina?" Guardian 09 nodded. "He's back. We had been withholding information and letting him leave Marina, but he's still back. His name is Lu Zai. He has made many miraculous achievements for Marina City. Did you see the army behind him? All elite. Marina City only has 11 legends in total, but the group he brought back, there are more than 30 legends, and the rest of them are also mostly at the peak of the sovereign. Their strength is very strong." More than 30 legends? What kind of person would this have to be qualified to mobilize a force with this kind of combat power? May I ask what realm Lu Zino is in? The war correspondents were afraid of missing out on important information. This information was broadcast live throughout the entirety of Binhai City, and I believe that many people had their hopes rekindled. And Guardian 09 looked at the multicolored energy aura on Lu Zai's body and smiled faintly. Legendary when he left, and already immortal when he returned. The heavens have an eye. Marina has produced an immortal. Immortal? Immortal? These 2 words echoed in everyone's mind. Marina actually had an immortal after Zhao Changhe? Whether it was the city defense forces, or the citizens of Binhai City who were holding their cell phones and watching the live broadcast, at this moment, they all went crazy. Tens of thousands of city defense troops on the city wall shouted loudly, "Marina is immortal." Countless Marina families, children cheered, adults hugged each other. At this moment, they saw the hope of Marina surviving. Ding! You have successfully shaken 8 million families in Marina City. 100,000 awakened. And you have gained survival points plus 888,888. Lu Zai's heart froze. 880,000 survival points? The look he gave to Samsonite grew more and more confident. Taking a glance at the survival points in the system, 920,000. System, add 900,000 spirit and 20,000 physique. Lu Zai communicated to his mind. It was time for a showdown. Ding! Adding points completed. Current spirit, 221,3080. Current constitution, 213,001, 82% damage reduction. Corresponding life, 213,0010. The Samsonite beast could no longer hold back, and with its 100-meter stature, it spewed out poisonous mist and rushed over. Lu Zino clasped his hands together, and the 108 heaven-devouring fragments immediately coalesced into a sharp sword hanging in front of him. Kill! Lu Zino rushed towards Samsara, and with Lu Zino's order, Jiang Wu led dozens of legends and other peak masters, and together they rushed towards the other alien beasts. The city defense gates opened, and tens of thousands of city defense troops from Marina City rushed out as well, and the counterattack began. Watching the tens of thousands of city defense troops rushing out of the city gates under Lu Zino's call, the Armageddon opened. The war correspondent was also deeply infected by this fervent scene. He stood directly on the city wall, not caring about any danger. He wanted to present the greatest battle in the history of Marina City in front of every citizen of Marina City. Looking at the vast tide of terminal beasts and the valiantly charging Marina City Defense Army, he shot while excitedly explaining, "The highest record in the history of Marina City is the simultaneous existence of 23 legends and 1 immortal. But today, the reinforcements brought by our Marina immortal Lu Zai amounted to dozens of legends, and dozens of peak masters." He used his own strength to pull the tide of madness out of the water, to help the mansion tip over, and to save the faltering Marina City from extinction. Here, I just want to shout out one sentence. Lucian is invincible. At this moment, Lu Zai directly transformed into the image of the savior. Millions of people in Binhai City watched this scene. Many people silently got up and followed to shout, "Lu God invincible." Without him, Marina had already been destroyed. Whether it was children, or women and children, none of them could be spared. Millions of people would have been completely destroyed. But now, all the awakened in Marina had actually launched a counterattack, and the excitement of this desperate situation brought tears to the eyes of many citizens. The 100 or so people brought from the far north, all of them were the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly prides. Their battle power would have exceeded their own realm. This group of people were all saved by Lu Zino. Lu Zino was their savior, and now the hometown of their savior was going to be pushed across the border? Could this be tolerated? People are in the city, willing to fan the flames for Brother Lu. Crap, that's called going to the fire. Illiterate, is it? This group of Dragon Kingdom pride, they hissed and charged. Their aura was overwhelming. Today this life was surnamed Lu. Their talent sequence was otherworldly. Almost all of them were before sequence 20. All sorts of dazzling talent attack means were instantly executed. The most outrageous is Jiangwu. He just turned into a bear. Is immediately surrounded by friendly troops, imposed more than a dozen gain buff? What immunity to control? Power increase. Speed increase. Life increase. State of madness. At this moment, Jiangwu was just like playing chicken blood. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Unrivaled power. Then his feet stomped on the ground, and as the ground dented a large area, the tyrannical bear rose up in the air, and a heavy punch carrying explosive power blasted a terminal alien beast in front of him tens of meters away, smashing down several more terminal alien beasts along the way. Not to be outdone, the city defense forces, led by Marina's few remaining legendary guardians, launched a flanking attack from the left and right flanks, and as for the toughest fronts, they naturally left them to the honored guests from the far north, as well as Marina's immortal powerhouse, Lu Zai. Lu Zai single-handedly took on Sentian, and the heaven-devouring fragments lined up like ribbons and directly rushed towards Sentian. After all, Samsara was an immortal, ugly and playful, with many tricks up its sleeve. The eyes on its chest were suddenly filled with black energy, and 2 columns of pitch-black energy blasted directly at those deadly heaven-devouring fragments. Clang clang clang. The berserk black energy intertwined with the heaven-devouring fragments, erupting in a metallic clash. The black energy instantly vaporized in the collision, rising up in a cloud of black mist, as if those energies were being destroyed little by the heaven-devouring fragments. However, the immortal realm Shintian bellowed, continuously injecting berserk energy into both eyes, and the two sides were in a stalemate. But how berserk was Lu Zino's current heaven-devouring fragment's spiritual power? Just look at his talent increase. Metal Manipulation LV6, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 60 plus 22130 meters, causing 160% plus 22,130% mental damage. No cooldown. Armor breaking plus 15%. Breach LV6, insight into the target's breach and mark 6 layers of breach. Your attack hits the breach and deals 160% plus 22,130% additional damage per layer of breach. Bloodlust plus 6%. Due to his mental power reaching over 2 million, Lu Zino's skill increase now came to a terrifying 22,130%, or almost 221 times. Together with the increase of breach, it could directly deal 107.9 billion combined damage. Although Samsonite's physique was as high as 1 million, his life value was 10 million, and his damage reduction was as high as 90%. Moreover, he also possessed a secondary damage reduction talent, blocking, which, combined with Samsara's own power bonus, could create a very terrifying defense effect. And the black mist energy also had the effect of converging together to resist attacks. But in front of absolute power, everything was futile. Samsonite had a feeling that his entire body's strength was about to be drained out by these furious heaven-devouring fragments. Those 2 black energy pillars were constantly being vaporized and exploded, getting weaker and weaker, and the 108 heaven-devouring fragments attacked frantically, piercing through the black energy against the current. getting closer and closer to Heaven Devouring's chest. This scene was clearly seen by countless awakened ones, and was also broadcast live by war reporters to millions of Binhai citizens. Everyone saw that the nightmare creature that had plagued Marina City for many years and had been weighing on the hearts of everyone in Marina City was so vulnerable in front of the land god. Samsonite couldn't even last a minute with all his strength. Lu Zai curled his fingers at Ginseng Heaven's eyes, and the Heaven-devouring fragment unleashed its final blast. Just when Lu Zai thought that he was about to win, and that Genshin would die a violent death on the spot, a strange scene happened. The Heaven-devouring fragment directly pierced through Samsonite's eyes, and Samsonite's body was like an out-of-body soul under the bombardment, and an illusory figure was sent flying out of Samsonite's physical body. The original flesh body was blasted into a black mist by the Heaven-devouring fragment. That illusory shell that separated out gradually became solid and became the real Samsonite. Lu Zai was horrified. This is actually the extremely rare life talent sequence 04, Immortal Body? Immortal Body, have an immortal body, talent level determines the number of immortal bodies. Immortal Body has the life value of the body's spiritual power or power increase multiplier. The shell does not die. The real body does not perish. Lu Zino was completely stunned. This talent was the strongest life-based talent. It could be said to be the strongest talent for self-preservation, allowing you to navigate through an army of 10,000 soldiers. As an example, if one had this talent and upgraded it to level 6, then its effect would become Immortal Body LV6, possessing 6 immortal bodies. The immortal body possesses 22,130% multiplier of the body's life value. The body is immortal and the true body is indestructible. Lu Zino now life value is not much. It is 1.9 million. Increased 221 times is also 420 million life value. Family, who fucking understand the gold of 400 million life? There is 82% damage reduction. This kind of body shell I still have 6. This kind of talent wants to draw in the system. I guess the hands are pumping numb before it is possible to hit, but folk these experts, in order to awaken a better second, or even third talent, generally will go to kill has this kind of talent beast or even the same kind of awakening. In the awakening of the time will appear the mysterious state, greatly improve the chances of awakening this kind of talent. So, Lu Zai dreamed of putting himself in a position of absolute safety. This talent, I damn well want it. Tough everyone look at this chapter of the author has something to say. Xiaodonga really thank you for your support. Thanks, Omega. Lu Zai also finally understood why many times the door of the end opened. This ginseng sky defeat but not die. Die never die. Until Zhao Changhe will fight to the serious injuries fell. It waited until the opportunity to break out of the door. It turns out that it was because of the increase of this immortal body. The original 10 million blood volume, after being increased by its own attributes, turned into I don't know how many billions, and Samsara's immortal body had reached rank 8. Which meant that it had 8 of these hundreds of millions of life value immortal bodies. The immortal body's increase was very scientific and could adapt itself to the host's power system. If the host was of the power system, then the increase was based on the power. And if the host was of the spirit system, then the increase was based on the spirit power. Lu Zino dreamed of having this kind of talent that makes it hard to die. The strongest life system talent. You deserve it. 8 lives, right? I'll kill you all the same. Your life is high. My attack is not low. Lu Ziya's battle-intent sword, and he was a flurry of output at Samsonite. Each of those terrifying heaven-devouring fragments possessed a lethal attack, causing Samsonite to be extremely fearful. After losing in a hard fight with dark energy just now, the Ginseng Heaven realized that it was no match for Lu Zai. Its only thought now was to retreat back to the land of the end, and make plans for another day. But was the marina a place where you could come and go as you please? Lu Zino was not someone who let go of the strongest life system talent. It had already been firmly locked by Lu Zino and was in hot pursuit. The reinforcements from the far north were all prepared to repay Brother Lu's saving grace with a bloody battle, and when they saw that the terminal Fey Beast actually wanted to escape, they were instantly enraged, not giving us a chance to show our performance? How can that be? The city defense forces encircling on both flanks also completed their cutting encirclement, and for the first time in the situation, the guarding forces of Marina City gained the upper hand and began to encircle. In the far outskirts of Marina City, the allied forces of the 10 nations led by Matashita Grievance crossed the unguarded barriers of Marina City and entered the city. The dozens of barriers in Marina were no longer manned by the city defense forces, as all the forces were concentrated on the Marina City center defense line to deal with the terminal Fey Beasts. And the 10-nation allied army they were acting like this was tantamount to crossing the border. To put it bluntly, it was an invasion. The person who led this action was called Matsushita Grievous Seed. Matsushita Wild Seed's own elder brother, 20 years older. Immortal Realm. The Matsushita family was prestigious in the Sakura Kingdom. The family was an awakening family with great strength. But the younger brother had died in the Dragon Kingdom's marina residence not long ago, which made them very enraged. But the results of the investigation in the Dragon Kingdom are just 2 words: suicide. Goddamn suicide. Blowing yourself into a bloody mist? You show me one? With his family's commission, and with the hatred of his country, Matsushita Grievous Seed set out from the Sakura country. This time, he was allowed to lead the allied army of 10 nations, also because of the fact that he was in the immortal realm and his heart for revenge was as solid as a rock. This allied army of 10,000 people, including 900 masters, 100 legends, and 1 immortal, consisted of 10 powerful nations. The purpose of the battle was to take Marina, while the perfect opportunity to take Marina with the incoming tide of terminal beasts. A legendary powerhouse with the talent of detection made a move with one hand, and an iron eagle in the sky quickly landed on his arm. The legendary powerhouse's face turned ugly after he used his spirit to read the image that the iron eagle saw. He arched his hand at the Matsushita Grievance Seed. Sir Grievance Seed, the crisis in Marina City is about to be lifted. The Samsara is no match for the city defense army, and has already retreated in defeat. What? Actually lost and retreated? How could they possibly defend against the Sentinel? Isn't this Samsara too watery? Impossible. Probe again. This news was too powerful. The surrounding crowd immediately doubted the authenticity of the news, and that legendary powerhouse added another piece of news that calmed down the entire crowd. Your Excellency, I also saw the legendary powerhouse Jiangwu from the far north lands, and all of the Dragon Kingdom's celestial pride were present, and they supported the Marina's defense battle. Matsushita Injustice frowned. Combining this with the information he had received an hour ago, the raid team from the far north lands was dead, and the operation had failed. 30 legendary powerhouses died instantly and violently. The Dragon Kingdom must have a high-level person, and it was highly likely that this high-level person had brought the people from the far north lands to Marina. Didn't the Dragon Kingdom say they were abandoning Marina? What's going on with this group of people? Deliberately put a smokescreen? However, when Matsushita Grievous Seed thought about the fact that the Dragon Kingdom had recently suffered defeats all over the place, and that the pressure on its defense was enormous, he thought that abandoning the Marina shouldn't be false news. Thus, after pondering for a moment, he made a decision. The army will slowly drive in and enter Marina's defenses, and choose an opportunity to move. Matsushita Grievous Seed thought that even if they resisted the attack of the final Fey beasts, then the cost would still be high, and he didn't believe that the Marina City Defense Army would still be able to withstand the next big battle. Taking a step back, if the situation was bad and they left first, the other party was afraid that they wouldn't be able to stop them, right? At this moment, the third talent of the Matsushita Wild Seed came into play. Talent Sequence 48, Confidence. The talent Confidence gave one incomparably powerful courage, normally boosted one's temperament, and increased percentage attributes when fighting. His second talent was Confined Space, and he was the one who persecuted the critically ill Zhao Changhe by pulling him into a confined space in the first place. Underneath the giant city wall of Marina City, Lu Zeno's 108 heaven-devouring fragments continuously hit the brakes on Santian's immortal body in front of him. Blood mist exploded continuously, and Samson Sky screamed his heart out. Phew. 7th one now. Lu Zeno had a number in mind. I have to say, this thing is really hard to kill. Lu Zeno thought of Marina's immortal powerhouse Zhao Changhe, who was able to forcefully seal this thing back then, preserving Marina's peace for 3 years, and was also of monumental battle power. Marina 04 Guardian came to Lu Zai's side between 2 jumps, clasped his hands and bowed. Great Commander. The 10 countries' allied army invaded Marina and crossed the barrier. They are marching slowly. They are scheming. It seems like they are observing us. According to this speed, it will take another 30 minutes to arrive at our location. Please make a decision. Great Commander. I am not the Grand Commander. Lu Zai was appalled that the other party directly called himself Chancellor. This can't be called indiscriminately. It needs to be enthroned at the highest level of the Dragon Kingdom. You are already the Chancellor in the hearts of all Marina people. Without you, Marina has already fallen. Guardian 04 had a face of fervor. Lu Zai no longer dwelled on this issue, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Since you're here, then stay. Quickly purge the terminal Fey and prepare for another battle. Gosh, the Great Commander is pushing back against the Beast Tide to also annihilate the allied forces of the 10 Kingdoms. 0 for the Guardians were incomparably exuberant. Obey the order. We are willing to fight to the end. And all the defense forces in Marina City also strengthened their attacks after receiving Lu Zeno's order. As Samsara's last immortal body was shattered, it finally collapsed, and after its true body exploded, the black mist in the sky then drifted away, and the world returned to clarity. Ding! You have killed Samsara for 8% experience and gained the opportunity to awaken your immortal body. The enemy still had 30 minutes to reach the battlefield. Lu Zeno glanced at the survival points in his system. 63. 100. 2 hours of bloody battle had passed. 60. 000 wasn't much, but it was enough for the lottery. Lu Zai mentally communicated with the system. System, start drawing the third talent. Ready. The extraction of the third talent is 200 survival points a time. Start the lottery. With the addition of the immortal body deed, the probability of drawing this talent increased greatly. Lu Zai had already thought of his own posture of having an immortal body standing alone in the midst of a 100,000 strong army congregation. How shocking it would have to be. Today there is a more. The small authors shamelessly recommend their own another finished book, 100 times increase. My tribe billion points strong. 9. 3 points rating. This book has several titles. Laughable. Hot blood huge cool. Fighting from the primitive to the interstellar. The theme is very novel. Thank you for the small gifts. Power generation. Thanks to the Heaven and Earth God certification. Plus one more. With the start of the system lottery, a densely packed message came. Consumption of 200 survival points. The lottery began. Lottery failed. Survival points minus 100. Lucky points, 1. Consume 200 survival points. Lottery starts. Lottery fails. Survival points minus 100. Lucky points, 2. Consume 200 survival points. Start of lucky draw. Lucky draw failed. Survival points minus 100. Lucky points, 3. Consume 200 survival points. Draw start. Draw successful. Game talent sequence 84 name, Frost. Give up that talent. Lu Zeno did not hesitate to give up the comprehension of this talent. And after consuming more than 30,000 survival points to draw more than 150 times, Lu Zeno finally heard that dreamy voice. Consuming 200 survival points. The lottery begins. Lucky draw successful. Acquired talent sequence 04 name immortal body. Comprehend the talent. As Lu Zeno's words fell, a piece of information about the immortal body was quickly incorporated. On Lu Zeno's system panel, there was also an additional talent sequence. Lu Zeno used the remaining survival points to quickly raise this talent to immortal body LV6, 050, 000. Actually, it didn't take many survival points to upgrade the talent. Level 5 to level 6 was only 20,000 survival points. And level 6 upgraded to level 7 was only 50,000. Lu Zeno planned to save a wave of survival points to upgrade all 3 talents. Anyway, 50,000 attribute points didn't mean much to him now. Moreover, from 1 million combat power to 10 million combat power is called immortality. Lu Zeno is not in a hurry. What was above immortality? In the Dragon Kingdom's basic education system, immortality was the top. Let's wait until 10 million attributes. We can't say we'll directly break through. Lu Zeno no longer dwelled on this issue, but instead looked above his brand new talent. Immortal body LV8, possessing 8 immortal bodies. The immortal body possesses the life value of the body at a rate of 22,130%. The body is immortal. The true body is indestructible. Oh, more than 400 million lives of the immortal body. Just ask you afraid of. Once everyone hated this talent of the great demon king of the Senate, but after falling into their own hands and becoming a demon king themselves, it really smells good. In the battle of the final beast tide, the coastal guard force led by Lu Zai won a great victory, eliminating 74% of the final beasts, and the rest of the beasts fled into the land of the final beasts, continuing to lurk and continue to brew the next attack. Lu Zai stood outside the shattered final gate, his spiritual power blasting out, his powerful spiritual power repairing the shattered seals. Up to 100 meters high, the gate of the end of the world restored its former majestic appearance and once again looked brand new. Standing between heaven and earth, above the gate, the runes flowed, divine and extraordinary. The third sealer, Lu Zeno. Above the gate, Lu Thai left the name of the sealer, while the name of the generation of immortal Zhao Chanha quietly faded away. As the world rolled forward, there were always those who eclipsed the scene, leaving behind only a legend. The reinforcements from the far north lands, led by Jiang Wu, clustered around Lu Zeno, and outside the gate of the end, tens of thousands of city defense army generals chanted in unison. The god of Lu is invincible. The commander-in-chief is invincible. Marina is invincible. Ding! Your dusty end feat has shocked everyone in Marina. Shocked the 100,000 allied forces outside the city, and gained 888 survival points. It can be done. Lu Zai's heart snickered. Boost all talents to level 8. Ding! Upgrade successful. Metal Manipulation LV6 raised to Metal Manipulation LV8. Immortal Body LV6 boosted to Immortal Body LV8. Breach LV6 boosted to Breach LV8. Level 6 to Level 7 required 50,000 survival points. and level 7 to level 8 required 200,000 survival points. The 3 talent boosts consumed 750,000 survival points from Lu Xino, and for the remaining 130,000, Lu Xino added 100,000 spirit and 30,000 physique. Spirit's additions still ate meat, and physique could only drink soup. Mainlining and eccentricity. Guardian 04 saw the blackened 10-nation allied army outside the city on the verge of coming down. Commander-in-Chief. They're here. Just when everyone thought that Lu Xino would lead another bloody battle, Lu Zai turned to look at everyone and smiled faintly. I'm going to kill a few thieves. You guys just stand here and don't move. Crowd? As the words fell, Lu Zai had already stepped on the heaven-devouring fragment towards the bottom of the city. He stood tall and stepped out step by step, just like a god descending from the heavens. The commander-in-chief wanted to slaughter the entire army by himself? All the marina people were stunned by this scene. Obviously, the other party is only walking one person, but Matsushita Wrong Seed is feeling a great pressure. What is going on? What's going on? What am I wimping out for? Matsushita Grievous Seed unleashed his natural confidence to dispel his fear. It was the facts that proved that using confidence indiscriminately would turn into arrogance and would kill him. Panasonic Grievous Seed looked at the towering Lu Xino. Who are you? Lu Xino, you have crossed the border. Panasonic Grievous Seed, was it you who killed our legendary team in the far north? Lu Xino, you crossed the border. Matsushita Injustice Seed, do you really think you can fight another 100,000 troops? Lu Xino, you crossed the border. Damn it! 108 heaven-devouring fragments rained down in a furious storm, and the Matsushita Grievous Seed immediately unleashed its talent, Forbidden Space, pulling Lu Zai into an unknown space. The two instantly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Within the confined space, the Matsushita Grievous Seed possessed a certain advantage, and seeing this scene, cheers erupted amongst the allied forces. Ha 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 ha, just now you were pretending to be a god, but in the end, you still couldn't resist our Chancellor's confined space. As far as I know, there is currently no one who has come out alive after entering the Chancellor's space. Those on the city walls, prepare to die. What a nice city, and it helped us seal the end of the line. This city will be ours from now on. They didn't dare to make an easy move to attack the city because the battle between the immortals hadn't ended. It was pointless for them to attack the city rashly. If Lu Xino lost, Marina City couldn't run away. And if Lu Xino won, then it was them that couldn't run away. Both camps were waiting for the outcome of the immortal level battle in the confined space. A top-secret conference room in Kyoto. Dragon Kingdom. 20 immortal level powerhouses were deliberating on the most important decision of the Dragon Kingdom. These immortals were the most important forces of the Dragon Kingdom, and they were preparing to launch a battle that would affect the world's pattern and concern the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has given up many alienated lands during this period of time. Even we voluntarily lost Binhai City. All the stoicism is for today. Is everyone ready? An old man with white hair gazed at the crowd. The crowd arched their hands. Back to Elder Jiang. In this battle, we will not return until we win. Jiang Lao nodded silently. We have suffered many small losses. Not to fear them, but we have to give the enemy the most unexpected, the most ferocious retaliation. The Dragon Country's great history of 5,000 years. The only thing that has not conceded the word. This time, we give up multiple defensive positions. Draw 30 immortals to raid the Moya Pit. Yes, there was eagerness in everyone's eyes. The Moya Pit, a top-secret key place that the Western multinationals stationed together, was a 5-star alienation place at the same time. And it was rumored that there were hidden secrets above the immortal realm here. It was the most important resource place for multiple Western countries, and the Dragon Kingdom had repeatedly shown weakness and given up multiple positions in order to focus on launching the most insane retaliation. Elder Jiang raised his glass. This glass of wine, to Zhao Changhe, and to Binhai. The rest of them raised their glasses, and just as they were about to drink it all in one go, the door to the room was knocked open. A black-clothed man transmitted a jaw-dropping message. What? Marina wasn't lost? Defended it? Boss Jiang was appalled. The man in black actually shook his head. It's not defended. It's a counter-push to the end of the world. Completely decimated Samsara. And that Lu Zai advanced to immortality and became the Grand Commander of Marina. It's Marina's self-appointed. He's now hacking away at 1 in 100,000 allied troops. The 30 people in the field are all immortals. They are not shocked by changes. What storms have they not seen before? But at this moment, they are holding their wine cups in their hands, and they are as dumb as wooden chickens. Why did all the beloved ministers not say a word? Zhang Lao looked at this non-prohibited picture, and the only words in his heart were to describe it. Begging for power generation. The 30 immortals of the Dragon Kingdom were collectively petrified, and Zhang Lao had to exclaim, The future generations are fearful. What's his name again? Man in Black, Lu Zai. This is a good name. The path is really wild. Our every move will cause the enemy country's speculation. You run a trip to Binhai. Find a time for him to meet with us. If he's willing to join the raid on the Moya pit, we can share the eternal information with him. This world's immortal realm was already very top tier, and every move of each country's immortal level powerhouse would be followed by every country. Therefore, Lu Zai would also become a key target for enemy countries to watch in the future. And the information about eternity mentioned in Elder Zheng's mouth was about the eternal realm, above the immortal. Advancing to eternity didn't just require a breakthrough in strength, but also required access to key information about the eternal realm. And this information became the top secret of all countries. The man in black arched his hand. Yes, underneath the Marina City, the two armies were facing each other. Lu Zeno was pulled into the confined space by the Matsushita grievance seed, and had not appeared so far. Once the battle between Lu Zai and Song Shimo grievance seed had a result, both sides would enter into a bloodbath. And no matter who won, this battle could not be avoided. Bang! An explosion appeared in the high sky, a strong blast shockwave appeared in the void, and at the center of the explosion, space appeared to distort, and a silhouette slowly emerged. It was precisely Lu Zai, and in his hands, he carried the head of the pine shimmering grievous seed. Lu Zeno successfully broke through the confined space and killed the enemy commander-in-chief. In the midst of the confined space, Lu Zeno's undead body caused the opponent to directly despair. Lu Zeno almost wrote his face to output the Matsushita injustice seed. It didn't matter if he exchanged his life for a life. I have 8 immortal bodies anyway. Who's afraid of who? He stood proudly above the void and threw Matsushita's head towards the ground. This is what happens when you invade the marina. The 100,000 allied troops below were silenced and shivered as they immediately retreated. Lu Zeno's 108 heaven-devouring fragments had already stormed out and decimated the enemy, while shouting under his breath, "Brick come!" Li Zhuangzhuang, who was watching the battle on the city wall, immediately understood in seconds and offered his 2-ton gold brick. Lu Zeno's current spiritual power manipulated the 2-ton gold brick as easily as playing marbles. The gold brick was accelerated by Lu Zeno to a terrifying speed like a meteorite descending from the sky. Boom! A brick slapped dozens of enemy soldiers to death, and the ground sunk into a large area. And those enemies who fled in all directions were harvested one by the heaven-devouring fragment. The heaven-devouring fragment was flexible and maneuverable, and the golden brick was furious and merciless. In this battle, Lu Zai's thunderous means of shocking the invaders was done for the world to see, releasing a clear message to the outside world. Marina was not to be bullied. I thought it was a life and death game, but after Lu came, I changed my opinion. I thought it was a tailwind game. Now it seems that I was still wrong. This is simply a crushing game. From afar, Li Zhuangzhuang chatted idly with the crowd of Shura squad. Shura squad nodded their heads silently, deeply impressed. The one who sighed the most was Shura squad's captain, Hong Yu, who was the one who discovered Lu Zai, a youngster who had just risen to prominence. In the trial camp, he was the one who brought Lu Zai into the squad and witnessed his rise step by step, and in just half a month, he had already achieved immortality. Sometimes, the gap between man and man is really bigger than man and pig. Hong Yu sighed as he looked at Lu Zai, who was chasing 100,000 enemy troops by himself high in the air. This battle was killed from late night to dawn. When the first morning sunlight shone into the marina giant city, there was not a single standing allied army under the giant city. The news of Lu Zai's one-man decapitation of 100,000 allied troops spread throughout the Blue Star through the live broadcast of the Marina City War reporters. The entire circle of awakened ones were all shaken. Ding! You have shocked the Blue Star awakened circle, and you have gained 5 million survival points. Thick gift crab. Hearing this message in the system, Lu Zeno shocked himself for the first time. It was a pity that shocking himself didn't yield any benefits. This system just wasn't scientific. Why can't I shock myself? Am I not a human being? Lu Zai had asked the system before how to decide how much value to give survival points to this shocking others. Is there an upper limit? The system's answer is that the level of the person being shocked, the number will affect the amount of survival points awarded. The upper limit is half of the current realm. Now Lu Zai is in the immortal realm. Theoretically 10 million attributes is the full amount. So this time it is a direct shock pull full? 5 million Lu Zai excited abnormal. How to spend? First of all, upgrading the talent to level 10 will produce a qualitative change. So upgrading the talent to level 10 is very scientific. Then upgrade the spirit power some more. Proper spirit guy. While Lu Zeno was in the middle of his visionary planning, a black circle appeared in the sky, and a man in black walked out of the circle. The man in black was at the peak of the legend realm, and it was estimated that he was just a step away from immortality. The black circle was a spatial system talent sequence that could void claim enemies and also run errands remotely. The man in black came directly to Lu Zai's side, first showing his identity token, then offering his hands. Commander Lu, I've brought Jiang Lao's information from Kyoto in the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Lao? Lu Zai didn't recognize this person and looked surprised. The Grand Commander of Kyoto, the man in black added. Lu Zeno's mind instantly cleared. This person was extremely prestigious in the Dragon Kingdom and had a record of repelling Endbringers 7 times, one of which was also a multiple Endbringer siege of Kyoto near Kyoto, all of which were repelled by him. What information? You and Jiang Lao face to face. I can only tell is about the secret of the immortal above. After the man in black finished speaking, he was handing Lu Zeno a red flower. Dream flower? A kind of prop, combined with people who have the dream talent, can let more than one person enter the dream real time, generally used for holding secret meetings, does not have the function of killing people in the dream, safe and reliable, is a business negotiation, secret meetings, junior dating god skills, but also can leave the dream on their own. There is no constraints. There is still some slight difference between this talent and the nightmare's talent. One hurts people and the other deliberates. Lu Zai nodded, flew back to the City Defense Force headquarters, smelled the fragrance of the flowers, and in the next second entered the dream realm like an out-of-body experience. There were 3 people in the dream, the man in black, an old man, and Lu Zeno. It seems that this man in black is a toolman. The natural skills are so strange. How did he rise to the peak of legend? Lu Zeno was dumbfounded. The man in black arched his hand. Elder Jiang, the people have been brought here. You guys talk, I'll quit first. The old man nodded and the figure of the man in black disappeared into thin air, just like a broken dream, and Jiang Lao opened the door. There are only 2 eternal realms in Blue Star, also known as the human double saints. Do you want to be a saint? Lu Zai didn't expect this Jiang Lao to be so direct. Shouldn't the meeting start with praising me and then exchanging pleasantries? As a result, the other party directly started talking about such powerful content? These things should be top secret, right? Never heard of it. Wait. Lu Zeno thought of a possibility. This kind of information revealed to himself? Could it be an authorization from a saint? Thinking of this, Lu Zai nodded. There are thousands of awakened people. Who doesn't want to reach the top? Elder Jiang, are you telling me this because you need me to do something? Jiang Lao nodded. I'm telling you this. It's the Dragon Kingdom sage's intention. It doesn't require you to do anything, just because you're a Dragon Kingdom immortal. The information is free. You can ask whatever you want. Lu Zai nodded. The other party had opened his mouth, so he would not be polite. Why are there only the twin saints? Who are they? This was Lu Zai's biggest question. After all, he wanted to advance to the next realm himself. The twin saints. One is in the Dragon Kingdom and the other is in the Eagle Jam Kingdom. So the world pattern has become what it is now, centered around the Dragon Kingdom and Eagle Jam. As for why there are only 2, what I want to tell you is that there are only 2 eternal eyes discovered in the entire blue planet at the moment, and to advance to eternity, one needs to use the eternal eyes to peek at the true self and look within oneself. Eternal eyes? Crap! What powerful news! No wonder this world maintains a delicate balance as there is only one saint on both sides. But Jiang Lao's next words gave Lu Zai the creeps. We are preparing to gather 30 immortals from the Dragon Kingdom to attack the Moya Pit, and there is news that indicates that within the Moya Pit, there is a strong possibility that there is a third eye of eternity. Lu Zai was horrified in his heart. Once a new saint appeared, then the balance of the world would be completely broken. Lu Zai's mind spun rapidly inside his head as he came to an inevitable conclusion. So, this raid on the Moya Pit will determine the direction of this world, and the Twin Saints will also make a move? Because the Blue Star Twin Saints would never allow the other party to obtain the Eternal Eye, which was tantamount to allowing themselves to be led to destruction. Jiang Lao nodded silently. That's right. This action is also the intention of the Dragon Kingdom Sage. Who is the Dragon Country Saint? Lu Zai said curiously. Jiang Lao laughed loudly. I don't know either. The saint will naturally appear when he needs to appear. He can be in any form. Mountains, rivers, and foreign beasts. Lu Zai was shocked to think that no one had ever seen a double saint, but that's right. This kind of realm could create things. Wanting to conceal themselves was too simple. It was estimated that on the Blue Star, it was only the twin saints who knew each other's exact information. After all, the person who knows you best must be your enemy. Thank you for the information, but I don't want to die. No. I don't want to go yet. Lu Zai wasn't a wimp. Just from the heart. What kind of international joke is this? To go to the Moya Pit to raid, both sides of the saints will come out. In case the Dragon Kingdom saints are undefeated, won't they become cannon fodder? Jiang Lao smiled. I have brought the information, but to go or not, you have to talk to the saint himself. I won't go to whoever comes. Wait, Who did you say? Lu's eye went a little weak in the knees. The saint wants to see you. Zhang Lao said that his figure was illusory and then disappeared. Damn. There's an invitation for the next big brother, the ultimate big brother. Lu's eye was speechless in his heart, but his body stood straight and respectful. This was a fucking Dragon Kingdom saint. The blue stars war ceiling. The Dragon Kingdom's guardian. A breeze blew. All the uneasiness in Lu's eye's heart subsided with it, and the whole person was very relaxed. And a familiar voice came from the wind. Xiao Yi. Long time no see. Lu's eye looked around and didn't see anyone. But why is this voice so familiar? There aren't many people who call me Xiao Yi. Lu Ziyi carefully discerned the voice and filtered through one by one among the acquaintances around him, and he came up with a result that made his heart skip a beat. Answer. Class teacher Lu Ru. Old class. Is that you? Lu's eye asked suspiciously, then gave himself a mouthful. Honorable sage. The most powerful of the blue star. Could it be that you're really teacher Lu Ru? The sound of a woman's mature winks came from the wind. Then a familiar figure appeared in front of Lu's eye. It was none other than Lu Ru, who met Lu's eye in her true colors. This was a treatment that none of the other Dragon Kingdom city commanders had. Don't be so formal. You might as well call me Teacher Lu. I still have 10 minutes to talk. There are still classes waiting for me. Lu Ru is still wearing black framed glasses, a straight professional outfit, black stockings with knee-length skirt. Standard teacher image. You're a saint. Why do you still stay in school every day for classes? Lu's eye thought of a saying called small hidden in the wild, big hidden in the city. Who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom saint was an ordinary teacher? But what did she figure? Isn't it good to be a big shot in Kyoto, like to play Kas? Lu Ru held her glasses and laughed. The realm above eternity is called return to truth. On the literal meaning of returning to the basics, and going into the life of a regular person can allow me to better understand the mysteries of this realm. But it's too difficult to make a breakthrough so far. Breakthrough? That means teacher is already at the peak of the eternal realm, or half a step back to the truth? Teacher. Was it your intention to have me participate in the raid on the Moya pit? Lu's eye thought of this possibility. On the blue star, there are already very few things that I can't see through. But you, count yourself as one. Lu Ru gathered the hair around her ears. There are things about you that I can't see through, and I still haven't figured out how you can grow so fast, which is a good thing and your secret. You don't have to explain it to anyone. Thank you Teacher Lu for understanding. Lu's eye said gratefully. So why didn't you help me out when I was expelled? It wasn't something you did with the snap of a finger? A saint might see further. Maybe Teacher Lu did it on purpose. Don't worry about taking part in the operation in the Moya pit, although that old guy Hawksauce is also at the peak of eternity. But Teacher doesn't lose to him. Without breaking through the returning to truth realm, the two of us will always be tied. So the success or failure of the operation depends on you guys, and I want to assign the eternal eyes to you. Lu's eye was touched in his heart, but still hesitated. Teacher, the other 30 immortals, they are all the commanders of the major cities in the Dragon Kingdom. They need to advance as urgently as I do. And an immortal peak like Elder Jiang is estimated to have waited even longer. Is it really a good idea to do this? Lu Ru nodded. I'm very pleased that you can consider it this way, but advancing to eternity isn't just a matter of getting the eternal eye. You also need to communicate with the 5 organs, reflect yourself, and then create things. And when the creatures or objects you create reach a certain level, then you can touch the returning to truth realm. As Lu Ru spoke, she pulled out a teaching whip from somewhere. This teaching whip is my creation, and it is alive. Lu's eye glanced at the teaching whip that he didn't know how many times he had smacked himself, and in his heart, he spat. How presumptuous. I'm so damn fortunate to have been punched by an eternal creation. According to the teacher, a creation could be an object, a person, or an animal, and the teacher chose to create a living weapon. The grade of this weapon is damn well estimated to be more than a 5-colored level, right? What the hell am I going to create then? How about a Kori? At this time, Lu's eye thought of a question. Teacher, where exactly did the Fae come from? Lu Ru shook her head. The root cause is unknown. It suddenly descended. Is it possible that he is the creation of some powerful person, gaining power to advance by killing humans? Lu's eye was a traveler after all, and starting from the settings of various novels and anime, he felt that there was this possibility. Lu Ru frowned. You have an interesting idea, giving me new ideas. Lu Ru froze for a moment after he finished speaking, as if recalling something from the past. A few moments later, Lu Ru came back to her senses. Teacher, it's time to go. The raid is at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Teacher will step in to stop that old guy. The victory or defeat depends on you guys. Teacher Lu. I know, Lu's eye agreed, and he had no more reason to refuse. Lu Ru turned into a clear wind and drifted away. The dream world shattered, and Lu's eye fell into deep thought in his room, his mind filled with advancing to eternity. He then turned his gaze to his system. Survival points, 5. 21 million. Teacher told me to go. So let's go. After adding points, I'm damn well considered to be in the late immortal stage. Lu Zai began to make the final preparation of adding points for the battle. System. All talent sequences upgraded to level 10. Upgrading now. Lu Ru, who had left the dream world, returned to the school. But her mind kept echoing Lu Zai's words. Is it possible that the foreign beasts are the creations of the strong? This made Lu Ru conference about how confident she was when she and Orland had just stepped into the eternal realm. At that time, the humans of Blue Star were still quite united, tired of dealing with the threat of the Fey beasts, and the endgame was constant all over the place. After advancing to the eternal, she and Orland had gained incomparable power and were stronger than ever. So the two of them had once joined forces and struck out, aiming to clear out all the alienated lands of Planet Blue and return peace to humanity. However, the final Yen, who could previously fight with the immortal realm, unexpectedly gained a breakthrough in an extreme amount of time, and fought with the duo for 18 days in a bloody battle. At that time, Ultimate Yan's sudden strength gave Lu Ru and Orland a great shock. Now that they thought about it, Lu Zeno's speculation provided a line of thought. There was a supreme being manipulating these alien beasts, but their purpose was not to destroy humans. According to Lu Zeno's guess, there could be two purposes. First, to keep pressurizing mankind, so that mankind will keep getting stronger according to the route he has set. Second, to keep the beasts and humans fighting each other all the time. The beasts provide energy for his own body by destroying the awakened, and he keeps a delicate balance by captivating the beasts while captivating the humans. If that was the case, even the human twin saints were nothing more than his pets, and for the first time, Lu Ru felt that her existence was so small. What in the world is such an existence? Where is he spying on us? Lu Ru's heart was filled with mixed feelings. In addition to Lu Zai's words that made her fall into deep thought, she was still struggling with another question. Should she tell the second passage to advance to eternity? This was the biggest secret of the Blue Star. Only the twin saints knew about it, and both sides tacitly hid this secret. That was that advancing to eternity could be accomplished by killing eternity and certifying oneself to eternity. The consequences of this secret would be unimaginable if all the awakened people of Blue Star knew about it, because humans were always greedy. Ha 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 ha. Invincible. Invincible. Lu Zeno's room was filled with Lu Zeno's laughter. He had just raised all 3 talents to level 10. Level 8 to level 9 required 200,000 survival points, and level 9 to level 10 cost 500,000. So the raising of the 3 talents cost a total of 1 million survival points in total. But Lu Zai wasn't heartbroken at all, because it was really worth it. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, and the more survival points you consume, the more invincible you are. All 3 talents had undergone a qualitative change and were completely different concepts. As for the remaining 11 million survival points, Lu Zeno added 3 million spiritual strength and 110,000 physique. Lu Zeno's total attributes were now close to 6 million. A proper late immortal big brother with a very luxurious attribute panel. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 45, 21. 5%. Realm, Immortal Realm. Life value, 353,0010. Physique, 353,001, 83. 5% damage reduction. Spirit, 531,3080. Strength, 2,684. Agility, 2,790. Strike rate, 67. 9%. Armor break, 47. 5%. Damage increase, 40%. Survival points, 1310, growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 10, 0/1. 000. Talent sequence 04, Immortal Body LV 10, 0/1. 000. Talent sequence 05, Brokenness LV 10, 0/1 million. Equipment, Devouring Sky. Bracelet of the Reverse Armor Dragon. Bracelet of the Giant Serpent. Boots of the Reverse Armor Dragon. Helm of Glow. The point is, one is an immortal with 3 level 10 talent sequences, and these 3 skills are now more perverse than one another. For example, the first talent Metal Manipulation LV 10, 0/500000 Metal Manipulation LV 10, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level, launch any attack within a range of 100 plus 53130 meters. Inflicting 200% plus 53,130% spiritual damage. No cooldown. And armor breaking plus 30%. Arcana Metal Tidal Wave, make all metals around you riot within the range of manipulation. Setting off a metal tidal wave that deals 10 times the damage. Cooldown, 8 hours. Look at this. Look at this. Is this a fucking human thing? What do you mean? All the metal around you riots? Lu Xino's current metal manipulation range is within a 230-meter radius of himself, a 53-kilometer radius. Whether it is buried in the heart of the Earth's iron ore, copper ore, silver ore, just you are the chemical sense of the metal. I'm mobilized out, launched a metal frenzy, the power of 10 times, and level 10 metal manipulation also increased the armor breaking effect to 30%. Now Lu Xino combined with the armor breaking provided by the equipment, already has 47.5% armor breaking effect. Lu Xino now suddenly had an idea. Even if there is no fucking eternal I just need to hang out every day and infinitely improve my attributes. I don't believe that I can't beat you. Let's not be too arrogant. Conservative point to calculate. The total attributes of an eternal realm in accordance with the previous calculation should be between 10 million minus 100 million, let's say at 100 million. According to the present day 720,000 survival point income, 100 days is 72 million. 1 year down more than 300 million. Still cannot do you? Let's play an attribute doubling. Force big flying turn. What to break the realm of the bottleneck? To be stuck in the realm. Bottleneck is what the hell? I do not recognize. This is the charm of numerical crushing. However, considering that the eternal realm's big brother must possess special means, such as the creation of things, Lu Zai has to find an opportunity to understand with his teacher. And if possible, it would be good to even spar with him. This is not urgent. Lu Xino looked at his other two talents again. Breach LV10, insight into the target and mark 10 layers of breach. Your attacks that hit breach deal 200% plus 53,130% extra damage per layer of breach. Bloodlust plus 10%. AoE explosive body, you can detonate all breach on the enemy by hitting them for a split second. Cooldown, 8 hours. Immortal body LV10, possesses 10 immortal bodies. Immortal body possesses 53,130% multiplier of life value of the main body. The body is immortal and the real body is indestructible. It's split, 10 undead bodies appear at the same time. Can simulate the body to launch exactly the same attack. Cooldown, 8 hours. Let's just say invincible or not. Lu Xino even had an urge to go and arm wrestle eternity right now. His own ultimate move right now is to utilize 10 doppelgangers, launch a metal frenzy at the same time, and then utilize the explosive means to blast the target to detonate all the breaks. I wonder how your excellency will respond to that. The sky has cleared up, the rain has stopped, and Lao Zi is really good again. Tomorrow's battle at the Moya pit. I'm going. Mining pit? Isn't there a lot of metal in there? That's really something to look forward to. I really don't know how spectacular it will be to unleash a metal frenzy there. Lu Zai was lying on his bed, and his mind was filled with thoughts about tomorrow's battle. The next morning at 5 o'clock, Lu Zai's sleep is just fragrant by do not know that the nerve disease a dream summoned up. The next day, Lu Xino was sleeping at 5 a.m. and was summoned by the psycho in a dream. Lu Zai wash up. He regret should not smell that dream flower. This thing affect 1 month. That is, within 1 month, they can dream to harass you. Although there is no harm, you can also spiritually refuse to be pulled into the dream world. But the taste of waking you up in the middle of the night is really hard. At 5:10, the immortal commanders of the 31 giant cities of the Dragon Kingdom had all arrived, and they were so familiar with each other that they were climbing over each other, exchanging pleasantries, and each chatting about the details of today's operation. Lu Zai was standing alone under the space portal eating buns, saying that he was immortal, and he was still starving after not eating a meal. This setting was so damn unpromising. Inside people's immortal cultivation novels, female cultivators don't even shit. Zhang Lao's brows were furrowed in a worried look, and he had to glance at the time every 1 minute. After Lu Zai ate his fill, he glanced at the system, and there was another 300,000 survival points lying inside. Without any hesitation, he added spirit. Ding! Adding points successful. Current spirit power, 5613080. At 5:38, Zhang Lao arched his hand into the void and bowed, respectfully following the orders of the sage. The others, including Lu Xino, didn't even see a single hair, so there was no need to think. It must be that teacher Lu Ru had sent some message to Zhang Lao alone. Zhang Lao cleared his throat and said to the crowd, "Ahem, everyone, the saint's instruction is to leave at 6 o'clock sharp. Before entering the Moya pit, I will first talk about the strategy of our operation. Moya pit is a gold mine. At the same time it is also a 5-star alienation place. It also produces rare metals for building special props. On weekdays there are more than 60 immortal powerhouses from the western countries here who are responsible for expelling foreign beasts for the mining team to carry out security guards. Just a few days ago, they found signs of the possible existence of the Eye of Eternity in the main mine cave. Everyone knows it well. That means the balance is about to break. And both the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Sauce Kingdom know this. Everyone nodded their heads. An immortal level commander would be able to access that information Luzino had heard yesterday. That's why we have one goal for today's action, to snatch the Eternal Eye at all costs. Everyone understood. In this battle, Luzino believed that both the Allied forces side and the Dragon Country side would fight to the death. Because the Eye of Eternity falling to the other side would mean that his side would inevitably be at an absolute disadvantage in the future, or even be completely controlled by the other side. Luzino's attention was completely off the details of the operation, and he heard the words gold mine. Damn it, my good brother Li Zhuangzhuang has talent sequence 02, Gold Master. This talent is odd in the sense that his power is related to his own strength and the weight of gold, and it is the only talent that can enhance one's strength through external materials. Good brother is blessed today. Ah, I give you the whole mine gold mine for you to end back. Luzino rubbed his hands, a little excited. Not only brothers do not suffer. Direct bicycle for Land Rover. I did not expect the metal frenzy to be developed by myself for the purpose of mining. It is really fucking realistic. At 5:59, the exciting moment came. Zhang Lao punched a beam of spiritual power into the door of space, and the door of space opened instantly. This was an exclusive channel that was specially opened for this attack, from the Dragon Kingdom's Kyoto to the Moya Pit, and in order to keep it a secret, this channel was not finally activated until now. The opening of the spatial channel was time-consuming, laborious, and extremely costly, so it was evident that for the sake of this operation, the Dragon Kingdom was considered to have gone out of its way. Kill. Zhang Lao was the first to enter the spatial channel. Lu Thai silently stepped back and shielded the crowd to his body, letting them go first, and he himself was the last to enter the spatial channel. Moya Mining Pit. This place had been devastated by the Western countries. There were mining pits everywhere, and the roar of all kinds of large-scale mining machinery was incessant. And in the distance were dozens of immortal powerhouses fending off the alien beasts that kept coming. This was a 5-star alienation land, and the alien beasts could not be killed or cut down endlessly. So if you wanted to mine and explore here, you had to have an extremely powerful legion of awakened ones to provide force support. Lu Zai saw these immortal powerhouses taking turns, and they only kept the alien beasts from entering the mines, maintaining the operation of the mines with minimal consumption. And in the middle of a giant basin, a deep pit with a diameter of 500 meters led to the center of the earth. That was the main Moya pit, and the clues to the legendary Eye of Eternity were down there. Lu Zai's powerful spiritual power and his metal manipulation talent allowed him to perceive surging metal elements all over the area, and within 53 kilometers of his manipulation range, there were gold mines everywhere, as well as some rare metals. Lu Zai unleashed his spiritual power, and a piece of dog's head gold broke out of the ground from 501 meters below the ground, and then the gold separated from the earth and stone impurities that encased it, leaving only a pile of golden gold. Dam extraction plus refining. One-stop service. Of course there are other metals in this piece of gold that have not been separated. Lu Zai marveled, in the war here, I'm the main fucking field Lu Zai has thought of how the future history books of Binhai will describe his brilliant achievements. The title Lu Zai had thought of several, such as, that year, the god of Lu put his hands in his pockets and killed the Moya mining pit, and in the distance, the immortal legions of the Dragon Kingdom had already fought with the immortal powerhouses of the Allied forces, and in terms of numbers, the Dragon Kingdom was at a disadvantage, but the victory was due to the success of the raid, and a part of the other side's immortals were caught up in the battle with the foreign beasts, and the two sides fought to a standstill. It was not an exaggeration to say that the battle at the immortal realm was destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, only to see the 30 immortals of the Dragon Kingdom sacrificing their mastery. The clouds in the sky were dispersed by the shockwaves of the battle. The alien beasts in the distance were tragically affected and were lifted off countless times. Zhang Lao directly unleashed his level 9 talent, Duel, forcibly locking the 5 immortal levels in the opposing team to start a duel. This talent could force others to start a duel with you, and Zhang Lao chose all the enemies with auxiliary type talents. It wasn't difficult to fight 5 against 1. The auxiliary type talent was incredibly powerful in large-scale wars, but it was not good at single combat and fell for Zhang Lao's trick. When the Allied forces lost their aides and their battle power was sharply reduced, they immediately launched an attack on Zhang Lao, trying to break the ring duel. The other immortal powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom naturally blocked the attack with all their might, and the two sides were at loggerheads. Various streams of light, elemental special effects, and giant puppets were presented. Lu Zai knew that this kind of raid was about a quick battle, and he felt that the intensity of the battle between the two sides was clearly not enough. You guys stop fighting. You can't kill people like this, Lu Zai teased in his heart, spreading his palms out. More than 5 million mental power instantly burst out. Aoi split. In the next second, 10 Lu Zai lined up, doing the same action as Lu Zai. Lu Ziyi raised his palms higher and higher. The ground began to tremble. The pit began to cave in. Flying sand and rocks shook the ground. Upanishad, metal frenzy. Whether it was the ores on the cliff face, or the ores in the heart of the earth, or even the ores buried in the ground dozens of kilometers away, all broke out of the ground and rose up in the air towards Lu Zai rapidly. The immortals in the battle turned back to look in Lu Zeno's direction, wondering, what's the commotion? Updated in the early morning. Tomorrow daytime is a painful day. The countdown to discharge, 5 days. Please power generation. At this moment, the heaven and earth are dark. Only that man and his 10 immortal bodies stand in mid-air, chic shape, while dozens of kilometers in a circle of metal was snapped by him cleanly. These metals were automatically stripped off from the mud and rocks in the air, leaving only the gleaming gold to shine. 11 Lu Zai simultaneously turned up the corners of his mouth and smiled a Nike chiclet. Jia jia jia, metal storm, smash it for me. At this moment, the might of the metal storm was quite like a tornado destroying a parking lot. Those gold particles were accelerated to dozens of times the speed of sound, storming towards the immortal powerhouses of the Allied forces. In the sky, detonation sounds and metal jets blasted over. The immortal powerhouses of the Allied forces were dumbfounded. Forgive us for being uneducated. What kind of forcing talent is this? Kind of like metal manipulation aura. But this metal manipulation it decent? It was too late to think about it. The unassisted Allied immortal camp showed their talents one after another. Eye of the storm, alienated giant wood, barrier of earth, the infinite sea, 1,000 miles of ice. In the sky, all sorts of elemental talents stormed up, but with Lu Zeno's metal jet under the 561-3080 spiritual power, the 10 bilocations, the 56,130% multiple increase, and the metal storm's 10x might, the resistance was meaningless. The metal storm destroyed and shattered all these means of resistance and headed towards the main bodies of these immortal powerhouses. Zhang Lao and the others were stunned. The allied immortals were dumbfounded. Watching the scene, Lu Zai was filled with grandeur. I'm invincible under saints. 1 for 1 above saints. Just as metal madness was about to completely breach the allied army immortals' defenses, a voice came from a ghostly voice. Junior, arrogant. An old man broke through the void and came. It was clear that he did not wear any face-concealing props, but Lu Zai could not see his appearance no matter what. The old man just gently pressed down with both hands, and the metal storm was like ebbing seawater, gradually moving away and gradually calming down. Lu Zai is not convinced. 561-3080 spiritual power. Once again storm. Lu Zai clearly saw that the old man's hand slightly trembled a little. The metal storm once again set off waves. The old man was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect a district immortal to be able to struggle in his hands, but he quickly regained his composure and snapped his fingers with one hand. Boom! This ringing finger was like an explosion in your ears. You could feel the air trembling, and this time the metal storm faded away completely. The old man looked at Lu Zai with a slight smile. Here's a chance for you to reorganize your language. Lu Zai puffed out his chest. I'm invincible under a saint. I'm hanging on above a saint. Teacher, save me from the battle just now. Lu Zai firmly believes that his power has reached a point where the other party cannot be ignored. At least he has the ability to struggle a little bit, and is not powerless. If he hangs up for a few more days, see if I don't cut you. Zhang Lao and others hold their foreheads. This child is a bit of a tiger. And in the void, Lu Rue's figure gradually emerged, and the same as the old man, without a mask or a veil, just cannot see the appearance. This is a mosaic in someone else's brain? Long time no see. Lu Ru just stood quietly in the void, but the might was already intimidating, and there was a strong sense of oppression in her words. Those immortals of the allied forces didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at her. It's been a long time. Last time we were still teaming up to challenge the endgame, but this time we're meeting in arms. Sad and pathetic. Orland shook his head. A picture of regret. Don't pretend to be a good old boy. What's underneath the pit? You know it well. I know it well. You and I both know that there's no way we'll allow each other to have a second eye of eternity. Lu Ru snorted. Orland nodded. You're right. Neither of us can allow the other to have a second eye of eternity. So for the greater good, I have sacrificed this eye of eternity. Lu Ru frowned slightly. What do you mean? Ha ha ha. Orland laughed. The eye of eternity is just a prop for cultivating the eternal realm. Even if I get him, how long does it take to cultivate an eternal realm? How long does it take to create something? You and I know it best. So on top of the blue planet, it's unlikely that either you or I will be able to cultivate a second eternity, because neither of us will be able to sit back and watch it happen. But if I sacrifice the eye of eternity directly to become a prop for eternity, turning it into a killing formation, don't forget that my third talent sequence is Master Refiner. You say, can I keep you today? If I kill you, won't I be invincible in the blue star? Goji. I knew this old man wasn't a good person. Lu Zai on the side was shocked in his heart. This pussy actually plotted such a setup. Orland is right. What can you do if you get the eternal eye? Could it be that Lu Ru will still sit and wait for him to cultivate an eternal? So, this old Envy actually sacrificed the Eye of Eternity into a special prop. With this thing's enhancement, the teacher is in danger. All the immortals on the Dragon Country's side cast their gazes towards Lu Ru in the void, only to see her draw that creation whip. This whip didn't want those demonic goods on Lu Zeno, either purple or orange light. This whip was plain and unassuming, permeated with a sense of evil. In fact, why would I not want to kill you? Originally today is to force you to come out. Want to try the power of this 10th level creation of mine? Did not expect you hard eyes are quite a lot. Lu Ru's tone was not flustered, and it even revealed a sense of absolute confidence. 10th grade? Not bad. Not bad. Then let's see if your creation is powerful or my killing formation is better. Orland still had a nonchalant tone. At their realm, it was as if the sky collapsing couldn't make them a little bit faster. Lu Zai hated this kind of slow talker the most. The next moment, in the Moya pit, a column of energy rises up in the sky, 10 meters in diameter, so thick, directly blasted into the sky, and then the energy began to diffuse in all directions, obscuring the entire sky. It was like a big bowl cast by energy waves, inverted in this heaven and earth, and those smooth bowl walls began to breed countless energy arrows, 360 degrees without dead angle aimed at Lu Ru. Orland, 10th level refining master. Eternal killing formation. Please teach me. Lu Ru's figure moved. The teaching whip danced lightly, but it had a thunderous momentum. An eternal force blasted into the bowl wall along with the teaching whip, instantly shattering the countless energy arrows. Those allied immortals were ecstatic in their hearts. They saw the hope of victory and shouted loudly, "Eagle Sauce Saints are invincible." Lu Zai instantly rubbed the gold ore in the sky and recast it into a giant golden sword, 20 meters long, and blasted it at the group of immortals, laughing to death. If you can't beat him, I still can't clean you guys up? The great battle opened. Lu Zai saw through it. Everyone was being held in this bowl. There was no way to run away. There are only two outcomes. Either Olander wins, and everyone hiccups together. Either Mr. Lu wins and everyone eats Olander's seat together. No matter what the outcome was, one could not let go of this group of immortals. Lu Zai also believed that his as a saint, Lu Ru and Orland had been in a stalemate for so many years. It was impossible for them to be taken so easily. By the same token, Orland wasn't that easy to take. The outcome of this battle, it was hard to say. In the sky, the energy arrows of the killing formation were so dense that even the sunlight couldn't penetrate anymore. What was meant by covering the sky? Lu Zeno knew for the first time that this idiom was literal, not an exaggeration. Lu Zeno's metal storm had been cleared and entered cooldown. However, those who are open should have the appearance of being open. By virtue of the level 10 of breach, level 10 of metal manipulation, and level 10 of immortal body, Lu Zeno rushed to the front alone. Anyway, you can't beat me to death, but I can hammer you to death. And Jian Lao and other Dragon Kingdom immortal level powerhouses collaborated with Lu Zai to attack together, launching a purge of the allied army's immortal powerhouses. A battle between immortal levels was almost without suspense. Lu Zai could even pass two moves at the hands of Olander. Crushing this group of immortals was naturally no big deal. The golden giant sword that weighed more than 50 tons chopped down, and a number of allied immortals directly turned into blood mist. The 108 heaven-devouring fragments trended like arms, crazily harvesting the lives of the enemy army. One by one, the immortal level powerhouses of the allied forces fell, and the Dragon Kingdom achieved a complete victory. But the immortals of the Dragon Kingdom could not be happy. The pressure of the killing formation was getting more and more violent, and even two of the Dragon Kingdom's immortal level powerhouses died from those violent energy arrows. This was enough to prove that Lu Ru was at a disadvantage, unable to completely withstand all the attacks of the killing formation. Lu Zai and Jian Lao could barely put their best foot forward to withstand some of the killing array's attacks, but this could not play a role in reversing the entire battle situation. High in the air, Olander slapped his palm into the void and a giant circular energy disk quickly took shape, and this giant energy disk was frantically condensing the energy of the killing array in preparation for launching its final attack. Old friend, we've known each other for 50 years, although there is reluctance to let go of you, but on the road to the top someone always has to fall. I will honor your memory. Orland placed his hand on his chest and made a curtsy. High in the air, Lu Ru's face gradually became clearer, and the other powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom got their first glimpse of the Dragon Kingdom's saint's face. However, they all knew in their hearts that it was not a good thing for a saint to reveal his true face, but it was a manifestation of his own energy depletion. The corner of Lu Ru's mouth was oozing blood, but she was still beautiful and touching. She smiled and said, "Orland, you and I are wrong. The blue star is not something that you and I can control. There are still higher powerhouses in the Blue Star. This is the enlightenment that my students have given me. And this is also the advice that I have given to you. I may be defeated, and the Dragon Kingdom may perish, but it is by no means today. Today, I will let the world understand a truth that only exists in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, Orland looked sideways. What truth? Luru, the Dragon Kingdom's 5,000 years of civilization has stood in the forest of 10,000 races without collapsing. It is because we have a barbaric side even in times of crisis. Olander, watch. Luru slapped her palm on her abdomen. A mouthful of blood clustered with an incomparably brilliant 7-colored bead spat out from her mouth. Orland was shocked. You're crazy. Luru smiled. I will sacrifice my own eternal eye and imprison you for 7 days. If you want to win me, then sacrifice your own eternal eye. But do you dare? Olander's figure suddenly retreated tens of meters. You crazy bitch. Do you dare? Luru's eternal eye directly exploded, transforming into supreme might and directly chased after him. And a roiling light erupted out from its palm, wrapping Olander in it. The killing formation instantly dissolved, and the world returned to clarity. Olander did not dare to fight with Luru to the end since the beginning. He chose to hold back. A ghostly voice came from the void. Luru, you are nothing more than fearless resistance. After 7 days, I will destroy the Dragon Kingdom and dominate the Blue Star. Everything you did today is nothing more than passing clouds. Ha 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 ha. Teacher, Lu Zai no longer cared about anything and rushed up to hold the shaking Luru. Luru looked at Jiang Lao's crowd. You guys stand down. I have something to say to my student. It was only at this moment that all of them realized that the sage of the Dragon Kingdom was in a teacher-student relationship with Lu Zai. Jiang Lao arched his hand with tears in his eyes. As you wish. Luru used her last bit of strength to hold the teaching whip and gently hit Lu Ziyi. Who told you to cry? Teacher only has the last 7 days of life. I used the power of eternity to seal Orland for 7 days. The day he breaks the seal is the time teacher will leave you. This is the last thing teacher can do for you, and for the Dragon Kingdom. Teacher, I won't let you die. I will kill Orland and use his eternal heart to remake the teacher eternal realm. Silly child. The so-called one thought of eternity. Eternity one thought. You have to know how far the distance between eternity and immortality is. You don't have the eye of eternity. It's impossible for you to fight Orland. But teacher knows that you are burdened with a mystery. You can do whatever you want to do in these 7 days. Below teacher will tell you a few secrets. Luru's color was getting worse and worse. A generation of saints. Even talking became exhausted. Teacher, you say, in addition to the eternal eye, there is a second path to advancing to eternity. And that is to kill eternity. Certify yourself, and achieve eternity. Lu Zai was shocked in his heart. There was such a thing? Then Orland must die. The second thing, last time your speculation that the Blue Star Fey beasts might be the creations of the strong. The more I think about it, the more I think you are right. Before, Orland and I used to join forces to fight against the Fey beasts. But we were surprised to find that Luru will end up that the Fey beasts can continuously improve their strength. The fact that the Blue Star was never able to escape the threat of the beasts was told to Lu Zai one by one. Lu Zai wasn't surprised after hearing this. It fit his suspicions. So, little Lu, I have a guess. If you really survive and achieve more than the teacher, you can try to go to the alienated land to expand the land. To expand the land to test the strength of this supreme person. The teacher once used the strength of the peak of the eternity. To expand the land to the 60-level alienated land. Pioneering is to open up brand new alienated lands and establish spatial passages so that human awakened people can enter them. For example, the 3-star alienated land that Lu Zai had entered before was pioneered by his predecessors. And the process of opening up needs to defeat the native alien beasts of the alienated land in order to establish a spatial channel. According to the teacher's speculation, if the alien beasts of this world are really the creations of a strong person, then Lu Zai can go through the continuous pioneering to understand the strength of this strong person. Because this strong person will definitely suppress the strong human beings in order to captivate them. If there is a day when Lu Zai's pioneering process can no longer be blocked by the final Fey beasts, then it proves that Lu Zai's strength has already exceeded or approached the strongest person who manipulates the Blue Star. And as the current limit of human pioneering was level 60, Teacher Lu Ru was unable to defeat a level 61 primordial alien beast. Teacher, I'll remember. You rest well. I'll send the eternal eye of Orland in 7 days. As I said, I will definitely repay the favor of teacher's teachings. Lu Zai nodded repeatedly. Lu Ru smiled. You have this heart. Teacher is very happy. I remember your father was as heroic as you when he was young. Really a mold. Teacher is 91 years old. No regrets when I die. Hush, this is my secret. A woman's youth cannot be spread. Lu Ru finished speaking and fell asleep, always keeping a smile on her face. Lu Zai took a deep breath and brought Lu Ru back to Kyoto. handed Lu Ru over to Jiang Lao, and turned to leave. Jiang Lao was surprised. The saint is in danger. Where are you going? Lu Zai, Yanlong Lair. The Inferno Dragon's Lair, the ultimate alienation place of the Dragon Kingdom, which was also Lu Ru's topaz, contained level 45 to 60 alien beasts, which Lu Zai could kill for a huge amount of base survival points gain. 7 days later, seize Olander's eternal eye and save his benefactor's life. As for himself, he didn't need the Eye of Eternity, so he could directly kill Eternity, certify himself, and achieve Eternity. Before Lu Zai stepped into the Inferno Dragon's lair, he first went to Binhai City, where he found Li Zhuangzhuang, who was hammering himself in the land of alteration. Lift up your skullcap and let me see your eyes. Li Zhuangzhuang was humming his own adapted ditty and lifted the skullcap of an alien beast, a real damn hardcore lid opener. Li Zhuangzhuang was gifted, and with the talent of being a gold master, his realm improved extremely fast, and his strength came from the weight of gold. Zhuangzhuang, Lu Zino shouted towards the distance. Brother Lu. Li Zhuangzhuang looked excited after seeing Lu Zino. I reckon I'm going to become immortal in a few days. Congratulations! Lu Zino made a move with one hand and extracted the 20-meter-long golden giant sword that weighed a full 20 tons from the system space. Consider it a gift for your advancement to immortality. Li Zhuangzhuang's eyes glared. He had seen so much gold in his life. This. With a spicy pile of gold, I can hammer the head of the allied immortal to pieces. Li Zhuangzhuang could not hide his excitement. Be bold. You will be hammering eternity in the future, and even fulfill your ideal of seeing one hammer purge the blue star Fei. Lu Zino drew crazy pies for his good brother. Both Lu Zino and Li Zhuangzhuang knew clearly that with these 20 tons of gold, Li Zhuangzhuang's strength would be greatly enhanced, and the gold content of this immortality of his was extremely high. Brother Lu, knowing you is truly the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Li Zhuangzhuang had a look of gratitude on his face. Lu Thai had to admit that this kid's second gift of luck was something. He never seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. It was smooth sailing all the way, taking over the legends and obtaining the golden giant sword. It was as if he was destined to be the son of heaven all the way to sparks with lightning. In Binhai City, Lu Zai drank a lot of wine and chatted a lot of knowledgeable things with Li Zhuangzhuang and the members of the Shura squad. And at noon, he stepped into the Inferno Dragon's lair alone, knowing that this trip would be a whole 7 days. Here, he would only kill bosses that crossed over levels, gain as many base survival point boosts as possible, and raise himself to the most terrifying level in 7 days. Then he would compete with Orland. In the Inferno Dragon's lair, the flames rushed to the sky, the land was cracked, and from time to time, a tongue of fire spewed out from those cracks to haunt Lu Zai, as if they were observing Lu Zai, an uninvited guest, and they sometimes hovered at the soles of their feet, and at other times, they transformed into a fiery serpent spitting out its letter at Lu Zai, which was divine and extraordinary. Lu Zino's current survival point gain was 500 survival points per point. A day's gain was 720,000 attribute points, about 5 million over 7 days. In this way, one would have more than 10 million attribute points, theoretically satisfying the threshold to enter eternity. However, the span of the eternal realm was extremely large, with 10 million-100 million combat power being called eternal. Although Lu Zai's various talent bonuses combined with his Aoi, his attack power was extremely furious. For safety's sake, the more natural attribute points the better. How could you guarantee that Orland, as a person with a combat power close to 100 million, didn't have an increase that was also extremely terrifying in terms of attacking means? Based on Lu Zai's last fight with Orland, Lu Zai felt that he still needed to be at least a few times stronger to be able to tough out Orland. Let's begin. Lu Zai looked towards the increasingly dense tons of fire in the Inferno Dragon's lair in front of him, and 108 heaven-devouring fragments shot directly into those cracks, stirring up countless magma, and a dragon's roar hissed from beneath the ground. A level 51 Inferno Dragon took off into the air, its eyes glaring angrily. Kill! Lu Zai's hand rose up and charged. Day 1, Lu Zai killed a total of 171 bosses across levels. His base gain reached 671 survival points per point. His level increased from level 45 to level 48, and he gained 890,000 survival points that day, adding 800,000 spirit and 90,000 physique. The next day, Lu Zai killed a total of 199 bosses at different levels, with a base gain of 870 survival points per point, gaining 154 million survival points that day, adding 1.5 million spirit and 40,000 physique. Day 7, Lu Zai killed a total of 211 bosses, with a base gain of 2,000 survival points per point, gaining 190,000 survival points that day, adding 2,000 spirit and 190,000 000 physique, and reaching level 60. The entire blue star no longer has any bosses that can be killed over the level, so the only way to go is to open up the land. Lu Zai let out a long breath. His body was filthy. He had been fighting continuously for 7 days without a moment's rest. Lu Zai looked at his attribute panel. At this moment, his attributes had turned into a monster like terror. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 60, 0. 5%. Realm, Immortal Realm. Life value, 20 million. Physique, 2 million, 92% damage reduction. Spirit, 15. 6 million. Strength, 13,684. Agility, 12,790. Strike rate, 100%. Strike damage, 243%. Armor break, 47. 5%. Damage increase, 40%. Survival points, 41,310, growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV10, 0/1. 000. 000. Talent sequence 04, Immortal Body LV10, 0/1. 000. 000. Talent sequence 05, Brokenness LV10, 0/1 million. Equipment, Devouring Sky. Bracelet of the Reverse Armor Dragon. Bracelet of the Giant Serpent. Boots of the Reverse Armor Dragon. Helm of Glow. All of these were secondary. Under the increase of these attributes, the changes that occurred in Lu Zeno's various talents were nothing short of thrilling. Metal Manipulation LV10, manipulate metal of the corresponding energy level to launch any attack within a range of 100 plus 160, 000 meters, dealing 200% plus 160, 000% spiritual damage. No cooldown. Armor breaking plus 30%. Metal Frenzy, make all metals around you riot within the range of manipulation, setting off a metal frenzy to deal 10 times the damage. Cooldown, 8 hours. For the talent of Metal Manipulation, 100 points of mental power equals 1 meter range increase, and 100 points of mental power equals 1% damage increase. 16 million mental power brings a range increase of 160, 000 meters, or 160 kilometers, and the damage increase of the spiritual power reaches 160, 000%, which is 1,600 times, and Lu Zeno's current spiritual power of 16 million x 1,600 is equal to 25.6 billion damage. And that's not even counting the 1,600 times increase of the breakthrough, the 10 times increase of the split, and the 10 times increase of the metal storm. Breaking 1 trillion in damage was already easy. I don't believe it. This can't even blast you to death. Immortal Body LV10, possessing 10 immortal bodies. The immortal body possesses a life value of 160, 000% multiplier of the main body. The body is immortal, and the true body is indestructible. It's split. 10 undead bodies appear at the same time. Can simulate the main body to launch exactly the same attack. Cooldown, 8 hours, and the immortal body can increase life by 1,600 times. Lu Zeno's current body life value reached 20 million. 1,600 times is 32 billion life value. My damn 32 billion life. Who can second me? Lu Zai returned to the Dragon Kingdom Kyoto with 1 foot, because he knew that after breaking the seal, Orlin couldn't wait to ask for Mr. Suo's life. It was time to come to an end. Returning to the Dragon Kingdom's Kyoto, Lu Zai went straight to teacher Lu Ru's residence, which had been defended by layers of Dragon Kingdom's immortal powerhouses. Although Lu Ru had emphasized that they couldn't resist when Orlin came and told these people to retreat, these immortal powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom understood that how would they survive if the Dragon Kingdom Saint died, and the Saint's battle in the Moya pit had preserved them from falling into the killing formation. Teacher, I'm back. Lu Zeno met the haggard Lu Ru. Lu Ru glanced at Lu Zai, who was covered in beast blood and bloodstains. Your breath is really unbelievable. Lu Ru was tempted to say, how is it that your breath is clearly at the immortal realm, yet it is comparable to eternal? In the end, she still held back and didn't say anything out loud, just nodding her head silently. So many children. It's a pity. Teacher is useless, failing to guard the Dragon Kingdom and unable to protect you all anymore. Lu Ru had a premonition that given Lu Zai enough time, he might really have the strength to kill the Eternal to witness the Eternal Realm. Teacher, there are billions of people in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom belongs to everyone, and it shouldn't be guarded by you alone. We all have a responsibility. You've guarded the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. Let me do it today. Lu Zai's eyes were resolute. Lu Ru was about to say something, when a familiar and gloomy voice came from the void outside the house. Old friend, the 7-day period has arrived. I've come to give you a ride. Lu Ru was about to get up, but was pressed back by Lu Zai. Teacher, if a friend comes from afar, he will be executed even though he is far away. I'll give him a ride. Crowd. This word doesn't seem right, and it seems reasonable. How fat is it? Lu Zai took a step out. the multicolored energy on his body turned into 7 colors, and his figure swept away into the air, 108 heaven-devouring fragments following him like a shadow. This scene will be the other immortal powerhouses present to see the other immortal powerhouses look confused. Why was his immortal energy 7-colored? The crowd looked at the saint, while Lu Ru's gaze flowed to Lu Zai, who swept away in the air. He has transcended this realm. His strength is comparable to that of an eternal. All he needs is an eternal eye. Lu Zai hung in the air above the main city of Kyoto, leveling his eyes with Olander in the distance. You, trying to stop me? Olander's eyes were filled with teasing. Lu Zai shook his head at his words. No, I'm here to kill you. Ha ha ha. Interesting, Junior. If you hadn't insisted on being my enemy, I wouldn't have the heart to kill you. In Olander's view, Lu Zeno was nothing more than a pathetic insect who knew it was a dead end but flew into the flame. As for Lu Zeno's side, he was running out of patience, and he couldn't wait to show his opponent the power of hanging. This battle must not bring shame to the traveler. The 10 doppelgangers were lined up in a row, their shapes still chic. Each of the doppelgangers possessed the same energy level and had a life value of tens of billions with 92% damage reduction. The 10 doppelgangers along with Lu Zeno's main body began to hand-rub Metal Storm together. This is Kyoto. Lu Zai had to cause some damage. Good thing before the big battle, Jiang Lao had already done the evacuation work, and Lu Ru also deliberately chose to move to the outskirts of Kyoto, avoiding the urban area. She knew that this battle could not be avoided. Those steel buildings, underground veins, cars, railroad tracks, ships, within a radius of 160 kilometers, completely changed the sky. Powerful spiritual power kneaded these metal objects into a ball, and then it was mentally manipulated by Lu Zai to blast towards Olander. The giant metal ball weighed millions of tons, and its power could be imagined. Orlan smiled faintly. Ha ha ha, still the same old thing, childish. Orlan snapped his fingers into the void. Snap. In the next moment, he frowned as he realized that the giant metal ball was still darting towards him. The posture was wrong. Orlan changed his finger and snapped his fingers twice again. Snap. The metal ball was still whistling furiously. Snap 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 snap. Olander snapped his ringing fingers to the heavens, and only now did he realize that this kind of lowly tactic could no longer deal with the junior from 7 days ago. He immediately opened his stance and utilized his first talent. Sequence 17th level 10 Iron Curtain. Between heaven and earth, an iron curtain made of meteoric iron stood in front of Orland, blocking the direction of the metal ball's attack. However, he had forgotten that Lu Zeno's talent was metal manipulation. Lu Zeno clenched his fists and let out a loud roar. Give it to me. Open. Boom. The berserk spiritual power directly manipulated the opponent's iron curtain, which began to tremble and roar, tearing a crack from the center, which grew larger and larger until it ran through the entire iron curtain. Boom. Million tons of metal giant ball through the cracks continued to bombard the distant Olander. Olander was horrified in his heart. This sun, terrifying as hell. Second talent. Talent sequence 8, level 10 stealing the sky. With this one spatial talent, a huge spatial vortex steeply appeared in the void, and the raging metal ball unexpectedly deviated from its course and had the tendency to be sucked into the spatial vortex. Lu Zai witnessed the million tons of metal ball being sucked into it little by little. Eternally strong people. They are really extraordinary. There was a violent explosion in that spatial vortex, a battle between the power of space and metal manipulation. The vortex is getting more and more twisted. Olander poured countless power to maintain the stability of the spatial vortex, and finally, after 10 minutes, he panted and looked at the opposite side of Lu Zeno. You hit me as hard as you can, trying to kill me to prove eternity? Lu Zai smiled faintly. You're a good judge of character. Ha ha ha. The later generations are fearful. You're too conservative. There are still more powerful existences above the blue star. The threat of the Fade Beasts hasn't even been lifted, so you're rushing to eliminate your own kind. How long do you think you'll be able to hold out after the Dragon Kingdom dies? Orland laughed. Young man, you are too idealistic. You want to kill me to prove the Tao, and you want to lead humanity to drive out the foreign beasts? Ha ha ha. Well, I bless you and curse you. Come on, use all the moves you've been hiding. At this moment, Olander knew that Lu Zeno still had a backhand because he realized that all 10 of Lu Zeno's doppelgangers had disappeared. Lu Zeno nodded. Good. In the next second, the 10 doppelgangers stepped into the void, and a million-ton metal ball was suspended above the head of each doppelganger. Olander was shocked. Dare you say these doppelgangers are out to bring goods? 10 metal balls? That one just now almost killed him. 10 this time? Lu Zai didn't have any hesitation. He waved one hand. Smash it for me. Orland was shocked. You're too aggressive. There are more powerful existences above the blue star. The threat of the alien beasts hasn't even been lifted, so you're rushing to eliminate your own kind. How long do you think you'll be able to hold out after Eagle Sauce dies? Crap. Stealing my lines? Lu Zeno was furious. No. The Dragon Kingdom will be better off without you. At the next moment, 10 metal balls bombarded down furiously. The outskirts of Kyoto was like an earthquake. A huge crack on the ground was like a spider web spreading out. The shockwaves caused by the metal ball blasts affected several hundred kilometers away. The dust that rose up in the sky caused a sandstorm to rise throughout Kyoto. When the dust cleared, Orlan's corpse had long since disappeared, and only an incomparably magnificent Eternal Eye floated in the deep pit. I've won. Lu Zai made a move with one hand, and the Eye of Eternity floated into his hand. The immortal powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom instantly erupted into a burst of cheers. The Dragon God is invincible. It was extremely difficult for fellow immortal powerhouses to be able to make them worship someone from the bottom of their hearts. But right now, even a peak immortal like Zhang Lao was bowed to Lu Zai's terrifying battle prowess. At this very moment, a scout came with a wind, and after appearing, he clasped his fists and said loudly to the crowd, "Dear immortals, the 18 final seals on the north side of Kyoto have broken the seals at the same time, and Kyoto is in a critical condition." Lu Ziyi heart-shocked. He knows. This is the control of the Blue Star Beast of the Ascendant out of the Blue Star Beast. He captive human. Will not let the human extinction. But, will not let the human hegemony. Ha, you can't sit still? Are you scared? Then let me reveal your true colors. Lu Zai murmured in his heart. The curtain fell on the great battle, and Lu Zai traveled against the heavens with the immortal realm, handily slaying Olander, one of the double saints of the Blue Star. This news was like a nuclear bomb that detonated the circle of awakened ones in Blue Star. Ding! Your act against the heavens has shocked Blue Star, gaining plus 5 million survival points, plus 4 million spirit, 1 million physique. Lu Zeno gladly accepted the gift of nature. Adding points is successful. Current spirit, 20 million. Current constitution, 3 million. Corresponding life value, 30 million. You have successfully killed an eternal realm powerhouse and obtained the power of eternity. You can break the eternal realm at any time, and at the same time, you will have an ability to create things. Creation, you are electricity. You are light. You are the only myth. You have the ability to create things. You can change the structure of matter, whether it is at the micro level or the macro level. The upper limit of creation is related to your strength. Lu Zai could now break the realm of eternity, even easier than when the double saints advanced to eternity. But regarding the matter of creation, Lu Zai had not thought about the type or direction of creation. The city defense forces of the Dragon Kingdom's Kyoto, led by dozens of immortal powerhouses, had already penetrated into the 18 places where the final seal had been broken open to resist the foreign beasts. This advance force was there to explore the strength of the endgame this time. As for Lu Zai, he traveled with Li Zhuangzhuan to visit Lu Ru, who was also Li Zhuangzhuan's benefactor, so naturally he should go. Teacher Lu, we came to see you. Li Zhuangzhuan, a self-possessed personality, grinned as soon as he entered the room and sat down in front of his teacher. His sunny smile was very infectious, making people's moods much better. As for Lu Ru, she could not hide her excitement, because her student had actually killed the Eternal Realm Orland and succeeded in getting to the top. Teacher, this is for you. Lu Zeno flexed his fingers and the Eternal Eye flew towards Lu Ru. Who knows that Lu Ru rejected this Eternal Eye and placed it on the table. Last big battle, my foundation was damaged and my Eternal Eye was broken. Even if I absorbed this Eternal Eye, it would be difficult to make a breakthrough when I return to the Eternal Realm. Now that you helped your teacher to resolve Orland, your teacher can return to Marina Academy to be a real ordinary teacher with peace of mind, and with the appellation of sage, the honor is added to the body as well as this Eternal Eye will be left to the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Ru after the last big battle originally thought that Olander would completely destroy the Dragon Kingdom, but his own students against the odds. Now the Blue Star, the Dragon Kingdom has been the absolute hegemony. The unification of the Blue Star is just around the corner. The only threat is that mysterious supreme power. And after Lu Ru knew that she couldn't advance to return to truth, she had the intention of retiring, leaving the future of the Dragon Kingdom to the younger generation. Teacher, do you have a candidate? Out of respect, Lu Zai wanted to hear his teacher's opinion on who should be better to give this Eternal Eye to. It's not just around the corner. Lu Ru's willow eyebrows slanted as she looked towards Li Zhuangzhuan, who was eating a banana on the side. Me, seeing both Lu Zeno and teacher Lu looking at himself, Li Zhuangzhuan froze. What kind of fucking luck did he have again? This Eternal Eye was enough to trigger a duel between the Blue Star Twin Saints, and it was just going to be given to him? Is this appropriate? Li Zhuangzhuang asked cautiously. You know, Elder Jiang and his group of powerhouses have been waiting for this opportunity for decades, and I don't feel senior enough. For the sake of the future of the Dragon Kingdom, you shouldn't shirk. The entire Blue Star, you are the only one who possesses the Gold Master talent. Its rarity can be imagined, and after you obtained Lu Zai's gold mine enhancement, It's only a matter of time before you advance to eternity in the next few days, and this eye of eternity should rightfully be given to you. Lu Ru explained. Lu Zai nodded. I also think it's appropriate. Encouraged by the two, Li Zhuangzhuang also revealed an expression of being benevolent. Good. Wait for another day. If I have 100 tons of gold, let's see if I don't go to the gate of the end to lift those foreign beasts to the ground. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had a heart. Lu Zai suddenly thought of a very buggy way to become stronger. He looked at teacher Lu Ru with some excitement and inquired, Teacher, didn't you say that after advancing to eternity, I can make things? Can I make gold? Lu Ru and Li Zhuangzhuang simultaneously revealed horrified expressions after hearing this sentence. What logical ghostwriter? How did you come up with this? Lu Ru silently nodded. Yes, the eternal realm can change the internal structure of matter. Even the macroscopic structure? For example, my whip is a kind of dark matter. It can devour its own energy and amplify it dozens of times, making it extremely powerful in its attacks. In the middle of the killing formation, it was only because of the whip absorbing my own eternal eyes that I was able to break through the killing formation. If you want to make gold, the quantity will be limited by your strength. But I guess, getting 10 or 8 tons a day shouldn't be a problem. That's good. Lu Zai had already planned a path to dominate the heavens with his good brother. Lu Zai made gold. Li Zhuangzhuang continuously multiplied his strength with the help of the gold master's talent, and he would have a chance to dry out that mysterious superior one day. 10 tons? 8 tons? Teacher, you look down on the students too much. My spiritual power said to rise. This production shall not be doubled several times? How bold a man is. How productive the earth is. When are you going to start? Lu Ru looked at Lu Zai. Now, Lu Zeno couldn't wait. After all, there were still 18 final threats out there, and he still had to go and expand the land and discover higher-leveled exotic beasts to boost the base yield of survival points. 2,000 survival points a minute was no longer enough to satisfy Lu Zeno's ambition now. In the middle of the wilderness, Lu Zai sat on the ground and began to break the realm of eternity. Li Zhuangzhuang, on the other hand, was waiting with anticipation for his good brother to hand-rub gold for himself. The 20 million spiritual power washed over Lu Zeno's 5 organs like a waterfall. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and the last hurdle, which was the kidneys. This time when he advanced to the realm of eternity, Lu Zai felt that he was not singularly rushing through the barrier of a certain organ, but rather, he was penetrating the 5 organs with his own power. The power in his body was flowing freely like never before, and the 5 organs were rapidly penetrated without any obstacles. A red energy shockwave quickly rose up into the sky from the top of Lu Zai's head to merge into the clouds, then stirred away. It's done! Lu Zai looked at the red ability flowing all over his body and was delighted. And there was an additional attribute bar in Lu Zeno's system. Creation LV1, 0/100. Crap! Artifact creation can have a level? Lu Zeno tried to create gold by himself, and he realized that his mind possessed the knowledge of all things in time, physical structure, and chemical properties, which was provided to him by advancing to the eternal realm. Creation wasn't created out of thin air. Lu Zai held a stone in his hand and prepared to turn it into gold. He utilized his creation ability to change the material composition of the stone, the nature of the elements. In the next moment, a stone was transformed into 100% pure gold, a scene that excited both Li Zhuangzhuang and Lu Zeno. Lu Zeno had a sudden thought. If all the foreign beasts are the creations of the strong, proving that they can give life to their creations, can I make gold rich in life as well? In the next moment, Lu Zeno controlled the gold into the shape of a small tiger with his spiritual power, and then tried to incorporate life into it. Ding! The level of the creation is not enough to incorporate life. The spiritual power is not enough to invoke the life creation ability. Sure enough, a strong person who could create a foreign beast was still terrifying. Lu Zai looked towards the 400,000 survival points lying in his system. This was his gain from simply hanging out for a few hours, and he began to raise his creation level. Ding! You have successfully raised your creation level to LV6, 0/100000. Can. Lu Zeno had a level 6 artifact. The direct efficiency increased many times. Although he couldn't do the integration into life, the efficiency of turning stones into gold was already many times higher. Lu Zeno had a guess. Later on, after his mental power was stronger, would he be able to create a unit like the Golden Giant, the Golden Saint, or even integrate a talent sequence for him? Between Lu Zai's thoughts, a stone block lying on the ground weighing 10 tons had already changed rapidly, becoming more and more solid and golden. Li Zhuangzhuang, thick gift crab. Invincible. Li Zhuangzhuang immediately absorbed this 10 tons of gold greedily, and his body underwent a horrifying change. A shockwave of multicolored energy directly exploded, which was only dispersed by Lu Zai by snapping his fingers and using his spiritual power. You don't say. Snapping his fingers is a really handsome move. The creation just now had caused Lu Zai to consume a lot of mental power. And Lu Zai realized just how powerful the creation needed to be. And the new 10 tons of gold that was added just now directly allowed Li Zhuangzhuang to succeed in breaking the boundary without any obstacles, directly advancing to immortality. What is even more outrageous is that Li Zhuangzhuang summoned all of his gold, which turned into a golden liquid floating above Li Zhuangzhuang's head. Li Zhuangzhuang's eyes were tightly closed. Brother Lu, my talent sequence seems to have broken through. I seem to be able to do the fusion of myself now. What do you mean? Lu Zai didn't have the golden master talent again and didn't quite understand. But as soon as the lesson was over, he saw a bizarre scene. Those liquid gold directly turned into a waterfall and blasted towards Li Zhuangzhuang, merging into Li Zhuangzhuang's body. Li Zhuangzhuang's aura skyrocketed, hissing like a maniac. This is the golden master. He transformed into a golden gladiator, 10 meters tall, carrying a golden battle sword, which was intimidating just by looking at it. Good guy, it's so damn outrageous. Just promoted to immortal. This aura is actually as fierce as a late immortal. So this golden master talent upgrade after transforming into a golden gladiator must have increased Li Zhuangzhuang a lot. Lu Zai felt that there was still spiritual energy left in his body, and it was recovering quickly. Come on, brother, have another pile. Lu Zino used his spiritual power again to turn a few boulders on the cliff wall into gold and integrated them into Strong Li's body. Lu Zino had to raise Strong Li to a terrifying intensity, because Lu Zino knew that there was no way for him to go to the land of the end to resist the beast tide. That would unnecessarily raise his level up. And when the time came, there was no way to kill bosses over the top, and his base gain would be stuck at 2,000 survival points per point forever. This won't work. I'm the man who wants to become a god. I can't have a bottleneck. And there is no harm in leveling up Li Zhuangzhuang. Even killing foreign beasts is more beneficial as you can gain an increase in attributes. So Lu Zai of the Eternal Realm, while resting to recover his mental strength, desperately rubbed gold on Li Zhuangzhuang's hands. An entire afternoon passed. Lu Zai took care of 100 tons of gold. He waved his hand at Li Zhuangzhuang. I can't fucking do it. Rest for a while. Brother, what are you drinking? What do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you. Li Zhuangzhuang had a fawning face. To this brother, he would remember it all his life. It was he who created everything for himself, killing the Sakura legend to give him a takeover, and then gave him the eternal heart, and now he also gave him gold rubbing. Isn't this the real brother of the legendary half-brother? Lu Zai waved his hand. There is no free lunch in the world, let alone gold. You have to go and seal those terminal Fey beasts. The heavy responsibility of saving Kyoto and saving the Dragon Kingdom is in your hands. Li Zhuangzhuang, why are you looking at me? You're the savior. You're the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Zai had a firm face. Really? Go ahead. But you're the only saint of the Dragon Kingdom. How could I be the savior? Li Zhuangzhuang said. I don't believe it. Lu Zai shook his head. How can I compare to your growth speed? In the future you will be the only one in Dragon Kingdom to impact above the saints. While brother Lu, I can only rub gold for you every day as a logistic. Now that I'm going to go to top level 80, I have to pave the way for you, brother. Li Zhuangzhuang stood up with a brush, lifted his gold fighter form and resumed his human form to give Lu Zai a bear hug. Big brother, 5,555 inch. Lu Zai ended the pie painting and pushed Li Zhuangzhuang away. Okay, go. Li Zhuangzhuang took one step and turned back 3 times. Big brother, go to the topography, be careful. Got it. Big brother, when I save the world, we'll go back to our Binhai hometown for a drink. Got it. After sending off the savior, Lu Zai was in a hurry to go to the Cherry Blossom country's rich stone mountain, because it was rumored that there was a wildly alienated land there that had never been conquered, and even the double saints of the dragon country had once tried to open up this place but failed. Teacher Lu had told Lu Zai that he could only pioneer level 60, and level 61 to 80 alien beast bosses existed in that area. After Lu Zai recovered most of his mental strength, he took a step out. The void shattered, and the eternally strong, even if they were separated by 10,000 miles, they would arrive with a single thought. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom saw the Dragon Kingdom awakened person coming at this moment, and they kneeled down. They knew that the Allied forces without Olander was the same as the West without Jerusalem. Now they only had the part of bowing down, and even the Allied countries took the initiative to send their own immortals to apply to enter the northern outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom to suppress the end. Cherry Blossom villain mentality is just a matter of forceful conquest for the people of this country, who fear authority but not virtue. Lu Zai didn't care about those kneeling awakened. They could kneel for as long as they liked. He climbed up the Fushur mountain range on his own. This was an active volcano, with magma still spewing from its crater, and it was rumored that the interior of the volcano was huge, harboring thousands of exotic beasts. Lu Zai leapt down from the crater, and the topiary began. In the northern suburb of the Dragon Kingdom, the immortals of the allied forces in coordination with the Dragon Kingdom immortals were suppressing the endgame. According to the performance of the energy of the endgame last month, the immortal powerhouses were enough to suppress it. However, this time, the 18 terminal gates in the northern suburb collectively broke the ban and showed a strength that was very terrifying. All the immortals from the entire Blue Star had come, and both sides were fighting a war of attrition, in a stalemate. Just at this time, a 15-meter-tall golden gladiator rushed into the battlefield, carrying a 10-meter-long golden battle sword that split vertically from the sky. An endless senator immediately chopped off his left arm, hissing. The immortals of various countries were startled. Dare I ask the name of this good man? Li Zhuangzhuang's battle sword dragged the ground forward. His head didn't turn back towards the gate of the endless. Only a rude voice came out. I, Li Zhuangzhuang, you can also call me savior. The whole scene on the spot petrified. This is really Galen out of the endless. Silence and storm. Li Zhuangzhuang's joining directly let the balance of victory began to pour. A few hundred tons of weight of the golden gladiator waving a golden sword like an ancient demon god general martial arts. At this moment, Li Zhuangzhuang really feel that he may be the savior of the world. Looking at the side of a head after a head of fallen final foreign beasts, he killed more and more thick. Our brother is the Dragon Kingdom Saint Lu Zai. Our teacher is the last saint. Judging from this origin, there is no reason why he is not the savior. At this moment, Li Zhuangzhuang's heart was incomparably determined, leading the Blue Star immortal powerhouses to rush towards the rolling tide of beasts. On the other side, in the crater of Sakura country's Fushur Mountain, Lu Zai leapt down into the interior of the volcano. The magma here was boiling hot, and boulders were constantly rolling down the surrounding cliff walls, which were immediately shattered by Lu Zai's heaven-devouring fragment in a matter of moments. Within the magma, a bizarre creature gradually emerged. Level 65 boss, faceless demon. Level 72 boss, two-headed giant. Lu Zino took a glance and saw that it was full of bosses, because this place had never been conquered. It was a place for pioneering, and as long as you killed the corresponding level boss, you were considered to have successfully pioneered to a certain level. And Lu Zino's goal was to kill the ultimate level 80 boss here. An ordinary level 70 beast charged furiously, and Lu Zino waved his hand contemptuously. Scram! He didn't even bother killing it. It would gain useless experience value. The Fey beast was directly wrapped in spiritual power and was slapped out an unknown distance, finally landing precisely in a city center at the foot of the rich stone mountain, causing countless commotions. The Fey beast even slapped the god's shelter that they had dedicated to their ancestors, shattering it all over the place. Even if it was an ordinary Fey beast, but it was up to level 70. It wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. Lu Zai didn't bother with all this crap, dying poor or not. As long as it is close to their own, ordinary beasts are packed and thrown out. Remember to use light force. Do not pinch the dead. To ensure that fresh, Lu Zai did carefully. Lu Zino felt that if he ran over the city below at this time and shouted, "Open the door. Your delivery," it was estimated that the other party could die of anger alive. The entire city was in chaos, and those Sakura people were on their knees. Please, don't throw it, don't throw it. As for those berserk bosses, Lu Zino treated them differently. Double standard to the extreme, and directly shot them on the spot. After his own level reached level 60, upgrading became more and more difficult. This is a damn good thing. Even if it's a cross-level kill, boss does not give me experience. I have no complaints. Lu Zai was alone in the middle of the rich stone mountain and fought with all the bosses. At first it was easy to kill 100 bosses, leveling up to level 61. Later on, he felt more and more that something was wrong. The number of these beast bosses was too terrifying. They kept pouring out from the center of the earth, and they were getting stronger and stronger. It was like a game of breakout. Someone was always challenging your limits. This kind of feeling, as if someone behind the scenes is manipulating you. Even he very much hopes that you become more and more powerful. Lu Zino doesn't have the time to think about that much right now, and is focused on earning basic survival point gains. Basic survival point gain +1 prompts continue to come from the system. The attacks that Lu Zino encountered also became more and more violent. Boom! Several hundred level 70 plus Fey bosses directly teamed up to launch an attack, and they could actually merge. These hundreds of Fey beasts slammed into each other and fused together, their figures soaring and their strength soaring. What kind of ghost talent is this? I damn well want it too. Lu Zai was shocked in his heart. In the next moment, a terrifying giant made up of hundreds of foreign beasts, over 200 meters tall, comparable to a skyscraper, directly punched through the side of the rich stone mountain. The mountain began to shake violently, collapsing and sliding, and there was no doubt that the city below the mountain was about to suffer. Lu Zai leapt up and hovered in mid-air. He saw the devastated city at the foot of Fushur Mountain and sighed in his heart. the city is gone anyway, why don't you lend it to me? Metal storm, rise. The 10 doppelgangers lined up side by side in the void, and 30 million mental energy surged wildly. At this moment, the metal storm unleashed by Lu Zeno could already affect a range that reached 100 meters plus 300,000 meters, or 300 kilometers in range, almost covering half of Sakura country. He wanted to empty this country's metal, borrowing the metal of the Sakura country to fight to the death with this merged boss. The Sakura country was broadcasting this battle live at the moment, and as they watched the screen of the 10 Luzai working together to crazily empty this country's metal, they fell into despair. They all knew that this country was considered finished. The steel cables of the bridges were drained by him, and the bridges immediately collapsed. The steel structure of the houses was drained away, and large swaths of the city were reduced to nothing. Pots and pans in the house, anything with a bit of metal in it, disappeared. Spoons in the hands of small children all fucking ran away. An old man's inlaid large gold teeth flew high into the sky, and the old man cursed at the high altitude. Lu Zeno's behavior warmed the four seasons and shocked the entire Sakura country as a whole to the core. Ding! Your feat has shocked the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Spiritual power plus 5 million. Luzai, well done for coming. Thank you for the gift of nature. Add 4 million spirit and 1 million physique to me. Ding! The addition is successful. Current spiritual strength is 24 million. Constitution is 4 million. Life value, 40 million. The merged behemoth grew countless tentacles, and its body was an oval shape. Extremely ugly, like a large plush ball. These tentacles could freely stretch and turn into extremely violent whips that lashed at Lu Zeno. And Lu Zeno's metal storm had already reached a state of madness. Those metals borrowed from the Sakura country flew high into the sky and were directly quenched by spiritual power into billions of flying arrows. These flying arrows were storing up their power and pulling it full in the sky, emitting clicking metal sounds, ready to launch an attack at any time. The 11 Lu Zenos simultaneously pointed with one hand towards the giant beast in front of them. Chop! At that moment, the sun lost its light. Billions of arrows were like pouring rain mercilessly ravaging the entire rich stone mountain. The endless tentacles were chopped off one by one. But how powerful was the giant beast? It was formed by the amalgamation of hundreds of bosses, and the energy in its body was extremely violent. In the next second, it regrew thousands of tentacles. Chop again. Lu Zeno seemed to be playing a game of fruit cutting, growing out one and chopping it, the main one being stubborn. While those bosses inside the rich stone mountain were still joining the fusion, the behemoth's body was expanding more and more, playing a war of attrition with Lu Zeno. However, the constantly refreshing brakes on his body were broken, moving hundreds of billions of damage. That family could withstand it? After 10 minutes of stalemate, after all the bosses of the entire Fushur mountain had fused cleanly, the entire Fushur mountain was also leveled by this great battle. This mountainous area was turned into a plain. Lu Zeno looked towards a soup circle with a diameter of 400 meters on the plain. That's right, this giant beast no longer has the ability to grow its tentacles. It was chipped cleanly, and its shape turned into a soup circle. In the next moment, Lu Zai synthesized billions of metal arrows into a metal spear. Said spear, in fact, it is a big iron pillar hardened by all the metals of the country, and directly stabbed it in. Thank you for the trembling Fuershi's Xiaxiuqiu reward for the Great God certification. When I get out of the hospital plus more to make up for it. Ding! You have successfully killed 2,810 bosses, and your current base gain has been raised to 5,000 survival points per point, and Lu Zeno's level was upgraded to level 80. 5,000 survival points / point. An hour is 300,000. A day 7. 2 million survival points. Very top. This volcano in front of him has lost its meaning to him again. Gone. Lu Zai smiled faintly. Just this battle let the Sakura country sink 5 meters. The whole country area shrunk by 56%. The elevation is too low. Are submerged. With the improvement of spiritual power, Lu Zai's perception ability became more and more powerful. He looked into the void and found that the air, the clouds were different, and even the cracks in the earth could see a trace of black energy substance lingering around. This energy? It's exactly the same as the energy of the terminal alien beast. Lu Zai muttered under his breath, but in his heart, he was shocked. Could it be that the entire blue star was a creation? Can't care about that much now. Go home and rub gold first. The next thing, Lu Zai was definitely preparing to raise both the creation level and the other talents to a higher level, and his spiritual power continued to increase, trying to bring out a different effect from his talents and creations. Lu Zeno thought of something. If just now after he had emptied the metal of Sakura Nation and then gave life to those metals, then wouldn't that be another powerful helper for himself? No. Why is my pattern so low? When my spiritual power is strong enough, I damn empty the eagle sauce, cherry blossom, kangaroo, San all the country's metal to create a blue star giant is not a problem. The pattern must be big. What realm has that powerful person who can create an entire blue planet beast to fight against humans reached in the end? What exactly was his purpose? All of this left Lu Zeno in deep thought. But one thing was certain. He had to be strong enough to absolutely crush. He couldn't take half a risk. Well, the life value should be massive. The diversion should be many. It is very important to save your life. There is also a list of one's accomplices. Li Zhuangzhuang must also be strong enough. I believe that the two of us are working together, and under the same circumstances, we will definitely be able to pull this big brother down. Jia. Lu Zai laughed merrily and took a step out of the void, returning to the Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. Big brother, you're back. You are unaware of how furious today's final beast tide was. I led everyone to suppress a total of 6 final gates, sealing them completely. Lu Zai, who had just returned to Kyoto, was pulled by Li Zhuangzhuang for a wild show. 6666. I've said it all. This world can't work without you. Lu Zai struck the iron while it was hot, giving Li Zhuangzhuang a wave of thought steel seal to reinforce the sealing effect. Ha, that's true. Li Zhuangzhuang thought deeply. Others were casually saying it, but he came true. Let's go. Rub gold. Without saying a word, Lu Zai took Li Zhuangzhuang and headed to the outskirts of the city. As a craftsman himself, this matter of rubbing gold, I'm afraid that he would have to stick to it all the time. Taking a look at his survival points, after the accumulation of this great battle, it had come to 850,000 tons. Lu Zai didn't hesitate to add points on artifacts. Creation, LV9, 0/500,000. After consuming hundreds of thousands of survival points, it was raised to level 9. Now with the 24 million mental power with the level 9 artifact, I believe that the efficiency of rubbing gold has increased a lot more. While passing by the Kyoto city defense, Lu Zeno and Li Zhuangzhuang heard the immortal powerhouses who had just returned from the Gate of the End discussing the current situation of Blue Star. It seems that the sage's guess was right. This world still exists and its terrifying powerhouses. I have a feeling that the energies of the Gate of the End have strengthened again. It's as if they have no upper limit. They are constantly testing our strength and seem to be toying with us. Yes, with such a terrifying existence, I don't know how long we can actually last. If any of the hidden powerhouses get tired of playing with us and start a battle of extermination, will there be no more Blue Star? Very likely. No matter what, we as immortals can only fight to the death. Lu has met the saint. While the discussion was going on wonderfully, the crowd spotted Lu Zai, who was overlooking them from the air, and the group of people arched their hands and saluted. Lu Zai came to the front of the crowd. As a saint of the Dragon Kingdom, it was necessary for him to stabilize the heart of the army and give the Dragon Kingdom hope and courage to fight. He looked around at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Dragon Kingdom will win. Blue Star will live forever." After saying this, he turned around and left with Li Zhuangzhuang. Even Lu Zai himself didn't know that after he left, this group of immortal powerhouses, even if they were extremely powerful in spirit, were deeply affected by his words, repeating in their mouths, "The Dragon Country will win. Blue Star will live forever." This sentence had become a subtle thought imprint gradually taking shape, and Lu Zeno, who had left, received a terrifying system prompt. Ding! Major opportunity. Major opportunity. Host, you have most likely obtained the hidden sequence information. You are awakening the talent sequence 01, Thought Steel Seal. Progress of 10%. Lu Zeno. What the hell is Thought Steel Seal? It seems like I've heard of it in some novel. I just don't know if this Thought Steel Seal is serious or not. System. What is Thought Steel Seal? Lu Zeno asked without understanding, communicating with the system in his mind. Thought Steel Seal can influence humans with lower mental power than yourself, implanting them with unwavering beliefs. This is not the same as manipulation. What Thought Steel Seal implanted must be some kind of belief, some kind of will. When this kind of belief and will is successfully implanted, you can obtain the power of faith from these people, and the power of faith can be continuously converted into mental power to nourish the host. Thick gift crab. Listen. Is this the gold content of Talent 01? Lu Zai now realized why he really believed in it when he made a joke about Li Zhuangzhuang being the savior. It's not that people are naive, it's that he's too strong. But the sequence talent hasn't been fully comprehended yet, and this effect isn't very obvious yet. It just possesses a little bit of a brainwashing effect, but there's still a certain distance away from the Thought Steel Seal. For example, he himself is not receiving the power of faith back now. System. How do I increase the awakening progress of talent sequence 01 Thought Steel Seal? Lu Zai couldn't wait to obtain this magical talent now. It's very simple. Killing foreign beasts and killing awakened people can all increase the progress. The stronger the object you kill, the faster the progress bar increases. I see. Then I'm relieved. Lu Zai murmured in his heart. After arriving at the outskirts of the city, Lu Zai landed on the ground and was motionless all the time communicating with the system. Li Zhuangzhuang on the side was anxious. Big brother, don't daze rub up oh. Good. Lu Zai, who had returned to his senses, slapped one hand towards a small mountain. Today he was going to try to turn this small hill into a golden mountain. After all, the stronger Li Zhuangzhuang was, the future also equaled the stronger he was and the more powerful the power of faith provided under the steel seal of thought. Lu Zai is planning to go to the topography of level 100. I heard that the location is in the city of Nyoyo in the Eagle Jam country. They must be very welcoming to me, just like those awakened people at the foot of the rich stone mountain. This time, the primary purpose of the topography is to unlock the thought steel seal. I would like to see how awesome this top-ranked talent is. Level 100's topography. Blue Star has never been attempted by anyone. Even the previous double saints have only been to the rich stone mountain to topography once, and it ended in failure. It was also during this trusteeship process that Lu Ru felt the existence of the higher powers, and the strength of the foreign beasts was always superior to that of humans. This time was also the same. The 18 final lands on the northern outskirts of Kyoto had 11 of them sealed by the Dragon Kingdom in conjunction with immortal powerhouses from all over the world. However, the remaining 7 places were getting harder and harder to be sealed, and even the savior Li Zhuangzhuang failed to take them down after he made a move. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Zai was rubbing gold for Li Zhuangzhuang, and for 3 days, Lu Zai gained 2 million survival points every day, totaling 6 million survival points, in addition to taking out 500,000 survival points to raise the level of the creation from level 9 to level 10. The other survival points added 20 million survival points to the mental strength, 1 million to the physique, and the remaining 100,000 to the bottom of the box, and Li Zhuangzhuang's gold reserves reached a staggering 1,500 tons in 3 days. This number is unprecedented. Many countries do not have so much gold in their reserves, but today, Lu Zai's spiritual power reached 44 million, and after gaining a metamorphosis after the creation level 10, he was able to hand rub 1,000 tons of gold in a single day. Now that Lu Zeno was at creation level 10, he could already make his creation have certain life attributes and a certain consciousness. For example, the gold it rubbed out could flow like a liquid, could turn into a human or a beast, and could take on any form at Lu Zeno's command. As expected, after obtaining 500 tons of gold, Li Zhuangzhuang's strength unexpectedly reached the peak of immortality directly, and with the eternal eye, he was about to become the only saint in the Dragon Kingdom. On the 4th day, Lu Zai consumed his spiritual power to rub out a golden giant, which weighed 1,000 tons, and the golden giant rushed directly towards Li Zhuangzhuang according to Lu Zai's instructions and merged into his body. The golden gladiator incarnated by Zhuangzhuang Li gave a loud shout, and the bright golden light shot up into the sky. Even the Dragon Country space station could see this magnificent sight from a space perspective. On this day, Li Zhuangzhuang advanced to eternity, and the Dragon Kingdom entered the era of the dual saints. On the 5th day, Lu Zeno's survival points had once again accumulated to 14.5 million. Lu Zai had increased his spiritual power by 11 million, reaching 55 million in spiritual power, 8 million in physique, 80 million in life value, and 98% in damage reduction. On this day, the double saints of the Dragon Kingdom announced that they had entered the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's Nyoyao City to pioneer a level 100 alienation land for humanity. The people of Nyoyao City ran around and bought standing tickets overnight to relocate their families. After all, everything that happened at the foot of the rich stone mountain has long been spread on the network. It is a person who watched the liver trembling from the volcano directly pulled out the berserk beasts to other people's cities airdrop. This kind of thing, only the Dragon Country Great Saint can do it. But what's the use? Protest? Effective? Resist? Can you beat it? The weak were defeated, without any choice. What's more, the one who came this time is not a saint. Or damn too. Double happiness. This day, broad daylight, clear sky. In a bull about the city, people did not recruit who did not mess with who in the early morning. Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang driving arrived. One is a body as high as 100 meters of gold fighters, weight 3,500 tons. One is the Demon King with 10 doppelgangers following behind him. Lu Zai. Saints do their work, idlers retreat. Li Zhuangzhuang shouted loudly, and the people of Nyojiao City in the Eagle Sauce country below accelerated to flee. The two of them arrived at the Freedom Island of Nyojiao City, where there was their iconic building, the Freedom Man statue. Ever since this place was alienated, no one dared to enter Freedom Island, and it had become the most terrifying and highest-ranked alienated place in Blue Star. Never conquered. Originally, the Freedom Male God statue was only 46 meters tall, but after being alienated, He seemed to be given life and grew to 300 meters, becoming a giant like a giant in the sky. The torch in his hand also became hotter and hotter, as if it could burn up everything on earth, only to see the idol's eyes like torches, angrily staring at Luzino and the two of them. He swung the torch violently, and the entire Freedom Island immediately became a sea of fire, and countless fey beasts rose up amidst the raging flames. I'll leave the ordinary fey beasts to you. I'll take care of the rest, Luzino arranged. No, I'll take care of the bosses. You kill the ordinary fey beasts. This is in line with my savior's setting. Li Zhuangzhuang had a firm face. Luzino sucked in a breath of cool air. Finished poisoning too deep this kid. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zai exhorted, Savior are in times of crisis to save the world. This kind of foreign beasts is not your turn to take action. Save your strength. Savior, the strongest behind the curtain is gazing at you. Li Zhuangzhuang put his hands behind his back and nodded silently. You're right. I was careless. Then Brother Lu, do it. Lu Zai let out a long breath of relief, then united the 10 doppelgangers to charge at those terrifying level 81 to 100 bosses. The berserk spiritual power shattered the brokenness of the beast bosses one by one, and those giant beasts exploded one after another. The blood mist spattered on top of the sea of fire, steaming up a piece of mist, and the air was full of blood. Gold fighter Li Zhuangzhuang is a punch a small steak dish. Those ordinary beasts in its hands cannot survive 2 rounds. This kind of punch a calling monster feeling. Li Zhuangzhuang deep in it, cannot be extricated. Golden gladiator rolled around on the field. The 30-meter long golden battle knife even danced out of the sonic boom. Those foreign beasts have their heads, of course, except for those foreign beasts that don't have a head in the first place. They were sliced in half vertically by Li Zhuangzhuang. The feeling of being able to kill bosses again makes Lu Zai feel uncontrollably happy, and the tone of the system's survival point base game +1/+1 is like heavenly music. Sentence revenge 10 years is not too late, and these two brothers revenge. From morning to night, this battle was fought from dawn to dusk. A white moon slowly rose, and the male god on Freedom Island was pierced through 108 holes by Luzino's heaven-devouring fragment. It slowly fell, and the sea of fire gradually subsided, returning the world to clarity. There were no more foreign beasts in Nyoyao City, and at the same time the city ceased to exist. Other people talk about solving problems by treating the symptoms and the root cause. Lu Zai, Li Zhuangzhuang, two people solve the problem is to directly treat the root cause. The city of Oxford is gone. The perfect solution to the problem. At this moment, Luzino suddenly realized that something was wrong. He turned his head to look at Li Zhuangzhuang. Zhuangzhuang, something is wrong. Li Zhuangzhuang also nodded his head repeatedly. No new topaz has appeared. Could it be? That's right. All of Blue Star's previous grades of topography lands were opened up little by strong human beings, and new higher grade topography lands would appear in Blue Star. But this time, there was no movement. Blue Star didn't appear higher than level 100 toplands. Could it be that the strength of that supreme powerful one was only that much more? He is unable to create foreign beasts that are higher than level 100? Just as the two people were rejoicing in their hearts, Freedom Island began to shake violently, and Freedom Island split into two, and the ground cracked open with a huge rift. The cracks were immediately filled with seawater, and the sea was choppy, and in the midst of the crack slowly rose a huge object. To be precise, it was an eye. It was wrapped in thick black energy. It was impossible to see the real thing. Peak returning to truth realm, Eye of the Void. The giant eye locked onto Luzino and emitted a toothsome sound, like a demon whispering. Hello, my realm breaker. Your realm breaker? I don't recognize you. What's the origin of this big-eyed monster? Luzino didn't understand the other party's origin, so he naturally chose not to speak. But Li Zhuangzhuang next to him was different. He was convinced that he was the savior and saw an ultimate boss. His fists were clenched to the point of crunching. He looked angrily at the other party and said boldly, Today, only one of us can survive. Lu Zai's back went cold and hurriedly covered Li Zhuangzhuang's mouth. Brother, wait first. Don't be so reckless. Let's observe first. Li Zhuangzhuang shook his head. Let go of me. There is no word of retreat in the Savior's dictionary. Not to mention Luzino. Even the big-eyed monster in the distance looked confused. Even though it possessed the 500-meter diameter Kazran big eyes, it didn't see where Li Zhuangzhuang's bottom came from. Oscar, little gold man. Don't act. Don't act. The big-eyed monster directly sprayed a black energy on Li Zhuangzhuang. The other party was instantly knocked back to its original form. The big-eyed monster reorganized its language and carelessly said, I am not your enemy, nor am I a friend. I just used you humans. Crap. Is this the legendary loud conspiracy? How presumptuous. Lu Zai gazed at the big-eyed monster. What was the reason for all of this? Now the time has come to unravel the mystery. Right? The source of the Fae, the sequence talent, and where you came from. The big-eyed monster blinked. Well, you're right. It's time. It has to start with my failure to become a god. There are countless gods in the universe. There are main gods. There are pseudo-gods. They occupy all kinds of galaxies, control the fate of all living things in the heavens. The purpose is to accumulate their own power and ascend to the throne of the gods. But this also has unexpected circumstances. It was when I was ascending to the pseudo-god throne with the Return to Truth realm that I encountered a competitor. And the galaxy I was in had a Star World war with the competitor. And in the end, I lost. And the galaxy I was in declined from then on. And the galaxy we were in took the sequence pathway. That is, Blue Star's current gifted sequence. And my pathway to godhood is inheritance. I had to lead a race that rose to prominence by the sequence pathway, and crashed to Blue Star, lurking under the deep sea, and also created billions of terminal alien beasts, and also brought the gift sequence to mankind. And I'm now about to enter the 12 days of godhood. I will break through the throne of the void, and climb up to the throne of godhood one step at a time. And in return, after I've left, Blue Star will be granted everlasting peace. The eye of the void struck a beam of light above the void, and Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang vaguely saw a god throne emerge, and then disappear in the next second. Lu Zai didn't quite believe Big Eye's planning for the sequence talent he had left behind. If it was that powerful, it wouldn't have been beaten by others to take refuge in the Blue Star. But one thing was certain. This big-eyed monster definitely couldn't kill itself. A boundary breaker. Before it became a god. As if it was precisely because it had broken the level 100 topping cap that it had this chance to become a god. And it seemed to not dare to kill itself before it failed to become a god. Otherwise, why was it so polite to itself? It had cleansed I don't know how many cities with its foreign beasts before, and it had never seen it be so soft-hearted. Great God, where did the sequence pathway come from? I want to know. Lu Zai maintained a humble attitude, but inwardly, he was thinking about how to pull it down from the altar. What kind of bullshit pseudo-gods? How many people have been killed in my dragon kingdom, and they just want to run away? The eye of the void looked at Lu Zai. A beam of gaze hit the void. A piece of image appeared. Just like watching a movie. It was an extremely prosperous life planet. Giant trees, big rivers, lakes, everywhere, with one big-eyed monster after another living on it. Suddenly a meteorite landed on the planet, and in the crater, the big-eyed monsters found a strange stone tablet. This is our planet. This stone tablet is a fragmented record of a portion of the sequence of talents. It is with this known information of the sequence pathway that we have gone to glory. And when our living planet gave birth to the first false god, we realized that there are so many beings in the universe who are in pursuit of a higher pinnacle. And this monolith, which we call the Chaos Monolith, points to the origins of the universe, to those powerful and ancient beings we call the old days. Old days? Lu Zai's heart was shaken. How powerful would these existences about the origin of the universe be? And could they be challenged when their absolute value was large enough? Are these old days a threat to us? A series of doubts were left unanswered for him. And after Lu Zai's journey to the north and south during this period of time, he believed one thing. Absolute safety comes from absolute strength. One has to refuel oneself. Do you have any more questions? The eye of the void looked at the duo. Li Zhuangzhuang was so angry that he didn't squeak. In his opinion, all heretics have to fucking die. Especially this kind of old imbi behind the scenes. Shall not die well. If it wasn't for his big brother pulling him back, he would have gone up high and low to gather a few hairs down. Lu Zai mouth, great God, I have no more questions. Lu Zai's mental, great God, I want to pull you down. The eye of the void nodded in satisfaction. After 12 days, I will leave the Blue Star. For these 12 days, I shall not be disturbed. After saying that, it blossomed with terrifying black energy, and these black energies gushed out from its large eyes, rushing straight into the void, breaking open a spatial vortex above the void. And within the vortex there was a radiant divine throne emitting a strange stream of light. Today, the Void Clan returned to the divine throne. After the eye of the void finished speaking, its figure swept into the air, a pedestal made of energy. It picked up the steps. Each step was very difficult, and the distance leading to the divine throne would take as long as 12 days to walk up. Lu Zai was delighted and offered his hands. May the void god return to the divine throne. After Lu Zai finished speaking, he pulled Li Zhuangzhuang to leave Freedom Island immediately. He understood that he only had 12 days, and within 12 days, he would pull the eye of the void under the water, step onto the divine throne himself, and achieve pseudo-god. What kind of heaven and earth is above pseudo-god? Lu Zai's heart yearned. White big brother, why don't you let me fight him to the death? Returning to the outskirts of the countryside, Li Zhuangzhuang was indignant. The steel imprints of his thoughts were too deep, and his savior's ambition was already bursting at the seams. Be at ease, old brother. Don't we still have 12 days? After 12 days, let's. Lu Zai used his spirit to communicate with Li Zhuangzhuang while making a neck-wiping motion. Li Zhuangzhuang understood in a second. Then we continue to rub gold now? Of course then. You're the savior. I have to help you. Lu Zai thought of an advertising slogan, I use my hands to fulfill your dreams. At the same time, Lu Zino looked at his system. After a day of fighting, Lu Zino's survival point gain came to 10,000 per point. At the same time, there were 10 million survival points lying in the system, and by killing those level 80 to 100 boss level creatures, his thought steel seal unlocking progress had come to 69%. Darn it, there weren't many monsters to kill now. It seemed that the only way was to wait until he became a false god. Lu Zino would never believe in the Void Eye's nonsense about Blue Star enjoying peace forever after it left. Lu Zai firmly believed that peace would only come when the enemies died out. Lu Zino was now level 100, and as he raised his eyes, there were no more bosses on this planet that he could kill over level. His own survival point gain reached 10,000 points per minute. An hour was 600,000. 4 million in a day. After 12 days, that would be over 100 million. Well, enough for himself to step into the Return to Truth realm. But that's not enough. Lu Ziyi has to find a way to pull up Li Zhuang's battle power as well. Mixed doubles always have a higher probability of success than going solo yourself. Without any hesitation, let's get to work. Lu Zino hurriedly added all the 10 million survival points in the system to spiritual power, and his attributes received an unprecedented boost. Host, Lu Zai. Level, LV 100, 0. 5%. Realm, Eternal Realm. Life value, 80 million. Physique, 8 million, 98% damage reduction. Spirit, 65 million. Strength, 33,684. Agility, 32,790. Strike rate, 100%. Strike damage, 277%. Armor break, 47.5%. Damage increase, 40%. Survival points, 10,000, growing. Talent sequence 20, Metal Manipulation LV 10, 0/1, 000. Talent sequence 04, Immortal Body LV 10, 0/1, 000. Talent sequence 05, Brokenness LV 10, 0/1 million. Eternal Creation, LV 10, 0/1 million. Talent sequence 01, Steel Seal of Thought, 68%. With 65 million mental power, Lu Zai's mind moved, and a large area of rock in front of him was all converted into gold in the turn of a thought. Lu Zai realized that both the efficiency and speed of the transformation had been improved before space. Li Zhuang on the side was stunned, but his body was honest and immediately accepted the gold. In this way, Li Zhuang and Lu Zai cooperated in a win-win situation, creating 900 tons of gold in one day, and Li Zhuang's strength got an unprecedented boost, reaching the level of the middle stage of eternity, and Lu Zai's speed of building things only got faster and faster in these 12 days. Thus, in the next 12 days, in the middle of a certain mine in the northern suburbs of Kyoto in the Dragon Kingdom, there were two psychopaths here every day regardless of the wind and rain, hemming and hawing at piles of rocks to keep busy, and the size of that golden gladiator was getting more and more terrifying and huge. On the third day, Li Zhuang's size broke through 100 meters, and the golden gladiator weight reached 10,000 tons. On the fourth day, Lu Zino's spiritual power broke through 100 million and officially crossed into the Return to Truth realm. On the eighth day, Li Zhuang's body size reached 150 meters, and the weight of gold fighters reached 40,000 tons, and Lu Zai's production of hand-rubbed gold in a single day broke through 10,000 tons for the first time. The exciting 12th day arrived. Li Zhuang stepped into the Return to Truth realm, and the transformed golden gladiator was 200 meters tall and weighed 120,000 tons, and Lu Zino's spiritual power reached a terrifying 150 million, his physique 20 million, and his life value 200 million. What is the concept of 150 million spiritual power? Lu Zai's current skill, metal manipulation, could affect a range of 5 million meters, or 500 kilometers. The skill bonus had reached 15,000 times. A casual skill could deal trillion-level damage, and the life value of the split is also increased by 15,000 times. Lu Zino's body life value is now 200 million. After the split has been increased by 15,000 times, the life value has come to a horrifying 3 trillion, and this 3 trillion life also has a horrible 99.2% damage reduction. Just ask that family can stand it? Lu Zai stood on the shoulder of the golden gladiator transformed by Li Zhuang and looked in the direction of Freedom Island. Today it's going to ascend to the throne of God. The golden gladiator returned in a rough voice. Then pull it down. In the next second, strongly shattered the void with one foot and headed straight for Freedom Island. Eagle Sauce Country. Freedom Island. The eye of the void picked up the steps, its huge eyeballs staring deathly at the god throne above its head. Almost there. Almost there. Just reached that place. At this moment, the Eye of the Void's body was trembling with excitement. How many years had passed? Once it was only one step away. And this time, it could finally get what it wanted. As long as it became a false god, it would create even more powerful foreign beasts, eat Blue Star cleanly, and then leave gracefully. Letting Blue Star enjoy peace forever was just a perfunctory word. There were still the last 10,000 meters to go, and its body continued to climb, getting closer and closer. 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters. As the Eye of the Void climbed upwards one step at a time, strange voices came from below Freedom Island. Hey, big-eyed monster, do you want me to kick you in the ass so it'll go faster? The Void Eye looked back at the ground and found two familiar figures. Only these two people less strength. How is it possible? The Eye of the Void was just a few thousand meters short of the last few thousand meters, because ascending to the divine throne required climbing step by step with a physical mortal body. And at this time it had two choices. First, give up on ascending to the divine throne, recover its strength, and duel with the two until dawn. Second, snub the duo and ascend first. The Eye of the Void stopped its pace and sat on top of the endless divine steps, smiling. I didn't expect the two of you to grow in strength so fast. Speaking of which, this is inextricably linked to the Endbringer beasts that I created that constantly quenched you. Ah, you guys hold your horses. When I ascend to the divine throne, the two of you will be able to keep up with me in the future, and become pseudo-gods, and at that time, we will go together to a broader heaven and earth to venture out. The golden gladiator poo-pooed a mouthful of golden saliva on the ground. Bah, ghosts will believe you. But Li Zhuangzhuang saw the golden saliva on the ground and felt very painful, which was made by my big brother without any sleep. So he said, suck it, too winky face. This scene left Luzino and the Eye of the Void fucking dumbfounded. The Eye of Void felt tired of talking to such abnormal people. It was even silly. A ruthless character that could spit out and lick back. It was only once in its long life. Are you coming down? Or are we going up? Lu's Eye stood on the giant's shoulders gazing at the Eye of the Void. The Eye of the Void sighed and shook its head. Hateful. Hateful ah. Why? Why do you guys have to die? Why do you humans always like to mantle? The Eye of the Void sighed as it took a step down the divine steps. Its strength regained back to the peak of the true realm. And with the return of its strength, this god formation ceremony was declared a failure. It was enraged to the extreme. After this failure, the next opportunity would not be known until when. It had to train the next Realmbreaker in the mode of the final beast until the Realmbreaker could reach level 100. How long will this take? It was all the fault of these two douchebags in front of him, especially the big shit-colored one. Endure for a while. The more you think about it, the more you think about it, the more you lose by taking a step back. Ah, old me is going to kill you too. The Eye of the Void expresses the dissatisfaction in his heart with the vulgar words of human beings. Completely crazy, and also completely breaks the defense. A black energy furiously surges out from the eyeball, and goes straight to the two people. Li Zhuangzhuang, big brother. It's in a hurry, it's in a hurry. The black energy was berserk and unparalleled. Lu's Eye didn't dare to slow down and immediately unleashed a metal storm with the metal of the entire Eagle Sauce country within 1,500 kilometers. At this moment, heaven and earth changed drastically as the 10 doppelgangers unleashed a violent metal storm together. The entire Eagle Sauce country's metal was emptied. Endless metal was condensed, gathered. They turned into a 1,000-meter high metal giant according to Lu's Eye's creation ability, holding a metal spear in his hand and stabbing out at the energy wave of the Void God's Eye. The golden gladiator, Li Zhuangzhuang, chose to go around the back and launched a sneak attack on the Eye of the Void from another direction. Berserk gold power converged on top of both fists. This was the power of money. Ah, the gifted gold master was as terrifying as it was. Boom! Lu's Eye storm giant's spear was swept into the black energy, and even the giant's arm was swallowed up. And this vortex formed by the black energy seemed to be about to completely tear the storm giant apart. But, the current Lu's Eye has the ability to create things? Those torn metal particles flying in the sky the next moment was coalesced by Lu's Eye to the storm giant. Just as if this thing is never ending. Never ending. What's even more outrageous is that Luzino also unleashed 108 heaven-devouring fragments to cooperate with Li Zhuangzhuang for a sneak attack. The Void God's eyes had to be distracted to fight against the enemy, and his eyes spewed out a large black mist, and out of the mist, a black giant came out exactly the same as Li Zhuangzhuang. Talent 06, copy. At the same time, a black energy storm blew up between heaven and earth, and a huge black hand slapped down fiercely in the direction of where Luzino was. A doppelganger stepped forward and topped the front. Boom! The giant hand fell. The ground sunk into a depression, and the giant hand transformed into a roiling black mist, which reassembled again. Ding! Your 01 bilocation has encountered an attack. Life value 1.7 billion. That's it. 1. 7 billion? I have a damn 3 trillion life. And you just knocked out this much for me. Who are you looking down on? Lu Zeno realized that he had severely overestimated his enemy and underestimated himself. The next 10 doppelgangers rushed towards the Eye of the Void together as they shouted, "Slash it!" while launching their mental power attacks in unison. They overwhelmed the Eye of the Void. The Golden Fighter rose up in the air with his 150-meter-long golden battlesword and slashed down. The Eye of the Void trembled, forcing his body's energy to block the blow. But on the other side, the Storm Giant's spear broke through the black vortex and directly pierced through the Void Eye's body. It was too late to be shocked. The various metal objects manipulated by the 10 doppelgangers exploded out, and the Void Eye's body was shattered and in danger. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose up. That was the movement of the Void Eye's energy bursting body. The entire Freedom Island began to tremble and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The Eye of the Void transformed into a single strand of black mist drifting down to the side. This black mist flickered. Very weak. Even if Lu Zai did not do anything, it will soon be dissipated in the world. Li Zhuangzhuang controlled this wisp of black mist with one hand, and his golden pupil looked angrily at the other party. Do you know why you lost? A faint voice came from the black mist. It doesn't matter. Become a king or a bandit. The road to becoming a god is against heaven. It's normal to die halfway, and I'm not the only one. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. It's not that you're too weak. It's that I'm too strong. I'm the destiny of heaven. I'm the savior. I was born to clear the darkness. Li Zhuangzhuang's bravado surged to the sky. The black mist almost didn't collapse, almost collapsing directly. Don't be too happy. He. Once I die, those horrible existences are afraid to descend on Blue Star. When they see Blue Star's exuberant human vitality and development potential, they will not hesitate to drain everything here. Their methods can be 100 times more overbearing than me. 1,000 times more overbearing. What do you mean? Lu Zai in the distance looked toward the black mist. After I failed to ascend to the god throne back then and fled the Blue Star in defeat, I used the strongest means left behind by my clan to cover up the life breath of the Blue Star. Only then did those terrifying existences fail to detect my existence, and indirectly protected the human race. And now that I'm about to lose it, and those means are about to become ineffective, the Blue Star will surely be extinguished. Ha ha ha, can't imagine it. Lord Savior. It's me who has been protecting Blue Star all along. Cough cough cough. The black mist grew thinner and weaker until it completely collapsed. Li Zhuangzhuang shook his hand in disgust. Che, alarmist. I can fuck you to death, but still can't fuck your enemy? Come one slaughter one. Ding, you have killed an unprecedentedly powerful being. Rewarded with a base gain of plus 1,000 survival points. And your talent 01, Steel Seal of Thought unlocking progress of plus 32%. Unlocking progress of 100%. Successfully unlocked. The system's gain was surprising, but Lu Zeno couldn't wait to be happy. The words of the Eye of the Void made Lu Zeno fall into deep thought. It was already destined to die. There was no need to tell lies at this time. And now the only way to give Blue Star the power to resist was by virtue of the creation and the Thought Steel Seal. Thought Steel Seal was a special talent that could not be upgraded and had no level. It acted on all things that had a mind, and could make a community have absolute faith. Lu Zeno knew that this ability should be used with caution. After the Great War, Lu Zeno upgraded his creation ability to level 15, consuming nearly 10 million survival points. The level 15 creation ability allowed Lu Zeno to have even more powerful functions. After the death of the Eye of the Void, it left behind the billions of alien beasts in the Blue Star Alienation Land. These alien beasts became masterless creatures after losing control of the black energy. With his powerful spiritual power, Lu Zeno made the effect of the Thought Steel Seal work on every alien beast in Blue Star. The Fey beasts were branded with 3 major laws. 1. Fey beasts coexist peacefully with humans. 2. Fey beasts must defend the Blue Star. 3. Fey beasts have the freedom to survive. Lu Zai didn't have to go through that much trouble. He could have simply branded a Steel Seal of Thought. That is, the foreign beasts obeyed themselves. But he did not do that. When he saw hundreds of millions of beasts were controlled by others as if they were walking corpses. And now after regaining a new life, Lu Zai did not want to be the same as the Eye of the Void. They were now also part of the Blue Star. Lu Zai, through his ability to create things, let the beasts have the ability to reproduce, and have the ability to rely on their own efforts to strengthen their own talent sequences. Just like human awakened beings, these foreign beasts fed on grasses, trees, melons and fruits, birds and beasts, and the biological chain of Blue Star was reshaped. As for the Blue Star humans, Lu Zeno only branded a steel mark of thought. Humans will win. Blue Star will live forever. This one was enough. It would give humans the determination to fight on forever, and it would not affect their daily behavior. When Lu Zai did all this, the system completely exploded. Ding! Your Thought Steel Seal is in effect. 1. 53 billion beams of the power of faith have begun to brew and are being received. 1. 53 billion beams of the power of faith continued to pour in towards Lu Xino's body. These powers of faith had actually materialized, and were visible to the naked eye. On this day, countless people saw strands of pure white silk threads from all over the world hurtling towards the Dragon Kingdom's Kyoto. Ding! 1. 53 billion power of faith turned into 1. 53 billion spiritual power injected into your body. Current spiritual power, 1. 68 billion. In the next moment, all the equipment on Lu Xino's body exploded. And this scene saw Lu Xino in a daze. How the hell did he explode his equipment? I'm not a monster. And the prompts in his head rang again. Your strength has entered the realm of truth. Spiritual power beyond 1 billion. Has begun to cohesion authority. God. No equipment. Only authority. Authority attributes beyond all equipment. Progress of authority cohesion. 16.8%. My spiritual power is 1.68 billion. And the progress of coagulation of authority is also 16.8%. Which means that when my spiritual power reaches 10 billion, my authority will be coagulated successfully, and then ascend to the divine throne? 53 billion spiritual power a day. This progress is very terrifying. And this is still the result of the first day after Lu Zai planted the thought steel seal. As the thought steel seal deepened and strengthened, and as people understood the steel seal more and more, such gains would increase, and the quality of the power of faith would also rise. It's as if we grew up knowing the importance of money, but only when you're actually in charge do you realize that it's hard to beat a penny. As for the steel seal of thought, like humanity will win, the blue planet will survive forever. It was estimated that only when the blue planet suffered a major crisis and humanity was in danger would the most powerful power of faith break out. And now the blue star. Human beings are thriving and coexisting peacefully with foreign beasts. The feeling is not deep. So now the daily work is clear. Every day use spiritual power to face the whole blue star people. Strengthen the steel seal of thought a little. Let them deeply understand the meaning of blue star's eternal existence, to obtain the power of faith. The rest of the time we'll have to help Li Zhuangzhuang rub gold. This matter, Lu Zai is really tired of doing. When Li Zhuangzhuang's own creation level up, he will be relieved. Since spiritual power can now be gained through faith, his own survival points can be used to raise his talent sequence level, or add a bit of physique. After the current blue star and Fey beasts made peace, it was no longer through killing each other that they gained boosts. After Lu Zai changed the way Fey beasts survived, humans and Fey beasts instead gained a whole new mode of boosting. That is, humans and foreign beasts signed a contract to reach a subtle mode of cooperation, which people call imperial beasts. The previous way of gaining enhancement by killing Fey beasts was left behind by the Eye of the Void, and Lu Xino, as an even more powerful existence than the Eye of the Void, possessing a level 15 creation ability, could naturally plan a whole new path of development for humans. Nowadays, humans and Fey beasts fought in concert, and the strength that erupted from them far exceeded the effect of 1+1. They honed their talent sequence skills to work together with each other, and utilized their respective strengths to fight, and the effect was immediately visible. For example, some Fey beasts were powerful fleshly talents, which was equal to the Imperial Beast Master possessing a front row that could stabilize the output at the back. There were also humans who possessed healing type and gain type talents, which could now also be applied to the Fey beasts to enhance their fighting abilities. The source of equipment, on the other hand, became self-produced by humans utilizing resources, and some awakened who possessed the talent of refining weapons quickly rose to become the meat and potatoes. The Dragon Kingdom became the only hegemon of the Blue Star, and other countries submitted to it, and the awakened of the Dragon Kingdom had the right to obtain the most prioritized resources throughout the Blue Star, and the right to match with foreign beasts. Thus, since its birth, the Dragon Kingdom had reached its historical heyday and unified the Blue Star. Lu Xino and Li Zhuangzhuang were hand-rubbing gold on the outskirts of the capital, and with Lu Xino's current 168 billion spiritual power, he was able to reach 100,000 tons of production in a single day, although the weight had increased by another 100,000 tons, and Li Zhuangzhuang's golden gladiator came to a weight of 220,000 tons. His height had only increased by 5 meters to 205 meters. This is because of the size of the reason. 200 meters high gold fighters are just a circle larger. All need tens of thousands of tons of gold. It was like humans could reach 2 meters tall and elephants were only 5 meters tall. But elephants were dozens of times the size of humans and would not reach dozens of times their height. Big brother, I feel like I'm getting closer to making my own things. Li Zhuangzhuang was excited. In fact, he couldn't understand that it was the same return to truth realm. Why Big Brother could rub gold and still be so silky smooth, and his own ability to create things was so slow to improve. He couldn't understand the power of hanging. Lu Zai looked at the bare mines in front of him and revealed an old fatherly smile of relief. This is great. I'm so damn tired of rubbing it. Last night, Lu Zai even slept and dreamed of a slow-motion left hand and right hand. In the distance, there was a large group of humans either riding on the beasts or standing on the shoulders of the beasts, bowing towards Lu Zai and Li Zhuangzhuang, and the two of them returned the salute with a smile. And if it was an awakened person from the Cherry Blossom Nation that was required to kneel down, the status of the two in Blue Star was already like a god, highly respected. Big brother. I'm looking forward to it. Li Zhuangzhuang put his hands behind his back and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Looking forward to what? Have you forgotten what the big-eyed monster said? Saying that there is a strong enemy invasion. I have a premonition that my savior's reputation will be extremely sublimated in this battle. Come on. I still prefer peace. I'd rather rub gold for you every day. Lu Zai laughed. Not me. I'm the man who wants to sweep away all the darkness. Why hasn't it come yet? My big sword is already hungry and thirsty. Li Zhuangzhuang waved the 168-meter-long golden battle sword in his hand with a fighting spirit. As soon as the words fell, the void shook. A huge gray vortex gradually took shape in the sky, and the gray vortex grew bigger and bigger, as if some terrifying existence would pop out of it in the next moment. Lu Zai gazed into the deep sky and muttered under his breath, "It's coming." Li Zhuangzhuang was dumbfounded. Crap. I just said it casually. You're for real. Boom. There was a loud bang in the sky, and the vortex stabilized, forming a spatial channel. And in the middle of the vortex, hundreds of millions of terrifying creatures were advancing towards the blue star below. Lu Zino used his spiritual power to inform everyone in Blue Star. Prepare for battle. In the sky, the densely packed black dots were getting closer and closer and could not be counted. But Lu Zai's powerful spiritual power already knew that these terrifying creatures were extremely powerful. If one were to divide them by the level of the void eye, the lowest would be level 50, and the highest would be level 150. These creatures all appeared in skeleton form, and their name was the Bone Race, an ancient race that had existed on a certain life planet for billions of years, and it was unknown how many life planets it had ravaged and how many species it had exterminated. The Void Eye's old home was plagiarized by them before they fled to the Blue Planet, and the fate of Blue Star would be put to the test. This was the first time Blue Star had defended itself against an extraterrestrial civilization since it stepped into the Age of Awakening, and after Blue Star's death in the Void God's Eye, the alien beasts and humans had reached a united front, forming a very efficient war mobilization mechanism. At this moment, Blue Star's more than 1 million number of awakened and foreign beasts above Juggernaut strength were marching towards the Dragon Kingdom's Kyoto. The ideological steel seal of humanity will win. Blue Star will survive forever played a powerful spiritual role at this moment. Together with their imperial beasts, they rushed to the Dragon Kingdom Kyoto through various spatial channels at high speed. Legendary and immortal level powerhouses had already arrived, and they gathered beside Lu Zino, looking up into the deep sky. Strong Li's golden gladiator stood at the very front, like a god, his battle sword in his hand, standing with a mortar and pestle on the ground in a majestic manner. Eye of the Void. We finally meet. High in the sky, a 200-meter-tall skeletal giant riding a 500-meter-long bone dragon was the first to land, not waiting for it to stand firmly, when it was still 100 meters from the ground. With Li Zhuangzhuang directly stepped on the ground and rushed up with an arrow step, directly wrapping his arms around the bone dragon's abdomen in an over-the-shoulder fall, throwing the bone dragon and the skeleton giant out for several hundreds of meters until it smashed into a large mountain before coming to a stop. Strongly pointed at the skeleton giant with his battle knife. The Big Eye monster died under this battle knife. It's your turn today. The skeleton giant and his mount, the bone dragon, were both a bit confused. This wasn't quite like the script. It was supposed to come today to harvest the lives of the fugitives and then invade this fragile yet prosperous living planet. Why were these natives so fierce? But the problem wasn't too big. As their own minions fell in the sky, thousands of Bone Race's children hissed in unison at the Blue Star awakening. Roar! Louder than a voice? Behind Lu Zino, 10,000 imperial beasts also stared with scarlet eyes and hissed in unison. In the next moment, the two sides directly charged towards each other, and the great battle began. Countless auxiliary types of talent skills are spread out, slowing down, increasing injuries, sleeping, increasing defense, a variety of dazzling, on the battlefield. A variety of magnificent sequence skills covered the entire Kyoto sky. Those bone creatures are not vegetarian. They swept into the air. The front row is tens of thousands of bone rhinoceros. The body is like a rhinoceros, but there is an empty skeleton. The huge skull on a unicorn horn towering outside. Very horrifying. This group of bone rhinoceros took the lead in launching a charge, while the human campsite, with the two-headed giant, the wood of alienation as the front row, countless wood spikes were thrown out madly. The bone rhinoceros charging in front of the instantly knocked down a piece. Blue Star will live forever. Humanity will win. The awakened ones hissed and rushed forward, and the imperial beasts even became unprecedentedly berserk, roar. On the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom, the beasts roared to the heavens as countless huge beasts crashed together, raising dust and dirt all over the sky. Some of the Bone Race's beasts were directly crushed, and there were also Blue Star's warriors who fell in the path of the charge. There was no retreat in war. There was only death for you and life for me. All of Lu Xeno's doppelgangers rushed out and topped the forefront of the battlefield, and they became the backbone of Blue Star. With 10 doppelgangers with life values of several trillions of dollars and extremely high strength, the metal lords that Lu Xeno had gotten from the metal storm that he had unleashed in the Eagle Sauce country last time, which he had gotten and stored on the outskirts of the Dragon country, came in handy this time. After all, this was the Dragon Kingdom proper. He couldn't do anything to demolish his own home. Tens of millions of tons of metal balls were blasted towards that vortex under his control. Lu Zai felt that even if Lao Zi couldn't block this vortex of yours, he would still have to smash a large portion of your bone race sins. The giant riding on the bone dragon rushed towards Lu Xeno with his spear, charging on his way only to be stopped by a shit yellow giant. Li Zhuangzhuang fought the bone dragon while Lu Xeno faced this false god from the bone race. It smiled as it stood up from the ground. Its hundreds of meters long spear pestled at the ground, which immediately cracked and spread out in all directions. Foolish creatures, you know nothing of the power of a god. The power of the spear unfolded furiously. Could this be the power of authority? Lu Xeno felt an unprecedented pressure. He had to make a full-force strike. Upanishad, Metal Storm. Upanishad, Broken Burst. Upanishad, Split Body. The giant ball of metal in the sky that smashed into the vortex sensed Lu Xeno's call after smashing to death countless bone clansmen, and transformed from the atmosphere into a giant sword in the sky, with its blade facing downwards, storming in, accelerating, accelerating, accelerating again. The giant sword was 8 kilometers long, heavy sword without a blade, only with a speed of 50 times the speed of sound. It stormed in. The friction between the violent speed and the atmosphere directly caused the giant sword to turn into a fiery red color and burn up. Folly, God! Not to be blasphemed. The bone race giant's spear was in his hand, and his feet violently stepped on the ground, bursting up and stabbing out against the giant sword. The power of both sides was about to collide, and at this moment, it was as if heaven and earth stood still. For the first time, Lu Zai was so unconfident in battle, because the other party was a god, a pseudo-god who had truly stepped onto the divine throne. Boom! The spear and the huge sword collided, pinpoint to pinpoint. The huge shockwave directly shattered a large portion of the bone race alien beasts in the sky. On the human side, Lu Zai suppressed the threat of the shockwave with his powerful spiritual power. A huge corpse in the sky landed with a bang, and both the giant metal swords and spears were turned into burning pieces falling from the sky, as a rain of metal fire rained down on the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom's capital. Lu Xeno saw the bone race false god. He fell to the ground. No! There must be a trick. A god can't be this fragile. Lu Zai didn't dare to get close, so he manipulated some metal fragments into sharp blades to stab the bone race false god with a long-range attack. Poo 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 poo. The Bone Clan giant false god was stabbed tens of thousands of times again, and not a single bone on its entire body was intact. At this moment, it was critically injured and in critical life condition, and it didn't even have the strength to speak. He couldn't figure out why a little person from the returning to truth realm could deal such perverted damage. Ha ha ha, stop pretending, get up and fight again. The cautious Lu Zai taunted from afar. He wasn't going to risk getting close. Bone giant, I'm pretending your sister. I'm dying. Both sides just stared at each other as if it was a non-prohibited image. At this moment, the giant regretted it. He felt invaded. He was going to die. He remembered his father, the Bone Emperor, taking the young him, running in the sunset. He slowly reached out and took out a bone ring, then crushed it. A white light shot up into the sky. He muttered under his breath, Father, I marked a living planet. Avenge me. Ding, you have successfully crossed over and killed a false god, gaining a base gain of plus 4,000 survival points, and a current base gain of 15,000 survival points per point. Really dead? You should get up and continue to act like a bully. Hey. Lu Xeno looked at the giant's corpse that fell to the ground with an unbelievable look on his face. However, on second thought, 100 million attribute points is the return to truth realm. Wouldn't it be that 1 billion spiritual power would be enough to impact a false god? Yesterday, he had gained 153 billion spiritual energy, so he was damn good enough to be a pseudo-god, but he just didn't have the time to ascend to the throne of God in a hurry. Lu Zai looked at his system realm column, and behind the realization realm, it was clearly written breakable realm. 68 billion of spiritual power, coupled with their own perverted talent sequence with easily hit a few 100,000 billion damage. The other side of the Li Zhuangzhuang riding on the bone dragon body, a fist smashed in the skull of the bone dragon. Bone dragon wailed and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, the bone dragon still wants to struggle to get up, but was Li Zhuangzhuang punch after punch smashed in the skull of the bone dragon. And finally, he went so far as to break his hands in the upper and lower jawbone position of the bone dragon, and forcefully broke. Ka-ching, the bone dragon's upper and lower jawbones were directly broken, and it powerlessly paralyzed, never moving again. Li Zhuangzhuang drew out his giant sword and chopped off the bone dragon's head to turn it. In front of me, what kind of beast are you pretending to be? The leading brother of the Bone Clan died, and the heart of the army was in turmoil. The Imperial Beast Masters and Imperial Beasts were cooperating with each other, were pursuing the remnants of the Bone Race. This battle was won by Blue Star. The bodies of the Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beast Masters who participated in the battle emitted gusts of streams of light as they gained a good boost. Ding! The Blue Star Sons have deepened their understanding of the steel seal of thought in a great battle, and won. 82 billion strands of faith are on their way. Lu Zeno, crap, take off. As the billions of white wisps merged into Lu Zai's body, his spiritual power was like a vast ocean rushing through his body, roaring wildly. In the distance, the golden gladiator incarnated by Li Zhuangzhuang excitedly ran over. The ground trembled as he excitedly told Lu Zai, Big brother, I vaguely feel like I've touched the boundary of pseudogods, and I feel like I'll be able to coalesce the divine ranks, step onto the path of becoming a god, and ascend to the divine throne in no time. These words caused the surrounding Blue Star Imperial Beastmasters to be horrified. What? Our Blue Star will usher in the first god? He's faster than the land god? This is too outrageous. Lu Zeno looked at the excited Li Zhuangzhuang. Not bad. Go for it. Our savior. As long as you're willing to work hard, the Bone Clan will be defeated. But before Lu Zeno's pie was finished, a voice came from the system. Ding! Your spiritual power has reached 3.5 billion. The progress of authority cohesion is 35%. Due to the fact that your spiritual power far exceeds that of a pseudogod, the divine seat has been revealed. Please come. Boom! In the void, a golden divine staircase stretched up, breaking through the clouds straight to a golden divine throne. At this time, the whole world was dumbfounded, and Li Zhuangzhuang's golden dog eyes were also blinded. Zhuangzhuang, protect the way for me. Lu Zai retreated all his power and stepped onto the path to godhood with a mortal body, but he took every step very steadily, very different from the difficult climb of the Eye of the Void at the beginning. Big brother, I'm just talking. Why did you become a god just by saying you become a god? Li Zhuangzhuang looked at Lu Zai, who stepped up to the god steps with an envious face, while drawing his battle sword and guarding the side in case there was an unexpected event that broke his big brother's god formation ceremony. Lu Zai picked up the steps, and the divine radiance on his body became brighter and brighter. Everyone in Blue Star was even more shocked at this moment. Just now hearing Li Zhuangzhuang say that he was going to become a god, he was already looking forward to it. But the result was that the god of Lu came directly to a live broadcast, displaying it on the spot. When did becoming a god become such child's play? This scene was broadcast live to the world via the awakening instrument by the Royal Beast Masters of the Blue Star, causing a sensation throughout the Blue Star. Ding! Your god formation ceremony has shocked the entire Blue Star. Your current realm is judged to be a pseudo-god, and you have received a cap-shocking reward of plus 5 billion survival points, 5 billion current spiritual strength, and 85% of authority cohesion progress. Lu Zai's heart was in awe. My goodness, wouldn't that mean I'm 1.5 billion damn short of impacting a higher realm? What's above the false gods? The Eye of the Void seems to have mentioned a mouthful, called something like Lord God? No matter what it is, first sit on it and then say. Lu Zai put aside the longing in his head to continue toward the god seat. The road to God, step by step bumpy, honed human nature, but it also begins to nourish divinity. 1 step, 2 steps, is the devil's pace? Lu Zai finally touched that golden and glorious god seat. He turned around and slowly sat down, overlooking the blue star beings below. Boom! 9 thunderbolts roared. The clouds were dense, and countless thunderbolts split down like thunder snakes, all of them pouring on top of Lu Zai's divine seat. A brand new kind of power took shape within Lu Zeno's body. Ding! You have successfully condensed your divinity and achieved pseudo-god. Ding! Your fame resounds through the divine realm, and the will of the universe recognizes you as the god of the void. Ding! Your divine skill has been condensed, void enemy. With an inexplicable message coming in, Lu Zeno achieved false god, and in the attribute column, he had added one more skill to himself, a skill that was different from the talent sequence, known as divine grade, and could not be upgraded. Named Void Sua Enemy. Divine Grade Void Solitaire Enemy. Your attack method can be unrestricted by space and time. You only need to have one of the opponent's 2 messages to activate Void Solitaire enemy. Information 1, you have seen the opponent. Message 2, you possess biological information of the opponent, such as blood, hair, skin, etc. Ha, Lu Zeno was stunned by this divinity of his. What the hell is this? It means, as long as I fulfill one of these 2 conditions, I can attack him, /him, with my own attack. You can launch an attack if you meet one of the 2 conditions. Either you've seen the other person, or you have some of the other person's body tissues, blood, hair, or something like that. For example, if I have seen Li Zhuangzhuang, I can damn well launch a sneak attack at any time, any place, in the middle of the night, leaving him defenseless. Lu Zai looked towards the full moon in the sky. Maybe I can try attacking the moon? I've seen the moon before. It fulfills condition 1. Theoretically it's possible. A heartbeat is better than inaction. Lu Zai manipulated the giant iron ball that weighed several million tons. It slowly floated into the air and turned into a giant arrow, aiming at the full moon in the sky. In the face of Lu Zeno's mesmerizing maneuver, Li Zhuangzhuang and the others below were horrified. Brother Lu, what are you doing? The enemies are already dead. When Li Zhuangzhuang saw that Lu Zeno was preparing to launch an offensive, his face was dumbfounded, thinking, I let you become a god. I didn't let you become a psychopath. The other Imperial Beast Masters were also horrified. What is God Lu doing? Who is such a powerful offense meant to hit? And Lu Zai ignored these worldly gazes. After all, the thoughts of a god were not something that mortals could speculate on. Indeed, normal people, no one would attack the moon. Void Solace enemy unleashed. Lu Zai's mind moved. Ding! Your attack has been imbued with the divine nature of Void Solitaire. Please designate a victim. Target, moon. Ding! Detecting target. Detection complete. Attack conditions met. Attack activated. In the next moment, everyone saw the most incredible scene in their lives. A giant arrow swept through the air, flying towards the moon at 101 times the speed of sound. Facing the crowd's questions, Lu Zai lightly said, I'll try hitting the moon. All blue stars? At 101 times the speed of sound. It would take 3 hours and 15 minutes to reach the moon. By this time everyone had already gone back to their homes to enjoy the celebration banquet after the big victory. But as war correspondents, they were still very dedicated to live broadcasting, and it was broadcasted together with the Astronomy Center. After all, Lu Zai was the only god of Blue Star, and when he said he wanted to hit the moon, everyone was really curious about what was going on. It was fine if it wasn't live-streamed, but this live-streamed. The whole Blue Star was shocked, and everyone turned on their televisions at home to see the real-time images coming from various astronomical telescopes. On the screen, the one prime arrow fired by Lu Zeno was furiously rushing towards the moon at 101 times the speed of sound. There was also a hit countdown above the live broadcast, and there were now only 10 minutes to go. Dear Blue Star viewers, right now we're live streaming Lu God's attack on the moon. We're synchronizing the whole picture. There are still 9 minutes and 31 seconds until Lu God's prime arrow arrives at the moon. Just now we asked an astronomer who told us that with Lu God's pseudo-god strength, together with a few million tons of arrows it might cause a huge impact on the moon, triggering a moon shock. But it won't have Blue Star to cause any impact. Time passed little by little, and 9 minutes passed in an instant. In the live broadcast screen, the prime giant arrow directly hit the moon. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and due to the violent impact, it triggered a magnitude 12 moonquake. A huge crater with a diameter of 19,510 meters and a depth of 654 meters was formed on the surface of the moon. The most horrifying thing is that the dust caused by the impact obscured the entire moon and absorbed the sunlight, making it impossible for the moon to reflect the sunlight, which means that until the smoke and dust cleared, human beings were unable to see the moon with the naked eye on the blue planet. Obviously just now was the white moon in the sky. A moment's effort, and it was gone? The entire blue planet was shocked. Lu Zeno had actually attacked the moon, and it was extremely powerful. As Lu Zeno stood on the city wall of Kyoto with his hands behind his back, looking out at the starry sky, he received a feedback message from Void soliciting enemy. Ding! Void rope hits the target, the moon, dealing 521 mega damage, triggering a moonquake. The moon's center of the moon is shifted by 11 degrees. The magnetic field changes, and the time for the moon to circle around the blue star is increased by 51 seconds. Lu Zeno's forehead was sweating. Careless, almost took out the moon. The system used a new unit for this message, megabytes. Lu Zeno knew that there were multiple interpretations and metrics for this unit, but internationally, 1 megabyte was equal to 1 trillion. So 521 megabytes of damage would be 521 trillion. Can, this arrow of mine, an ordinary family can't even top it. Lu Zeno now has 8.5 billion spiritual power, and with more than 30 million survival points lying in the system, Luzino didn't have any hesitation in raising all the talent skills to level 15. There was still 1.5 billion mental energy left to be a main god himself, and he had only just ascended to pseudo-god and was about to say goodbye to this realm. It was still sick to think about it. After the talent sequence was upgraded to level 15, upgrading to level 16 required 6 million survival points, which slowed down a bit. Luzai needs to wait for a while to accumulate them. After all, at the current rate of 15,000 points, it's only 21.6 million a day. This Void Solitaire is very good, but it's a pity that it can't be used on the Bone Giant's dad. But he had said that he had marked a spot for his dad to come and take revenge. Unfortunately, Luzai had never seen his dad and didn't have anything from his dad to use as an attack guide, or else he would have given him a shot right now. After seeing the live broadcast hitting the moon, Li Zhuangzhuang gleefully ran over to find Luzino. White big brother, you're here. Ah, just now that move, is it possible to teach me? How did you comprehend? I'll see if I can hit the sun some other day. Luzai. Li Zhuangzhuang looked at the blank-faced big brother, did not say anything. Is to change the topic, big brother, when I rub again this year gold. I also pseudo-gods. The blue star from the double saint era into the era of double gods. And just at this time, a beep sounded. Ding! Your act of attacking the moon just now has greatly shaken the entire blue star. And you have gained the current realm ceiling survival point gain of plus 5 billion survival points. Luzino? So powerful? I also said that I'll be promoted to Lord God tomorrow. Is this about ascending 2 realms in a row in one day? Or the great realm of becoming a god? Without saying a word, Luzino first spent 120 million to raise all of his skills to level 20. As the talent sequence skills would usher in new changes at level 20, he then added 4.5 billion spiritual strength, and 380 million physique. Ding! Your spiritual power has reached 13 billion and you can achieve Lord God. Ding! Your physique reaches 400 million, and your life value is 4 billion. Metal Manipulation LV20, manipulate metal of the appropriate energy level to launch any attack within a range of 200 plus 130 million meters, dealing 1.3 million times mental damage with no cooldown and plus 50% armor breaking. Metal Frenzy, make all metals around you riot within the control range, creating a metal frenzy that deals 20x damage. Cooldown, 1 hour. Breach LV20, insight into the target and mark 20 layers of breach. Your attacks that hit breach deal 1.3 million times more damage per layer of breach. Bloodlust plus 20%. Explosive body, you can detonate all breach on the enemy by hitting them for a split second. Cooldown, 1 hour. Immortal Body LV20, possesses 20 immortal bodies. Immortal Body possesses 1.3 million times the life value of the main body. The body is immortal and the true body is indestructible. It's split, 20 undead bodies appear at the same time. Can simulate the body to launch exactly the same attack. Cooldown, 1 hour. Good lord. The cooldowns of all the skills were reduced to 1 hour. And even more outrageous was that with 13 billion mental energy, the multiplier of the damage of these skills reached 1.3 million times. What a concept! This is going to shatter the planet? Luzino now positively dared not move to experiment with the moon, because it was very likely that with one of his own moves, Blue Star lost the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he would destroy a festival. Feeling the strong fluctuation on Luzai's body, Li Zhuangzhuang asked in horror, Big brother, what are you? It's just the aura of the Lord God, Luzino replied modestly. After Li Zhuangzhuang sucked in a breath of cool air, he clenched his fists. Big brother, if the bone race comes to attack, let me fight alone. Why? Don't ask why. Lord God, my big brother. Luzai took a deep breath. The radiance of divinity was like a piano spreading all around. A circle of light was added to the back of his head position. It looked like a clumsy 50-cent special effect. At this moment, Luzai was truly not a human being. He was holding his breath as he impacted the Lord God. Luzai stood in the void. A ball of divine radiance flickered at the back of his head, like an LED headlight. At first, it was just bright from time to time, obscure from time to time, and obscure from time to time. Buzz. A buzzing sound that could cause the brain to go down instantly resounded all around and spread out. At the same time, Luzai's body was completely wrapped in blazing divine radiance, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky, breaking through the void and going who knows where. At this moment, only a feedback voice came from Luzino's mind. Ding! You have achieved Lord God. Your divine nature's connection to the divine realm is successful. Ding! You have attained the well-being of a god, and the planet you are on will evolve into a divine domain. The divine domain is evolving. Progress 1%, 2%. After the divine radiance rose up to the sky, billions of streams of light suddenly fell from the void, descending on Blue Star like a meteor shower. These streams of light bombarded on top of the Blue Star without causing any damage, only that these streams of light seemed to contain special energy. and it was changing the environment of the blue star little by little. Trees grew wildly, and even the most ordinary grasses glittered. Birds and beasts came to life. Even a roadside husky was filled with wisdom. The land became rich and fertile, and the pollution caused by humans to nature was purified. The mountains were handsome, the lakes were beautiful, and the earth shone with divine light. Blue Star's imperial beastmasters and fey beasts bathed in the divine light and felt their strength skyrocket, nearly raising a realm, and those with exceptional talent even crossed 2 major realms in a row by taking advantage of this opportunity. The number of people in the Blue Star's legendary realm and immortal realm suddenly skyrocketed, and a large number of people who either sat on the ground or stood proudly in the void to break the realm appeared everywhere. Without a doubt, Blue Star's evolution of the divine realm had allowed Blue Star's combat power to take a qualitative leap. Ding! Loading is complete. Blue Star has become the 113 millionth main god domain in the Milky Way. Ding! Your god domain level is LV1, 32103/10 million. Ding! Divine domain level can be raised by plundering the divinity of other main gods, or by virtue of the increased strength of the people within your own divine domain. P.S. The almighty survival points can raise the divine domain level. The higher the level of the divine domain, the stronger the divine light within the divine domain, and the more pronounced the enhancement to the divine race. The God's passage is opening up for you. The great galactic God is the God of gods, ruling over all. The 3 great oracles of the galactic God, freedom, fairness, and order. Freedom, the gods of the Milky Way are free to attack and destroy, but not to form alliances. The God of the Milky Way does not intervene, does not judge, and does not allow the principle of freedom to be usurped. Fairness, every god's domain enjoys absolute fairness. Order, all main gods must abide by the 3 oracles, maintain good galactic order, and must participate in divine wars opened outside the galaxy. As a message came through, Lu Zai understood that the entire Milky Way turned out to have so many divine systems, numbering in the hundreds of millions, and now that he himself has connected to the galactic God realm, within the Milky Way, there is also an existence above the Lord God, known as the God of the Galaxy. It is unknown what realm he is in, or what God position he is in. Within the Milky Way, the God of the Galaxy constructed 3 major orders that would not intervene in any battles between the main gods, but strictly adhered to the 1v1 rule. This effectively avoids alliances between those below, and a main god melee can effectively weaken each other's strength and never give birth to an existence that threatens the God of the Milky Way. Moreover, the Milky Way is not the only galaxy that has a main god, because the God of the Milky Way mentions a divine war with the outside world. A divine war between galaxies. What kind of horrifying scene would that be? Lu Zai couldn't imagine that kind of image. If the battle between children was to throw mud balls at each other, Lu Zai guessed that the battle between the main gods would probably be to throw planets at each other. It was neither civilized nor polite, and it was also violent. A god domain could have more than one god, and other god domains would have events where the gods below overthrew the main god and became the new main god. But Lu Zai had the thought steel seal present and didn't worry about that. Therefore, developing one's god domain so that one had more powerful subordinates was also a means of upgrading oneself. Moreover, the stronger the subordinates were, it would also affect the number of survival points as well as the amount of faith power that one's shocking crowd received. His own daily survival points were extremely valuable right now, and he would not use them to enhance his spiritual power, because this survival points used to enhance his strength was far less fast and wasteful than waiting for the power of faith. However, Lu Zai had just asked the system how he could raise his survival point base earnings in the future. The system's answer was that killing a Lord God would gain plus 10,000 points/minute, and killing an existence above a Lord God would gain 100,000 points/minute. Terrifying as hell. Lu Zai was now looking forward to the God War and was afraid of it. And this galaxy wasn't safe. Would it be subject to galactic bullying? Oops, low strength and fear of galactic violence. Lu Zai stood proudly in the void with his hands folded in front of him, overlooking his divine domain with a worried face. He is already a mature main god, and in the future, things should be more mature, and he can't move to fight and kill. Of course, unless he can't help it. Lu Zai glanced at his system and just had 10 million survival points left, so he didn't have any hesitation in giving the divine domain level to level 2. Ding! Your divine domain has been successfully upgraded to LV2, 52.34 million. Having just upgraded to level 2, he had gained 234 points of divinity. These were the fruits of everyone within the divine domain pooling their strength as they upgraded. In Lu Zeno's system background, there was a constant reminder of divinity plus 0,001, and everyone who continued to raise their strength was also contributing to the construction of the divine domain. As the level of the divine domain increased, Lu Zai saw that the divine light over the blue star became brighter and brighter. Blue star had a population of 8,151,400 4 billion foreign beasts. The Eternal Realm's foreign beasts and Imperial Beastmasters currently totaled 1.31 million, which was unknown how much more powerful than before. With legends and immortals counted in the hundreds of millions, the Return to Truth realm currently has 103 people, and one false god, and that's Li Zhuangzhuang. It will get better and better in the future. As long as I don't cause trouble, I'm meticulous. Lu Zai's thoughts are beautiful, but the next moment, among the billions of spatial channels in the void, one lit up. Ding! Main god invasion in line with the 3 laws of the galactic god has been detected. Invading god race, bone race. In the sky, billions of beings descended, and a skeletal giant with lightning in its hand angrily rebuked. Return my son's life. A golden gladiator rushed up to the sky with a battle sword in his hand, one-on-one combat. Lu Zeno's forehead was sweating. Are you for real? People are the main god. Hello. After obtaining the level 2 divine realm and blue star, Li Zhuangzhuang directly stepped onto the divine throne to achieve pseudo-god, and also became Lu Zeno's first god. At this moment, he was bursting with confidence. Even if he didn't have the talent confidence, at this moment, his courage didn't lose to anyone, because at this moment, the human race had already been promoted to be one of the 10,000 god races. The golden battle sword rose up from the ground, and chopped furiously at the Bone Race Patriarch. Between the Bone Race Patriarch's palms, electricity flashed and thundered as the Lord God's divine might suddenly rose. Boom! A white thunderbolt as majestic as a waterfall went straight towards Li Zhuangzhuang, as if it was going to drown him in the sea of thunder. The golden battle sword melted when it met the thunder, turning into a puddle of golden liquid, waving and dispersing the entire sky with a brilliant golden light. At the critical time when the sea of thunder was about to drown Li Zhuangzhuang, a doppelganger blocked in front of Li Zhuangzhuang, kicking Li Zhuangzhuang at the same time. He spread his hands, his head slightly raised, as if he was welcoming the baptism of the sea of thunder, as if he was enjoying this kind of treatment. Mocking layman, Li Zhuangzhuang crashed to the earth with an incredulous face. I'm a savior. Why does the savior always have to go through so many trials and tribulations? In the end, how long do I have to be tested? She's shaking cold. When will I be invincible to heaven and earth? Boom! On the other side, the sea of thunder roared and fished in, completely drowning Lu Zeno's doppelganger. Ding! Your doppelganger has encountered a powerful and unrivaled attack. Life value minus 500 billion. Oh, so powerful. So terrifying. Lu Zeno's hanging heart instantly calmed down. A mere 500 billion damage was nothing. Lu Zeno glanced at the blood introduction of the doppelgangers in the system. Each of the 20 bilocations possessed a 1.3 million times increase in the body's life value. The life of the main body is not much, just 4 billion. Under 1.3 million times increase, that is 52 million billion. If not counted wrongly, converted into new units is 5,200 megabytes. 5,200, I love you yo. And Lu Zeno's side of the legends above the Royal Beast Master with their royal beasts have rushed from the various channels. They stand proudly in the void. Dense, uncountable. Lu Zai thought that the steel seal was once again strengthened. He bellowed. Humans will win. Blue Star will always exist. Kill, kill. Millions of Imperial Beast Masters harnessed their Imperial Beasts and rushed into the void, battling the Bone Race. And Lu Zeno's 10 doppelgangers had already firmly surrounded the Bone Clan Patriarch. The Bone Clan Patriarch was also a skeletal giant, but much taller than his son, and his mount was a 2-headed bone dragon. The 2-headed bone dragon's huge mouth opened. The left head spewed fire. The right head spewed cold air. Ice and fire mingled. The power was as terrifying as it was. Ice and fire charged furiously at Lu Zeno's doppelganger, while the Bone Clan Patriarch even hissed and held back a great move. His divine skill, the shocking thunderstorm. In the void, a spherical lightning bolt with a diameter of 100 meters ravaged the battlefield as if it were raining. Lu Zai unleashed a metal storm with one hand, condensing a terrifying tidal wave of metal against the thunderstorm. Metal and thunderstorm duel. The explosion sound resounded through the sky. The earth is trembling. It was already nighttime on the Blue Star, but at this moment, the sky exploded like day with the collision of the thunderstorm and the metal tidal wave. The sky was flooded with divine light, as brilliant as the aurora borealis at the North Pole, yet deadly. Your clan is so weak. You should have been living in the dark corners, becoming the nourishment of the gods, a mere mortal body, and you presume to kill a god. The Bone Race Patriarch in the sky grew more and more courageous. In his heart, every one of the thousands of divine races was incredibly powerful. Only the weak human race was not qualified to become a god. Lu Zeno smiled faintly. It's none of your business. The Bone Race chief was aghast. This god is not a psychopath, right? This god is not a psychopath. Is he? There is no god style at all. He is so vulgar. How on earth did the god of the Milky Way keep a close eye on him? How on earth can he become a god? Lu Zai's metal storm with the strengthening of spiritual power has not been as simple as the original storm. They are more violent, dense, like tidal waves, like the ocean general charge forward, unstoppable. The Bone Clan Patriarch's divine level continuously bombarded Lu Zeno's metal tides, and his two-headed bone dragon fought hard to resist. However, the Bone Clan Patriarch was getting more and more overwhelmed, and he was increasingly realizing that both sides were clearly Lord Gods, and perhaps even a bit stronger in their own divine might. So why was the difference in the power of the strike so great? The surprising thunder bursts fell into the metal tides, becoming more and more obscure as they were swallowed up one by one. The metal tides rolled forward, unstoppable. The two-headed bone dragon rose into the air, its two heads raised high, its huge mouth opened, ready to spit. Lu Zai bellowed, "Shut the hell up!" The metal tides set off shocking waves, and a giant steel hand evolved in the middle of the tides. It became very powerful under Lu Zai's spiritual control. Its muscles were gnarled, just like an arm of prime strength. Ow! The wail of the bone dragon resounded as the throat of its destiny was taken. The steel force arm was tens of thousands of meters long and incomparably thick, and at this moment, it pinched the 7 inches of the two-headed dragon as the latter struggled hard to try and escape. Arrogant! The Bone Clan Patriarch's heart trembled in fear at the sight of this scene. Angry and cowed, the surprising thunder burst blasted at the steel force arm with unprecedented density. The 10 doppelgangers stepped on the tips of the metal tides and had their hands together as the waves surged, crushing these spherical lightning bolts one by one. At the same time, the 10 doppelgangers simultaneously pointed at the Bone Race's position and spoke in unison. "You come down as well." The other steel force arm rushed up into the sky and grabbed the Bone Clan Patriarch with a straight hook. The bone dragon had already been dragged into the tidal wave of metal, and tens of thousands of metal fragments were like sharp blades slashing and cutting at the bone dragon's body. The bone dragon wailed and wailed continuously. It was already full of ribs. It simply couldn't withstand this kind of tossing and turning. Its bones were cut off inch by inch, and its figure disappeared little by little into the metal tidal wave. The Lord God level mount fell. Ding! You have successfully killed a main God realm existence, earning a base survival point gain of plus 10,000/minute, and a current base survival point gain of 25,000 points/minute. The death of the two-headed bone dragon gave the Bone Clan Patriarch a great shock. Looking at the battlefield where the rest of his people were also unable to attack for a long time, and looking at the giant hand in the sky that was pounding towards him, for the first time ever, he, who had already become a god for hundreds of years, had his divinity wavered, giving birth to a sense of disillusionment. He can't understand how these weak humans are fearless, facing the attack of the Bone Tribe to fight more fiercely than the Bone Tribe. Just quite reckless. It's just a matter of, go back to my Julun Bone Star. With a thought, the Bone Race Patriarch along with all the Bone Race subjects instantly disappeared into the void without a trace. Lu Zai was shocked. System, what the hell is this skill? Ding! It's his second divine skill, Space Jump, establish one spatial marking point. The body along with a certain range around it. Selected targets can instantly return to the marking point. This divine skill was different from the teleportation of a spatial channel. Spatial teleportation could be interrupted, but spatial jumping would not. However, this divine skill also had a drawback. It could only return to the marking point. Without a doubt, the Bone Race's group could only return to their own divine domain. White Big Brother, just let them run away? Lu Zai's hand grasped in the void, and a trace of the remnant thunder mantle from the metal tide was held in his hand. If we don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. The Bone Race must die. Lu Zai had to rest for a while, and when the metal tide's cooldown time of 1 hour was up, he would surely retaliate. You can escape with serious injuries. I can void claim my enemies. Isn't that a coincidence? And if I can plunder the Bone Race's divine domain and divinity, wouldn't it be that Blue Star would be great again? After this battle, Lu Zai got a clear message that his spiritual power might not be the most powerful in the Lord Gods, and other Lord Gods might beat me a bit in terms of basic power. However, the combined effect generated under his multiple talent sequences far exceeded that of these Lord Gods. This duel with the Bone Clan Patriarch was almost crushing, and the Bone Clan Patriarch ran away before the breach in his body was completely detonated. However, if you can run out of the Blue Star, can you still run out of your old home? As a Lord God, there wasn't much difference between losing your divine domain and losing your life. An hour later, the cooldowns for all of Lu Zeno's talent sequences were ready, and he was in his best spirit. With the strongest combined means, he unleashed a metal storm. Endow this attack with the Void Solace attribute. Looking at the metal storm that rose up into the sky, Lu Zeno mentally chanted, "Ding, please confer Void Solitaire enemy target. Target the owner of this object." Lu Zai didn't know the name of the Bone Clan Patriarch, but he had already met this person, fulfilling the first condition, and also possessing the other party's divine residue, which also fulfilled the second condition, and it was sufficient for one of the two conditions to be fulfilled. Ding! Target Bone Clan Patriarch Kuei Sang locks on successfully. Void solicitation is launched successfully. As the system voice fell, the metal storm rushed away into the sky, heading towards the distant Jialan star. While the Void Solstice enemy could give Lu Zeno a bearing to prepare, Genus God Li Zhuangzhuan led the Blue Star Elite 10,000 people towards the Jialan star as well. After all, with Big Brother's devastating attack in front of them, they were just there to clean up the battlefield. Realizing that after conquering the divine domains of the other Lord Gods, Lu Zeno could gain a boost in divinity, which would allow him to expand the area of his own divine domain and raise the level of his divine domain. At the same time, Lu Zai himself could also benefit from the survival points base gain when he killed a main god, so it could be said that he had benefited a lot. The matter of conquering the Bone Clan didn't even need Lu Zai to worry about it. This metal storm was bound to kill the entire Bone Clan. The Bone Clan Patriarch was unable to resist, and the rest of the Bone Clan remnants were simply no match for Li Zhuangzhuang, and Lu Zeno had more important things to attend to. This was because a text that could only be seen by the main gods appeared above the dome of the Blue Star. The main gods of all divine domains, please head to the city of the final gods, Land, on time, countdown, 1 hour and 31 minutes. P.S. Except for the god domains that are at war. For god domains that are at war, the space channel created by the god of the galaxy will sense the war fluctuations and automatically shut down, waiting until the war is over before automatically restarting. This mechanism was to maintain the 3 laws so that the war would not spread and strictly follow the 1v1 rule. The City of Gods, Land, according to the galactic gods' history, was the only god's capital in the galaxy, created at the end of the old era, and it was unknown how many years had passed. The galactic god was the guardian of this place. Whenever something important happened in the galaxy, the god of the galaxy would organize a meeting of the gods. The dead memory is again in the crazy torment Lu Zai, crossing before he hated the meeting, especially the meeting held after work. The feeling, as if and girlfriend are ready, the result of someone knocking on the door. Officials are so big that they crush people. Lu Ziyi mentally slandered. He had to go damn social animal life. He had never met the god of the Milky Way, but the other party gave him a terrible first impression. Before the meeting, Lu Zai still loved Li Zhuangzhuang. He used his powerful spiritual power to turn a certain rocky beach into gold, weighing almost 500,000 tons, which is his current rubbing gold single limit, but a rest can come again. Then on the rocky beach to Li Zhuangzhuang message, my stupid Odaudio, obscene development do not wave. Save the universe rely on Zhuangzhuang. After confirming that there was no mistake, he took a step into the space channel, but in the blink of an eye, Lu Zai appeared hundreds of millions of light years away. This was an extremely prosperous planet. The area was also extremely terrifying, at least 10,000 times that of the Blue Star. On this planet lived the strongest divine race in the entire galaxy, the Light Feather race. On this planet, whether it was fish, insects, beasts, or humanoid creatures, they all had a pair of colorful light feathers on their backs and were extremely fast. And Tyrant was the divine capital of this planet. Lu Zai was already queuing up outside the divine capital to enter at the moment, and he had been completely stunned by the sight in front of him. Regardless of which god's domain you come from, after entering Land you all line up obediently and enter one by one, like you who go to the company to work and clock in. Lu Zai's grudge against the god of the Milky Way +1+1+1. Why are all gods, but still fucking this set? After the billions of main gods quickly passed through the tens of thousands of channels in Tyrant to be detected, they entered the city. The city of Tyrant integrates entertainment, business negotiations, and trade, making it the largest city in the galaxy. Lu Zai planned to go for some entertainment after the meeting because there was always a voice in his head that lingered. I've been fighting for 20 years. What's wrong with enjoying myself? Keep playing music. Keep dancing. There were countless Guan Yu clan warriors patrolling the towering outer city walls, on which were mounted all sorts of city-defending artifacts, such as the light energy cannon that could kill a false god with a single shot. There was also the light energy divine crossbow, which was said to only be able to fire 10,000 light feather arrows a second. There were also countless false god-level light energy beasts on the city walls, which were dormant at the moment. Once war broke out, millions of light energy beasts would sacrifice their lives to spew out all of its light energy to converge over Tyrant City, forming an unbreakable light energy barrier. The word Tyrant was written on the gates of each entrance. The language and writing of the god race was very magical, and it could be automatically transformed into words or sounds that you could understand. For example, what Lu Zeno saw was the Dragon Kingdom's writing, and it was strange to hear the conversations of the Guan Yu warriors on the city walls in the Dragon Kingdom's language, with a bit of a northeastern accent. What are you looking at? Don't go in yet. The muscular Guan Yu clan warrior on the city wall yelled at a main god covered in 108 eyeballs. This lord god was too damn aggravated. He was covered in eyeballs, 360 degrees without a dead angle. Anyone who looked at him felt like they were looking at themselves. Do you think it's unfair? There was no way out. They couldn't afford to mess with him. So all the main gods obediently entered the Terran Plaza of the gods. The sky above this square was already filled with countless lord gods, each of which had a corresponding divine seat suspended high in the sky, so densely packed that Lu Zai's densophobia was on the verge of committing a crime. A stream of light instructed Lu Zai to quickly arrive at his divine seat, and Lu Zai realized that his position was very, very far back, because this seating order was based on god realm rank. At the moment Lu Zai was in the middle of high altitude, at least a few hundred kilometers away from the front row. After all, there were hundreds of millions of fucking lord gods who came to the meeting. He looked at the group of gods sitting in the first row. Surprisingly, all of them were small, like a group of children. Lu Zai took a deep breath and held his anger in his heart. Damn. One day, I'll sit at the kids' table too. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky, and the big man shone. The god of the galaxy, the king of the gods, he came. In the middle of the Plaza of Gods, there was originally a statue of a god standing in the middle, with 3 heads and 2 pussies. Yuck, 3 heads and 2 arms, 4 pairs of light wings, divine and extraordinary. The sky exploded. A bright divine light poured into the idol, and the idol came to life, slowly rising, 4 wings vibrating, standing proudly in the void. Welcome, Galaxy God. The gods bowed their heads and shouted in unison. Lu Zai was new to this world and followed suit. The god of the Milky Way, I have seen it. Is it possible to unleash on him? This crazy thought had just sprouted when Lu Zino himself pushed it back down. Lu Zino himself felt sick. Why would he have such a violent and death-defying idea? Calm and low-key Could it be due to his own divinity? He wanted to give others a shot when he didn't move? The 3 heads of the god of the galaxy. One was a woman who looked like a flower and fought monsters to support her family, named Talia, and one was a very rough-looking male named Tyrant, after whom the god's capital was named. In the center was the head of their child, named Terrio. What the hell was this all about? It was said that the god of the Milky Way only had one main consciousness, which meant that he played 3 roles on his own, so he really knew how to play. These ancient gods aren't too lonely. Think about it. One person has endless power, no one to control. Do whatever you want. Husband, let's start. The woman turned her head to look at the male and said, good. A small smile appeared on Tyrant's face, seemingly enjoying the self-talk. Go Father God. Terrio in the center also poked out her small head to echo. Lu Zai looked dumbfounded, goosebumps rising. What a hell of a game. This was a very explosive existence in the entire universe. I have been in charge of the Milky Way for 50 centuries. This is the 119th time to convene a meeting of the gods. There are newly promoted main gods here, and there are also some old friends who have left us. Space and time flow, but the order is unchanged. The 3 major laws make our Milky Way galaxy evergreen, but the Orion galaxy next door is not peaceful. Half of the main gods have already fallen, and extinction seems to be the big picture. As the words fell, the scene sobbed, and a number of main gods amongst the gods stood up from their divine seats and said angrily, kill the god-hunting beast. A lowly species should be purged. I curse those shady creatures. Lu Zino heard a new term. God-hunting beasts. Literally, terrifying ferocious beasts that specialized in hunting gods. They roamed the universe and traveled between galaxies. Their packs were huge, and every time they arrived, they would inevitably cause a bloody storm and initiate a divine war. Many major god galaxies were exterminated in this way. Gods also had arch-enemies. The god of the galaxy pressed down with both hands, and the scene immediately fell silent, with no one making a sound. The emergence of the god-hunting beasts is a crisis and an opportunity. The god-hunting beasts can provide us with powerful divinity, making us stronger than ever before. Remember how our Milky Way galaxy grew? The male face of the galactic god looked around the scene. Soon, his son grabbed the answer. 18 centuries ago, Father God led the galactic gods to successfully resist the attack of the billions of god-hunting beasts, and thus our galactic god system rose to its present prosperity. Terrio, Father God has said many times that good gods don't mention the courage of the past. The universe is vast and boundless, and there are god kings everywhere, short-lived and glorious, and no one knows which one will come first, the demise or the rise. It could be seen that Tyrant's tutelage was very strict, and Lu Zai was frantic at the sound of it. Yes, Father God, child knows. Tyrant nodded in satisfaction and continued. According to the intelligence from the Orion galaxy, this time, the strength and scale of the incoming god-hunting beasts far exceeds that of the time before the 18th world. so I have resolved that all the major main god realms prepare for war immediately, just in case of any mishaps. I honor the order of the god of the galaxy. The gods agreed in unison. According to my projections, the god-hunting beast wants to crush all the main gods of the Orion galaxy and erase their galactic ancient gods. It will still take a little bit of time, and the Orion ancient gods have already asked me for help. I have resolved to support 100,000 main gods to enter the Orion galaxy as a show of support. Don't worry, I'll maintain the galactic passageway, and if anything happens to it, I can pick you all up and bring you back. Whoever would like to go can voluntarily sign up for the trip. The moment the words fell, the scene was silent. Goddamn, pick you back. Afraid that the urn can't be couriered back. Knowing that Orion was bound to die and still going. It seemed that the situation on Orion's side was more serious than what the Galaxy God had said, and the Galaxy God system needed time to prepare for the war. So these 100,000 supporting main gods were cannon fodder. Sure enough, there is not a single active enrollment on the scene. No matter if you were a human being in your previous life or a god in this life, you are still away from the set. God all set deep. I want to go back to the countryside. This was Lu Zai's thought at the moment. Since the gods didn't say a word, I'll randomly select 100,000 main gods to go in the name of the three laws: freedom, fairness, and order. F***ck. Randomly selecting lucky spectators? Lu Zeno felt bad. In the next moment, 100,000 divine lights quickly shone on top of the divine seats above the plaza of the gods, and as long as the main god was irradiated was the one who was chosen. A divine light came straight to Lu Zeno's divine seat. Oh no! It was the feeling of a myocardial infarction. The next moment Lu Zeno's divine seat was shined. Next to a few strange-looking main gods have cast gloating eyes, clapping while saying, "Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations to you, Day!" Lu Zeno realized that the chosen god throne were almost all the outermost new gods, the kind with divine domain level 1 and 2. The large, black-packed swath of main gods in front of himself. None of them had been chosen. This reinforced the speculation in Lu Zai's mind that this batch of main gods were cannon fodder. The Galaxy God had deliberately selected the weakest ones to stall for time. Good, the great divine war has begun. The first batch of Galaxy Lord gods will let those ugly and vulgar beasts know that we are the gods. Trespassers, die. Tyrant, die. The gods rose and cheered. The cannon fodder wasn't them anyway. The meeting ended there. Lu Zai left the plaza of the gods to roam around the divine capital. He was ready to spend some money and entertainment. This trip didn't know how it would end. I don't know if the god-hunting beast accepts surrendered lord gods. I can surrender and help you fight the galaxy. Lu Zai has no position and only wants to live. Just at this time, a beep came. Ding! The Bone Clan of the Jia Basket Star has been purged, killing the Bone Clan patriarch of the main god in this battle. Base survival points gain plus 10,000. Current survival points gain 35,000 points per point. The area of your divine domain, Blue Star, has increased by 50% and is evolving. In this battle, you seize 20 million points of divinity, which has been automatically added to the divine domain rank. Current divine domain level, LV3, 113,000/30 million. Not bad. Lu Zai's heart was clear, and between his thoughts, he had already arrived outside a store called God's Right Hand. At the entrance stood a variety of female gods, hanging red lanterns and dressed up in a very bewitching manner. Divine Lord, how many? A god with 8 large pies asked with a smile. In the face of the temptation of the flowery world, Lu Zai's heart rippled inwardly. Instead, he snorted, "This god is not a casual person." Jokingly, this kind of strange shape was not blessed at all. Then the other party understood in seconds and immediately changed to genus got out. A beautiful deity in human form with a foxtail came out, and Lu Zai couldn't help but lightly move his feet inside. But this god is not a casual person. After spending 5,000 points of divinity, Lu Zai left the God's Right-Hand clubhouse with satisfaction. A row of various reception attributes, bowing at a uniform 45 degrees, "Welcome to the next visit. TSK, 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 still the same recipe, still the familiar flavor." Lu Zai gave each female attribute a reward of 1,000 divinity as a tip, and then drifted away. In the City of Gods, as long as you were willing to spend divinity, you could get everything you wanted. And while divinity could be extracted from one's divine realm level or exchanged with survival points, the latter only applied to Lu Zeno. Come and see. 10,000 see Swallowing Beast Cubs drop cards that you can drop in your own divine domain and use to cultivate your own divine domain. Don't give me 98,000, give me 68,000. See Swallowing Beast Pup Cubs to take home. 1,000 tons of helium metal deposit placement card. No haggle 1,800. Take it home if you need it. The humanoid cat-eared genus god is for sale. Can't raise it by itself. 100,000 divinity to take it home. All the poses you want. She has them all. The free market was filled with all sorts of shouting and selling. Luzai glanced at his system, which had 39,140,000 survival points lying quietly, which could also be exchanged for an equal amount of divinity. Sea swallowing beast cubs are cheaper. I'll take as many as you have. Luzai picked up a soggy sea swallowing beast cub on the stall with one hand, and the little beast showed its teeth at Luzai, babbling and screaming. This kind of sea swallowing beast pup was bred by certain divine races themselves, and could grow up to the pseudo-god realm, with a notable strength, and if cultivated in Blue Star, it could allow many water elemental imperial beast powerhouses to have a good direction of cultivating their imperial beasts. I have a total of 100,000 heads, a single price of 600,000 divinity. You take them all away. A female lord god, with an extremely stout figure, that bicep was thicker than Luzai's thighs, and was afraid to be 2 meters tall. He belonged to the sea god race, and these sea-swallowing beast pups were the product of his race. Luzai purchased these for the development of the Blue Star Divine Realm. Has a very good significance. Increase biodiversity at the same time, but also enhance the strength of the Imperial Beastmen. And after these void beasts arrived at their divine realm, they would have the ability to reproduce under the influence of their own creations, so there would be no need to purchase them in the future. Good, I'll take them all. Luzino paid 600,000 divinity. An array of radiant divinity flowed from his body to the other party. After the deal was struck, the other party was not too excited, but just handed Luzai 6 drop cards inside. Hey, you picked up a great bargain. If it wasn't for the fact that I had to go to the support battle in the Orion Galaxy, who would have been willing to sell these cuties? The drop card is a prop, similar to the storage ring in metaphysical novels. It is very convenient. Luzai took the 6 drop cards. His divine mind invaded into it to make sure that the trade item is correct. Then he looked at the other party. It's not just you who are going. I'm also going. Luzino smiled. The other party was obviously a bit surprised by Luzino's calmness. Aren't you scared? This going? The female Lord God looked around, then whispered in Luzino's ear. It's hard to come back. It's redundant to worry about things we can't influence. Luzino said blandly. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but he had no way to change reality himself. But barring that, there were still 3 days left before traveling to the Orion battlefield. And it wasn't as if he didn't have the power to fight back. My name is Aroi. You can also call me Sea Priest. What's your name? The other party cast a friendly gaze. My name is Luzino, God of the Void. I'll remember you. God of the Void. Erlo had a sincere face. Ahem, is the God of Void. Luzino corrected seriously. It doesn't make a difference. Anyway, all the Lord Gods of the roaming sky are quite boring and empty. Aroi turned to leave, waving his hand with his back to Luzino. See you in Orion. Thanks for your patronage. See you. Luzino waited until Erlo's figure disappeared at the end before muttering under his breath. As a main god, he could imagine how hard it was to sell off his people, everything to stay alive. Aroi just wanted to continue his divine race and exchange his divinity for some combat resources. However, Luzai quickly regained his composure. As a Lord God, he only needed to be responsible for his own divine race. He couldn't have an ounce of compassion. Is the Orion God war? Perhaps it's not the moment of my demise, but an opportunity for the Blue Star God race to rise. Luzino murmured in his heart. Luzai now possessed the first talent sequence Thought Steel Seal, and he had never fully utilized this talent. Perhaps it was time to realize his potential. Luzino continued to wander around the Terran Mall and purchased the Ironclad Pterodactyl drop card *11. He also purchased the World Serpent drop card *2. The divinity of the Lord God was very scarce, but Luzino now had a base gain of 35,000 survival points per point, and these survival points could be exchanged for divinity, an unparalleled advantage. After the shopping was over, Luzino used the rest of his divinity to raise the level of his divine domain to LV4, 150, 000/50, 000. Luzino didn't realize that the Blue Star was undergoing a heavenly change at the moment, with divine light shining brightly, an abundance of species, and the vitality of all things flourishing. Every Blue Star citizen was looking forward to the return of their Lord God to Blue Star. While Luzino traveled to Orion alone, he left his divine domain entrusted to Li Zhuangzhuang. Every citizen of the Blue Star received a spiritual message. Humanity will win, and the Blue Star will live forever. Luzai explained what had happened to him, the perils of traveling to Orion, and the aftermath. The whole of Blue Star was sad because Blue Star's main god had gone off alone in danger, but had arranged everything for them. Luzino, who had traveled to Orion, also received a system feedback. Ding, the steel seal of thought continues to strengthen. You have gained 3 billion faith power, and your current spiritual power is 16 billion. And Lu Zai's heart warmed as he, who had arrived at the Orion galaxy, charged forward in the face of the roiling godhunter beasts. Kill. He was the first of all the galactic lord gods to support. He was also the first one to be seen by the Orion ancient god as the first reinforcement army. Billions of god-hunting beasts rushed forward as Lu Zai swam against the current, and above the blue star. After seeing the message left behind by Lu Zai, Li Zhuangzhuang absorbed the gold left behind by Lu Zai and combined it with the gold he had recently rubbed together with his own hands, and finally broke through to the main god realm. But due to Lu Zai's main god existence, he was still in the status of a genus god. On this day, he faced the hundreds of millions of Blue Star Imperial Beast Masters, and said with great pride, although Big Brother's people have disappeared, Lu Zai's face still exists, and it cannot be lost. He is not, nor should he fight alone. Who among you is willing to travel with me to Orion? Below, billions of people shouted in unison. I am willing, humanity will win, and Blue Star will live forever. Li Zhuangzhuang smiled broadly. Good, if this is destined to be the end of Blue Star, then let's turn the end into radiant and proud. The glory belongs to Blue Star, belongs to the land god. Glory belongs to Blue Star, belongs to the land god. In the next moment, hundreds of millions of Imperial Beastmasters and Imperial Beasts passed through the spatial channel in unison, killing Orion. I'm sorry, I got some really bad news today. It's 2:25 a.m. and I have to continue healing. This chapter might not be of good quality. Sorry everyone. I'll try to make up another chapter tomorrow afternoon. The oracle given by the galaxy god to the 100,000 Lord gods was to support the Orion God War within 3 days, but he didn't stipulate a specific time. Most of the main gods chose to travel on the third day. They all wanted to spend the last 3 days in their own god's domain while preparing for the battle. Lu Zai, on the other hand, chose to enter early for a consideration. He thought that the battle after 3 days might be even more stalemated, and it would be even more treacherous then. Anticipating that, it would be better for him to enter here early now. The current Orion god system should still have the power to resist, and it would also be safer. Arriving here a day earlier to learn more about the battle and familiarize himself with the godhunter beasts would instead be more beneficial. Moreover, the first main god to come to support was perhaps more valued by the friendly forces here. Most importantly, Lu Zeno wanted to plunder more divinity through the divine battle. A muffled voice came from Lu Zeno's mind. The god of Orion welcomes our friends from afar. Your presence makes the dawn of victory even brighter. It's the god of Orion's ancient god. He noticed me. Lu Zai's heart trembled. For an ancient god to pay such attention to a tiny lord god, it was evident how much the Orion god system needed support right now. The place where Lu Zai was now was in the space beyond Orion's main star, an asteroid belt with billions and billions of meteorites and comets floating in the void, and those god-hunting beasts were weird and changeable in appearance, unrecognizable, and they raised their war blades and war spears high to kill out of those meteorite clusters, all together, shouting, "Purge these blasphemers!" Blasphemers? What the hell are you cursing again? Lu Zeno didn't understand why these god-hunting beasts called the gods blasphemers. He hated this title anyway. But, Lu Zai was surprised to find that there was no difference between the power of these so-called god-hunting beasts and that of these gods, and they mastered some talent sequences just as well, some of which Lu Zai hadn't even seen before. This was not scientific. Blue Star's talent sequences came from the inheritance of the Eye of the Void, and the Eye of the Void sequences came from the mutilated Chaos Tablet. There must be a story between these god-hunting beasts and the gods around the talent sequence. Lu Zeno was surrounded by all of the Orion's main gods, and normally, they attacked each other just like the galactic god system. But at this moment, they were united. Vast divinity filled the entire space, and some clusters of meteorites were directly used as weapons by the main gods to blast towards the godhunter beast camp. Lu Zai's brows clustered, and amongst these massive meteorites and asteroid belts, he sensed it, metal. That's right. These space debris floating in space were rich in all sorts of metals, even gold. Lu Zai now had 16 billion spiritual power, and the area he could influence had reached 160 million meters in a circle. 20 doppelgangers appeared in unison, and together with Lu Zeno, they set off a raging metal frenzy in this space. Bang 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 bang. A meteorite burst apart in space, and Lu Zeno directly extracted the metals from these meteorites and condensed them together. The monstrous tidal wave of metal rolled forward, drowning large swaths of god-hunting beasts. However, the strength of these god-hunting beasts was not to be underestimated. They struggled and fought against the metal tides, and Lu Zai was surprisingly unable to destroy them in the first place. Metal tides are not something to be messed with. Those metal frenzies contain hundreds of millions of metal flying blades, flying arrows, flying spears. They surged forward, forming a wave-like attack, and the god-hunting beasts that were submerged in them encountered the most terrifying scene of their lives. Every break in their bodies was attacked by billions of metal weapons. The furious attack power was something they had never encountered before. They looked at Lu Xino with vicious and skeptical eyes. They couldn't believe that this was the strength that a tiny Lord God could possess. On the other hand, the Orion camp side was also shocked when they saw Lu Xino's furious attack. For the first time, these Lord Gods who didn't know how many years they had spent began to doubt life. Also a Lord God. Why was he so chic? Under Lu Xino's metal tide's anticlimactic bombardment, the gods of the Orion god system shouted, "Charge!" This was an extremely rare time since they had encountered the invasion of the God-Hunter beasts that they had pushed back against the God-Hunter beasts in a localized battlefield. However, such a battlefield was not the one where Lu Xino was. The entire Orion constellation had opened up a divine war, and there were tens of thousands of such battlefields, and with the number of main gods of the Orion god system falling increasing day by day, it was already in jeopardy. Ding! You have given the Orion main gods 1 billion points of small shock, plus 5 billion survival points. Lu Xino? Crap! 5 billion survival points. This could be used to exchange for divinity and upgrade the divine domain. What was a divine domain? That was the base, the home base of every god. The more vast the divine domain, the more abundant and prosperous the divine race, the more powerful the main god would be, and it would feed back to the main god in various forms. For example, Lu Xino's way of feeding back was the steel seal of thought, as well as the automatic daily increase in divinity of all the divine creatures of Blue Star, which were automatically incorporated into the process of upgrading the divine domain. For example, Lu Xino had just upgraded his divine domain to LV4 level, and now the process had come to LV4 gate. 41 million/50 million. This 41 million divinity was what the Blue Star divine race automatically provided, moment by moment. And the good news didn't end there. Ding! You've killed 184 false god realm god hunting beasts and absorbed 18.4 million divinity. Ding! You have killed 2 main god realm god hunting beasts, absorbing 2 million divinity. Base survival point gain plus 20,000. Current survival point gain 55,000/point. Cool. At this rate, I'll have endless amounts of divinity to spend. Right at this moment, in the middle of space, a greater number of god-hunting beasts crossed over Lu Xino's metal tide and came against the current. Purge these blasphemers. It turned out to be reinforcements of god hunters from other battlefields that had arrived in extremely frightening numbers. The dawn of victory that the Orion Lord Gods had just seen was annihilated once again at this moment. But as Lord Gods, he did not have any fear, and they all erupted their strongest divinity. Kill. Both sides mixed together, and some ancient taboo creatures all appeared. The world serpent, the giant wolf griffin, and the two-headed giant. For the first time, Lu Zai was skeptical about his metal tide, although it was powerful. Those sea of god-hunting beasts were erupting their divinity to resist his metal tide. A violent fluctuation suddenly came from the portal on the battlefield. A 303-meter-tall golden gladiator was the first to rush out. His golden battle sword swept across the void, and several false god-level god-hunting beasts instantly exploded. White big brother, you didn't even call me for a fight. Li Zhuangzhuang had an exuberant face. As for his body, the sound of killing shook the sky as the 1041 pseudo-god realm royal beast masters of Blue Star who had just been promoted along with his royal beasts killed out. Seeing this scene, Lu Zai was shocked in his heart. Is Blue Star already this strong? The Blue Star's royal beast masters charged forward carrying their own foreign beasts in a frenzy. Lu Zai immediately had his 10 doppelgangers fend off the front, absorbing the vast majority of the firepower. After all, his own body now had a life value of 400 million, while 16 billion spiritual energy could give his bilocations a 1.6 million times increase. Then, the life value of a bilocation had reached an extremely terrifying 640 trillion, or 640 trillion. Lu Zai had lost the concept of 640 trillion life value, and he had once asked the system what level this life value was. The system's reply was that if the moon was viewed as a living object, then the moon's life value was about 1.000 trillion. In other words, the blood volume of Lu Xino's doppelganger was about the same as half of the moon. Lu Xino was appalled by this. When did the moon become a unit of measurement? On the battlefield, the metal tides continued to roll forward, and on top of the tides, the main god of the Orion god system joined forces with the Imperial Beast Masters from the Blue Star to launch a general attack. Both sides erupted in a shocking battle, and the entire sky was filled with violent explosions triggered by various talents, and the shockwaves, along with some meteorites in space, shattered in unison. On the other hand, Lu Xino's side was looking at his 5 billion survival points, pondering. Currently, his own divine domain level was LV4, 10 million/50 million. It was time for a wave of rapid god domain upgrades. The increase in God domain level could turn Blue Star into an unrivaled cultivation base for the divine race, and the Blue Star divine race would receive an unprecedented abundance of cultivation resources. The divinity of the Blue Star would also become more and more dense. Everything would revive, and all sorts of divine new species would be evolved one after another. System. I'm in. Give me stud. What do you mean? 5 billion survival points. All of them? Give me a boost to the remaining levels. Understood. Boosting in progress. Upgrading complete. You have consumed a total of 5 billion survival points and upgraded the divine realm level to LV31, 150 million/320 million. The area of Blue Star has expanded by 310%. The total amount of divinity, quality, and density have all been greatly enhanced. The biodiversity of Blue Star has risen by 310%. Resources are extremely abundant. Everything has entered a period of rapid growth, and a great biological outbreak is brewing. And you have gained a number of strong biological populations from the time of the origin of the universe that are 100% loyal to you, and are included in the realm of your divine race. Zing! The great abundance of the Blue Star's biological populations. They have naturally accepted the steel seal of your thoughts. The new species has provided you with 8 billion mental power. Current mental power, 24 billion. A system message came through, giving Luzino a boost. Good fellow. He had made the right bet. It was too much higher than the benefits of adding spirit by himself. In the future, on top of my own Blue Star, very ancient and powerful species might appear, and they all obey my orders. Lu Zai looked towards the battlefield. As his spiritual power increased, the metal tides became more and more violent, and the battle in a certain corner of the battlefield made Lu Zino frown. In space, a wave actually rolled up. It was a real ocean tide, not Lu Zino's metal storm tide. That tidal wave covered the sky and had an extremely vast range. Tens of meters high tsunamis rolled forward. Countless god-hunting beasts were caught up in it, constantly struggling. And the most terrifying thing was that within those ocean tides, there were countless huge tentacles that were hundreds of meters long, constantly attacking those god-hunting beasts that were caught in the tidal wave siege. A familiar figure stood on top of the tidal wave. Her figure leapt up, a leap to pummel the god-hunting beasts, and wherever she attacked, those horrifying tentacles were driven as if they were arms, and they all launched their attacks on the target she had locked on in unison. Under the violent attack of the tentacles, the god-hunting beast was reduced to pieces. This person was none other than Elroy. Such horrifying battle power made Luzino's heart tremble. This talent sequence was unheard of and never seen before by Luzino. In other words, Erlo, the Lord God, had mastered a portion of Blue Star's uncharted talent sequence, possibly something recorded by another Chaos Stone tablet. This talent wasn't bad. Luzino looked greedy. If only this fierce woman could join our Blue Star and become my subordinate god. Lu Zai looked at Aloy in the waves, and indisputable saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Coincidentally, this fierce woman seems to be in a bad situation, and the constant stream of god-hunting beast reinforcements has put Eloy in a difficult situation. Luzino directly pointed in the air, and a portion of the metal tidal wave rolled towards the area where Erlo was, warding off some of the pressure. At the same time, Luzino came to Erlo's side and said sincerely, "Why are you here as well?" Erlo looked towards Lu Zai, knowing that the other party had helped him out, so she said back, "Aren't you here as well? Maybe we thought of coming together. It's better to come late than early." The two nodded their heads in silent agreement. "But, you can't hold up." Lu Zai hit the nail on the head. Whether it's the Galaxy God System or the Orion God System or any other God System, the fall of a main god and the disappearance of a god clan is not a big deal. It happens every day. "I'm ready for it." Eloy's eyes were firm, but Lu Zai could still tell that she couldn't let go of her god clan. From the fact that she bought sea beast cubs to improve her strength, it was clear that she wanted to survive the crisis. Luzino felt that the opportunity had arrived. "Join my Blue Star divine race and become my subordinate god. We might be able to kill a future." "You're insulting me?" Erlo immediately changed her face, because at any time, having a Lord God descend his godhead and become someone else's subordinate god was an unacceptable thing. Lu Zai clenched one hand in the void, and a violent metal tidal wave swept through all the area around Erlo, and within the metal tidal wave, countless giant metal hands pulled those god-hunting beasts into the storm. "Consider it yourself. Accept it and you and your god race have a chance of survival. Don't accept it and none of you will be able to escape the god-hunting beasts today." Aloy looked towards the terrifying tidal wave of metal. She thought that she had a formidable battle prowess amongst the Lord Gods of equal divine power. She didn't expect that this young Lord God in front of her could unleash such greatness. She fell into deep thought, and Lu Zai seized the opportunity to throw an olive branch again. "My Blue Star is a level 31 divine domain. I can give you a piece of the ocean to make your sea race incredibly powerful, while I only want to defend the Blue Star, which will last forever." Eloy's expression was complicated. On one side was a certain death ending, on the other side was a nebulous chance. However, in a desperate situation, whether it was a god or a human, they all had the instinct to survive. I will fight for you, great god of the void. Erlo curtsied, the godhead in her body descended, and a ray of divine light disappeared into Luzino's body, and she officially became a member of the Blue Star divine race, and Luzino's second subordinate god of the Lord God realm. Welcome aboard, Sea God Priestess, let's kill today. In the next moment, tsunamis and metal tides roared in unison, and a raging force began to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Make up another chapter before noon tomorrow. Luzino and the Sea God Priestess worked extremely well together. Because she had accepted Luzino's thought steel seal, she was in high tacit understanding with Luzino. The siren tsunami and metal tide raged forward, and wherever they passed, the god-hunting beasts retreated in defeat. The golden gladiator incarnated by Li Zhuangzhuang charged forward, leading the Blue Star Imperial Beast powerhouses to outflank the god-hunting beast's rear path. In the battle in this star field, the Orion Divine System had rarely won a great victory. Looking at the endless stream of defeated and fleeing god-hunting beasts, the Orion gods' divinity surged as they chanted in unison. To the god of Orion, to our guests from afar. All the Lord gods looked in the direction where Luzino was. Filled with awe, Li Zhuangzhuang swept through the air from afar to land in front of Aroy and Luzino. He had an excited look on his face. Wipe big brother. They ran away. It's not fun. Luzai nodded. It's alright. I'm afraid that there will be endless god-hunting beasts to kill in the days to come. By the way, her name is Erlo, now my subordinate god. Her siren race is also a part of the Blue Star divine race. In the future, you guys work well together. Erlo just nodded slightly to the shit yellow giant in front of her. She hadn't gotten used to her identity yet. Who knew that the brain-dead Li Zhuangzhuang directly transformed back into his original form, then slapped towards Erlo's chest. Hey man, welcome aboard. Erlo's face turned blue. Strong Li's hand that slapped the other party's chest also froze in midair, because the other party's pectoral muscles didn't feel right. Luzino knew that the situation was not good and immediately turned around, pretending not to see it. Lord God, can I beat him up? Elroy politely inquired. Luzino nodded slightly. Don't kill anyone. In the next second, Erlo's figure stormed up. Dozens of tentacles sent out in unison from the waves behind him. I'll beat you to death. You colorful god. Li Zhuangzhuang was dreaming that the other party is a female which has such a muscular woman. Big brother save me. Li Zhuangzhuang was beaten to hold his head. After all, he was at a disadvantage, and his own people, he did not dare to transform and resist, and Eloy just chased and beat, and did not lay down a hard hand. After being a main god for an unknown number of years, it was the first time she encountered workplace harassment. The victory in this battle gave the Orion god system a certain amount of confidence, and to a certain extent eased the current Orion battle situation that was currently surrounded by enemies. A distant and clear voice came from the sky. Warriors from afar, please move to the Orion god capital. All the main gods of the Orion god lineage bent down in unison and bowed to the void. This voice was none other than the voice of the god of Orion, Agila, who had unexpectedly invited Luzino to the Orion god capital. Luzai also bent down and bowed. Thank you for the ancient god's kindness. I'll be right there afterward. Although Orion was in danger right now, this Agila, like Tyrant, was an ancient god-level existence that was extremely powerful. Ancient god, an existence above 100 billion in combat attributes. Luzai glanced at his 24 billion in spiritual power and stood in awe of the ancient god. Hunter god capital, Amangay, a name that had once shone immensely, even more brilliantly than the galactic god system's Terran god capital. Luzai couldn't help but think of his own blue star. When will my Kyoto's name resonate throughout the world? When will my blue star human race stand at the top of the cosmic god race? Imangaya divine capital. Luzai, Li Zhuangzhuang, Eloy and his group arrived in a flash from the spatial channel. On both sides of the divine steps leading to the divine temple were divine guards that were 200 meters tall and numbered in the thousands. These divine guards, holding spears condensed by divinity, were portrayed as human-headed horses, with human heads and horse bodies, holding divine spears. 200 meters of human-headed horses. How shocking. Entering the divine hall, the interior was extremely vast, even giving the illusion that the interior space of this divine hall was endless. The woman in white clothes was sitting on top of the divine seat, with a giant lion creeping beside her. She, none other than the hunter's only ancient god, Agila, slowly came before Luzino and extended her right hand. This was the goddess taking the initiative to ask for a kissing hand salute? Luzai guessed in his heart, so he probed his right hand, gently pinched the goddess's fingers, and lowered his head for a kiss. Honorable god of the hunters, Blue Star Lord God Luzai salutes you. The goddess smiled and nodded. then looked around. You all stand down. In the next moment, apart from Agula, only Luzino and his subordinate gods were left in the main hall. Your support was timely and helpful, allowing my god people to see hope. Although, that hope is being annihilated. Agula's voice didn't have any emotional fluctuations, as if she wasn't talking about Orion's matter, but rather recounting an ordinary matter from the perspective of a bystander. By the oracle of the galaxy god, this is my duty. Luzai didn't understand the other party's intentions, so he naturally answered in a more official manner, not forgetting to pull in his own divine system's ancient god to boast a bit, just in case the two of them had a deep friendship. It was always right to say nice things. Tyrant, this guy is not a good person. Likes role-playing and had a child with himself. A freak among the ancient gods. Igula spoke, not liking Tyrant. After a long conversation and some discussion about the battle, Agula switched topics. You're the youngest Lord God I've ever seen. I've seen your battles. They're interesting. I don't really care about the secrets you carry. I'll even give you my blessing. If Orion survives, I'd really like to see you come to rule the galactic god system. You're a lot more normal than Tyrant. This is something to ramble on about? Making me rebel? Luzai shook his head back and forth. The god of the Milky Way. Justice. Freedom. Order. He has given our Milky Way god system a glorious past as well as a bright future. The god of Orion, don't make fun of me as a tiny lord god. I can't afford it. Luzai immediately said. I didn't dare. I didn't say that. Other people can't see it, including Tyrant, but Coco, you can't escape my eyes, because my power comes from the blasphemy tablet, not the chaos tablet, and you are the blasphemer. Luzai was shocked in his heart. We are not familiar. Why are you slandering Lousy? Be careful, I will sue you for slander. What the hell is a blasphemer? Could it be the blasphemers that those god-hunting beasts are talking about? Seeing Luzai's nervous appearance, the god of hunters laughed. You're acting too much like the first blasphemers. I can't understand what you're saying. Luzai said that the Wangba recited the sutra. Not listening to it. You look at my eyes. Do I look like I'm joking? Turtle laying eggs. Don't look. Don't look. Luzi Ehart really do not want to look at her, although she is very beautiful, but gazing at an ancient god, not a good idea. Easy to leave any traces. By the other side to poke through. Seeing that Luzai didn't look up, Agula started talking to herself. The universe originated from a big explosion, and the center of the explosion produced an extremely powerful area of energy, and later this area was made the place of origin by many of the old gods. The powerful energy created tens of thousands of sequence pathways. These sequences can be understood as a kind of rule, a technique, but they also possess life. They expanded with the universe. These sequences began to search for their own masters. This batch of sequences that possess life was known to us as the Old Day sequences, and it created the first and most powerful Old Day gods in the universe. And you, Agula looked at Luzino, have the aura of the old sun on you. I have the aura of the old sun god on me? Are you kidding me? I'm just an ordinary 5 good young man. I just want a dog down. What kind of big hat are you throwing around? Luzai stared with an incredulous face. Agula looked at Luzia's surprised expression and covered her mouth and snorted. You think the galaxy god is really trying to support me? He is nothing more than a piece of trash who makes war money. Every time there is a divine war between the god-hunting beasts and the blasphemers, he waits for the opportunity to seize the benefits. I have a premonition that Tyrant's success is also a divine war and his death is also a divine war. Sooner or later, he will play it off. What do you mean? This divine war has nothing to do with the galactic god system? It wasn't just Luzino. Almost all of the galaxy lord gods really thought that these god-hunting beasts would attack the galaxy god system after they struck down the Orion god system. Agula nodded. The blasphemer in the mouth of the god-hunting beasts is talking about me, but now there is one more person. You don't talk nonsense. People are talking about you. It's none of my business. Luzai was MMP in his heart, smiling on his lips. May I ask, what is a blasphemer? Why can't the god-hunting beast tolerate these blasphemers? The sequences you're learning on your body are no longer the original Old Day sequences. They've been copied and passed down for countless epochs. These sequences are ordinary and not worth mentioning, and there are only 10 true Old Day sequences, which are incredibly powerful. These Old Day sequences possess life. They search for hosts in the universe, and have also created 10 of the most powerful Old Day gods. The Old Day gods used their powerful divinity to continue subdividing the sequences again, passing them down, the same sequences you see used by the major lord gods and god-hunting beasts in the divine war. After the 10 Old Day gods became powerful, they were not satisfied with the status quo, and all coincidentally wanted to travel to the origin land to find the source beginning power that gave birth to the 10 Old Day sequences. They had an old sun god war, and one of the most powerful old sun gods, the god of blasphemy, stood out. killing 9 old sun gods and becoming the only old sun god to enter the origin ground. Unfortunately, he inexplicably died inside, and the 10 great old sun sequences have since disappeared, wandering the universe in search of hosts, and due to his powerful strength, the blasphemer god clan left behind is still powerful, and has since been hunted down by a coalition of other old sun gods god clans, such as me, who is a descendant of the blasphemer god clan, and that includes you as well. And now the vast majority of the main gods are developed from some pariahs of the old days, such as Tyrant, who hardly participate in the god wars because of inferiority complexes, and at the same time they gloat and want to seize benefits from the god wars of the 10 old gods. But I also don't understand why there are ordinary humans among the descendants of the blasphemous god race. I've never seen them before. Agula frowned. Could it be that you're not human? Lu Zeno looked at Agura in surprise. This was clearly a human beauty. Who knew that? Agura shook her head. I'm not. I don't believe it. I don't see the difference between you and me. Lu Zai said that he couldn't tell on the naked eye. Agula took a deep breath. She couldn't tell Lu Zeno that there was a difference between the private parts of her race and human women. Agula didn't continue to explain. Love to believe it or not. But Lu Zai thought of a scary speculation result. Let us just say that if one really has the aura of the blasphemous god of old in one's body, and one is not a descendant of the blasphemous god race, and the talent sequences that one cultivates are all ordinary sequences recorded from the top of the Chaos Stone tablet, then the only explanation was that one's own system, not a system? It was the blasphemous god's old sequence, wandering the universe after death and finally choosing me? This kind of 1 in a billion trillion chance was encountered by myself? Lu Zeno asked experimentally. Can I take the liberty of asking a question about the blasphemous god? Not for anyone else, but you are a descendant of the blasphemous god clan. Yes. Agula looked towards Lu Zeno. It was obvious that Agula attached great importance to her blasphemous god race identity. She even looked down at all on an ancient god like Tyrant who grew up as a descendant of the old pariahs. What is the blasphemous god's old day sequence called? What type is it? The sequence that our old ancestor possesses is called blasphemy, a powerful sequence that is above all things, and can even blaspheme any existence. Rumor has it that the god of blasphemy is always having fun with the divine race's children every time, never going out to cultivate, and becoming stronger every day, and after endless years, he turned into the universe's most powerful old day god, which is not blasphemy to the rest of the divine race that fights on the battlefield every day and cultivates desperately. What is it? It is indeed humiliating, which is one of the reasons why they couldn't tolerate us back there, fearing that the old day sequence would return to desecrate the god race. Lu Zai was dumbfounded in place. Damn, it's really like that. F***ck. I got the strongest sequence of the old days? Lu Zeno forced down the shock in his heart. The current situation was marvelous. There was good news and bad news. The good news was that he had a backer, and that was the immensely powerful blasphemous god race, because he had the scent of the blasphemous god race on him. There is also good news. This kind of breath can only be detected by the blasphemous god clan's own people, and there are also the descendants of the 10 oldest god clans that can be detected, and the descendants of the oldest pariahs like Tyrant can't be detected. Why the hell am I talking like that woman? Shouldn't, all beings are equal. Don't discriminate against Tyrant. And next Agula took out a crystal ball and said something that made Lu Zeno's jaw drop in shock. Do you want to rebel with Sister Ra? You help you destroy Tyrant. You take charge of the galaxy god system and achieve the ancient god realm. And from then on, we'll be distant and take care of each other. We're all family. We don't talk about two families. No, big sister, you're having trouble protecting yourself now, and you're still pulling me to rebel. Why is it that such an earth-shattering event coming from you is as simple as asking me to go out and pick up a career for you? Lu Zai shook his head like a rattledrum. No. The god of the Milky Way is incredibly powerful and has no ill will towards me. Lu Zai's desire for survival pulled full. Bah, bullshit, no malice. Letting you come to Orion is cannon fodder. This is called no malice? And do you know why the galaxy god can rule the galaxy god system for so many epochs with 3 major orders? That's because whenever a main god rises to power, he'll definitely step in. Even though he can't directly exterminate his own main god, which would go against the gifted sequence he cultivates, order, but he can always find a way to make those powerful lord gods cannon fodder. Are you worried that I, the Orion god system, won't be able to defend myself? Oh, as long as I crush this crystal ball, the blasphemous god race will come to my aid. The reason why I delayed doing so was because I wanted to take down Tyrant, who has also coveted my Orion for a long time, and I'm going to take the ploy for a long time this time. I didn't expect to run into you halfway, so I just changed my strategy temporarily. Lu Zai swallowed his saliva, achieving an ancient god, commanding billions of lord gods. Such temptation. That family could not hold up. Have you thought about it yet? Old brother? I can see that you're not an honest person. And your ambition is not small. AI Gulag gazed at Lu Ziyi. At this moment she treated Lu Ziyi as her own clan. Lu Zai pondered for a long time and uttered 5 words shakily. Sister is a good judge of character. When Lu Zai and Agula plotted out loud, Eloy and Li Zhuangzhuang were shocked the entire time. They were genus gods and couldn't do anything to betray the Lord God. So Agula let them be present to listen. And the two's brains were completely inadequate. They couldn't understand why the Lord God was so young and rebelled to become an ancient god again. Why could his realm advancement just be so fast and perverted? Erlo even had a bit of a feeling that she had gotten on board. The gods inside this blue star divine realm didn't seem to be quite normal. Your 2 genera gods are a bit interesting. Very strong and spiritual. One is gifted with a golden lord, and the other is a sea god priest with billions of sea beasts. AI Gora looked at the 2 people beside Lu Zino, revealing an appreciative gaze. Generally average. 3rd in the universe. Lu Zai also let go now. They were all going to rebel together. And they were of the same race. So Sister RA, how do we rebel? Rebellion is a technical work. Not good is to be destroyed. That is really become a king of the 8 do push-ups. Never turn over. Simple. We fight and retreat. Sacrifice a part of the divine domain. Save the number of main gods. And finally we duel Emangari. I have already deployed not bad defense artifacts in the divine capital. I expect that Tyrant will surely have a large army. And launch an attack on the periphery in the name of saving Emangari. According to his speculation, by the time he wipes out the god-hunting beasts, we'll already have lost the divine capital and he'll sit back and enjoy the entire Orion divine system while the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow sparrow is in the back. Agula rubbed the crystal ball in her hand, her big eyes narrowing into slits as she smiled. Lu Zino understood. This was baiting the enemy to go deeper, and Agula was still baiting the 2 enemies, and at the same time, it was also able to borrow Tyrant's offense to consume some of the Orion godbeast's strength. Interesting. The only problem lies in, will your reinforcements go wrong? Lu Zai was worried about this only variable. If he was trapped in Emangari by then, the enemy was attracted, and there were no fucking reinforcements, then he would really be a fool. Never, Agula categorically denied. The one who came to support us is my cousin within the clan, an ancient godlike existence, with a divine realm strength of level 91, far surpassing that of Tyrant. Lu Zai was appalled in his heart. It turns out that Tyrant is sitting in a galaxy, and his god domain level is not even level 90 yet. Wouldn't that be a promising future for me? After all, I'm damn near level 31. So the next thing we are doing is acting for Tyrant? Well, life is like a play. It's all about acting, and as you are still a member of his god system, your acting is important. In 2 more days, there are still 100,000 main gods supporting Orion. And a lot of these main gods are scouts that will send information from here back to the galactic god system. So the acting has to be more realistic. AI Gora rested her chin on her hands and said lazily, things were decided so happily. Lu Thai left the temple and began to take stock of his system earnings, which had long since had a large batch of information in it that he hadn't perused. Ding! In this battle, you and your divine clan have gained a total of 1 billion divinity from killing the enemy, which has been accumulated in the divine realm level up. Current divine realm level LV34, 160 million/350 million. Your divine clan has provided you with 3 billion spirituality during the battle due to the effectiveness of the steel seal of thought. Current spirituality is 27 billion. You have subsequently killed 3 more Lord God realm god hunting beasts. Base survival point gain plus 30,000. Current gain 85,000 per point. With the expansion of the god realm and the increase in level, now even if there is no war, the spiritual power provided by divinity and the power of faith is rising every second. Survival point gains were getting more and more outrageous. 85,000 per minute. That's 122.4 million in one day. It would increase more and more in the future. In this god realm where divinity is scarce, I, Lu Zino, am as rich as Jack Ma. 2 days later, the galaxy's 100,000 Lord God reinforcements killed Orion. They were surprised to find that 70% of Orion's hundreds of millions of main god realms had been lost. Orion began to focus on defending the inner regions around the divine capital. The god of Orion, Agila, personally received this reinforcement army, impassionedly expressing the determination to fight to the end. And with these 2 days of fierce battles as well as harvesting divinity, his own divine realm contribution, Lu Zino rose to a new height. As for his survival points, Lu Zai used them to add 200 million lives, for no other reason than the fact that the duel was imminent, and he wanted to make his doppelganger even stronger. And as long as the lives were still there, nothing would be a problem. 600 million physique. That's 6 billion life. And his own spiritual power came to 35 billion due to the contribution of the power of faith. 6 billion lives came to 21 million billion with a 3.5 million times increase, exceeding the moon by several times. And Lu Zai had 20 such doppelgangers and a 99.6 damage reduction. Lu Zino glanced at his attribute panel and thought, very stable. Host, Lu Zai. Realm, Lord God. Divine Realm level LV39, 160 million/400 million. Life value, 6 billion. Physique, 600 million, 99.6% damage reduction. Spirit, 35 billion. Strength, 233, 684. Agility, 242,790. Strike rate, 100%. Strike damage, 1,427%. Survival points, 13 million, growing. Divine skill, void solicitation. Talent sequence 20, metal manipulation LV20, 0/20 million. Talent sequence 04, immortal body LV20, 0/20 million. Talent sequence 05, brokenness LV20, 0/20 million. Eternal creation, LV20, 0/20 million. Talent sequence 01, steel seal of thought, power of faith and accumulation. In the blue planet, the people of Eloy had relocated here, and they roamed the great flat ocean. A level 39 divine domain with extremely rich resources in the ocean. This community was growing at an extremely terrifying speed. The first thing that Aloy felt was that she had made the right decision. With Lu Zino, she didn't have to live the life of selling sea beasts to exchange for divinity. Although she could no longer possess an independent godhead, the growth of Blue Star gave her a sense of honor and glory, which was already enough. After all, Blue Star allowed her to feel a vibrant future. As for Li Zhuangzhuang, his golden weight now came to 10 million tons and his height was 400 meters. This was thanks to the massive amount of gold he and Lu Zino had seized from those meteorites and asteroids in space. On this day, 100,000 galactic main gods joined the Orion gods to start a general battle with the god-hunting beasts in the 18 giant defense circles on the outskirts of Amengia. Far away in the Milky Way, Tyrant received a message. Great God of the galaxy, the Orion god system is in danger. In this meeting battle, my subordinate quality thinks that they are bound to lose. In this way, the Orion god system only has the god capital Emenge to defend. The great, you have finally waited for this moment. Inside the galactic god capital, Talander City. After seeing this information, Talia smiled charmingly. Husband, your chance has come. You've been waiting for several epochs. Her son, Terrio, was also excited. Father God, are you going to unify the Orion god system? That's awesome. Tyrant calmly said. How many times have I told you to be calmer when things go wrong? Even though the advantage is with me this time, we still have to keep a humble heart. Talia, husband is right. Terrio, Father God is right in his lesson. Subsequently, the family of three laughed and laughed mightily, and the entire temple was filled with their unbridled laughter. Outside the Eamon Gaia Divine Hall, Lu Zai and Ai Gura looked up at the starry sky. Every time we duel, I get extremely nervous. This is not the mindset that should exist in an ancient god. Agula laughed at herself. Scared of what? Lu Zino looked up at the deep starry sky, his thoughts turning over. What do we possess the most? The more we fear losing something, and what I have, apart from endless years, is these clansmen who have accompanied me through endless years? I have witnessed countless galaxies coming to an end. I have once seen an ancient god's divine lineage being refined by a god-hunting beast into a divine crystal, a piece of divine crystal of less than 1 kilogram. And this kilogram is the weight of a civilization that has lasted for countless years, and possesses hundreds of millions of lord gods and clansmen. Agula sighed. The weight of a civilization is nothing but a kilogram of divine crystals. What an ironic thing this is. Lu Zai was also overwhelmed with emotion in his heart. Sister Ra, I have a doubt. Lu Zai thought of the hatred that spanned countless epochs between the blasphemous god race and the 9 old days god races, the current god-hunting beasts, and he had a question in his heart. You ask, hasn't it ever occurred to the blasphemous god race and the 9 great old sun god races to make peace and stop the war? Isn't this a win-win thing? Agula smiled slightly. The ones who can keep changing themselves are the gods, and the ones who want to change others are all psychopaths, and we all call ourselves gods. We only think about how to make ourselves stronger instead of caring about other people's feelings. That's weak thinking. Damn, I think you're all psychopaths. Lu Zai was shocked at the thoughts of this group of people. These ancient gods were called lonely and arrogant, to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, they were just one-dimensional. You're nervous? Agula looked at Lu Zai. It's weird if I'm not nervous. I'm still young. I haven't married my wife yet, and I still have a lot of time. Lu Zino broke his fingers and counted down those unfinished dreams of his. Come on. You're not like a god at all. You need yourself. Just pinch one yourself. Agula mercilessly interrupted Lu Zino's whining. You don't understand. If that's the case, life will be as lonely as snow. Luzino and Agula looked into the future and chatted about the present under the starry sky, sometimes giggling, sometimes hesitating. The first ray of sunlight shone on Agula's golden hair. Agula slowly spread out her palm. The ray of sunlight was compressed and twisted to form a ball of light, leaping in Agula's palm. They're coming. Agula looked toward the distant skyline. Then let's fight. Luzino took a deep breath. Ding! The great battle is coming. The steel seal of thought has been strengthened once again. The blue star divine race's wariness is high. The power of faith has provided you with 4 billion spiritual power. Current spiritual power, 39 billion. Agula saw the god-hunting beasts surrounding the divine capital that looked like rolling waves pressing down like the sky in the sun, and did not shy away from it in the slightest. With her golden hair flying, she gently clapped her palms, and giant divine towers immediately rose up from the walls around the divine capital of Emengari, numbering up to millions, and they were distributed around the walls of the divine capital. On these divine towers, divine light flowed, and the various types of giant cannons and divine crossbows on them were all aimed at the void. At the same time, Emengari also immediately put up a golden light shield, like a giant bowl inverted. These golden light shields were Emengari's last card, equivalent to the life value of 10,000 moons, and at the same time possessed a powerful injury-free effect. The major Orion gods have risen into the air: centaurs, sphinxes, stone-winged holy beasts, and holy light griffins. According to the script, these god-hunting beasts would launch a duel against Emengari, and when the battle between the two sides was stalemated, the galactic god would lead the galactic god coefficient billions of main god divine race to harvest the battlefield, and reinforcements from Agula's cousin will arrive to quell this god war, and Luzino will use this to rise to the top and take control of the galactic god system. General Director, Agula. Starring, her cousin, Dragon Set, Luzino. In the void, an extremely powerful god-hunting beast with an extremely powerful aura stepped out of the god-hunting beast camp. Half of his body was red and half of his body was black. The head was the same, but the red side was a woman and the black side was a man. He was bursting with divinity and was extremely powerful, his eyes glaring angrily at Luzino and Aigura. The glory belongs to the god-hunter race, and you filthy blasphemers will finally be purged. After today, there will be no more Orion, no more Emengari. Agula smiled faintly. In the old era, you were killed by my clan and fled the 4 worlds. How many eras have passed and you are so unforgiving? Ha ha ha, the 9 old days are about to reappear in the universe. And where are your old day gods? Where are they? Certain people, they don't even realize that their clans are about to perish. It's ridiculous. Hee hee, you are like hunting the gods to gather enough divine crystals to awaken the 9 old days primordial sequence. Do you really think that I, the blasphemous god race, am easy to bully? Aigura's body was filled with a surge of divinity, and the entire void of Emengari trembled in synchronization with his resounding voice. War! Purge the blasphemy! Shocking war cries also erupted from the god-hunting beast camp. In the next second, Emengari was roaring. Millions of defensive divine artifacts fired in unison, and in the sky, divine crossbows shot out 10,000 feet of divine light piercing the sky. Some god-hunting beasts of a lower realm were directly pierced through by the divine light, and were blasted to pieces and turned into a sky of light. Those divine cannons blasted out shells that raged furiously, exploding and sending out shockwaves thousands of kilometers in circumference, like ripples spreading out layer by layer. The violent shockwaves toppled quite a few god-hunting beasts, but the extremely terrifying number of god-hunting beasts still charged forward, with various talent sequences being displayed. Some divine rage divine lights were absorbed, blocked, and weakened. Even some divine artifacts were temporarily frozen and sealed. And those god-hunting beasts that charged under the golden light shield began to bombard the divine capital light shield, and a circle of ripples swirled above the light shield, absorbing the attacking power while their durability decreased. Kill! Tens of thousands of human-headed horse lord gods rushed out with a single horse. Talent, Fearless Divine Blade. This talent sequence was the core talent of the human head horse lord god, and one terrifying aspect of this talent was that it could be launched in concert with a great increase in power. When tens of thousands of several hundred meters tall human-headed horses unleashed the Fearless Divine Strike, what a magnificent sight it was. They formed a giant arrowhead formation, and the entire charging formation was covered in supreme divine light, like a sharp sword piercing into the god-hunting beast formation. Li Zhuangzhuang clenched his fists in place. His golden light shone brightly, transforming into a golden gladiator of tens of millions of tons, and a battle sword chopped horizontally, and a black spatial crack appeared in the sky in a shocking manner. Eloy leapt into the void, slammed the ground and bellowed. Endless beast sea. In the endless sea tide, billions of tentacles snaked out, waving all over the sky, not knowing how many god-hunting beasts were swept into the beast sea. Above the sky, wailing all over the place, Galactic God War, suddenly rose. Another chapter to be added at noon. Is this the God War? Lu Zai looked up at the sky of divine might. His heart was shocked. Even the most powerful Hollywood director couldn't film a battlefield as magnificent as this. Egula's hands unfolded as if she was embracing the void. Her blonde hair tumbling, her eyes glowing with divine light, and she chanted obscure words under her breath like a demonic whisper. In the name of the blasphemous divine race, I chant the will of the ancients to destroy these feeble invaders. As the words fell, 18 black holes quickly formed outside of Emengari, and they began to devour everything around them under Egula's manipulation. Not even light could escape its capture. This was a very different talent sequence, originating from the desecration tablet. Spatial talent devouring air, space distorted, and everything in the surrounding area became dark, and that darkness was not simply black, but pure nothingness. A large number of god-hunting beasts were swallowed up in it, and they erupted their powerful divinity trying to resist the devouring of these black holes. And in front of Egula's powerful strength, such efforts were somewhat futile. 18 black holes began to run, converge, and finally collide to form a huge black hole, like a devouring millstone, constantly crushing the lives of the god-hunting beasts. That powerful red and black-faced god-hunting beast hissed angrily. His fists clenched, the void trembled, and the meteorites, comets, and even some asteroids floating in the sky began to converge towards him crazily. Starfall, he bellowed, slamming an endless number of huge stars towards the black hole. Because he knew that although Egula's black hole possessed some of the basic characteristics of a black hole, there was still a difference between it and a true black hole. A true black hole had an endless, unceasing source of power, while Egula's black hole originated from the talent of devouring the air. Its power also originated from the body's spiritual power, so there was an upper limit. And one self like this to meteorite, comet to impact this black hole, can quickly exhaust its energy. This is a truth that all men understand. Under the sky, there is no hole that cannot be filled. So as a man, Lu Zai also felt the unfavorable situation of the battle. He took a deep breath. I'm just a dragon, said still have to be my hand. The next moment, 30 doppelgangers appeared. That's right, during this period of time, he had already taken the time to raise the skill level of the talent sequence all the way up to level 30. And the number of doppelgangers also came to 30. The 30 bilocations with the same spiritual power as the main body. And the blood quantity was as high as 23. 400 megabytes just appeared straight away. The god-hunting beast in the sky immediately felt a huge pressure, and its eyes towards Lu Zino became grudging. The 30 splitters immediately surrounded the leader of the god-hunting beast. What the hell is this? Is this skill he decent? Maybe we are not human, but you are a real dog. The red and black-faced god-hunting beast wanted to look at Lu Zai. What divine lineage are you from? You're a blasphemer too. You really killed it. The red and black-faced god-hunting beast that was caught in the encirclement shivered coldly. I'm not a god, so naturally I don't need to be a human. Lu Zai snorted in his heart, and in the next moment, he unleashed a rolling tidal wave of metal in conjunction with 30 doppelgangers to fuck with the other party. This was Lu Zai's first time confronting an ancient god, and after a few rounds of confrontation, Lu Zai stood on the tip of the wave of the metal tides and smiled faintly. Ancient god? You don't seem to be that strong. The fear in his heart was instantly emptied, and Lu Zai's evaluation of this ancient god was summarized in 4 words, nothing more than that. With 39 billion spiritual power combined with his own terrifying skill bonus, he could completely fight against an ancient god realm with 100 billion attributes. Martyr. All the fear comes from the lack of firepower. However, although the red and black face in front of me is also an ancient god level existence, Lu Zai clearly felt that he is not as powerful as Tyrant, and that family of 3 is not an ordinary person. The Golden Gladiator in the guise of Li Zhuanzhuan worked very well with Elroy. The Golden Gladiator kept telling the god-hunting beasts in the sky to blast into the demon sea, and then those tentacle monsters of Eloys were dragged into the deep sea. As for Lu Zino, the metal tidal wave he was now launching was heading straight for the red and black faces, and he stepped on the tip of the wave and taunted. How old are you? Still throwing stones. The other party had to stop throwing rocks into the black hole, sensing that Lu Zai was actually a tiny Lord God realm. Facing those surging metal tides towards him, he also dropped his guard, and even snorted coldly under his breath. Humph. A mere Lord God level metal manipulation. Also dare to make a scene. See my palm. Crouch. Originally, the red and black-faced ancient god was prepared to say, watch me shatter this metal tide of yours with a palm. As a result, before the words were finished, a giant claw appeared in the metal tidal wave and dragged the god-hunting beast ancient god into the metal tidal wave to face the death of billions and billions of metal fragments. The god-hunting beast ancient god was dragged into the metal tidal wave of the Lord God level? This scene stunned all the god-hunting beasts, because that action of yanking in at that time was very bizarre. It was like that scene when you were a child and a small child was yanked home by an old father holding a cane after making a mistake. There was no resistance, only despair. Ding! You have shocked the surrounding god-hunting beasts and the Emenge Lord God, and have gained 8 billion survival points plus 8 billion. 666. Luzino snickered when he heard the system's reward message. These 8 billion survival points couldn't be used to raise spiritual power. Nowadays there were many channels to obtain spiritual power. One could wait for the power of faith, and there were very few sources of divinity. It could only come from hunting and killing these gods and plundering them, so it was better to use these survival points to raise the divine domain level. One had to know that an increase in divine domain rank was equivalent to an overall improvement of oneself, and one could also create an even more invincible divine race. Just at this time, the sky exploded with a bang, and Tyron shone. In the void, countless spatial passages opened at the same time, and the galaxy god system's billions of main gods accompanied Tyrant on her journey to the Orion galaxy. Wow! It's so lively. Father God, Terrio poked his little head out, pretending to have seen this kind of world for the first time. How many times have I told you? When there are guests around, children should not make noise. Mother Talia sternly reprimanded, her eyes full of favor. Tyron stood proudly in the void, with a look of righteous indignation. Odo, this time you've come to the wrong place. I've always had dealings with the Orion ancient god. You invade Orion. What do you think of my galaxy god system? Rubbish. The red and black-faced ancient god didn't change his color and directly disliked him back. The three members of the Tyrant family were choked to death on the spot. Father God, he called you trash. I heard you. I don't need you to remind me. Honey, can you control the kids? I'm busy. Tyrant complained to his wife. Vomit. The distant golden gladiator, Li Zhuang, couldn't stand the nausea of this family and vomited out hundreds of kilograms of gold, and then sucked it back up, remembering how hard it was to come by. This scene was seen by Elroy. Couldn't help but give a thumbs up. In the future, whoever praises me as a ruthless person, I'll be the first to disobey. Or you ah. Zhuang. Strongly, thank you. And the two gods, Agula and Lu Zai, looked at each other and smiled slightly, because he both knew that it was now. The layout was successful. Agula's right hand hidden behind her back gently crushed the crystal ball. Her cousin was about to sweep away the remnants of the situation with a thunderous force, and Luzino was about to dominate a galactic god system. Thinking about this, Luzino inwardly laughed out a pig squeal. Agula looked towards the roiling gods in the void. Her sleeves fluttered, and as she crushed the crystal ball, she said boldly, Emengari has stood for tens of thousands of years. When has it ever fallen? Today, sending you and the others on their way. Emengari's Warstone monument will add the posthumous names of hundreds of millions of lord gods. Lu Zai's battle spirit was high, and he sighed in his heart, what Sister Ra said is good. Give them some color. At the same time, Lu Zai also poked and prodded all 19 billion survival points to raise his divine realm level. Ding! You have consumed 19 billion survival points to raise your divine domain level to LV72, 460 million/730 million. Ding! The remaining huge boost allowed Blue Star to expand by 442% from its original base, adding 17,000 new species, including 3 ancient species. P.S. Ancient species can be cultivated to the quasi-ancient god realm, and level 100 divine domains can give birth to enlightened origin species. All the races in the divine domain rejoice, providing you with 6 billion faith power. Current spiritual power 45 billion. Can. Lu Zai's heart snickered with joy. This gain is also too good to be true. Lu Zai's side was full of gains, while the golden gladiator Li Zhuang in the distance heard that there were reinforcements coming. He also raised his battle sword high and burst out. Wait for death you guys. The red and black-faced ancient god, Odo, instantly came to his senses. Desecrate the crystal? You still have clansmen? The god of the galaxy, Tyrant, frowned slightly. Agara, I'm here to support you. Do you believe me? Talia, yes, my husband means well. Terrio was also ready to speak, but was instantly interrupted by a divine light slapped by Agula. Shut up you little retard. Where's the family of 3 acting? Disgusting. At this moment, everyone tensed up, and the billions of lord gods of the galaxy god system even stopped advancing as they held up their feet. The blasphemy crystal was the greatest treasure of the blasphemy clan. It could summon the same clan and ignore time and space. Emengari war cries burst forth, and after learning that there were reinforcements, their battle spirit rose and they began to launch an even more furious charge towards the god-hunting beasts. No matter what, let's take care of these mortal enemies first. As for those main gods of the galaxy god system, once the reinforcements arrived, they would come in and take them down in one fell swoop. Everyone has seen the battle situation. The only thing they didn't expect was The blasphemous crystal that said it would arrive in a flash did not react half a bit. Agila felt bad. Tyron sensed something wrong. Oh? Luzino's scalp went numb. What? The golden gladiator in the killing battle. What the hell? Terrio blinked. Father God. There's no reinforcements, yeah. Tyron laughed out loud. My dear son. Your powers of observation are too excellent. Ha 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 ha. Talia, husband. It looks like the advantage in this battle is mine. The scene became bizarre. The battle instantly erupted. Billions of main gods from the galaxy god launched a general attack. They indiscriminately attacked the area around Emengari. Whether it was a god-hunting beast or a blasphemous god race, shoot on sight. After all, the prerequisite for occupying this place is to purge all the enemies. On the battlefield, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. The outer galaxy god system's main deities surrounded them like chicken blood, and the entire sky above Emengari was shaken, with all sorts of divine gifts descending one after another. The golden light shield was rippled over and over again, and quite a few god-hunting beasts and Emengari's main gods fell frequently, putting Emengari in a precarious position. Seeing that there wasn't any movement, Lu Zai and Ai Gura looked at each other, and a puzzled expression was already written on Lu Zai's face. Sister Ra, what's the situation? While Ai Gura's face had panic written all over it, she seemed to have realized something as she whispered confidentially to Luzino alone. Older brother. Oh no, cousin must have gotten drunk. Forgot. Luzino? How presumptuous. Are you serious? We put our lives on the line here and your sister is drunk? No. How could a god get drunk? Agila was also furious. Her hobby is to collect divine brews in various god systems. She also likes to get drunk in her mortal body. The most outrageous thing is that when she gave birth to my two great-nephews, my two nephews didn't get sober for the entire nursing period. Why? Luzino had a shocked face. The alcohol content of breast milk was too high, and both nephews were slightly drunk every day, and didn't come to their senses until they were weaned on staple foods at over a year old. Agila recalled the past. The two resisted the Galaxy God System's army with their own means while anxiously searching for a way to break the situation. Luzino, can't wake up? Is there any other way to contact them? Agila shook her head. The profane crystal allows her to perceive my call, but this call is not mandatory, and she's drunk, so naturally she can't perceive it. Luzino let out a long sigh. Your family, how unreliable. Agila was also furious. I wish I could give her a cut. She's guaranteed to wake up. Agila's words gave Luzino a great revelation. Her cousin was a god, although she liked to experience the feeling of drunkenness in her mortal body. But once she encountered an attack, her divinity would automatically return to her body to ward off the threat, and the person would sober up. So, void solace might be useful? Thinking of this, Lu Zai excitedly said, do you have something of your cousin's? Something with her scent? There is rather. What do you want that for? Agila's small face blushed. Don't ask. Give it to me quickly. I'll give my big cousin a wake-up service. Lu Zai was anxious in his heart. This tyrant is about to press over. Sleep, nymphets. Get up and get high. The next second, Agila pulled out a pink underwear. Here. The last time I came to play, my sister left behind. It's okay. Lu Zai took the item. His mind focused and his divinity exploded. A large slap condensed with metal rose up in the air. Lu Zai gave this attack the characteristic of Void Solstice. System, unleash Void Solitaire enemy. This attack was launched successfully. Conditions are met. Target, one of the blasphemous god race's ancient gods. Lux, that one giant metal slap swept through the air, ignoring time, space, and heading straight for the target. Somewhere in an ancient galaxy, on top of the god's throne, the body of a delicate woman reclined peacefully, breathing evenly, her face flushed. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open as she sensed an attack threatening. The next second, slap. A few huge slaps on her rear buttocks, and she fell straight off the god seat. Carrot, Lux was about to snap, but then she suddenly sensed the call of the blasphemous crystal. Oh no! My sister is afraid of nothing. It was surprising that he himself had forgotten such an important matter cleanly. Prepare for battle. Advance to Emengari. She issued a rallying order in her god capital. A divine light rushed up to the sky and followed her lead. Entering Emengari through the desecration crystal, a divine light rushed up to the sky, following the steps of his ancient god Lux and killing its way through the blasphemous crystal into Emengari. In the next moment, billions of blasphemous gods descended above the dome of Emengari. Luzino and Agura in the distance were relieved to see the reinforcements. With her bare feet, Lux stepped down from the void step by step, golden divine light laying everywhere her toes touched, her vermilion lips lightly opening. Who is causing trouble? Seek death. Gentle words but carrying supreme divine might is frightening. The original tyrant placed her hand on her chest and bowed slightly. So it's MS. Lux, long time no see. Lux glanced at Tyrant's family of three and said contemptuously, I thought who was so bold, but it turns out to be you. A family of little perverts. Playing role-playing has spoiled your brain? Even my sister is hitting on you? Tyrant looked at his wife and son with a slight smile. We are not afraid of you. Tyrant wasn't being arrogant. A few epochs ago, he had a battle with Lux, and won a small victory for himself. He asked himself that in these few epochs, the galactic divine system had experienced magnificent development, and wasn't afraid of Lux. Tyrant clenched one fist, and the 12 wings of light behind him instantly unfolded. Magnificent. The light wings shook in the void. Tyrant flew in a hurry. Above the light wings, those vaporized feathers transformed into a furious ball of light blasting towards Lux's location. At the same time, Terio's eyes shot out divine light, sweeping across the void. Talia's fiery red lips flicked out, and roiling divine fire flew out of her mouth. Lux smiled faintly. Correction. From now on, call me MS. Lux, not Miss, because I have a husband. Ha, husband? Where is my husband? Lux looked into the void, and in the next moment, the void shook and a terrifying giant shadow emerged. The red and black-faced ancient god Odo's eyes were rounded. For those giant shadows, he was shocked. How is this possible? The battle-minded tyrant was also so shocked that she immediately stabilized her figure and stopped attacking. With a face of incredulity, even her twittering wife and children were quiet at this moment. Those huge ensemble shadows slowly approached and showed their true faces. Wife, I'm coming. An ancient god with an 800-meter-tall figure descended first, followed by their two sons. Lu Zeno's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked at Agula. Who is this? Ai Gura smiled. One of the oldest races among the blasphemous god race, the troll race, one of the full-fledged god races cultivated by our old ancestors of old. The prefix of this ancient race was so long, but Lu Zeno raised the word bullish from both inside and outside the words. Father God. It's the troll clan ancient god Urios. Terio shrunk into his mother, Talia's arms. Talia gently touched her son's head. Husband, why don't we go home? Tyrant smiled faintly. Wife, not all roads have a way home. Urios, come and fight. Tyrant opened his full form, and the wife and daughter beside him had already turned into raging flames and disappeared into his chest. At this moment, Tyrant had the body of a demon and the wings of an angel, looking out of the sky. The troll Urios stroked Lux's face. Wife, I'll go and come back. Lux nodded slightly and watched her husband leave. She herself joined the battle to exterminate the enemy with her two sons. At this moment, the battle situation was reversed. On Lu Zeno's side, the ancient god-level bigwigs possessed 3 Urios, Agila, and Lux. Below the ancient gods, Lu Zeno, Li Zhuan, and Eloy were all top-tier warriors. The scales of victory had begun to tilt. Tyrant's light wings held up the sky as if the entire void was covered by them. Billions of light blades poured from the top of the wings like torrential rain. The wings of light were frantically consuming divinity. Tyrant's chest was raging with divine fire. The flesh and blood in front of his chest turned into fragments and fell a little bit, and all that was left of the demon's body was a skeleton. From afar, it was impossible to tell whether he was a god or a demon. The 3 masses of divine fire in the chest cavity kept leaping. There was pain. There was unwillingness. There was hissing. And there was also the cry of his wife and child. Kill! The billions of light bullets visualized by the wings of light were like meteors falling, blasting towards Urios. Divine skill, devil's wings. Looking at the light bullets that came carrying the divine might of the sky, Urios' body shook as his figure continued to swell. Swell! He let out a regal hiss. His muscles gnarled and trembling, and a large, unimpressive rod in his hand was firmly clutched as he charged up against the billions of light bullets at the most furious speed. Urios waved his great rod, and countless light bullets were blasted into the sky. The troll race, a divine race that had grown against the heavens, had no skill. It was all about maximizing their strength and speed. They hated magic. They hated those fancy talent sequences. They were born not awakening any talent sequences, only by virtue of the savage growth attributes in the gods of the heavens to kill out a great reputation. All techniques are unbearable in the face of absolute power. This was their creed. You can't possibly win against me, Urios roared. And even though his body was still hit by many light bullets, with skin splitting and divine blood flying, Urios' fighting spirit never cut down. The troll clan, extremely strong, whether it was their strength or body, or their innate ability to recover. Tyrant condensed her divinity, causing all the light bullets to blast towards Urios. The void was blasted with a spatial rift, and countless spatial turbulence raged everywhere. Lu Zai, who was standing on the metal tidal wave, saw this scene and was shocked in his heart. Battles between ancient gods were truly shocking. If he were to replace himself, he wouldn't know how long he could resist. The strength of Tyrant and Urios was far above Odo. Lu Zai had the presence of mind to watch the battle. but also because the battle was starting to become favorable, as he teamed up with Li Zhuangzhuang, Urios, Lux, and Agara, and was forcing back the god-hunting beasts and those main gods of the galaxy god system. Facing the charging Urios, Tyrant burned the divine fire in his chest to the extreme and continued his furious offense. He even heard the cries of his wife and children. They were already overwhelmed. Urios, die for me! Seeing Urios charging in front of him, Tyrant directly broke his pair of wings, and his light wings transformed into a pair of raging burning battle blades held in Tyrant's hands, heading straight for Urios. Two people's bodies collided together. The sword and the big stick constantly swing. Kill. Violent collision. The god under the fire. Countless embers scattered from the void fall. Like fireworks. Brilliant and tragic. Urios' body has been blown to pieces by those light bullets. The powerful healing ability allows him to continue to fight. The bones on his body come from time to time the sound of breaking, and then grow painfully. Healing. Urios leapt up and slammed down with his great stick, directly shattering the flaming battle sword in Tyrant's hand, and then he aimed at those light wings on Tyrant's back and tore them apart frantically. The two ancient gods engaged in a rare physical battle. Urios Raleigh ripped off half of Tyrant's wings and backhanded it into his opponent's chest. Put. Divine blood splattered as Tyrant hissed, his eyes bursting with divine light, sending Urios flying as both sides stormed back to pull away. Urios was dripping blood all over his body, but his eyes were filled with soaring battle intent. Every troll was born for battle, and once again, he charged step by step, accelerating and speeding up. His body was burning with divine blood, and his huge figure was coated with a layer of scarlet bloodlight. In the distance, Tyrant took one last look at his wife and son who were burning in his chest. Wife, son, we can't go back today. Terrio, Father God, you're the best. I'm not afraid yet. Talia, husband, we are family. After his words, his wife and son's figures completely transformed into divine fire. Tyrant bellowed, his body bent forward, and all the light wings on his back hardened and detached from his body, bringing out large swathes of blood and flesh. Chop! The huge light wings transformed into several hundred meters long fire blades and chopped down continuously against the Urios who was charging fiercely. Boom! A detachment resisted in front of Urios and was then shattered one by one. This was Lu Zeno coming to support after finishing the battle in the periphery. He was surprised to find out that this Lightwing had managed to slash one of his own doppelgangers in 3 slashes. What kind of concept was that? His own doppelganger had tens of trillions of dollars of blood right now? For the first time, Lu Zai felt the appalling might of such a powerful ancient god. But it didn't matter. When he became an ancient god himself, even an early-stage ancient god could casually crush those peak ancient gods. Well, including this demonic big brother. Fortunately, such a furious attack from Tyrant was obtained by sacrificing her divinity and burning her divine fire. Moreover, there weren't many such light wings. They were expendable, just 12 wings in total. And while his own doppelganger fell, the light wings also burned out in the void. Lu Zeno sacrificed 3 doppelgangers to block all the fire blades for Urios. Troll Urios charged forward and even came at Lu Zai. Young man has something. Want a cannon Agara? No. I'll do it for you. Lu Ziyi was speechless in his heart. Listen to me. Thank you, big brother, you first cut people. This troll big brother, at first glance, is not a serious person. While Lu Zai was surprised at the strength of Tyrant's attack, the other party was also surprised at Lu Zai's appearance. You are the Galaxy Lord God. Tyrant's face was unbelievable. This person was actually from his own godly system. Lu Zeno nodded. I'm the first batch of cannon fodder you sent here. Tyrant looked up to the sky. Interesting. I was the one who went astray. The path to becoming a god is supposed to go against the heavens. It's normal to die halfway. Tyrant gazed at the charging Urios, with determination in her heart. Boom! Demon Urios' big stick slammed down, and with this strike, he burned his countless divine blood. Under this blow, Tyrant could no longer support it. Perhaps if Lu Zeno didn't join the battle, he could still fight Urios to the death. But there was no if. A generation of ancient gods, the god of the galactic gods, the lord of the divine capital of Terran, had fallen. In the void, the red and black-faced godhunter beast ancient god Odo also died under the joint attack of Agila and Lux. The lord god of the blasphemous god race quickly pushed back under the strong charge of Li Zhuangzhuang and Aloy. The curtain finally came down on this astonishing divine battle. The blasphemous god race had won a complete victory. Lu Zeno had also benefited greatly from this battle. Ding! You've killed a number of lord gods, and your base survival point gain has increased to 1 million per point. This battle, Lu Zeno had killed dozens of main gods and thousands of spirits, so the profit was not bad. At this current rate, giving 1 million survival points a minute, then it would be 1.44 billion in a day. The future is promising. Lu Zeno was excited. In fact, The most important thing was the issue of belonging to the Galaxy God system. The entire Galaxy God system had 440 million Lord God level God domains. These God domains became masterless after the death of the Lord God, and the divinity began to lose a lot of it. But they were still worth a lot of money. There were two ways to absorb these masterless divine domains. One was to send one's own divine race forward to occupy and continue to develop this divine domain, allowing it to regain its vitality and provide a constant supply of divinity to oneself. But this kind of time was long. The other is to destroy the godless domains directly and refine the God crystals, which are crystals containing divinity and can be absorbed by the gods to strengthen their own selves. While Lu Zai was pondering these questions, several ancient gods had already walked over. Older brother, what do you want to do with the Galaxy God system? AI Gura spoke up. I suggest that you slowly nourish this galaxy. I see that your blue star divine realm is a vibrant place inside, so it's perfectly fine to divide your own gods out and occupy these divine realms, and plan for it slowly. No, the old gods are reviving. No one dares to guarantee whether it will be peace or war tomorrow. I suggest to directly refine them away, and quickly improve your own strength is good. I see that this little old brother has made an extraordinary move. He has the appearance of an ancient god. Urio's eyes were filled with recognition as he looked at Lu Zino. Surprisingly, Urio's was not as horrible as he was just now with all his injuries. A severed arm was also newborn, and his size returned to his normal 2-meter height. I also agree with my husband's opinion. It's still more important to gain strength quickly. Otherwise, the next time we encounter a crisis, we will only be able to ask for help helplessly like your sister Ra. How disgraceful. Don't you think it's little brother? Lux snuggled beside the troll and sincerely suggested. Agula blankly glanced at her. Suggesting is good. Suggesting not to suggest it in the future. Lu Zai's days of becoming a god without being a proper human were short and inexperienced, so naturally he had to listen to the words of his old-timers. He also felt that dividing his blue star divine race into billions of planets was an extremely laborious job, and it was not as fast as refining. However, the main planet of Tyrant he must keep. There were complete city defenses, vast temples, picking up a divine capital for nothing on his own. Needlecloth poking awe. Alright, I choose to refine these masterless divine domains and move the divine capital to Turland. Lu Zino made up his mind. The remaining three nodded their heads. The divine capital of Turland, which had been renamed the Dragon Capital at the moment, was where Lu Zai planted his divinity, drawing 90% of the quota from each race of the Blue Star divine race into this vast planet. Blue Star's extremely rich resources fed to the remaining 10% of the god race, and development would be extremely smooth. This vast planet, many times larger than the Blue Star, was even a level 100 god domain before, but after Tyrant's fall, her divinity was lost, and Lu Zai had stabilized it before him to be in line with his own god domain level. Lu Zai, in the presence of the rest of the few people, ascended to the Dragon Capital Divine Hall, and through the authority link here, began to refine the 440 million Lord God level divine domains. Even though most of their divinity was lost, it couldn't be helped that the quantity was large. Lu Zai was filled with anticipation. Start refining. Lu Zino was filled with anticipation. Begin refining. As Lu Zai's words fell, the system immediately gave a response. Ding! Refining the Galactic Divine System's masterless divine domain is underway. Ding! A total of 441. 4 million refinable divine domains have been detected. Refining in progress. Refining Saturn divine domain successful. Obtained 1. 4 divine crystals. In an instant, Lu Zino's mind was flooded with an extremely huge amount of information, and over 400 million masterless divine domains began to be refined in bulk. 1 divine crystal equaled 10,000 divinity. Lamentable. It was unknown how much divinity it took for these vast divine domains to be birthed, but after the fall of the Lord God, they all became waste to be recycled. The refining process is extremely rapid. In less than an hour, Lu Zino's system space is 30 kilograms of tiny divine crystals, a full 500 million, or 5 trillion divinity. Ding! All divinity has been used to upgrade your divine domain. Divine domain upgraded to LV 1001 level, 31. 3 billion/100. 1 billion. Lu Zai's entire body was stunned. Damn it, but the divine domain had been directly upgraded to over level 1000? To be honest, Lu Zino was very grateful to the 3 ancient gods in front of him. They were the ones who had given him this opportunity to upgrade. One very big reason for this was that Lu Zai had the aura of the old days on him, and AI Gura thought that it was unreasonable for Lu Zai, as an ordinary human, to achieve Lord God so quickly. According to the clan's records of the blasphemous god of the old days, the blasphemous god of the old days back then was also so perverted and outrageous. At first, Urios and Lux both wanted to refine the Galaxy God system. After all, there was no one who wouldn't be greedy for such a fertile resource. However, When Agula told the original story, both of them were shocked. Combined with the recent god-hunting beast camp's frequent pursuit of the blasphemous god system, the rumor was that it was for the purpose of resurrecting the 9 old day gods, since all the other old sun gods were being revived. It didn't make sense that the most powerful blasphemous old sun god back then hadn't moved. In the shadows, the three of them already saw Lu Zeno as the blasphemous god race's hope for revival. However, all three of them decided to keep their mouths shut about this, and they didn't really intend to tell Lu Zai for fear that he would be under too much pressure when he learned about the identity of the savior. They didn't realize that Lu Zai already had a suspicion in his heart that the system and his body might be the most powerful existence in this universe. The elevation of the divine domain was equivalent to the elevation of the divine being, or the elevation of the entire blue star divine race. As Lu Zeno's divine domain level directly soared to level 1001, a series of changes began. Ding! The area of your divine domain has expanded by 100,000% on top of its original base. Ding! Your divine domain has given birth to 1 million new species. Extremely prosperous. Ding! Your divine domain has given birth to 3 powerful origin species, Chaos Sirens, Golden Giants, and Chaos Trolls, enlightened origin species, the first batch of beings to give birth to divine ancient beings after the Big Bang of the universe. Your subordinate god, Li Zhuangzhuang, has gained the embrace of the Golden Giant race and has created a bond with them, fusing them into one race, and Li Zhuangzhuang's strength has entered the peak of the Lord God. Breakthrough is imminent. Your god, Eloi, has gained the support of the Chaos Siren race and has formed a bond with them, merging them into one race. Eloi's strength has reached the peak of Lord God. Breakthrough is imminent. Your Chaos Trolls have no godly bonds and are in a state of free-ranging. Your divine domain has gained great development. Billions and billions of gods have resonated with you. The steel seal of thought has taken effect collectively. The power of faith, unceasingly, currently accumulating 35 billion power of faith for you, converted to spirit 35 billion spiritual power. Current spiritual power, 80 billion. The terrifying boost made Lu Zeno feel like he was filled with power. The most outrageous thing was that his 2 favorite generals had actually developed a bond with the Qiyuan seed, something Lu Zeno had not expected. Only after seeing Lu Zai complete his divine domain refinement did the other 3 ancient gods slowly walk over and said in unison, "Congratulations!" Lu Zai arched his hand at the 3. In this battle, Big Brother Urios was injured quite a bit. His Chaos Troll clan also sacrificed quite a lot. And the 2 sisters' divine clans were also affected. But the fruits of the victory were left for me to enjoy all by myself. This favor is something Lu Zai remembers with all his heart. Urios frowned and said, "Elder brother Lu has misunderstood. Although I am an ancient god of the blasphemous god race, and am also considered a member of the ancient god race, but how can I dare to call myself a Chaos Troll? That's the originating species, the most primitive divinity, and there is only a trace of their bloodline in me." Lu Zai was shocked. Oh my god. There are hundreds of millions of Chaos Trolls above my damn blue star now, but they are just not yet adults. Thinking of this, Lu Zai made a move in the air, and a Chaos Troll tens of meters tall appeared in front of him, bowing and bowing. My god is mighty. The eyes of Urios and the Egula sisters dropped. Urios, this is a Chaos Troll seed? The 3 of them looked at Lu Zeno in unison, wanting to seek confirmation. Lu Zeno nodded. I have 100 million. Do you want it, brother? Ah, the 3 of them uttered in unison. To be able to give birth to origin species, and in such a huge quantity, all of them couldn't figure out just how terrifying Lu Zeno's current divine realm rank was anymore. They didn't know that Lu Zeno's way of refining and adding points was extremely terrifying. Other people had to slowly absorb it after refining it, and the twists and turns of the process were self-evident, whereas Lu Zeno's way was simple and brutal, playing with a numerical value. If I have 100 million Chaos Trolls, my divine bloodline will get a chance to be shuffled, and I will create a bond between these Chaos Trolls. It's not an exaggeration to say that in a short period of time, my strength will get a spike. Lu Zai nodded, good point. I'll turn around and drop these 100 million Chaos Trolls in your divine realm, lifting the divine attribution and gifting them to you. Urios waved his hands fiercely, no. It seems that Lu old brother is really young. You don't know. The rarity of the origin seed Nominally the divine realm level reaches 100 there is a chance to obtain. But that chance can only be said to be very touching. Just put it this way. I've lived for so many epochs. I've only seen the origin seed once. I've lived through many epochs and I've only seen the origin seed once. So do you still want to give it to me? You should cherish it and cultivate it properly. Agula also advised. Old brother, the origin seed is not trivial. You have to. Before the words were finished, 2 strong auras appeared in the distance. White big brother. I fucking evolved Ha ha ha. You said that I am the savior. I really believe it now. Come. I'm standing in front of you. You see me a few points like before. The golden giant incarnated by Li Zhuangzhuang had a terrifying breath. If the previous golden gladiator was just a giant made of metal, then the current golden giant was a real beast with blood and flesh, and a pair of demonic golden horns on its head. The three Urios looked dumbfounded. Another origin species? Before the words fell, a terrifyingly strong woman emerged behind her, her palm gently clenched, and the chaos siren's tentacles in the void tore through space, waving in the sky behind her. At this moment, the three of Urios were convinced, this old brother in front of them was the blasphemous clan's god of old days. Urios and the other three were clearly towering ancient gods, true gods, not genus gods. However, when they saw Lu Xeno's two genus gods, an inexplicable sense of awe still rose in their hearts. Not an awe of strength, but an awe of life. After all, what was in front of them was a species that originated after the Big Bang. Urios had obtained 100 million chaos trolls and almost instantly sent Lu Xeno and AI Gura to their cave. It caused Lu Xeno and AI Gura to be shy for a while. The shy one was Lu Xeno, and the astringent one was AI Gura. The four of them sat around Lu Xeno's dragon capital temple, and AI Gura couldn't help but sigh. This is all like a dream. A few days ago I was threatened by the owner of this divine hall, but at this moment I am sitting here talking and laughing, and the owner of this place has turned out to be my clan brother. Why not husband? Urios giggled with a big grin. Egula pouted. I don't know what my sister sees in you. Will you shut up? Lux covered her mouth and snickered, switching the topic. Little Lu, I don't know how many more years it will take for you to step into the ancient god realm. Only when you truly enter the ancient god realm will you have the ability to fight against the 9 old gods. And I don't know where those old undead are hiding right now, and what degree of revival progress they have reached. Lu's eyes snickered in his heart, looking down on who? I have 80 billion spiritual energy now. Stepping into the ancient god realm is just 20 billion spiritual energy away. Whether it's harvesting the power of faith in the divine realm on a daily basis, or exchanging spiritual power for the 1,000,000 survival points per second now, it's not a difficult task. However, Lu Xeno didn't say anything. After all, when the time came to give them a little shock, they could still harvest some survival points. Urios also regained his seriousness and said with a sad face, I don't want to alarm him until it's absolutely necessary. Him? Lu's eye turned his head to look at Urios. It was obvious that he carried a lot of weight. Urios nodded. Currently the most powerful ancient god, an ancient deity that survived the origin war, an origin race, and a follower of the blasphemous god back in the day. For the last few hundred epochs he has been sleeping and nourishing his divinity. Lux added, possibly apart from the 10 great old days, he is the strongest god in this universe, the Leviathan. Lu's eye was shocked in his heart. This Leviathan, surprisingly, was an origin race during the origin of the universe, and had followed the blasphemous god. However, just at this time, Agila added, he is certainly powerful, and also once followed the blasphemous god. But he doesn't belong to any of the branches of our blasphemous god race. Agila, it's fine to say these words here, but after leaving this door, don't talk nonsense. Urios got serious in a rare moment. He and my clan's old ancestor, the god of blasphemy, slayed the 9 old days with great honor, and is also a friend of my blasphemous clan. And now that the blasphemous god clan is in decline, he is an object that can be lent a hand. Lu's eye heard it out. It turned out to be a foreign race, only to have joined forces once. He did recognize Agila's opinion. After all, if it's not my race, its heart will be different. Have to defend. It is imperative to figure out the enemy's posture, and gathering some information on the revival of the 9 old gods is the key. Lu's eye broke through the current predicament with a single word, because it was useless to worry anymore. Right now, even when exactly the 9 old sun gods would be revived, how much divinity was left? It wasn't even clear what strength they were after the revival. The remaining 3 also nodded their heads when they heard this. Urios looked at Lu Xeno. Then how do you think we can obtain this information? Naturally, we should go to the territory of the god-hunting beast clan to inquire. He won't send the information we want to our door. Lu's eye smiled. Lux was shocked. Little Lu, are you saying, attacking the divine beast hunter's divine lineage? Exactly. Lu's eye couldn't think of a better way, but this way must be better than sitting around waiting for death. Currently, the location of his divine domain had already been exposed. Sitting here and waiting, there was no chance that one day the 9 old days would directly break through the door, and he wouldn't be prepared at all. Urios, in the last few epochs, our blasphemous god race has been passive and defensive. We have never taken the initiative to strike. You don't say. If this idea of old brother works, it will greatly boost the morale of my blasphemous god race. AI Gura also nodded gently when he heard this. If we can capture a divine system, it will also continue to strengthen old brother's strength. The divine nest of the god hunting beasts. We haven't entered it for a long time, so I believe that we can discover some clues. Urios, then it's decided. The gears of fate have already started anyway. We just roll forward. Agula, when will it start? After I've been promoted to ancient god, Lu Zeno said indifferently. But this sentence sounded like a different flavor to the other three. Just now they were talking so enthusiastically, and now they are saying wait until you are promoted to ancient god. Isn't that going to be years? Just, since Lu Zi have said so, the three did not say anything more. Simply chat a few sentences as to go to the Amengayi of Agora together to drink. A few gods agreed to drink 2 months. A few drinks. Damn. A drink is a few months. Is still considered a drink? This is something Lu Zeno did not expect. Lu Zai had nothing to do and took a look at the situation of his god's domain. The power of faith that he had gathered for himself was currently as high as 6.1 billion, and could be withdrawn at any time. There's no rush. When we get enough 20 billion, we'll do it all at once. Lu Zai took another look at his god domain's divinity growth. Now that his god domain level is 1001, upgrading to the next level requires 102 billion divinity. But his billions and billions of divinities are condensing divinity for him all the time, and he's just 10 billion short of the next level, so the speed isn't slow. In the future, one could not care about the divine domain level and just let it raise itself. Host, Lu Zai. Realm, Lord God. Divine domain level LV 1001, 90. 1 billion/100. 2 billion. Life value, 10 billion. Physique, 1 billion, 99. 91% damage reduction. Spirit, 80 billion. Strength, 100 million. Agility, 100 million. Strike rate, 100%. Strike damage, 11,000%. Survival points, 1. 13 billion, growing. Divine skill, Void Solitaire. Talent sequence 20, Mental Manipulation LV 30, 0/1 billion. Talent sequence 04, Immortal Body LV 30, 0/1 billion. Talent sequence 05, Brokenness LV 30, 0/1 billion. Eternal Creation, LV 20, 0/200 million. Talent Sequence 01, Steel Seal of Thought, Power of Faith and Accumulation. Tomorrow, one should be able to advance to the ancient gods, so pick a god, hunt beasts divine nest and have a go. The 9 old gods should show their heads as well, right? The next day, Lu Zai stood above his blue star divine realm, overlooking the living beings. This was no longer the weak blue star from before, and after expanding its area over and over again, it was 194 times larger than the original blue star. Giant trees, thousands of meters tall, held up the sky. These giant trees were not simple plants, but tree spirits that had nourished divinity, counting them as not bad gods. In the endless vastness of the ocean, from time to time there are sea beasts. Up to hundreds of meters long ordinary sea beasts are chasing fish and shrimp 1 second. The next second is swallowed by the chaos siren into the stomach. Become an appetizer. Li Zhuang and Elroy followed behind Lu Zeno with proud faces. They were both extremely satisfied with the current Blue Star Divine Realm, especially Elroy, who could never have imagined that her race would have developed to today's prosperity, and had even fused with the origin species, with her own strength comparable to that of an ordinary ancient god, with a breakthrough on the horizon. And Li Zhuang's golden giant clan was even stronger to a terrifying extent. A genus god unexpectedly broke through to the ancient god realm before Lu Zeno, which was outrageous. Although Li Zhuang's natural sequence skills are not as heaven-changing as Lu Zeno's, and his attack power after various increases is much inferior to Lu Zeno's, but a genus god of the ancient god realm is already a heaven-defying existence, and he's well on his way to becoming stronger. Li Zhuang was now sitting on hundreds of millions of golden giants, which were usually dispersed on top of some asteroids, mining gold everywhere. As soon as it comes to the time of battle, they can again fuse with Li Zhuang and condense into an ultimate form of golden giants. Looking at the incomparably prosperous Blue Star Divine Domain, Lu Zai nodded in satisfaction and looked at his system. Ding! Your Blue Star Divine Domain has gathered 23 billion faith power for you, which has been transformed into 23 billion spiritual power, and your current spiritual power is 103 billion, allowing you to break through to the ancient god realm. Start breaking through, Lu Zeno said indifferently. Now every time he himself broke through the realm, there was no longer the excitement he felt at the beginning. This had become the norm and Lu Zai was used to it. In the next moment, billions of divine light rose from all over the entire Blue Star Divine Realm, and Lu Zai began to rely on the divine nature of the Blue Star Divine Realm to help him break through. Billions of divine light gathered around Lu Zeno's body and began to rotate at a rapid pace, and even more pure, condensed divinity began to grow from within Lu Zeno's body. His skin began to glow with a divine radiance unlike that of a mortal. His eyes seemed to be able to perceive the leaps in the depths of the universe, and everything was undergoing a qualitative change. After an hour of metamorphosis, the divine radiance grew brighter and brighter, and Lu Zai was like a golden crow shining over the entire blue star divine realm. Ancient God, Lu Zai. The hundreds of millions of blue stars divine race had risen into the sky, paying homage to Lu Zeno's direction. Congratulations Divine Lord for advancing to Ancient God. Lu Zeno waved his hand. Your people prepare for battle. Above the false god realm. Be ready to march with me at any time. He then took a step out towards Emengari. Farewell, Divine Lord. The hearts and minds of the hundreds of millions of gods below were shaken. A divine war was about to begin? Not only did they not have the slightest fear, instead, they were incomparably eager for the divine war. This was partly due to the steel seal of thought, and partly due to the lure of the blue star divine realm's soaring strength after the last divine war. They were all eager to obtain a metamorphosis in the new round of the divine war. The Eamon Gaia Divine Hall. The sounds of pushing cups together came from within. Inside the divine temple, a golden divine radiance fell, and three silhouettes slowly emerged. Precisely Lu Zai, Li Zhuangzhuang, and Eloy. Lux, who was already in a slightly drunken state, raised his glass to Lu Zeno in the distance. Come on old brother, have a drink? Yo, Ancient God now. That's great, Agula exclaimed after sensing Lu Zeno's aura. Urios even glanced at the two genus gods behind Lu Zeno and burped. Burp, two ancient gods and a quasi-ancient god. Awesome. It might have been the slightly drunken state that paralyzed their nerves, but the temple quickly quieted down, and the wine cups in the hands of the three men hung in the air as the three of them gradually reacted. First was Lux. Geez, he's in the ancient god realm. We've only been drinking for a day, haven't we? Or are we drunk? Agula even ran to Lu Zai, touching here and there, confirming without a doubt and nodded. It's true. Urios knocked on Li Zhuangzhuang's golden shell and marveled. Holy shit, yeah, this pile of yellow is also in the ancient god realm. Ding, you have successfully shocked 3 ancient gods and gained 30 billion survival points. Lu Zai smiled faintly and added 30 billion survival points on top of his life value, knowing that he now had 100 billion spiritual power. The addition to his life value was extremely terrifying. If he raised his life value to 30 billion, his split must not be stronger than the sun when he did the math, at least a few million trillion. A bilocation comparable to the sun? Lu Zai's heart was incomparably shocked, and in the future, he could point at his 30 doppelgangers and shout, son, older brother. In that case, wouldn't it be true that we have to plan to initiate a divine war against the god-hunting beasts? Urios had an excited look on his face. Lu Zeno nodded. Looks like you already have a target? Lu Zeno observed Urios' eyes glowing when he spoke of the divine war. Obviously, this was the target of attack that had been in his mind for a long time. Sure enough, Urios instantly jumped up like a scurrying monkey from the god seat. Old brother, let's go and chop up those fools from the Titan clan. These stupid big guys have been enemies of me everywhere for I don't know how many epochs now. Lu Ziya's heart was enlightened. He knew what the Titan god race that Urios was talking about. It wasn't just any Titan race. It was the ancient Titans of the ancient era, on par with the demon race. The demon god race possessed the bloodline of chaos demons, while the ancient Titans also possessed the bloodline of chaos titans in them. Both sides relied on their physical body as their origin. Their fighting style and their survival style were highly consistent. Unfortunately, the Troll clan was affiliated with the Profane God clan, while the Teta clan was affiliated with the God-hunting beasts camp, and the two sides were in a constant state of flames. What do you guys think? Lu Zeno looked towards Lux and Agula. Lux naturally looked toward her husband and was the first to agree. Ai Gura herself had no target of attack. She hadn't even considered this matter because she thought that it would take a long time for Lu Zai to break through to the ancient god. Her head was empty as she nodded. I don't have an opinion. Then it's decided. Lu Zai made a decision right away. Who wasn't it to fight anyway? Why not attack the ancient Titan clan and still sell a favor to Urios? Several people immediately sat around and discussed the details of the attack. It was ultimately decided that the attack on the ancient Titan god's nest would be launched tomorrow, with the goal of directly lifting its lair. Urios, good. I will act as the front line with the golden giant and launch a surprise attack. Eloy, I will lurk on the outskirts of the divine nest, and when the other side launches their attack, I will create a chaos sea tide and block them with billions of sea beasts. Agura, my centaur army will act as a counterpart on the flanks, circling around. As the enemy is weak, I will coordinate the attack. As the enemy charges, I will work with the vanguard as well as the sea beasts to surround and destroy them. Lux, I will go with my husband. Lu Zai, good. Tomorrow, with my metal tide as the rallying cry, we'll sweep through the ancient Titan god's nest in one fell swoop. Crowd, jia jia jia. Listening to the room full of jia jia jia's laughter, Lu Zai had the illusion that the entire group was a great evil. The goal of the raid on the ancient Titan gods had been set, and everyone chatted for a few moments. deliberately talking to each other about lighter topics, and even letting the topic of Agula and Lu Zai's cave-in that day come up. In fact, Lu Zino knows that this is the release of pressure before the big war. After all, that is a god war. The relationship is related to the rise and fall of several god systems and the life and death of hundreds of millions of god races. Early the next morning, Lu Zino's divine capital Dragon City, tens of thousands of war channels were temporarily adjusted to teleport destinations, leading straight to the galaxy of the ancient titans. Urios led his Chaos Demon clan to stand by over Dragon City. Since he had fused his Chaos Demon bloodline, his strength had been wildly increased, and its troll clan had truly gained the most primitive, pure bloodline enhancement in the truest sense of the word. Lux, Agula all led their own members of the divine race to stand by in Dragon City according to yesterday's division of labor. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy were all excited. Ever since they had obtained the origin species bloodline, they couldn't wait to find a target to try out the results. Everyone looked in the direction where Lu Zino was. This man, just as if he had become the core of the team. Who would have thought that a mortal, in a short period of time, would have ascended to the divine throne and advanced to Lord God, and now he was even dominating a divine lineage, becoming the best of the ancient gods. Lu Zai's entire divine domain was preparing for battle, with all the gods above false gods departing, and the powerful steel seal of thought was accumulating a steady stream of faith. Ding! Your divine race of the heavens is rapidly gathering the power of faith. The current power of faith is 10 billion. It has been converted into spiritual power. Current spiritual power, 110. 3 billion. Ding! Your divine domain level has been raised to LV 1003, 100 million/100. 4 billion, due to the natural increase in divine domain divinity. That's not bad. With the increase in divine domain level, the power of faith that one harvested every day had reached the tens of billions level. But this was under the premise that there was a divine war erupting, and each and every one of the groups on top of the blue planet were agitated. As the divine realm levels increased and the divine race populations expanded, the daily gains would only become more and more terrifying in the future, and the divine realm level is also automatically rising. Not stopping for a moment, Lu Zino remembers that he just upgraded to level 1002 yesterday, so it seems that the blue star divine realm, the future is promising. Sooner or later it will be invincible. Urios and the others came to Lu Zino's side with firm eyes. We're all ready. Lu Zai nodded, then initiated a general mobilization for war as he spoke aloud to the gods of the heavens present. Since the origin of the universe, the god of blasphemy created the blasphemous clan and asked for the top of the 10,000 clans in the universe. Who would not be convinced? However, time has changed, and now the blasphemous one race is even uprooted, struggling to survive amidst the hunts of the 9 old divine races. Perhaps, Lu Zino's tone grew lower and lower, his eyes melancholic. Perhaps one day our blasphemous clan will perish in their hunt. We lose our divine realm, and we'll have to wander to the end of the universe, or even gradually die out. Lu Zai directly laid out the crisis of the blasphemous one race in front of his eyes and spoke bluntly, and the blasphemous 10,000 races below were all in a state of disbelief. Obviously the blasphemous clan was once so strong. Why would it come to this step? Unwilling, but the next moment, Lu Zai took a step towards the war passage, his voice spreading over the divine capital. Even if we are destined to perdition, it will never be today. Today, we will let those gods who hunt us know what it means to be cruel. Today, our blasphemous clan will take the initiative. We will use the most furious offense to annihilate the Titan clan, blowing the horn of the blasphemous clan's counterattack, and we will let all the races in the universe know that recklessness, too, has dignity. Lu Zai's body was resplendent with divine radiance as he rushed into the war channel. Deicide today. Kill. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy followed their godlord closely, charging forward. In the rear, the 10,000 races were energized, and billions of profane divine races scrambled forward to charge into the war channel. Kill. According to the previous plan, the golden giant race joined with the chaos trolls to charge forward, aiming straight for the ancient Titan god's nest. The lifestyle of the ancient Titan race was different from the other divine races. They liked to occupy a huge planet as the galaxy's mother star, and on top of the main star, they built a god's nest. The god's nest was used exclusively for breeding offspring, while on the other child stars, billions of Titans were engaged in the task of gathering resources to feed the mother star. At the same time, these substars were also responsible for the functions of alert and war mobilization. When Urios led the chaos trolls to rush towards the mother star wielding a giant stick, when Li Zhuangzhuang collaborated with the golden warriors to kill the mother star with their war swords, the ancient Titan giants above one of the substars immediately quickly assembled in astonishing numbers. These ancient Titan giants had an average height of 500 meters after reaching the Lord God realm. They came whistling in droves, and at tens of times the speed of sound. With their powerful physical bodies, they directly crashed into the charging camps of Urios and Li Zhuangzhuang. Li Zhuangzhuang was furious. His figure had already arrived at more than 300 meters, holding his battle sword and slashing towards the void. Die! Several of the charging titan giants were immediately chopped to pieces by the blade, and a few of them even had their arms broken and flying, blood flowing horizontally. These three divine races were all flesh-based. Urios was even transformed into a chaos troll, his mouth roaring, the giant stick in his hand dancing so hard that the void trembled. Facing the charge of the ancient titan divine race, both sides did not avoid and refused to let go, so they just stood hard against each other. These ancient titans were constantly crashing and fighting in the void, divine blood flying in the sky, killing sounds shaking the sky. A voice echoed in the minds of all the blasphemous ones at this moment. The blasphemous ones may perish, but not today. Regicide today. The centaur gods led by Agula launched a furious charge. The centaur gods gathered together in a formation that formed a huge arrowhead, their divine radiance shining brightly, directly dispersing the countless ancient titan gods, their flanks in chaos. The area where both sides were at war gradually expanded, turning from a small-scale contact into a full-scale war. And those ancient titan divine race who wanted to catch their breath in the seemingly calm void suddenly realized that the surrounding void had become gloomy. Countless ocean tides inexplicably surged up in the void, getting higher and higher and more turbulent. In the tidal wave, countless things up to 1,000 meters long, like the devil's tentacles suddenly attacked, rolled away those injured ancient titans, dragged into the tidal wave, followed by the sound of despair rang out one after another. Those horrible tentacles tore and strangled the ancient titans. Even though some ancient titans were very powerful and tore off many tentacles to try to escape, but more tentacles swarmed up and dragged them into the sea of despair. Lu Zai stood proudly in the void. 30 doppelgangers were cast out. He looked towards the Mother Star and stared viciously at the billions of ancient titans above the Mother Star. Destroy it! The 30 doppelgangers waved their hands at the same time. The metal storm suddenly rose. The ancient god realm, plus the 30 doppelgangers. The scale of the metal tidal wave this time was as horrifying as a cosmic storm. And even the meteorites and comets in the space were all caught up in it, and it was like a mudslide bombing towards the Mother Star of the Titans. The powerful and incomparable metal tide was like a mudflow bombarding the Titan Mother Star. Wherever this metal tide went, it was devastating, and it was about to threaten the divine nest of the Titan Mother Star. One must know that the divine nest was filled with breeding titans, creating people 24 hours a day without stopping. And the most bizarre thing was that the ancient Titan clan, there was only one female Titan. They were born genderless. And only when the realm broke through to the ancient god realm and became a galaxy lord, could they evolve their mother nature. Next, this female titan would sit on the male titans of the entire galaxy and choose a pairing target on merit. The female titan possessed a powerful breeding ability, and could condense hundreds of thousands of divine fetuses in a single day, which hung in the mother's nest and were watched over by his father until they broke out of the womb. In the middle of the mother's nest, every day, titans from various subplanets are granted the honor of traveling to the mother's nest to breed high-quality offspring. Titans are often selected in protracted contests among themselves for the right to do so. The winner, to say 1 in a million, would be modest. So above the Mother Star, it is the most powerful existence of the ancient Titan clan. And at this moment, the battle of the substars outside the Titan Mother Star has already appeared. The result, the blasphemous god race camp is shrinking the encirclement circle. Those peripheral substar forces are retreating towards the Mother Star in defeat. Lu Zai could only use 2 words to describe the blasphemous god race's performance today: madness. And 4 words would be utter madness, especially those chaos trolls and golden giants, using their physical bodies to harden against the ancient titans. Both were giants several hundred meters tall, and both sides froze in a physical battle, shattering several substars. With the help of Lu Zeno's metal tidal wave advancement, the divine race army led by Urios and Li Zhuangzhuang were the first to land. And the centaur army of Luxenagara from the flanks also killed the Mother Star itself. The ancient titans were defeated and retreated to the divine nest. The divine nest was on par with the divine capital of the galactic gods and was the last bastion. Lu Zai saw a kilometer-high red sarcoma bulging everywhere on top of this Mother Star, and billions of Titan godborns were being birthed in these sarcomas. Titan bloodlines were gurgling from a blood vessel as thick as a small river on the giant sarcoma, and the entire sarcoma breathed rhythmically and throbbed slightly. Between the sarcoma and the sarcoma, there was a red giant blood vessel linking them, and these giant blood vessels came from the female Titan's body, which provided nutrients for these divine fetuses. In one sentence, the entire Mother Star was maintained by the female Titan alone. These divine fetuses were normally supplied by it, but at critical times, she could also extract the nutrients of the Mother Star to become war resources. The metal tide surged and surged all the way forward, and the various profane divine races rode the waves on the metal tides and used the momentum to charge forward. Just when the metal tide was about to threaten the first giant sarcoma of the god's nest in front of them, a huge vibration came from the ground, and a roar resounded throughout the entire Titan mother planet. The ground cracked raw, and an ancient Titan with a much more powerful aura than before braced its hands on the cracks and broke out. "You are guilty." He looked viciously at these blasphemous divine race in front of him, his heart filled with anger and disbelief. The anger was that these blasphemous god race had killed their home planet in a vain attempt to destroy the divine nest. What was incomprehensible was how these blasphemous divine race, who were usually hunted around by them and had difficulty defending themselves, managed to launch such a swift raid. How did they dare? Boom! Urios, who rushed at the front, didn't bother with nonsense and whacked a few ancient titans on the mother planet out with a stick. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy in the back also made a direct move. They were here to kill the gods, not to get high. The situation suddenly spiraled out of control, and the two sides once again fought bloody battles together. The metal tide surged forward. Those elite ancient titans froze with their terrifying strength and controlled the metal tides in front of those flesh tumors, no longer advancing. Lu Zai was shocked in his heart. He was already in the ancient god realm, and the physical strength of these ancient titans was too outrageous. Agula on the side explained. They are burning their divine blood. Those Tatas are the most powerful elites within the clan. In order to protect the divine nest, they are burning themselves to fight against your metal tides. That's not surprising. That's not surprising. Luzino nodded slightly with a face of realization while ordering the 30 doppelgangers to charge at the front. Since you're known for your strong physical body, I'll completely crush you in the area you're so proud of. Luzino counted with his fingers. His current life value totaled 310 billion. Now that his spiritual power is 110 billion, the life value of his doppelganger needs to be increased by 110 million times on top of his life value of 310 billion. That's 31 million trillion. Well, 1 trillion equals 1 trillion. I'm 31 million trillion. You can second me? In the piece of flesh, Luzino possessed absolute confidence. Sure enough, the 30 doppelgangers charged away, and they were immediately surrounded by thousands of elite ancient titans. However, in the next moment, a scene that shocked the enemies and their own people happened. The 30 doppelgangers utilized metal manipulation to the extreme. Their bodies immediately wrapped in a layer of the hardest metal, and the most powerful metal condensed above their fists as they blasted out with a single punch. Those seemingly powerful ancient titans, the brakes on their bodies shattered frequently, their huge bodies flew backwards, and some of them were even directly blown to pieces. Strong, too strong. The distant Urios held up his big stick and stared blankly at those doppelgangers. He had an intuition, these doppelgangers were stronger than himself. Other things he didn't know was that these doppelgangers were more powerful than even Luzino. Stronger on top of the normal ancient gods. Just as the metal tides continued to push forward horizontally, about to submerge those divine fetuses, the Titan mother planet raised a tide of blood. One by one, giant flesh tumors exploded themselves, and the roiling divine blood formed a tide of blood as high as hundreds of meters as it built a high wall, and on top of the high wall, a female Titan with a horrifying aura appeared. "You, damn you," the female Titan whispered under her breath, her chest rising and falling violently as the roiling divine blood began to flow back towards his body. It turned out to be him who had detonated all the divine fetuses and sacrificed the future of his clan to condense his ultimate form, the Blood Slaughter Titan. The metal tides rolled forward, and the female Titan's fingertips lightly touched on the metal tides, meeting the two edges. Lu Zai frowned, and with a movement of his spiritual power, he merged the diverted metal tides again, hovering in the void, ready to unleash the next strike. Lux, Urios, Agila, Li Zhuangzhuang, and Eloy were also close to Luzino, and everyone knew that it was time to swarm this ancient god. The female Titan could not be said to be powerful, but the current Luzino already possessed enough capital to fight against him, and even in a risky enough situation, without considering his own safety, Luzino had the confidence to defeat this blood-slaughtering Titan whose strength already stood at the late stage of the ancient gods and who had sacrificed his ultimate form. However, Luzino did things with insurance above all else. Obviously he still had so many allies in the ancient god realm. Why would he want to go one-on-one with you? Doesn't it smell good to beat it up in a group? The blood slaughter Titan had a ring of red blood chi lingering all over its body, and at the moment, the chi and blood within his body was extremely violent, constantly burning and steaming. This scene made Lu Zai think of Shaoli, who had opened the 8 gates of evasion in the anime, and could be called the pinnacle of physical skills. "I, Wild, would like to call you the strongest in physical arts," Luzino said in his heart. Boom! The body of Urios, who had always been known for his strong physical body, broke through dozens of times the speed of sound, and a big stick slammed down. In the next moment, the attack suddenly decreased, and the blood slaughter Titan repelled Urios' big stick with only one punch. Yurio's body even slid back parallel. His feet cut 2 long drag marks on the ground, and he froze before stabilizing himself after blasting his fist into the ground. Li Zhuangzhuang saw the situation is not good. Immediately opened the fusion form. Hundreds of millions of golden giants into a golden stream of light into Li Zhuangzhuang's body. The golden giant aura skyrocketed. A wave of the war knife. The earth and rocks flying. Powerful and incomparable blade swept forward, chop. Ha. Childish. Blood Slaughter Titan froze his hands together, catching the war knife, but his knees were also slightly bent by the powerful attack. Blood Slaughter Titan's eyebrows clustered. Is this the power of the origin species? Both sides were riveted as the warblade wrestled with the arms. Eloy immediately launched the most furious attack. 10,000 demons punishment. A sea tide rose in the void, and thousands of berserk tentacles probed out, sweeping in the direction of the Blood Slaughter Titan. They firmly bound him, and some of the tentacles even broke through the Blood Slaughter Titan's flesh and pierced into his body. The Blood Slaughter Titan was startled. Another origin species? He continuously burned his chi and blood, and his body rapidly expanded, crumbling many of the tentacles. However, Agila and Lux also offered their strongest killing moves one after another, and Lu Zai raised his metal tied up, and the streams of metal converged into a giant hand that directly clamped down on the Blood Slaughter Titan. The 30 doppelgangers made a fist-clenching motion at the same time, and that metal giant arm clenched its fist in synchronization, only to see that the Blood Slaughter Titan's body was overwhelmed, and blood chi was continuously pinched and exploded out from its body, staining a large part of the airspace red. On the metal giant arm, the metal flowed rapidly, strengthening itself not to be broken free by the Blood Slaughter Titan. Who the hell are you? Feeling such a raging metal power, the Blood Slaughter Titan finally panicked. The one who killed you. Lu Zeno smiled faintly. In his perspective, countless breaks in the Blood Slaughter Titan's body were detonating one by one. Tens of millions of $1 trillion of attack power was erupting, destroying this ancient divine race that had been inherited from ancient times. Flesh crumbled, sinews and bones cracked. After sucking on billions of divine fetuses, the Blood Slaughter Titan was currently consuming divine blood and was resisting the frantic attacks of several ancient gods. He was furious yet powerless. He was surrounded by Lu Zeno's 30 doppelgangers in close quarters, and the strength was pretty damn strong. He actually didn't even have the possibility to struggle. Coupled with the attacks of the other ancient gods, at the moment it had the feeling of being eaten away little by little, and was still powerless to stop it. Lu Zai, this old six, steady, not at all anxious, but also stood in the air to command his accomplices to coordinate the attack. In this battle, the Blood Slaughter Titan could only use the word suffocated to describe it. Endless frustration. The Blood Slaughter Titan's body tried to break through the encirclement once again, and was pressed back by the 30 doppelgangers. The metal giant claws fired in unison. The Chaos Troll's great stick swung out. The Golden Giant's hand rose and fell, and the Chaos Siren's 10,000 whips fired. Boom 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 boom. Blood mist filled the entire mother planet. Billions of divine fetuses turned into blood. The mother of ancient titans fell in this way. The crowd was ecstatic, especially Urios, who raised his voice to the sky. How many eons have I been chased by you? And you have today? The profane god race cried out to the heavens, all of them feeling unspeakably happy in their hearts. After being suppressed for so long by the army of god-hunting beasts formed by the 9 old gods, today came an initiative and a great victory. How could this not be joyful? Several ancient gods leaned in close to Lu Zeno. Urios, what next? Lu Zai looked towards the god's nest in the distance. Naturally, we'll go to the god's nest and explore it. Let's first disband the army and return to our original positions. Humph. Several people nodded their heads. At this moment, Lu Zai had become the backbone in their hearts. Moreover, they were even more convinced that Lu Zai was the reincarnation of the blasphemous god. All the major gods returned to their respective god domains through the war passage, leaving only a few ancient gods and strong people like Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy at the scene. The group headed towards the god's nest. The ancient Titan clan, which was considered a mainstay in the god-hunting beast camp, was not as powerful as the legacy of the 9 old gods, but this divine clan had its own unique advantages, such as this divine nest. The divine nest could refine the divine domain and also absorb the divinity contained in the corpses of the enemies. So after every divine beast hunt initiated a divine battle, the loot was used to be handed over to the Titan clan's divine nest to be dealt with, which would be more efficient and produce more output. Within the god's nest, there were blood vessels a few meters in diameter leading to the depths, and now that these blood vessels were not nourished by the female Titan, they had already become dry and shriveled up, sticking to the ground. The divine nest was extremely large and spacious, and it was once the center of breeding for the entire ancient Titan divine race. The group eventually arrived at the deepest part, where there was a huge blood pool, which had also dried up nowadays. But just from the size of the blood pool, one could get a glimpse of the splendor that once existed. Elite titans would regularly inject their own divine blood towards this blood pool to use to nourish female titans and nurture divine fetuses. Where is it? Urios caught a glimpse of a spatial passage behind the blood pool. If the guess is correct, these two passages are the passages where the titans export the acquired divinity to their destinations after refining the divine domains or trophies through the divine nest. Agula placed her hand on the mouth of the passageway and felt it carefully. Can we find out the destination of this passage? Luzino was concerned about the result. The destination of the passageway was most likely the divine domain of one of the 9 old sun god races. Only the 9 old day divine races could make the ancient titans willingly give out divine intercourse for the revival of the old day gods. Agula nodded. Yes, give me some time. She possessed a spatial system ability, and had an unrivaled advantage for probing and opening up spatial passages. Ha. This harvest is really bountiful. Xiao Lu can absorb the residual divinity of the mother star and all the substars, and at the same time, we can know what bearing these Goori's old gods are in, and have a certain first mover advantage for us. Urios said excitedly. Agula released a sliver of her own divinity and flowed through the spatial channel to the unknown bearing. He struggled to feel this unknown place, then violently withdrew her palm, panic written all over her face. Xiao Lu, it's Leviathan. The whole room was shocked. Why was it him? Why was the Titan Mother Planet God's nest connected to the divine domain where Leviathan was located? Everyone was stunned speechless at the moment by this unexpected result, and one horrifying conjecture began to sprout. Urios lowered his head and pestled his giant rod on the ground thoughtfully. That is to say that Titan's divinity was not supplied to the 9 old gods, but was given to Leviathan? He is the most respected existence of the Blasphemy clan, a powerful ally who fought alongside the blasphemous gods of the old days. So why is this happening? Agula's chest rose and fell violently. Her lips trembled, and her silver teeth clenched. Traitor, he betrayed the entire blasphemous clan. He even betrayed the blasphemous god. No wonder our blasphemous god race's divine domain locations have been repeatedly exposed. No wonder our extremely hidden galaxies have been pursued by god-hunting beasts. It turns out to be him. The moment he uttered these words, Agula's voice became hysterical and extremely shrill, roaring like a demon. It took Lux releasing a divine radiance to quiet it down a bit. Sister, I know you respect him, but the situation has changed. Afterward, Lux looked at Luzino. Little Lu, what do you think? What do I think? I'm lying down to see. I haven't seen this what Leviathan. Luzai mentally spat this out, but on his mouth, he still pacified. There's no need for everyone to be angry or tense. The situation hasn't gotten out of control yet. Oh, Urios looked at Luzino. But Leviathan is connected to almost all of the blasphemous god race's divine lineages. And many of the blasphemous god race even rely heavily on this ally of all those who survived the Age of Enlightenment. If he betrays us, all of us blasphemous god race will be caught in the hunt of the 9 old gods. Lu Zai nodded, thinking about it the other way around. Why haven't the god-hunting beasts fully attacked us yet? Why hasn't Leviathan awakened yet? If he is really that powerful, what is he waiting for? The crowd froze and suddenly reacted. He's not ready yet, and there's still fear that the blasphemous gods will unite. That's why they're using the strategy of breaking them down one by one, collecting divinity and awakening the 9 old gods. Agula pursed her lips and snickered. But if that's the case, wouldn't Leviathan be reduced to a tool of the 9 old sun gods, using him to find us? Isn't Leviathan worried that the 9 old day divine races will cross the river and unload on us at that time? I don't think Leviathan is that stupid. Urios analyzed. I also agree with my husband's point of view, as Leviathan is the strongest ancient god that survived the Age of Enlightenment. He wouldn't be unable to think of this. Lux added. Lu Zai smiled. The world is bustling with profit. The same is true for gods. I guess the 9 old gods must have given Leviathan a guarantee of benefits that he couldn't refuse, so that Leviathan would no longer worry about his survival. Makes sense. Urios nodded silently, then asked back. Then what should we do? The rest of them also turned their gazes to Luzino, and a magnetic voice came faintly at this moment. Perhaps this is the time for me, the savior, to step in. Li Zhuangzhuang crouched inside the corner of the god's nest and slowly got up, looking up at a 45-degree angle. Crowd. Lu Zai, you are our ultimate card. You must not show yourself easily. Eloy, you and Strong Li will retire first, and properly raise your divine power in the Blue Star divine realm. Li Zhuangzhuang was put on his shoulder by one of Eloy's giant hands and pushed outwards. Go. Go back. Extremely unhappy, Li Zhuangzhuang asked Erlobak. You look down on my strength? While pulling Li Zhuangzhuang outward, Eloy shook his head. Misunderstood. I am thinking that Leviathan is not your opponent. You should not be exposed too early. You should know that there are still 9 old gods behind you. That's true. The figures of the 2 men watch farther and farther away, disappearing from view. Agara shook his head. You, this genus god, is not an ordinary god. There's no confidence talent in you. Yet you're more confident than anyone else. Cough cough cough. Let's get back to the topic. Lu Zai looked embarrassed. What we're going to do next is definitely the last thing Leviathan and the 9 old gods would like to see. Lux came to a realization. I see. The 9 old sun god races and Leviathan chose to break us down one by one, fearing that we will unite together. So let's err on the side of uniting together to defend against the enemy. Urios was also excited. We've been on passive defense. In fact, he's not good at fighting defensive battles and is afraid of us raiding. So we'll favor attacking in the future and take the initiative. The crowd seemed to have opened up a new world and had a clearer direction for their future actions. However, Agula still raised a quandary. The profane god clan is divided over millions of galaxies, and the number of ancient gods is no less than 1 million. And in order to prevent the god-hunting beasts from launching a war of extermination against us, many of them even deliberately do not keep in contact with each other, with the exception of clan relatives like Lux and I. In that case, how are we going to contact these blasphemous god clans and launch a large-scale god war? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Not speaking for a long time, you are indeed a difficult problem, beyond everyone's ability. Billions of stars and rivers, rarely connected to each other. How to unite them? And Urios slowly stood in front of the crowd, from the place of his heart, utilizing his divinity to slowly release a heart of divine splendor. Agula was shocked. Blasphemous heart. You are actually one of the guardians of the blasphemous temple? For the first time, Agula knew that her brother-in-law had this layer of identity. Urios nodded his head silently. The blasphemous temple is the birthplace of the blasphemous clan. Rumor has it that before the god of blasphemy entered the origin land and fell, he had left some secrets of the blasphemous clan here and set up a ban. It's impossible for a non-god of monstrous strength to break the ban. And the temple guardians consisted of 10,000 blasphemous race ancient gods. I am one of them. We have the blasphemous heart and a special passage to enter the temple. The blasphemous heart can be passed on to other ancient gods, and it has been kept at 10,000 people. And now, I'm passing it on to you. Lu Zai took the blasphemous heart and became a little confused about the future journey. I can enter the divine temple to unite the blasphemous god clan after taking this blasphemous heart? Lu Zai proved to be too innocent. Urios shook his head. You can refine the entire god's nest, and then launch a challenge against Leviathan with this object, and kill him, and you will have the right to use the power of the god's temple to call upon the entire blasphemous god race. Lu Zeno? Letting me kill Leviathan, the strongest ancient god in the universe? Lu Zeno really wanted to immediately press the blasphemous heart hard back into Urios' chest. I, Lu Zai, with a strong iron bone, can't accept your gift? However, it seems that there isn't a better way out. Lu Zai looked at the heavy profane heart in his hand and glanced at the expectant gazes of the people around him. Just then, a voice came from within that mysterious passage. Junior, who cut off my supply of divinity? No matter who you are, I will find you. Don't try to resist. Agula immediately utilized the power of space and completely cut off the passage. Leviathan has revived. Leviathan revived. This news was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of everyone present, which meant that the challenge of Leviathan was imminent, and everyone had no time to wait. The divine nest had been channeling divinity for Leviathan for a long time, and Leviathan naturally knew of this location, so the Titan mother planet could not stay for long. Currently Lu Zai faced a dilemma. Staying here to refine the divine nest, there was a possibility of encountering Leviathan. But if you don't refine it, with your current strength to fight Leviathan alone, Lu Zai has no idea in his heart. The crowd also saw Lu Zai's thoughts, and after thinking for a long time, Urios was the first to step forward with his giant stick. Feel free to refine it. As long as I'm still standing, no one can disturb you. Wife, you and Agula go first. Agula and Lux shook their heads at the same time. We won't leave you behind. Moreover, if Leviathan finds out about you, he can think with his buttocks that we are also involved. Xiao Lu, don't hesitate. Quickly, refine this god's nest. Agula utilized her spatial skills to immediately create hundreds of spatial turbulences around the god's nest, interfering with the outside world's path to the Titan mother planet. Li Zhuangzhuang and Eloy also guarded outside of the god's nest respectively, just in case something untoward happened. Seeing that everyone was so resolute, Lu Zeno didn't have any more hesitation and immediately used the system to start refining the Titan god's nest. Berserk golden divine radiance diffused out from Lu Zeno's body, wrapping the entire god's nest as refining began. Ding! Refining all the Titan substars as well as the divine nest. Refining progress 1%, 2%. An ancient Titan divine race was being vaporized under Lu Zeno's furious divine radiance. The huge god nest began to collapse, and strands of red divinity flew out from the god nest, and at this moment, Lu Zai's body was like a giant range hood, crazily sucking in the surrounding divinity from the substars and the mother star. Ding! The refining of all child stars and mother stars is complete. A total of 28. 1 trillion divine nature has been gained and used to upgrade your divine realm. Divine realm is upgraded to LV 1225 level 31. 3 billion/122. 5 billion. With the end of refining, the divine radiance gradually subsided, and the originally vibrant Titan substellar, mother star, was no longer there at this moment. A group of people stood in the void and stared at Lu Zino, and all of them truly felt it. He was much stronger again. Lu Zai had gained 28 trillion divinity from this refining, which was several times higher out than the gains from the last refining of the galaxy god system. The ancient Titan god race, it really is extraordinary. This refining allowed Lu Zino's divine domain level to increase from 1004 to 1225. After the divine realm level reached level 1000, the effect of this 200 level increase was terrifying. Lu Zino immediately felt the power that came back. Ding! Your divine domain has once again expanded by 223%, and your blue star's 10,000 races have once again become brilliant and vibrant, giving birth to many strong divine races. Ding! The steel seal of your mind is getting stronger and stronger. The power of faith provided by the blue star 10,000 races has soared once again. The current power of faith has seen a major explosion, and has been transformed into spiritual power of 120 billion. The current spiritual power, 230 billion. Very good. Very strong. Lu Zai heard a beep in the system and was delighted in his heart. The entire refining process, there was a scare. Leviathan didn't come. I don't know if it's because Leviathan has absolute confidence in himself, or did it have another plan. Just as Lu Zino and the others were preparing to leave quickly, everyone froze. A few people looked at me and I looked at you. Urios stared solidly at the crowd. You received it? Agula and Lux nodded their heads back and forth while looking at Lu Zino. Lu Zino also nodded. I sensed the call of the blasphemous temple. It's Leviathan. Utilizing the power of the blasphemous god clan's clan's temple, is summoning all the blasphemous god clan's ancient gods to the temple. Urios. Leviathan was the great guardian of the blasphemous god temple, and possessed the ability to contact the blasphemous god clan, which was also the ability that Lu Zino's group wanted to control, and could only unite all of the blasphemous god clan by controlling the temple. What is she going to do? Agula pursued. Urios shook his head. I don't know, but it must not be something good. The first thing this guy did after awakening was to gather all the blasphemous ancient gods. I can't guess. Could it be that he wants to lure all the ancient gods to the clanland, then betray him, collude with the god-hunting beasts, and make a clean sweep of our clan? Lux thought of this terrifying outcome. Urios shook his head. I am a former temple guardian, although I don't know how many ancient gods are still left in the entire blasphemous god clan. What I'm certain of is that even if the current 9 old days god clans were to unite, it would be impossible for them to wipe out all the blasphemous god clans in a single siege battle. We would still have a portion of the ancient gods that could break out, and if the divine beast of the hunter already had the strength to besiege us, only Leviathan wouldn't have fallen asleep, but would have revived earlier. Little Lu, what do you think? The crowd looked towards Lu Zai. The whole thing would have to be decided by him in the end, as the one who challenged Leviathan as a temple guardian was him. Since Leviathan is summoning all the blasphemous ancient gods, let's go and take a look. We'll have to face it sooner or later anyway, and by launching the challenge at such a rare gathering of the ancient gods, I'm sure the impact will be even greater and more convincing. Everyone's brows furrowed, and Urios asked tentatively, Leviathan is the closest to breaking through the ancient god realm ancient gods. How sure are you? Lu Zai thought for a moment and held out a finger. After taking a deep breath, Urios sighed. 10% certainty is not bad. It's worth fighting for. It's related to the future rise and fall of the blasphemous god race, not to mention 10%. Even if it's just a 1% chance, we still have to fight for it. Lux and Ai Gura also nodded heavily. We are ready to fight with you until the end. And Lu Zai's voice sounded again. You guys misunderstood. It's not 10% certainty. It's a certainty to take it. Lu Zai wasn't being cocky. He'd been hanging on for so long. Didn't he have any idea what level he was at? Just now, his spiritual power directly doubled to 230 billion. His strength increased greatly, and his divine domain power was also much stronger. In the previous battle where he united several ancient gods to besiege the female titan, this was the first time he had fought against a god with the strength of a large late stage of the ancient god realm. Lu Zino had adopted a cautious battle plan, choosing to siege, but after the battle, he found that the other party had little resistance when facing his metal tide, and only had the chance of passive defense, and died a direct violent death without even using a few of his attacking moves. Therefore, what the most powerful ancient god, Lu Zai really didn't have anything to be afraid of. Then we're leaving here? Sensing that the temple had once again summoned the profane ancient god to the clanlands, Urios asked Lu Zai. Depart. Lu Zeno smiled faintly. Today, enter the divine hall and kill the traitors. Lu Zeno and his group directly responded to the call of the divine hall, their figures disappearing into the void. This trip, into the blasphemous divine hall. The blasphemous divine hall possessed an extremely powerful function, inherited from the blasphemous god of old, which could be utilized to initiate contact with all the gods that possessed the scent of the blasphemous divine race, including the Lord God. However, this time, the blasphemous god's temple had only issued a summoning order to the ancient god level. The blasphemous divine hall was also the only existence that grasped the contact function of the entire universe's blasphemous divine race. If one were to take Lu Zeno's perspective and place it in his previous life, it would be a signaling base station. All the ancient gods that sensed the call could automatically respond to the call, and the power of the divine hall could immediately build a spatial channel to the blasphemous divine hall. Lu Zeno and the others arrived at a vast and incomparable planet in an instant, and this was precisely the clan land of the blasphemous god race, and the place where the blasphemous god of old had once lived. In the divine splendor of the void, there was a huge temple floating. What great power created such a majestic building? Lu Zai's heart was shocked. In addition to Lu Zai and his party, the surrounding void was also frequently appeared other blasphemous god races, ancient gods, the vast majority of which even Urios did not recognize. After all, the blasphemous god race was divided in the universe of deep space in the various god systems, each fighting their own battles, and there was very little intersection. The blasphemous god temple stood proudly in the void, like a pavilion in the sky, on top of which stood close to 10,000 guardian ancient gods, and Urios was once a member. In addition to the temple guardians, the other ancient gods are standing on the divine platform below the temple, waiting for Leviathan's arrival. Many groups of ancient gods on the scene began to whisper. After all, Leviathan had suddenly revived, and the blasphemous temple had suddenly launched a summoning order. Both of these events were things that hadn't happened in the last few epochs, and combined with the current situation of the profane god race, quite a few ancient gods began to worry. Old friend, what exactly do you think you're doing by summoning me here today? A tall blasphemous ancient god asked as he looked at his old friend beside him. I'm afraid it's not something good. I really don't know what you guys are so blindly worried about. With Leviathan around, our blasphemous god race doesn't fear the god-hunting beast. But why did he wake up? If the situation is manageable, there's no need for him to wake up. I heard that a female titan from one of the branches of the ancient titans was recently killed. Did you guys hear about it? My place is far away from the ancient titan clan, so I didn't hear about it. Just what happened today. I was supposed to be attacked by the ancient titan clan. Halfway through the fight, these people ran away, only to realize later that something happened to their home planet. It's really retribution. I just don't know which one of my clanmates solved the siege for me. The crowd analyzed the situation with your words, discussing the recent battles that had occurred in their own surroundings. Most of them were cautious about today's summoning order, thinking that it was not a good sign. On the other hand, Urios, Agila, Lux, and the others watched Lu Zai step onto the divine steps step by step towards the blasphemous temple. Because at this moment, Lu Zai had an additional identity, the guardian of the temple. Lu Zai, who possessed the blasphemous heart, smoothly stood in the middle of the divine hall, and 10,000 ancient gods guarded the divine hall. Not long after, a distant and low voice came from within the temple. Inheritors of the blasphemous clan, welcome to your arrival. Leviathan summons you in the name of the blasphemous god of old. May our blasphemous clan be immortalized in the universe, and may we be invincible in our quest. Below the temple, the millions of ancient gods bowed in unison, all repeating under their breath. May our blasphemous god race be immortalized in the universe, and may our journey be invincible. These words, Lu Zeno heard Urios say, were the words that the old blasphemous god left to his clan when he stepped into the origin of the universe back then, and after that, the blasphemous god disappeared from then on. Leviathan's appearance with the blasphemous god's classic quote was nothing more than emphasizing that he was an existence that had once fought side by side with the blasphemous god, and was submerging his position. After the words fell, a divine radiance as bright as a river of stars flowed out from within the temple, while Leviathan stepped on the river of stars and arrived outside the temple. His form was different from all the gods, his height was the same as Lu Zeno's, and underneath his 7-colored pupils was an angular and handsome face, looking like a young man of about 20 years old. The young man looked down on the gods below and slowly spoke. Since the old blasphemous god disappeared in the place of origin of the universe, the 10 old gods all disappeared. But the universe, the most magical is time. It can repair everything, whether it's the emptiness of the universe, or the glory and fear that was once in our hearts. The flow of time, and now the situation of offense and defense has changed. the 9 old gods formed the god-hunting beast alliance, eyeing my blasphemous god race, the most into a few in the last few epochs. More than 10% of the blasphemous race has fallen. I can't bear to see this situation continue. What about you? Are you willing to continue living? The gods below all bowed and replied, we are unwilling. At this moment, the gods of the profane god race were a bit confused. What exactly was Leviathan going to do? Listening to his tone, was he going to counterattack? Even Luzino's brows were slightly furrowed. Previously their judgment was that Leviathan had betrayed the blasphemous god race. How come today? Listening to his tone, it seemed like he was going to counterattack? However, it was Leviathan's next behavior that truly startled the blasphemous god race. And this preamble was nothing more than padding. Leviathan 10 slender fingers. His fingertips released an extremely bizarre red divine radiance. That divine radiance is so colorful and bright. Divine radiance contained in the violent divinity so that all the gods present were not able to look at Leviathan. Leviathan, as an ancient ally of the blasphemous god race, I will steadfastly lead you out of the gloom. And you've read it correctly. What's flowing through me is precisely one of the 9 laws of the old days, the power of evolution. What? He killed the god of evolution of the old days? How is this possible? He possesses the infinite evolutionary force. Is he our ally now? Or is he a god-hunting beast? Leviathan's behavior greatly exceeded the expectations of the profane gods. Back then, during the Great War of the Old Suns, each of the 10 great old sun gods possessed their own laws. And in the end, the blasphemous god won by virtue of his monstrous battle power, overpowering the other 9 great old sun laws. The law of evolution is the law of one of the old gods, but now it is in the hands of the Leviathan. Then there is only one reason: he killed the old god that will be revived. I only understood now. This Leviathan was not betraying the blasphemous god race. He was deceiving the gods of the heavens, relying on the sacrifice of the blasphemous god race to get close to the beasts of prey. During the weak period when the 9 old gods were about to revive, he struck a blow and stole the power of evolution. No wonder the ancient titans had provided it with divinity. It was estimated that the ancient titans didn't even know that the one they had provided for, the god of evolution, was already dead, and that they had been providing for Leviathan. What a scheme! What a calculation! Outside the blasphemous temple, millions of blasphemous ancient gods looked at each other in dismay. They expected before they came here that something extraordinary would happen today, but they absolutely did not expect that Leviathan could actually be able to kill the old days and plundered the old laws. The plotting and scheming in this, the depth of the scheme, makes people shudder. But at this time, the blasphemous god race's ancient gods were still unaware of Leviathan's intentions, and everyone coincidentally stepped back, gazing at the strongest ancient god, their eyes filled with doubt and awe. Noticing the performance of the blasphemous god race's gods, a grim smile surfaced on Leviathan's white face. I am a loyal ally of the blasphemous god race. I was before, I am now, and I will be in the future. And now that I possess the power of evolution, I will lead the blasphemous god race to recreate their old glory, purge the old gods, and embark on the journey to the origin land. And all that is needed to achieve all of this is for you to little by little, just a little sacrifice. Leviathan's face was written with longing, as if he had already seen the sight of himself purging the world and standing proudly in the heavens. Among the gods of the blasphemous god race, speculation had already begun. What did Leviathan's words about sacrifice represent? The bold Urios took a step forward and gave a slight nod and salute to Leviathan above the temple before asking, Honorable Leviathan, most ancient ally. First of all, congratulations on decapitating the gods of old and creating a feat that has never been seen since the blasphemous gods. Allow me to take the liberty of asking what you meant when you said that you would allow us to sacrifice a little bit? Before clarifying the situation, Urios maintained his respect for this so-called ancient ally. But if Leviathan attempted to disadvantage the blasphemous god race, not only Urios, but all the blasphemous god race ancient gods present would not agree. The blasphemous god race had its own pride, dying on its feet rather than living on its knees. Hearing Urios' question, Leviathan smiled faintly. Oh, you're a chaos troll clan? Leviathan's finger gently pointed at Urios, and a drop of divine blood from Urios' body broke out and landed on Leviathan's fingertip. The surrounding gods of the blasphemous god race looked sideways with shock in their eyes. Chaos trolls? Their fleshly bodies were so strong. But Leviathan just gently pointed and broke Urios' defense. They knew that Leviathan was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. Perhaps, this was the great improvement after plundering the old laws. Leviathan put the finger stained with Urios' divine blood into his mouth and gently licked it. His eyes slightly narrowed in a look of enjoyment. The taste of the origin seed. It's wonderful. He then opened his eyes and looked at Urios as he excitedly said, Now, a heavenly opportunity lies before the blasphemous god race. As long as you offer your bloodline power, I will use the power of evolution to evolve your bloodline to a whole new level. and even cultivate an existence that surpasses the origin seed. Not to mention any old gods, even that origin ground is still accessible to us. Leviathan described his grandiose goal in an almost frantic tone, but the blasphemous gods below had already furrowed their brows and retreated, keeping their distance from Leviathan. Because what Leviathan wanted was the bloodline of the entire blasphemous god clan to use to match his evolutionary laws and create an even more terrifying species. Urios directly and categorically refused. I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request. The blasphemous god race doesn't need freaks, and our bloodline is not to be polluted. We cannot agree either. With Urios taking the lead, millions of ancient gods made their stance known, which was an insult to the blasphemous god race. Leviathan squeezed out a smile on his face. Understand. I completely understand. After all, the blasphemous god race stinks and is hard. Back then, when I followed your ancestors in their conquests, I understood this. How many epochs have passed? Your old ancestor is no longer here, but you guys are halfway unchanged. Damn it! Leviathan was no longer in disguise. Today he revived and came here. His purpose was very obvious now, and that was to seize the bloodlines of the various clans of the blasphemous god race. Although there were millions of ancient gods here, joining forces to attack Leviathan, naturally they wouldn't all be sacrificed, and could even gain the upper hand. But all the ancient gods knew that they couldn't keep Leviathan, and Leviathan knew the location of each of the blasphemous god race, and that he could kill the door one by one. So how would they cope then? These ancient gods had all survived one divine battle after another. They had seen the situation clearly at this moment, and their divinities had erupted, ready to fight with Leviathan. Leviathan laughed coldly. Don't make a pointless struggle. Today you can't keep me, while on another day, I will pay a visit to the door, and I will savor the taste of the blasphemous divine bloodline one by one. The gods were angry and furious, but there was nothing they could do. Just at this time, a soothing yet heavy voice threw itself on the ground and narrated. So, this is your reason for betraying the blasphemous god race? The voice came from a certain guardian on the temple. The divine radiance around him was incomparably bright, and the metal frenzy under his feet surged and rose, approaching Leviathan step by step. Leviathan's pupils shrank. Who are you? The guardian of the blasphemous god temple. A member of the blasphemous race who was unwilling to see the blasphemous god race tragically betrayed. Luzino positioned his identity as an ordinary member of the blasphemous race at all times, aiming to cause the millions of blasphemous ancient gods to resonate with him, because they were also one of them. Ah, may the blasphemous god race be immortalized in the universe, and may our journey be invincible. These are the famous words of your old ancestors, and in order to do all of this, you must change with the times. Do you think the words of the blasphemous god are wrong as well? Leviathan stole the concept and questioned Luzino. Luzino shook his head. But you have forgotten that the blasphemous god has another sentence, life and death. The cycle of reincarnation is more than one. We live, they die. When these words came out, the crowd of millions of ancient gods rose in high spirits. These words were exactly what the blasphemous god said back then before he set out to conquer the 9 old day divine races, causing the entire blasphemous god race to unite like never before. The blasphemous god race also used this as their philosophy of survival, which was, we live, they die. Leviathan shook his head. The obstinate people are the most annoying people in this world. You, Leviathan looked at Lu Zai and heaved his voice. In the name of the blasphemous god temple, I declare a death sentence. And Lu Zino also flashed his blasphemous heart. In the name of the blasphemous god, I initiate a challenge against you, great guardian. Millions of ancient gods were all shocked, all admiring the courage of this guardian. He was facing the strongest ancient god in the universe, or an ancient god who had stolen the laws of the old days. Ha 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 ha. Leviathan's figure swelled steeply as he laughed maniacally over and over again, and he appeared in his ultimate battle form, a giant with 18 heads. These heads, there were origin species from the god hunter beast camp and some species from the blasphemous god race, and it was clear that he had already begun to merge the excellent bloodlines of the various races and then evolve himself. One of Leviathan's snake head's huge mouth opened, and the snake's letter that was several hundred meters long stormed in with rolling flames, and this power looked at the gods below in disbelief. Leviathan could break the Chaos Troll's defense by moving a finger. What kind of terrifying power would this strike be? Boom! The snake's letter blasted at the area where Luzino was, and a huge shockwave swept across the entire temple. The flames dispersed, and the gods didn't see the imagined sight of Lu Zai's dead body. Instead, Lu Zai had his hands behind his back, stepping on the tip of the metal frenzy wave, and that huge snake's letter was directly clutched in the hands of a giant metal hand that the wave had converged on. Unable to move. Ding! You have shocked a million ancient gods. Cap reward, plus 500 billion survival points. Luzino smiled faintly. Great guardian. Times have changed. No one had expected that such a violent strike would be directly taken down by a giant hand controlled by Luzino's spirit. Not to mention that these ancient gods hadn't expected it. Even Lu Zeno himself hadn't expected it. I always seriously underestimate myself. I'm still too much of a wimp. Lu Zeno sighed inwardly, while 500 billion survival points were directly added to his spiritual power. Ding! Your spiritual strength has been increased to 73 billion. With this, Lu Zeno's strength had properly entered the late stage of the ancient god. Although it was inferior to the ancient god peak large late completion half-step-old Leviathan in terms of attributes, but with his divine domain rank, with his multiple talent sequence additions, Lu Zeno felt that taking down the other party would not be a problem. The taking down Lu Zeno was talking about was not defeating the Leviathan, but beheading the other party, which were two different concepts. These ancient gods all had their own cards. They weren't that easy to kill, and if the difference in strength didn't reach a certain level, it would be difficult to kill them even if they were defeated. But with this boost, Lu Zeno not only had the confidence to defeat Leviathan, he also had the confidence to keep him and kill him. Leviathan was obviously shocked by Lu Zeno's strength as well. Looking at all the ancient gods he had come into contact with, who could resist one of his own strikes? Even that high and mighty god of evolution of old, when he was about to be revived, he was set up by himself and silenced at his weakest moment, while he himself stole the beam and sat down to enjoy the divine sustenance of the many god-hunting beasts. At this moment, the Leviathan no longer left any room for maneuver. Raging divine nature surged out. A dozen heads hissed at the same time and erupted with all sorts of divine attacks. There was ice, flames, 10,000 feet of thorns and 1,000 miles of thunderbolts. Lu Zai even cast out 30 doppelgangers at the same time, and his tens of millions of trillion of life value exerted a terrifying power at this moment. The doppelgangers stood on top of the metal frenzy, charging away with a momentum like thunder, coming to blows with Leviathan's attack. This scene stunned the gods of the blasphemous god race below. They had never imagined that there would be an ancient god amongst the profane god race who could fight Leviathan in such a simple and brutal battle style. This is an ancient god from that divine realm. So brave. I don't know. Unfamiliar as it is, the blasphemous god race already has a scarce contact. I didn't expect such an astonishing ancient god to come out. I'm pondering a question. This person is our clan, and just now he was the first to come forward to defend the bloodline of the blasphemous god clan. Why don't we embrace him? That's exactly what I'm thinking. Leviathan, the traitor, is getting farther and farther away, and the blasphemous god clan needs a new great guardian. As Leviathan fought Lu Zeno, the millions of ancient gods below also whispered and began to discuss the future of the blasphemous god race. Leviathan didn't hide his ambitions and made the blasphemous god race see his true colors. Boom! A doppelganger of Lu Zeno's that had charged at the forefront was shattered under Leviathan's furious attack, and the sky's divine radiance was spread out like a sunset across the entire sky. Lu Zai himself did not expect Leviathan's true body to possess such a raging power after evolution. This law of evolution is a bit of something but not much, and it will soon become mine, because Lu Zai saw with his own eyes. As the first bilocation went up in smoke, the second bilocation directly metallized and cloaked in metal armor shattered one of Leviathan's heads with a single punch. As Leviathan's body retreated back and forth, the 29 bilocations gained momentum and swarmed forward, propelled by the metal frenzy. Leviathan's multiple godheads and Lu Zeno's bilocations blasted against each other at close range. Both sides exchanged damages, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Zeno had the absolute advantage. After Leviathan had shattered 3 of his doppelgangers, he had lost 17 heads. The last head was a turtle-like head, and he even used to have an urge to retract it. Leviathan's body was also in pieces. There wasn't a single piece of good flesh on his entire body as he looked viciously at Lu Zeno. Who the hell are you? The one who killed you. Lu Zeno laughed coldly. Arrogant. Do you really think you can keep me? Junior, I'll mark you down. After speaking, Leviathan's body began to turn into a roiling mist of blood, growing thinner and dimmer, as if this person had never appeared. Lu Zai looked into the void with a bellow. Did I say to let you go? Get out! The roiling metal elements transformed into a huge spherical barrier, trapping Leviathan in this giant metal sphere. Those blood mists could not escape and crashed madly against the metal sphere wall in a vain attempt to break out. Although the metal sphere wall was bumped out by the impacts, it still firmly trapped Leviathan under Lu Zeno's mental power control. Subsequently, the metal ball locked smaller and smaller until it firmly imprisoned Leviathan in it, transforming into its initial human form, a pale and bloodied teenager. Only this time the teenager no longer had the unruly look he had just had. You make me think of a deceased person, paralyzed helplessly on the ground. The metal-bound Leviathan murmured. Oh, is that so? Lu Zeno didn't like to push more with people who were about to die. He had seen many movies where the villains died from talking too much, so if he could kill them, he should hurry up and do so. But he did have a huge question he wanted to ask Leviathan, a question that had puzzled Lu for a long time, and it had a great deal at stake. You're like the blasphemous god back then, Leviathan exclaimed. He was the one who had accompanied the blasphemous god for the longest period of time, and he also knew the blasphemous god the best, and now that he had uttered these words, the blasphemous ancient god below was very shocked, and he honored Luzino a few more points. I have a question. You can either not answer it or you can answer it. The end is the same. You must die, Luzino coldly said. Leviathan smiled helplessly and bitterly as he coughed out divine blood. Such a character. More like him. Say it. What is the question?